What is this? 12 hours of scary Skinwalker goodness? This is a massive collection of 140 alleged eyewitness accounts of skinwalkers, which have been featured on my show before. You can actually download this episode as an MP3 right now by simply clicking the link in the description. You might also have to click the triple dots icon on the next page and click Save As. Remember, you can send me your stories at darkstories.org so I can narrate them. And you can listen to Unexplained Encounters on Spotify, Apple, and your favorite podcast app. Be sure to check out mine and Carmen Carrion's new book, The Freaky Folklore Compendium, on Amazon and Barnes & Noble, if you want to learn about your favorite folklore monsters. Now, let's begin. Barn Creature. From Nightingale. Even now, decades later, I can still vividly recall that terrifying summer night when I was only 10 years old. It was during my annual visit to my grandparents' ranch in rural New Mexico. I always looked forward to those trips, the wide open spaces, helping Grandpa with the animals, and listening to Grandma's stories by the fireplace. But that particular visit in the summer of 1979 is seared into my memory for a very different reason. My grandparents' ranch was isolated, surrounded by vast stretches of rugged wilderness. The nearest town was an hour's drive away. Out there, it felt like we were in our own little world. But even as a kid, I could sense an undercurrent of something strange and unsettling in that lonely landscape. Grandpa and Grandma often spoke in hushed tones about odd happenings in the area. But one evening, as we sat around the dinner table, Grandpa cleared his throat and said, "You know, over the past few months, several of our sheep and cattle have disappeared without a trace." Grandma nodded, her face grave. "It's the strangest thing. No signs of animal attacks or rustlers. They're just gone." I looked up from my plate. My curiosity piqued. "What do you think happened to them, Grandpa?" He shook his head, a frown etched into his weathered features. "I wish I knew, kiddo. I've been ranching these parts for over 50 years, and I ain't ever seen anything like it." Grandma leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "And that's not all. On moonless nights when the ranch is pitch black and silent as a tomb, sometimes I hear these eerie, almost man-like cries and whispers coming from the woods that border the pasture land." "Really? What do they sound like?" She shuddered. "It's hard to describe. They're not quite animal, but not quite human either. It's like they're speaking in some strange, twisted language. And the sounds, well, they seem to carry on the wind, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. It's enough to make your blood run cold." Grandpa chimed in. "I've heard them too. And then there are the tracks." "Tracks?" I asked. "A few weeks back, I was out mending a fence on the edge of the property. As I was walking the line, I came across these bizarre footprints in the dirt. They were vaguely human, but there was something off about them. The toes were too long, almost like claws, and the spacing was all wrong, like whatever made them walked like they were neither man nor animal." "Oh, I remember that day. You came back to the house as white as a sheet." "Yep. I followed those tracks for a ways. They led straight off into the wilderness. They got fainter and fainter till they just vanished without a trace. It was like whatever made them just disappeared." A heavy silence fell over the table. I felt goosebumps rising on my arms despite the warmth of the kitchen, and I was wondering why my grandparents were trying to scare me like this. Or were they trying to warn me? He turned to me. "You be careful out there, you hear? Stick close to the house after dark. And if you see or hear anything strange, you come right back and tell us, okay?" I nodded, a lump in my throat beginning to form. I was beginning to realize they really weren't trying to scare me. They feared something was out here on this land and wanted me to know about it. You often hear stories like this, where the adults know something the kids don't, and instead of explaining what it might be and warning them to stay clear, they simply say, "Be careful," or "Steer clear of such and such place," with no explanation. Well, you know what a kid's gonna do when they hear that? They're not gonna take the warning seriously. I think that added, scary explanation to their warning really made me listen that night. And it all came to a head on a sweltering evening in late July. The sun had just slipped below the hills, and the first stars were blinking into existence. Grandpa was working on a busted tractor and asked me to fetch a wrench from the barn. I didn't want to go alone in the dark, but I didn't want to look like a scaredy cat in front of Grandpa. So I reluctantly agreed. Plus, it was just the barn. It wasn't terribly far away from the house. Surely nothing bad could happen that close. And yet, somehow, the walk to the barn seemed to take forever. An eerie silence hung over the ranch, broken only by the distant lowing of cattle and the crunch of my sneakers on the dirt path. As I approached the weathered wooden structure, a sense of unease prickled at the back of my neck. I stepped into the barn, fumbling for the light switch until I finally flicked it on. The bare bulb sputtered to life, casting long shadows across the cluttered interior. Then I heard it. A faint scuffing sound, like something shifted in the dark at the back of the barn. I quickly brushed this off as a rat, or one of the barn cats. But as I started rummaging through Grandpa's disorganized tool chest, I distinctly heard what sounded like a low, raspy whisper. I spun towards the sound, heart pounding. There, crouched in the shadows of the far corner of the barn, was a shape. It looked human, but there was something unnatural about the way it folded in on itself. In the feeble light, I caught a glimpse of matted fur, overlong limbs tipped with claws, and eyes that glinted a feral yellow sheen. The thing was hunched over what looked like the gnawed carcass of a rabbit, or maybe chicken, working the meat with its teeth. Suddenly, it twisted its head in my direction, as if noticing my presence for the first time. I'll never forget the sight of that thing's face. The features were hideously contorted, caught somewhere between man and animal. The creature uttered a string of guttural, inhuman noises, like no language I'd ever heard, and terror exploded through my veins. I dropped the flashlight and ran. Behind me, I heard a snarl and the skittering of claws on wood. I didn't dare look back. I just ran faster than I ever had in my life, hardly feeling my feet on the ground. The night air burned in my lungs as I flew down the path to the safety of the ranch house, maybe 50 yards away. I was certain that thing was right on my heels. Drawn by the screams, Grandpa came running from the tractor he was working on, and Grandma ran out onto the porch. It was then I made it to the bottom step of the porch. My legs gave out, and I collapsed there, babbling incoherently about the thing in the barn. Grandma knelt beside me, her arms encircling my trembling frame. "It's okay, you're safe now, we've got you." I looked over. Grandpa's face was etched with concern as he looked out over the dark landscape towards the barn. Then he looked at me. "What happened, son? What'd you see out there?" I struggled to catch my breath. The words basically jumbled out. "In the barn, there was this thing. It wasn't human, Grandpa. It was like an animal, but it wasn't. and it was eating something. It looked right at me with those horrible yellow eyes, and Grandma's grip tightened around me. She looked up at Grandpa, a silent communication passing between them. He ran past us and reached for his rifle, which always stood propped up by the front door. "Stay here, boy. Mary, I'm gonna go check it out." Grandma tried to protest. "John, be careful. If it's what we think it is." He nodded grimly. "I know, but I have to make sure. I won't be long." With that, he strode away, the beam of his flashlight bobbing across the yard. Grandma held me close, whispering reassurances, but I could feel the tension in her body. Carefully, she brought me inside. The minutes crawled by, each one feeling like an eternity. Then, just when I thought I couldn't bear waiting any longer, we heard Grandpa's footsteps on the porch stairs. Grandma helped me to my feet, and we both turned to face him as he entered the pool of light by the door. He came back ashen-faced and grim. The rifle hung slack in his grip, and his eyes held a haunted look I'd never seen before. Grandma hurried to his side, laying a hand on his arm. "What is it, John? What'd you find out there?" Grandpa shook his head slowly. "There is no sign of the creature, but in the back of the barn right where the boy said he saw it." He swallowed hard. "There were tufts of coarse, dark fur caught in some of the crates. Spatters of blood, too, still fresh. Looked like something had been gnawing on something else, just like he described." Grandma's hand flew to her mouth. "Dear Lord above." Grandpa met her gaze, and a look of understanding passed between them, tinged with a fear that sent a fresh shiver down my spine. He turned to me, placing a heavy hand on my shoulder. "You did good, son. Real good. Coming straight back to the house like that." His voice was steady, but I could see the unease in his eyes. That terrified me more than anything else that happened that night. To see him as scared as I was. Grandma wrapped an arm around my shoulder, guiding me gently towards the kitchen. "Come on, then. I'll fix you some hot cocoa. And we can forget all about it. Talk about something else." As we crossed over into the warmth and light of the kitchen, I glanced back over my shoulder, towards the front door. Grandpa stood there, staring out the nearby window into the darkness, his rifle clenched tight in his hands. I swear I saw a flicker of something in his face. It wasn't fear. It was like a grim kind of recognition. They didn't press me for further details that night. Grandma fussed over me, wrapping me in a quilt and pressing a steaming mug into my hands. Grandpa sat in his rocking chair, his expression distant and thoughtful. It was like they both knew something I didn't, a secret knowledge that hung heavy in the air with us. But over the next few days, as the shock lessened up, my grandparents opened up more. It started one morning over breakfast. Grandma was frying eggs, the sizzle of the pan mingling with the soft crackle of the radio in the background. Grandpa sat at the table, cradling a mug of coffee in his weathered old hands. He cleared his throat, catching my attention. "Son," he began, his voice gravelly, "what you saw out there in the barn, it's not the first time something like that's happened around these parts." He exchanged a brief glance with Grandma. "There are stories, old stories about beings that can walk between the worlds of man and beast. You see, you're part Navajo, from my side. I'm half Navajo and grew up on the reservation. The elders would warn us about them, said they could take on the form of any creature they chose." Grandma slid a plate of eggs in front of me, her hand lingering on my shoulder. "They're called Skinwalkers, witches who use dark magic to change shape." I felt a chill run through me, despite the warmth of the kitchen. "Skinwalkers? Like in those stories y'all used to tell me?" Grandpa nodded. "The very same. Never used to put much stock in those tales. Thought they were just superstition and fancy. But after what's been happening around the ranch, and now with what you saw." He trailed off, his gaze distant. Grandma picked up the thread. "They say skinwalkers are drawn to pain or suffering. They feed off it like some kind of twisted sustenance. And those things sow chaos everywhere they go, turning man against the land itself." I pushed my eggs around my plate, my appetite gone. "But why here? Why is it bothering us?" Grandpa sighed. "I don't truthfully know, son. Maybe it's the drought, or the sudden sickness taking the cattle. Times of hardship like this brings out the darkness in the world, and sometimes that darkness takes on a life of its own." Over the next few days, in snatches of conversation and quiet moments, they shared more. Grandma told me about some early interactions with my grandpa's mother, a wise woman who knew the old ways and could see things others couldn't, a woman who had been more open with outsiders than others in the reservation. "She used to say that there's a thin veil between our world and the other world," Grandma recounted as we shelled peas on the back porch. "And sometimes things can slip through from the other side. Things that don't belong here." Then Grandpa spoke of his own encounter years back with something he couldn't explain. He'd been out in the far pasture, repairing a fence, when he'd heard a whisper on the wind. A voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "It was calling my name," he said, his voice low and haunted. "I looked up, and there on the hilltop I saw something. Looked like a man, but it moved wrong, all jerky and twisted. And its eyes, they were like pits, blacker than the darkest night. I ran back to the house and didn't go out again till daybreak." As the days turned into weeks, I started to piece together a picture of the world I'd never known existed. A world where lines between myth and reality blurred, where ancient things still hid away in the lonely places of the earth. Grandpa later taught me signs to look for and ways to protect myself. Sage and cedar hung over doorways and burned in smudge sticks. Prayers and chants passed down through generations showed me how to make offerings, bundles of tobacco and cornmeal to honor the spirits of the land. "These things, whether we like it or not, they're part of who we are," he explained, as we tied little pouches with strips of colored cloth. "Part of the story of our people, and now part of your story too." Admittedly, this terrifying experience turned into a very heartwarming one, really getting to know Grandpa and Grandma more, learning a lot about my Navajo background, but the shadow of that night never did quite leave me. It was always there, lurking at the edges of my thought, sometimes resurfacing in my dreams. On occasion, I'd wake up in the night, my heart pounding, certain I'd heard that awful whispering just outside my window, a whisper that sounded like my name. A few years after, I think Grandpa noticed I'd changed somewhat. One evening, on one of my other annual visits, as the sun dipped low over the hills, he found me sitting on the back steps. I was staring out at the gathering dusk. "You know, it's okay to be afraid," he said, lowering himself down beside me with a grunt. "You're thinking about it again, ain't you?" I nodded. "Sometimes I just can't stop thinking about it, Grandpa. Wondering if it's still out there. Wondering if I might see it again." I know. But you gotta remember, you're not alone here. You've got your grandma and me, your mom and dad, and all the strength of our people behind you. That thing, whatever it is, it's strange, scary, even powerful, but it's nothing compared to the love and light we carry with us." I smiled, and he did too. "Do you think it'll ever come back, Grandpa? That, Skinwalker?" He was quiet for a moment. "I don't know. But if it does, we'll be ready. I promise you that." That evening, we watched the sunset together. And in that moment, I felt less fear than I'd felt since I saw that thing in the barn. Skinwalkers in the City, from Feral Bumblebee. I want to preface this by saying I live in a heavily populated city in New England, near Wampanoag Land. Here's my 2 encounters with what I believed to be a skinwalker. Number 1. On one of my health kicks, I decided to go for a run at 3 a.m. It was a weeknight, so there was no vehicle traffic, and I didn't see a single other soul as I started my run. I made it 3 blocks before something felt off. It felt like I was being stalked. I wasn't wearing headphones because I'm dumb, but I'm not an idiot. If someone was coming up behind me, I would want to know about it. I came up to the 4th block. It was pitch black out due to a lack of streetlights there. Before I could go any further, my gut straight up twisted in fear, and I did a complete about-face and started power walking back the way I came. After half a block, I heard this horrible howl. It was like multiple throats howling at the same time, and the sound was all distorted. I've only heard that sound a few times in my life, and only when I was outside after dark. I wanted to run as fast as I could, but something told me that would only excite what was making that noise. Like when they say not to run from a dog, because it triggers their hunting instinct. I forced myself to stay at a brisk walk the entire time, and I could feel it right at my back, following my pace. Once I hit my driveway, I finally broke into a run. I struggled to unlock my door for a moment. I had my house key on a chain around my neck. I made it inside just as I felt the thing come around the corner of the house, but I was too terrified to look at what it was. But I could feel it watching me. Number 2. I drove my mom to her gun club for a chapter meeting one night. It was set way back in the woods. Their gun range is outdoors, and there's only one narrow trail in. If 2 vehicles try using the trail, one has to pull over in the woods to let the other pass. My mom asked if I wanted to come in, and I said absolutely not. I put on my headphones and sat back to take a nap. It was dark, and the only sounds were my music, crickets, and the very faint voices in the club. Out of seemingly nowhere, I heard what sounded like chanting. I paused my music and took my headphones off. I didn't hear anything like it from the club, so I shrugged it off and put my music back on. But then I heard the chanting again, much closer than before. This time I turned my music off and tossed my headphones in the back seat. The chanting then turned into footsteps on the gravel around my car. I checked all my mirrors and windows, but I couldn't make out anything in the darkness. I turned my headlights on to check, and I saw yellow glowing eyes about 8 feet off the ground, staring at me from the trees. Darkness pressed in around the car as I stared at the thing. Whatever it was, it looked teed off. I felt terror in the pit of my stomach, and then my mom and a few others came out of the clubhouse to go home. When I looked back at the tree line, the yellow eyes were gone. Encounter in the woods with something. From Farmer's Wife, 4955. I live in a small town, a village actually, in Ontario, Canada. It's a small farming, kayaking, and hunting community. I've lived here my entire 21 years, and I've always been comfortable here. I've always had forest and woods around my home, and I'm no stranger to wildlife. Later on in life, I ended up marrying a farmer, so obviously I've never had an issue with animals. I also had a run-in with a mountain lion on my grandparents' property when I was a kid, and took off on a 2-week hunt with my grandfather to hunt the thing down in order to keep my young siblings safe. During that hunt, this mountain lion found us before we found it, and it followed us a good 15 kilometers. So I know what it feels like to be stalked by a mountain lion. My grandparents are indigenous, and therefore very superstitious. Words like Skinwalker and Wendigo were strictly forbidden. However, they would tell me stories still about them, and how to know that you were in the presence of one. My grandfather especially. He would take me outside, build a fire at dusk, sit down in his favorite lawn chair with his .22, shooting the birds and squirrels that tried to feast on my grandmother's garden. He would put sage leaves into the fire, sprinkle tobacco, which he got by unraveling his cigarettes, that had a permanent place in his shirt pocket, and sprinkle it in and around the fire. In between puffs of his cigarettes and shots from his gun, he would tell me stories about these bad spirits. He would never say their names at the time. Sadly, my grandfather passed away 10 years ago, and I miss that man dearly. Now on to my story. When I started high school, I took on that rebellious, angsty teenager phase that most go through. I started to smoke, along with my best friend, who we'll call Alex for the sake of this story. Alex and I were inseparable during our high school years. She basically lived at my house with me, as it was easier for us to sneak around with our booze and cigarettes out in the woods, rather than in the city, where her house was. We often filled up water bottles with booze, filled up Ziploc baggies with stolen cigarettes, and loaded them up in my four-wheeler, taking off into the woods to drink and smoke without our parents knowing. We had been doing this consistently for about 2 years before that day. It was late June, about a week after school had gotten out for the summer. As per usual, we packed up our things and headed out. It was a beautiful, sunny summer day. We headed toward our favorite trail, where we usually stopped at the small creek in the middle to smoke and drink. On that day, the second my tires hit the dirt on the trail, I began to feel uneasy. At first, I could just brush it off, because I'm an anxious person. But the farther we went, the bigger and tighter the knot in my stomach became. I felt nauseous. My hair was standing up. I felt like there were eyes on me, and something was in hot pursuit of us. I wanted so badly to stop and ask A if she felt anything, but stopping felt like certain death. I felt her tap me on the shoulder, and even over the loud engine I could hear her say, "Something's wrong." This sent even more chills down my spine than I already had. My eyes were darting around our surroundings like crazy, but I couldn't see a thing, and yet something was definitely watching us. Hot on our heels. I knew it, and she knew it. This trail was extremely narrow, so we had no choice but to keep going until we got to the creek and were able to turn around. As we continued down the trail, Alex grabbed my arm and pointed up ahead. I followed her finger and watched in horror as the tops of the huge pine trees lining the trail moved left to right, one by one, only about 1 kilometer in front of us. I didn't know what to do at this point. There were eyes drilling into my back, and something that I couldn't see was shaking the trees in front of us. As I kept going, thinking about what in the world I was going to do to get us out of this situation, the smell of decomposition hit my nose. It was so strong. It was as if I was standing directly over that fox that had been hit by a car, left baking in the August sun for 2 weeks before I decided to scrape it off the road. I looked around even more, looking for a dead animal that might explain the smell, but I found none. My skin immediately prickled with goosebumps as the memories of my grandfather and I sitting around that fire flooded into my head. At first, I thought perhaps there was a mountain lion who had caught our trail, because the feeling of being stalked felt eerily similar to that. But there was a certain difference about it. This felt darker than that, more evil. As soon as these memories flooded my brain, I remembered the conversation that Alex and I were having in my backyard right before we left. We'd been sitting on my back deck, watching the farmer bale his hay in the field behind my house, talking about paranormal experiences and such. Then she began to talk about skinwalkers, repeatedly saying their name. I even said the name numerous times, as if my childhood had vanished from my memory, as if my grandfather had not told me time and time again to not say that name. As I came to this realization, I knew we had to leave, fast. This thing did not want us here. Or maybe it did. Maybe it wanted a fresh, writhing, warm meal. Either way, we needed to get out, and fast. I scanned the edges of the trail, looking for anywhere that was slightly wide enough that I could turn us around and get the heck out of Dodge. Up ahead, I saw a slight opening in the trail and a little bit of a clearing in the trees. I sped up, and as I did, we heard a scream. It sounded like a mix between a mountain lion, a fox, and a coyote all in one. But something was wrong with it. It had a deep and guttural tone, mixed with the scream. If you asked me to tell you what I thought pure evil sounded like, it would be that sound. As the scream died out, the trees began to move again, faster this time. I made it to the clearing, jamming on the brakes and whipping the bike around. I turned us around and pushed that four-wheeler to its limits, tearing out of there. The entire way out of the woods and to the road, that screaming was erupting all around us in every direction. When we heard it in front of us, I swear I heard it laugh at us. I felt Alex's nails digging into my arm, but we had no choice but to keep going. As soon as we turned onto the main road, the smell disappeared. The feeling of being watched disappeared, and the sounds of nature returned. We stopped smack dab in the middle of the dirt road and lit up a cigarette. The moment the cigarette touched my lips, we heard that same scream, but fainter, followed by a loud crack and a thud. I hesitantly took a few steps back to look down the trail. What I saw was a giant pine tree, at least 4 feet in diameter, laying down across the trail maybe 700 feet in. We quickly finished our smokes, put our helmets back on, and hightailed it home. We steered clear of that trail for a very long time. That was about 5 years ago, and I've only recently started to use that trail again. I'll never forget the feeling of the trail that day, and I'll never speak the name Skinwalker or Wendigo out loud again. I can't say for sure which it was that day, and if my grandfather were here, I would ask him. Unfortunately, I can't. Alex and I are still friends. We've spoken about this a few times since, but we've made sure not to use any names, especially since I've now told her the stories my grandpa told me. Whatever happened that day, I don't ever want to be in that situation again. If my grandfather was right, we narrowly escaped death that night. If I ever get that kind of feeling, I'll be immediately noping out. A quick note about the following story. It does not take place in North America, but I'm adding it to this episode as it sounds eerily similar to skinwalker encounters heard in the US, and other cultures do have shapeshifter folklore. I've always thought, skinwalkers here may simply be a different name for something also found elsewhere. True Camping Horror in Switzerland. From Climber04. I'm an 18-year-old girl working in an indoor climbing hall. It's basically a large warehouse with a bunch of different walls to climb, and it's my job to make sure all of the guests are strapped into their harnesses correctly. This is where I met my boyfriend. He, 2 other colleagues, and I decided to take a week off work, going to Switzerland to do some climbing and wild camping. Since we live in southeastern Germany, it was a 6-hour drive to where we would start our trek. We had a bunch of camping and climbing gear that we distributed evenly, though the 2 guys in our group ended up carrying most of our stuff. We had a great couple of days, hiking, climbing, late-night bonfire discussions, and some of the most beautiful landscapes you'll ever see. The Alps are truly majestic and beautiful. On one of our last nights there, like at every proper bonfire, we started talking about legends, myths, monsters we'd heard of. The other girl, Laura, wanted to change the subject. She's Wiccan and did not want to attract anything eerie. But we didn't listen. In retrospect, we probably should have. We talked about legends of European monsters, since we have a bunch of them in Germany alone. We ended up laughing them off in the end, deciding to go back to our tents when it started to get too cold for comfort. We had 2 tents, separated by couples. As I heard Laura and her boyfriend giggling and probably getting a little frisky in the other tent, I cuddled up with my boyfriend, who was already half asleep, mumbling about how he didn't get any coffee all day. Eventually, I went to sleep in the warm embrace of my sleeping bag. I awoke only a few hours later. Just as I was about to groggily look at my phone to check the time, I felt my boyfriend's grip on me tighten. I froze, looking up at him. He was wide awake, staring at the ceiling of our tent with a horrified look on his face. I heard quiet whimpering in the silence of the night, and at the same time, I noticed how quiet it really was around us. No chirping of crickets, not even the annoyingly loud owls I usually heard at night. I felt anxious and confused, suddenly wide awake. I kept staring at my boyfriend, who slowly turned to face me and mouthed some words. I was eventually able to make out what he was trying to say. Quiet. Machete. I glanced at the bag next to my head, slowly starting to open it as quietly as I could. As soon as I was about to grab the machete, I heard a loud grunt. Then there was something that sounded like a low whistle. My eyes grew wide, and in my head, I was screaming every prayer I knew. I prayed to Mary, God, Jesus, the archangels, to anyone that could help us. I didn't know what that thing was outside. A man? A boar? A cow, maybe? There was nothing else it could be. In this region of Europe, the most dangerous animals had been chased away or killed off long ago. I heard heavy footsteps outside the tent, walking towards the tent my friends were in. I wanted to do something, but I couldn't. My boyfriend was gripping me so tightly, I ended up having bruises on my arm later. I held my breath, and then I heard something rip. Laura screamed. My boyfriend jumped up, grabbed the machete, and stumbled out of the tent. Laura's boyfriend was screaming now too. I managed to crawl out of the tent just in time to see a huge dark silhouette bolt back into the woods. It was human-like, but features like its limbs and head were off. The other tent was almost ripped to shreds, and our climbing gear lay strewn around our campsite. Laura was shaking, and I ran over to her, hugging her tightly, making sure she was okay. The boys stood next to us, still on high alert. All of us were in shock. The guys ended up lighting the bonfire again. None of us slept another wink all night. We sat around the campfire, wrapped in our sleeping bags, not saying a word. I flinched at every sound I heard. Laura was sitting upright on the ground with her eyes closed, trying to breathe properly again. My boyfriend held my hand with one of his, and the machete with the other. The other guy was just staring into the fire. As soon as the sun showed, we packed our things and made our way back to the car. Luckily, we were scheduled to go back the next day, so it wasn't too far. On the car ride home, Laura told us all about how the region we stayed in used to be a sort of breeding ground for witches who would hold ceremonies to keep away demons. The natives of the land would make sacrifices to the gods way back when. It's said that in the weeks around the summer solstice, demons would roam the land. I do believe there are such things as demons. I have no idea if this was one, though. The world is crazy, and even hundreds of kilometers away from things like skinwalkers, campers still aren't safe from forest entities. Terrifying Night Under the Stars. From H.T. Glorious. I want to tell you about this crazy thing that happened to me when I was a kid. I'm in my 30s now, but this one experience from childhood still freaks me out whenever I think about it. Back when I was 13, my class went on this trip to a Navajo reservation. It was supposed to be some sort of cultural learning experience, you know, to teach us about Navajo history and traditions. To be honest, I was just excited to get out of the classroom for a bit. We all piled into this big old bus and started the long drive to the reservation. It was me, 3 of my best friends, the rest of our class, and a few adults, which included the school counselor and a couple of parents who volunteered to chaperone. The drive felt like it took forever, but we kept ourselves entertained. "Hey, do you think we'll see any wild animals out there?" my friend Jack asked. "I hope so," Sarah chimed in. "I want to see a coyote or something." "So long as there's no snakes," Mike grumbled. "I hate snakes." We laughed and joked around, speculating about what the reservation might be like. None of us had ever been to one before. We were city kids. When we finally arrived, I remember being struck by how vast and empty everything seemed. The reservation was huge, with all these wide open spaces and rugged landscapes. It was so different from the city we were used to. "Whoa, look at those mountains out there," Jack pointed out the window. "Those aren't mountains, they're mesas," Sarah corrected him. She was the smarter one and knew it, turning her into quite the know-it-all sometimes. As we stepped off the bus, I felt a sudden sense of isolation. We really were out in the middle of nowhere, far away from anything familiar. But I was with my friends, so I didn't feel too nervous. The school counselor, Miss Johnson, gathered us all together. "All right, everyone, listen up. We're going to be learning a lot about Navajo culture this afternoon. I want you all to be respectful and pay attention to our hosts." We all nodded, but I could tell we were itching to explore. The first thing on our agenda was a meeting with some of the Navajo elders. They greeted us warmly, leading us to this big open space where we all sat in a circle. The elders began to share stories about Navajo history and traditions. At first, I was kind of bored. I mean, I was 13, listening to people way older than me, talking about history, and that wasn't exactly my idea of fun. But then one of the elders started to talk about Navajo folklore and legends. I perked up a bit. I wasn't the only one either, because Jack, always the curious one, raised his hand. "Do you have any scary stories? Like about monsters or ghosts?" A couple of the elders exchanged glances. There was an uncomfortable silence for a moment. Finally, one of them spoke up. "There are many stories in Navajo culture, but some are not meant to be shared with outsiders. It's best we focus on the stories that teach us important lessons about our way of life." That just piqued our interest even more. The idea that there were certain stories that outsiders like us weren't even allowed to hear. Sadly, the subject was changed quickly. They told us more about Navajo art and music, even taught us a few words in their language. As the day went on, we explored more of the reservation. We saw some traditional Navajo homes called hogans, and even got to try some authentic Navajo food. It was really cool. After a few hours, it was finally time to head back to the bus. I sat with my friends as usual. We began to talk about all the things we'd seen and learned, as everyone else climbed aboard, and the adults were checking things before leaving. Settling into our seats, Jack turned to us with a frustrated look on his face. "Can you believe those elders wouldn't tell us the scary stories?" he complained. "I mean, what's the point of learning about Navajo culture if we don't get to hear about the cool stuff?" Sarah rolled her eyes. "Maybe they just didn't want to scare us. We're just kids." "Come on," Jack scoffed. "We can handle it. Did you see the way they reacted when I asked about monsters and ghosts? They're definitely hiding something." "What do you think they're hiding, Jack?" I asked. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "I've heard stories about these things called skinwalkers. They're like evil shapeshifters or something. I bet the elders know all about them, but they just don't want to talk about it." "Skinwalkers?" Mike repeated, his eyes wide. "Just the name sounds creepy." "Yep, and apparently they can turn into animals and stuff, and they're supposed to be really dangerous," Jack said, clearly enjoying the effect his words were having on us, especially Mike. Sarah shook her head. "Jack, that's just a bunch of superstition. There's not actually such thing as skinwalkers. Legends like that just serve as cautionary tales." "You don't know that," Jack argued. "The Navajo have all sorts of legends and stuff. Just because the elders didn't want to talk about it doesn't mean it's not real." I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. I didn't know what to believe, but the idea of skinwalkers was definitely interesting and unsettling. "Maybe we shouldn't talk about it," Mike suggested. "The elders probably had a good reason for not wanting to share those stories." "Don't be such a baby," Jack teased. "It's just a story. What's the worst that could happen?" As if on cue, the bus suddenly lurched to a stop. The engine sputtered and died, and we all looked around in confusion. "What's going on?" Mike asked, peering out the window. Miss Johnson stood up at the front of the bus. "Well, looks like we're having some mechanical issues," she said, trying to sound calm. "Everyone just sit tight while we figure this out." She and the other chaperones got off the bus to take a look at the engine. We all waited anxiously, wondering what was going to happen. After a while, Miss Johnson came back onto the bus, with a worried look on her face. "I'm afraid the bus isn't going to start," she said. "We're going to have to call your parents to come pick you up. We'll also get a hold of someone to come fix the bus." A murmur of concern went through the bus. We were stranded in the middle of nowhere. Miss Johnson and the other chaperones started making phone calls, trying to reach out to parents to come pick us up. However, some of them were unreachable or unable to come till morning. My group of friends and I happened to meet that criteria too. My parents didn't even pick up, while Mike, Jack, and Sarah's parents were apparently busy till tomorrow. I know for a fact Jack's parents were out of town, but I wasn't sure about Sarah and Mike's. I remember feeling a growing sense of dread as the reality of our situation sank in. Were we gonna have to spend the night out here on the reservation? I could ask the other kids' parents for a ride, but I didn't really know them. It was after this that things started to get really weird. Jack's words about skinwalkers kept echoing in my head as we sat there on the bus, waiting for someone to come fix it. I tried to push the thoughts away, but the more I tried, the more they seemed to take hold. Over the next few hours, the other kids' parents began to show up, and a couple of hours after that, as we were all waiting outside with bottles of water, the last of the parents came to pick up the last of the children that would go home that night. For us stragglers, Miss Johnson came up to us and said, "I've got some good news. Your parents will be here in the morning, including you, HT," she pointed at me. "I finally managed to get a hold of them. However, we're not going anywhere tonight. Until tomorrow, we'll be staying in the bus." One of the other straggler kids spoke up. "Can't we stay in one of the buildings on the reservation?" Miss Johnson sighed. "No, unfortunately, there's limited indoor space available." Then Jack spoke up. "There's no room to sleep on that bus. Can we camp outside instead? Enjoy the scenery and the stars?" Sarah chimed in with him. "Yeah, that sounds like fun." Miss Johnson stood there for a moment, thinking about it. "Well, we did pack blankets on the bus, just in case. Tell you what, if y'all want to camp out here next to the bus, you can do that. But I'm going to be out here with you, and anyone who wants to sleep in the bus can do so." A mixture of excitement and fear rippled through me. Camping outside on this reservation? After everything Jack said about skinwalkers. Sarah nudged me. "This is going to be awesome, like a real adventure." Jack agreed. Mike seemed to be the only one with reservations about staying on the reservation. And despite my feelings about the situation, I eventually found myself getting caught up in the enthusiasm. I mean, it did sound cool, camping out under the stars. Miss Johnson continued. "Everyone needs to stay together and follow instructions, whether you're on the bus or just outside. I'm going to ask the elders if they have anything that might help out." We began to go back into the bus, grabbing the aforementioned blankets and anything else that would help out with our camp. Miss Johnson came back with one of the elders. Apparently, they did have some tents we could borrow, and some spare pillows. Heck, they even brought us out some snacks. The elder and Miss Johnson helped to set up a small fire. After that, the elder bid us goodnight and left. Miss Johnson and my friends and I gathered around the fire. We could feel the night getting colder on our backs. As the others talked about school or gossip, and even homework, I felt more and more uneasy. It started with small things, like the way the shadows seemed to flicker and dance at the edge of the firelight, or the way the wind whistled through the trees nearby, sounding almost like whispers. I glanced at my friends, wondering if they felt weird too, but they seemed oblivious, caught up in conversation. As the fire began to die down a bit, Miss Johnson stood up and stretched. "All right, kids, bedtime. We've got a long day tomorrow." We all grumbled a bit, but we began to pile into our tents anyway. Doors and window flaps kept open, so we could see and talk to each other. Even as I laid down, sleep just wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, the creepy thoughts of monsters from Navajo folklore came to mind, especially the Skinwalker. At some point in the night, I heard a twig snap somewhere in the dark beyond our campsite. I sat up, my heart pounding. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to Sarah, who I was sharing my tent with. She mumbled something incoherent and rolled over, already asleep apparently. I strained my ears, listening for any other sounds. At the moment, all I could hear was the wind and the occasional pop from the low, dying fire. I was about to lie back down, but then I caught sight of something. A pair of eyes, glowing eyes, staring out at me from the shadows. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The eyes blinked once, twice, then disappeared. I rubbed my eyes, wondering if I had imagined it or if something was stuck in them. But then I heard another twig snap. It was closer this time. I nudged Sarah, feeling much more urgent than before. "Sarah, wake up. There's someone out there." She sat up, blinking sleepily. What are you talking about?" I pointed to the shadows where I'd seen the eyes. "I saw something. Eyes glowing in the dark." She frowned, peering out into the night. "I don't see anything. Probably just a nocturnal animal or something." I suddenly heard someone sit up in the other tent. Apparently Jack was awake. "Did you say eyes? Like glowing animal eyes?" I nodded, my heart still pounding. Jack scrambled to his feet, grabbing a flashlight and crawling out of his tent. "I'm gonna go check it out." "Jack, no," Sarah hissed. "Miss Johnson said we have to stay by the bus, together." But Jack was already heading towards the edge of the campsite, the beam of his flashlight cutting through the dark. I glanced at Sarah, then to the other tent, seeing Mike now awake, looking just as scared as I felt. We couldn't just let Jack go off on his own. So we went after him, footsteps crunching on the dry ground. "Jack, wait up," I called, trying to keep my voice low. But Jack would not slow down. He kept going, his flashlight sweeping back and forth across the landscape. Then we heard something. A low growl, the kind of sound that instantly sends shivers down your spine. All of us froze, including Jack, whose flashlight beam now pointed towards the sound. There, in the light, we saw a creature which could only come from a nightmare. It was huge, easily the size of a wolf, but it looked very, very wrong. Its fur was patchy and mangy, and its face wasn't that of a wolf. It was flat, human-like, snoutless. The creature stared at us with glowing yellow eyes, lips pulled back in a snarl. "What is that?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "Skinwalker," Jack breathed, his face pale. The creature suddenly looked extremely mad, even more so than before, its claws digging into the earth as it took a step towards us. We stumbled back, Jack's flashlight shaking about in his hands. Then from behind us we heard Miss Johnson's voice. "Kids, what are you doing over there?" We spun around. The beam now landed on Miss Johnson's face. Then all four of us turned back around where the creature had been. It was no longer there. Miss Johnson hurried over to us, her face etched with worry. "What's going on? Why aren't you in your tent, sleeping?" We all started to talk at once, voices high and panicked. We told her about the eyes we saw in the dark, about that monster we'd seen. Miss Johnson's face grew even more concerned. She hustled us back to the campsite, where some of the other kids were now looking out from the windows of the bus. Miss Johnson, alone, searched the area around the campsite. We were terrified watching her out there, wondering if that thing was going to drag her away. Thankfully, she saw no sign of the creature. Miss Johnson tried to convince us it had probably been a coyote or another animal. But I knew what we'd seen. We all knew. We grabbed our blankets, abandoned our tents, and slept cramped in the bus that night. Miss Johnson kept the door shut and the windows down to circulate some cooler air. So every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves I heard out there sent fresh waves of terror through me. That night seemed to go on forever. I don't think I slept at all. When the sun finally came up, it felt like a miracle. Our parents showed up at record time, thankfully, and I was more than eager to get off this reservation and get back home. Miss Johnson, before we left, tried to ask us more questions about the night before, but we didn't want to talk about it anymore. We didn't even want to think about it. As I climbed into my parents' car and slowly pulled away, I caught a glimpse of something in our rearview mirror. A lone figure standing at the edge of the reservation, watching us leave. I blinked and I swear it was gone just like that. Honestly, I think that trip changed me, changed all my friends. Like it opened up a door that shouldn't have been opened, one that's impossible to close. A door that told us that there are monsters out there. And if that bit of folklore happened to be true, what other folklore was real? We live in a world filled with things that defy explanation. When it comes to skinwalkers, it's best left to the elders. Deer don't hunt horses. From Boulder Equestrian 9914. I've lived with horses ever since I can remember, and I've been riding since I was about 5 years of age. I live in Colorado. Deer and elk are really common in this area of the countryside, where I often took my horse out for rides. I've only ever boarded my horses at barns closer to the backcountry, where there are very few cars, and I would often take my horse, Raj, out for sunset rides in the large fields behind the barn. During those rides, it was very common to see small herds of elk or deer prancing through the roads on the other side of the fence, or sometimes even in the field with us. Nothing unusual. Just the normal evening crowd along with the normal coyotes and red foxes. Truth be told, for some time I've been fascinated by the mythology of skinwalkers, wendigos, and various other cryptids, but I've never truly believed in them. I myself have never actually encountered something of the sort, nor had I heard of any sightings of such creatures, at least not in my particular area. The most dangerous animals in my part of the state are mountain lions and black bears, but usually they stayed far away from people for the most part, unless you were living in the Rockies. Because of this, I never held any fear of being out on my own in the darkness. Horses, being prey animals, are highly acute to any type of danger, so I always felt safe. However, one night in late December, something happened that will forever be present in my memory. This happened several years ago, so perhaps my memory has filled in some spots here and there, but there are some details that I will never be able to forget. Many of the horses on the farm lived out in the dry lot across from the field, including my large black gelding, Raj. There were even some larger draft horses that resided within the herd of our smaller quarter horses and Arabians, and because of the size difference, injuries were relatively common. One morning I came out to the barn as usual, only to find one of my friend's horses with a set of deep gashes along her flank, shoulders, and chest. They looked relatively narrow, and the entire herd was pretty worked up. Some of the other horses still snorted or flagged their tails in alarm. This particular horse had a bad habit of getting a little too excited, and I assumed she must have run into the barbed wire fence, since there was a small section of it in the wooded part of the dry lot that seemed to have come down. The vet was called, and she turned out to be just fine. However, as the days dragged on, the horses grew more and more agitated, especially when there were elk or deer around. This was unusual, since they were so used to having them around so often, traveling through the fields. Before long, more horses turned up with the same deep scratches as the first horse, always on their haunches, shoulders, or sometimes even their necks. For a while, we thought perhaps it had been a cougar or perhaps a starving pack of stray dogs. Those were common around the area, unfortunately, though the wounds never seemed to truly match either of them, which was strange. We could never quite place exactly what was injuring our animals. It was both baffling and very worrying at the same time. One cool night in late December, I was driving out to the barn as usual to take my horse out for a ride. As I made my way up the driveway past the dry lot, I noticed the horses desperately tearing around their enclosure, tails up and heads held high. I looked over to see what might have spooked them, curious as to why they were so worked up, but I couldn't see much at first, other than what appeared to be a deer standing in the middle of the field. It was a relatively large buck from the looks of it. Slowing my car to a stop, I stared at this deer for a few more moments before it raised its head and looked straight at me. After getting a good look at its face, I felt my blood run cold. This supposed deer had two dark, forward-facing eyes, and it was horribly thin, as if I could count every bone in its body. Yet it was much larger than any deer or even elk I'd ever seen. It almost seemed to be staring right into my very soul, and it almost appeared as though its face was more bone than fur. Its front legs were misshapen, looking more like the legs of a dog than a deer, and as I continued to stare at it, the cold fear grew like a cloud of smoke inside my veins. Everything inside me told me to turn around, to get the heck out of there. Without warning, it turned and bolted through the field and over the small hill that led to the road, disappearing into the growing darkness. I no longer felt safe keeping my horse at that barn ever since that night, and I quickly packed up and moved. I'm fairly sure that that thing, whatever it was, had been what was attacking the horses in the field, but I hoped I was wrong. I moved barns soon after that, and never saw nor heard of anything like that ever again. For several months, I tried to convince myself that it was probably just an elk with chronic wasting disease, a sickness that can make a deer or elk lose a lot of weight and even give them a much more eerie appearance. However, after looking more into cryptids, I now truly believe that what I saw must have been a skinwalker or something of the sort. Whatever it was, there's one thing I know for sure. Deer aren't supposed to hunt horses. I hope that I won't have another experience like it, and now I try to avoid visiting the barn alone at night, for fear of running into something like that again. Encounter with a Creature in Algonquin Park. From Anonymous. I'm a school teacher from Barry's Bay, Ontario. Thanks to my summers off, I spend almost half of each August going on canoe trips in Algonquin Provincial Park nearby. Most of the park isn't wilderness by any means, as there are many logging roads. There are, however, many areas of the park that are protected, which have no logging or infrastructure, and these are the areas I like most. Some of these areas are huge, bigger than most other provincial parks. This August, I went on a solo trip to Lake Lavier to catch some lake trout. It wasn't exactly the season for them, as most lake trout stay in very deep water during the summer. But I was going to have a busy fall, and figured why not attempt some deep water jigging. The trip began through the access point on Lake Opeongo, a large lake with branching arms that act as a popular canoe highway for backcountry access. Over the course of a few days, I made my way from Opeongo to Dixon Lake, across one of the longest portages in the park, and up to Lake Lavier. The lake was beautiful. When you first cross from Dixon to Lavier, you enter a bay, and as you continue on your way, it opens up to a massive lake that felt like a small sea to a guy like me who has never seen the ocean. Since this lake is very deep into the backcountry, you normally don't see many other campers. However, one of the only other canoe trippers there happened to take my favorite site on one of the islands. Because of that, I decided to try something new. I camped on the lake's northernmost site. I set up camp and went fishing. It was extremely windy, so it was difficult to control my canoe. This is less of an issue when I have the weight of all my gear in the boat, but I had already set up my camp. I decided to call it a day early, and I went back to shore before the winds blew me to the other side of the lake. It was then I had an idea. I was relatively close to a much smaller lake to the north of my site, connected by a very short and nearby portage. I grabbed my rod and a few small spinners, deciding to head over there to see if I could catch some perch or panfish from shore. It was getting late then, so I wouldn't be there long. I made my way up the portage only to find it connected to a very marshy area. I went back and around the marsh, which took longer than expected. I began to cast from shore as the sun was setting, not wanting to head back because of how long it took me just to get there. It was getting a little nippy out, so I buttoned up my flannel. The lake was beautiful with the cold wind. That moment of beauty was quickly interrupted by the sound of crunching to my right. The only animals that make sounds like that as they move about are bears and moose. Both are creatures that you do not want to bother. The issue was that this animal was in between me and the rest of the shoreline that would have guided me back to the marsh, and thus the portage and my campsite. I decided I'd have to cut across the dense forest to the shore of Lavier to find my campsite. I was glad I brought my flashlight because at this point it was quite dark. I made my way into the woods, and after about 15 seconds, I heard that animal again. I froze in my tracks and went quiet. I heard it continue for a second before pausing itself. When I continued on, it continued with me, but when I stopped, it would stop too. At this point, I was absolutely terrified. I shone my flashlight behind me, but I couldn't see any reflecting eyes shining back. I swear I was just standing there with my flashlight for 2 minutes. After that, I started to speed walk, shining my light back periodically in a slight panic. I didn't want to be eaten by what I thought was a mountain lion or a bear. I finally tried scaring whatever it was off by yelling. I turned around and shouted as loud as I could, "Back off!" as if I was calling out to someone. My entire world shattered when whatever it was shouted back, "Back off!" It was in my voice. This is going to sound absolutely crazy, but after that, I then saw a bald white head with no ears and huge eyes look out from behind a tree, and I absolutely bolted through the woods away from it until I made it back to the water. From there, I ran to my left along the shore until I reached my campsite. I threw literally everything in my canoe as quickly as possible. I picked up my tent with my sleeping bag and everything in it, and I just tossed it in the canoe. I grabbed my backpack and water filter as well and threw them in. I got in and paddled as fast as I could, completely forgetting to get my bear hang. I had no honest idea where I was going then, but every inch of my instincts were telling me to just leave. I found myself sitting in my canoe in the pitch black, not knowing where on the lake I now was. Most of my thinking was about what just happened. That night, I didn't sleep. I just waited along in my canoe until morning. Somehow, I had the gall to head back to my campsite and quickly grab my bear hang, then canoe to the other side of the lake where I would properly fold and put away my gear. Trust me when I say, I'm never camping on Lake Lavier again. Something wore my grandma's skin. From Maple. This happened just over a year ago. My dad took my siblings and I to our cabin in the woods. When we were there, we went boating, quadding, played badminton, and had a really good time. Fast forward a few days, at the end of our visit, I began to feel scared, paranoid about something, like I knew deep down something bad was going to happen. I think it might have had something to do with our discussions we had there about skinwalkers, and later remembering that saying the word skinwalker, mentioning it and talking about it, is said to draw them near to you. I confided in my grandma, telling her I was scared. She laughed and said I was just being silly. I insisted that maybe something was in the woods with us, but she sighed, telling me not to speak of it, especially if I'm so scared. Around 6 p.m., I was sitting in the room we stayed in. I didn't feel like playing board games with everyone else, so I sat there and looked out the window. That's when I saw it. It looked like my grandma, except she didn't look exactly right. Her arms were a bit too long, going down to her knees. She seemed to be taller than my actual grandma, who's really short. This wrong-looking version of my grandma was just walking around aimlessly through the woods. Then I saw her walk over to the shed and stand completely still, not moving at all. By then, I was horrified. I felt like I had to continue watching it though. When I heard someone laugh in the kitchen, I snapped out of it. I walked back into the kitchen with everyone. My grandma was pouring some wine. I asked my grandma what she was doing outside just now and how she got in so fast. But she looked at me confused and said she had been inside the entire time. A sudden sense of dread rushed over me. I ran back to that window, checking outside, and my younger sister, curious, followed me. As we got to the window together, we saw a figure run off into the woods. The two of us thought it would be best not to speak of it, mainly because no one would actually believe us. I'm not really sure what it was, but I think it was a skinwalker. I said its name so many times and it seemed to have shape-shifted into my grandma, but still, it couldn't get it perfect. This is the first time I'm telling this story. Call me insane, but I do plan on going back to that cabin. I want to find out what it was. I'll even try to convince my family to get cameras so I don't have to go face to face with it. But now I know better than to say Skinwalker out loud in the middle of the woods. There's something like a skinwalker in Finland. From Kapitan Stark. About a year ago in late November or early December, I was going on a camping trip. I left early in the morning, as in Finland, the sun doesn't come up during winter, so I had a few hours of light before complete darkness. When I left, I took my hunting knife and my hunting rifle and an extra gas can with me. At first, I was just riding around in the woods. At about 20 kilometers in, I began to smell this horrible odor. It made me gag. I'd never smelled anything so bad, despite having gone hunting for moose every year and having stumbled upon plenty of animal corpses in the past. I began looking for the source of this smell, but I couldn't find it. As I continued on, the smell eventually disappeared. I tried not to think about it. A few hours later, I'd gotten to my campsite. After setting up camp, I decided to check the gas in my snowmobile. It was nearly empty, so I began to fill it up with the extra gas can I brought. It was getting even darker then, and colder, so I got the fire going and I began to rest. Now, the area I chose to camp at was a small clearing. I could see all around me quite well if there was enough light. There were thick woods all around me though, at about 200 meters away from the camp. That's where visibility dropped. After it got dark, my fire was starting to go out, so I ran off to the edge of the woods to get some firewood and kindling to bring it back to camp. I was able to save my fire, but that smell from before had come back. I wanted to leave then, because the smell was so bad. But it was too dark and cold now. If I didn't keep an eye on the trail, I would get completely lost. So I decided my best bet was to stay put and just endure the smell. Over time, I realized this stench was getting worse. But then the smell stopped increasing, so to say. Quickly, I grabbed my headlamp from my bag and put it on. My heart sank as I scanned the nearby woodline. I heard the voice of my cousin, who should be 100 kilometers away from here. As I continued to look around, I saw a red eye glint at the edge of the woods. I decided then to pack up and leave, but right before I was able to start the snowmobile, I heard fast and frantic footsteps in the snow, and something yanked me off the snowmobile. It began to drag me into the woods with incredible force. I had my knife on my belt, so I grabbed it, and I began to stab at the thing's hand until finally I struck something and it let me go. At the same time, a horrible scream like a woman and elk combined filled the air. I still had my headlamp on, so I glanced at the thing. What I saw looked to be a half-rotten wolf-like creature running away from me. I was absolutely dumbfounded. It had only been dragging me for several seconds, and yet it had dragged me quite a ways into the woods. I began running back to the snowmobile. When I made it, I began pulling on the cord, hoping it would start. When it did, I sped off. I went a bit too fast, losing about half of my stuff as it flew off the snowmobile. I still had my rifle, though. I was going way too fast on that small trail, and I began to hear more screaming around me, as if there were more than one of those things. Worse yet, they seemed to be keeping up with the snowmobile. I had to have been going around 80 kilometers an hour. I made it to a long, straight stretch of the trail, so I locked the gas on full and grabbed my rifle, firing a shot at one of the figures I saw in the woods that was screaming. I hoped I hit one of them, but I don't think I did. At one point, the screaming just stopped, but I kept driving home, and after about an hour of riding, I finally made it. I ran inside, locking all the doors and windows. I think I passed out eventually, because I remember after that waking up the next day at 10:26 a.m. I grabbed my rifle off the ground and went outside to check. Everything seemed calm. I checked my snowmobile then. I found a patch of pure black hair stuck on the hook at the back of it, and I saw these huge claw marks on the back too. I began walking back to my house, and I saw that there were similar claw marks on my front door. These things had followed me home. But where were they now? They know where I live, but luckily to this day, I haven't seen, heard, or even smelled them again. I haven't told anyone about this encounter because skinwalkers or wendigos aren't supposed to be a thing in Finland. Every time I hear the voice of my cousin, it just brings me right back to this terrifying trip. I've stopped hunting as much anymore, and I've moved closer to the nearest city, Rovaniemi. I still don't visit the forest to this day. That trip really scarred me. Skinwalker at Scout Hall. From NG Foxy 666. When I was 10, I did scouts with my friend Joe. On a certain occasion, Joe and I went to the scout hall for a video game night sleepover. All the kids ate pizza and drank soda while Joe and I just played in the corner. Joe was my best friend. Though our interests weren't exactly the same, we still got along. As it got dark, everyone began to watch a movie. I honestly can't remember which movie it was. Joe and I were mostly just quietly whispering in our own little corner. Soon we got up to get a couple of slices of pizza and some soda. I remember only grabbing a couple of slices because pizza always made me feel sick. After about half an hour, I started to feel sick anyway. I got up and asked Joe if he would come outside with me to keep me company while I got some cool night air. Now, our scout hall was a wooden cabin near some trees, but there was a highway and a water stream not too far from there. The back door, which was the one Joe and I went out of for some fresh air, was facing the forest. That night it was very cold, but it was also refreshing. We stood outside, talking and looking out into the forest. Joe was telling me something about our friend we both knew, a girl who lives on his street and my primary school bestie. Suddenly he just stopped halfway through. Then he whisper shouted at me. "Did you see that?" He asked. See what?" I questioned. "That," he replied, pointing to the 3 trees really close to each other nearby. I squinted and looked really close and waited for about 15 seconds. When I finally saw it, a pale shadow darted from tree 3 to tree 1. "What in the world?" I said in disbelief, chills covering me. Then it happened again. It moved from tree 1 to tree 2, then back and forth, going in no particular order. "You saw it that time, right?" Joe asked again. "Yeah, I did. We should head back inside. We might get in trouble if we're out here too long anyway," I said, not taking my eyes off those 3 trees. Joe agreed with me, but we were both high up in the scout unit, and the leaders would call us if they really did need us, or if we were really not meant to be somewhere. The rest of that night was uneventful, until everyone went to sleep. Joe and I lay awake, whispering quietly about our lives. We lived about 1 kilometer away from each other back then, and it was about a 15-minute walk from his house to mine, but it was like we could talk and talk forever. Then, at exactly 11:36, we heard knocking. No, it was more like tapping. Long fingernails tapping every few seconds in a rhythm, with a second pause between each one. Tap, 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 tap. At the window across from us, the orange streetlight nearby from across the road made it almost straight out of a horror movie, because we could see the outline of a humanoid shape near the window. After about 30 minutes of just lying there, still as a rock in our sleeping bags in the hall, facing each other's terrified expressions, it stopped. Then we heard what could only be described as feet. 4 bare feet, pitter-pattering away, but yet no blood-curdling scream. About 10 minutes went by, and we were both still frozen in shock, fear, and disbelief. "What was that thing?" Joe asked, but I had no answer. No words would come out of my mouth. Tears ran down my cheeks, and I just wanted my mom and dad or anyone to get me out of this place. Finally, when I had my voice back, I tried to talk, but suddenly, we heard something from the direction of the forest. I think it came from the stream. A scream so loud yet distant. Needless to say, the 2 of us did not fall asleep. The Hunt for Entities, from Daniel 7 SE. Back in August of 2021, I began to hang out with a couple of guys my age named Nick and Bell. One day we decided to go for a bike ride to a graveyard down the road from their house. 5 minutes later, we arrived at the graveyard and got off our bikes. It was just the 3 of us in broad daylight. Nick and Bell walked over to sit on some random person's grave that dated back to the 1800s. I told them that was disrespectful, and to get off the grave and pay respect for it, but they said they didn't care, and laughed about how they were going to go to hell anyway. After that, they made it worse, starting to jump on the graves. I had a really bad feeling about all of this, and I suddenly felt as if I was being watched from the corner of the graveyard as they carelessly played on the gravestone. I told them that I wanted to head back to the house. I didn't feel right. And that was the end of that experience. When October came around, we started to explore abandoned houses in the area. Eventually, we got bored of that, and we would play Truth or Dare outside during the late nights. We even did some 3 a.m. challenges we found on Google, which I deeply regret. Bell's brother, who I'll just call Chris, was a very interesting guy. He would often tell me about all these paranormal entities and legends and myths, but I really didn't believe him when he said that they were real. One night in December, Bell and his brother and myself gathered around on the back deck of the trailer. Bell's brother Chris was telling us about a native word that the natives used to summon skinwalkers to their location. He dared one of us to go into the woods and say the word out loud, but we were all too scared to do it. So I said, how about we all say the word together? And we did. And the moment we did, I instantly felt a chill go over my whole body. We stood on the back deck then, listening for any sounds, when, out of nowhere, we heard what sounded like me and Belle having a conversation in the woods. That sent us darting right back into the house and locking the door behind us. A while after that, in November, it was a Tuesday night. We were on our way to pick up my mom's car, so she could go to work tomorrow. She was tired and staying over at a friend's house, so we offered to get it for her. She gave us the okay and the keys, and me and my friends were off. We made it to her car and I got in, putting the key in and starting it up. I pulled out of the driveway and picked up my friends at the woods by the house. We drove around the block and into a back road, which had a 45 miles per hour speed limit. For some reason, I was going almost 70. But then, as we were driving, I spotted these 3 deer on the side of the road. There was something very strange about these deer. I almost hit one that ran in front of the car, but as this happened, it was almost like it happened in slow motion. The deer that ran out in front of us seemed normal, but the little one on the side of the road was kind of strange. I saw it stand up on its 2 back legs, and I swear I saw it change from a deer into what appeared to be a blonde girl with sharp teeth. We sped to the house and we called it a night after that. February of 2022, the weather had begun transitioning from winter to spring. Chris and I decided to go to the nearest field to see if we could catch a glimpse of the thing that's been following me on camera. I brought with me a knife, a baseball bat, and a GoPro. Chris had a BB gun and some crappy headlamp. We soon found ourselves in the field down the road. We went into this bush and picked a spot to hide and wait. Several minutes went by, and it seemed like whatever we were looking for knew we were looking for it. What I experienced that night I'll never forget. As the 2 of us were sitting in some bushes under the trees, we heard what sounded like 20 deer running around us, like something was trying to get at them. And then, once that noise stopped, we heard what sounded like a huge bird flapping its wings above the tree line. While we were listening to that, I pointed out that something was coming at us from deeper in the woods. We heard breaking branches and trees being pushed over. Chris and I, beyond intimidated and terrified, booked it out of there. Once we exited the woods, all the noises just stopped immediately. The woods were as quiet as they were before we got there. We decided to call it a night and we went back to the house. As we left that field, I glanced back up into the tree line and I saw these 4 glowing orange eyes looking back at us. Chris said to just act as if we didn't see anything. We were walking down the street and I turned to look back and I saw this lady in a dirty white dress. I pointed it out to Chris and he stopped to look too. As we stared on, the lady in the white dress made a terrifying scream and began to sprint at us. Luckily, we made it back to the house safely. Who knows what would have happened to us if it had caught us? My dad saw a skinwalker. From Silver Bullet 54. My dad is a real macho guy. Even at 60 years old, he's still about 6'2" and weighs between 200 and 220 pounds. He has been in the USMC, worked at a prison, and has never been afraid of much. Maybe death and God, but that was it. He also used to scoff at the supernatural and paranormal, saying it was all total BS. But his trip to Dayton, Ohio, changed his mind. While he was in Dayton, he decided to just stop at the first place he could away from people, since traffic is one of the things he hates. When he did, he got out a horse blanket and pillow, curled up in the bed of his truck, and went to sleep. It was a warm and clear night, so it was quite relaxing. While sleeping, he was suddenly awakened when he felt something bump into the side of his truck. He sat up and began to look around, but he didn't see anything. This happened 3 more nights in a row. He would stop at a secluded location, sleep for a while, and be awakened by the contact of something hitting his truck. Fed up, he took out a camera and tripod he had with him and put it up right next to the left side of his truck, since that's where all the bumps were coming from. He pushed record and went to sleep. At 4 a.m., he woke up and decided to check his camera. He watched for hours and saw nothing until 3:30 a.m. All he could manage to see was what looked to be a pair of feet walk up to his truck, stop, stand completely still for a minute, then walk away. The freaky thing is that it was just feet. No legs, no knees, no hips, no torso, arms, head, nothing. He searched around the area but saw nothing out of the ordinary. On his last day, he stayed up all night thanks to Monster energy drinks and a fervent desire to know what the heck was going on. At 1:15 a.m., he heard something walking towards his truck. He looked up and he saw something that sounds even worse than anything I've seen myself. He said it was at least 10 feet tall, with black hair or fur, with red eyes. He thought he had to be dreaming, so he tightly shut his eyes for a moment, then opened them. He felt like he was right in front of the creature. He felt that if he turned to look behind him at the right side of the truck, he would see that thing standing there staring right at him. So instead of turning, he sat completely still until the sun came up. Then he hauled tail out of there. When he got back home, he told me never to visit Dayton for any reason. Now, I haven't been to Dayton at all. Still, his experience does intrigue me. What did he see? Is it still there? What was it? To this very day, I have not gotten an answer to any of those questions. Those are not my friends. From Edo Custom. I live in Cincinnati, Ohio, and 3 of my online friends, Chad, Josh, and Emily, were coming over from Cleveland, Ohio. Chad and Emily were cousins and had some grandparents who lived in the neighborhood. They would be over for the weekend and decided to bring Josh along too, as he lived nearby and also wanted to join us. On Saturday, I was playing Oculus Quest 2, like I usually do when I don't have homework. I don't go outside a lot, and mostly play video games during the winter, because it's kind of like a break for me. Cross country ended a month and a half ago, and I'm doing track in the spring. My dad and sister were watching Christmas movies in the living room, and I was in the basement. I was in the middle of a game when I got a notification on my phone. I wondered who it could be. I walked over to my phone and didn't know who it was. For some reason, I forgot that my friends would be here, and I usually forget to put contacts into my phone. But the text said, "We're at the door, come on out." I was confused and went upstairs, looking out the window when I saw them. I opened the door and came out to greet them. Then we walked around the neighborhood just talking and messing around. It felt weird because usually I talk to them on Discord and FaceTime. It was nice to hang out and meet Josh in person. I met him a year ago, and we've been friends ever since. I had met Chad in person a few times before, so it wasn't as weird as with Josh. I've known Chad since I was 10, and he's probably one of the best friends I have. It was very awkward to see Emily again in person, because a few weeks before this, we broke up, but we're still friends. We were talking and hanging out until 8:30 p.m. Then they had to go and eat some dinner. I went back home, and about an hour later, I went for a run. Now, I don't like going on runs, but my dad makes me do it. That's when stuff started to get weird. When I was almost done with my 2.5-mile run, I was happy with my time and almost beat my personal record. I was walking up the driveway when I saw this dark figure at the bottom of the hill in my backyard, which is connected to the woods. The figure looked to be about 6 feet tall. At first, I thought it was Josh, who was 6'1". I called out to him, "Hey!" Then I froze. All of the limbs on that shadowy figure began to twist, and I could hear an audible and loud cracking sound. It sounded kind of like when you crack your knuckles over and over again. Immediately, I bolted for the door and locked it behind me. I remember suddenly getting cramps because I just finished the run, so my mad dash to the door made me cramp up. My chest and legs hurt too, and my heart felt as if it was about to bust open. My dad walked up to me and asked if I was finished with the run. I told him that I was, and I walked upstairs to my office, sitting down at my computer. Look, I didn't want to tell him about the thing in the backyard, because it would sound so bizarre. So I took my mind off of it by playing video games with two of my other friends, Ben and Seth. We stayed up until around 2 a.m. playing online. I did tell them about the encounter, and of course they didn't believe me. I went to bed after that, and I woke up only a few hours later. Nothing weird happened that night except for a bird hitting my window. My dad and sister had to leave to do something that morning. I forgot what it was. I wasn't paying much attention because I was still focused on what happened the previous night. About 20 minutes after that, my friends came back. I told them what happened, and surprisingly, they believed me. Chad then reminded me about something else that happened in my backyard. It was about 2 years ago. Chad was over. The two of us were hanging out in my backyard, looking for an albino squirrel my dad said he saw earlier. We looked for a few hours until we actually found it. When we saw this squirrel, we were amazed. We'd never seen anything like it. An all-white squirrel with these red eyes that looked like tiny red buttons. The squirrel looked at us, and instead of running away, it just stared at us. Then the craziest thing happened. Its head just kept twisting and twisting before it fell off the tree. We looked down where it fell, but all we found was blood. No squirrel. I thought it was so weird. The memory of it just felt more like a dream. But when Chad reminded me about it, it came rushing back to me so vividly. However, Emily didn't believe that at all. Later, we wanted to play some virtual reality game together, so Josh and Chad went to get their VR headsets. Emily asked me to show her where I saw that shadowy figure. I took her into the backyard, and I pointed out where I saw it. She walked over to the woodline, trying to see if she could see the thing herself. The idea of it still being out there was frightening. I thought it was strange, but I decided to accompany her as she went along. We walked until we ran into Josh and Chad. That was weird, because I just saw them going to get their headsets back at the house. They were all just staring at me. I got creeped out when their mouths slowly began to open more and more. Then I saw their teeth. They weren't normal. They were too jagged and sharp, more like needles than teeth.
"Jack, come here. We want to show you something,"
Josh said to me in the weirdest voice I've ever heard from him. I told Emily we needed to run, and together we did. Behind us, a loud, ear-piercing scream filled the air. We heard them running after us. Strangely enough, their feet sounded more like horse hooves. We ran up the hill, and just as we got up there, Josh and Chad were back. At first I was horrified, but when I realized they were startled by us, I knew it was them. I told them what Emily and I saw. I looked back down at the things I thought to be Chad and Josh before, just staring at us from the woods. When I turned back to the real Josh and Chad, I could see them paralyzed with terror. They were not looking at the monsters, they were looking at me. "Jack, what do you mean Emily was with you? She's not here." I froze. Who was with me in the woods? I looked back to where Emily was, and she wasn't there. I turned around and looked down at those things, and she was with them, standing right next to them. I saw her head begin to twist, just like that squirrel a couple of years ago. We ran inside my house, locking the door. I began to wonder, who had I been talking to out there, if Emily wasn't here? I know it wasn't just me because Josh and Chad were talking to her too. but when I asked them about it, they said it was just the three of us out there. We looked back out the window. We could see them running back into the woods. When we thought it was safe, we walked back to Chad's grandparents' house nearby, just in case Josh grabbed a knife. Once there, Emily came back with Starbucks. She looked at us confused, wondering what happened. "Why do you guys look like you saw a ghost?" she asked. It was worse than a ghost. We explained we saw these things that looked like her and Josh and Chad. What she replied almost made me soil myself. Well, to be honest, I swear I saw someone that looked exactly like you, Chad. But they were way too tall, and their face looked as if it had been burned. This person stared at me through the window of the car as we drove home. Chad's face looked even more pale than before after hearing that, and they left a bit early because of this. I've talked to them a few times since these events, and we tried to tell our other friends, but no one really believes us except for a friend named Adam, because apparently, Adam said that he saw something like that himself, something that imitated his younger brother. We haven't bothered to tell anyone else. A few days ago, Josh, Adam, and I looked into it a bit more, and we think what we saw might be a skinwalker. But we can't be sure with something like this. Hunted, from Country Rebel. This is an old story told by my grandpa before I was even born, but one night he told it to me. A bit of background. He and my grandma live in the woods of Washington State. My parents and I visit them from time to time. A few things about my grandpa are that he is a country type of guy and a storyteller. I always loved listening to his stories. One fall weekend, we went to visit them at their place. We would always talk about how things are going and old memories. At night, I would find my grandpa sitting in his chair outside. That night was no different, except this time I saw him sitting there, staring out into the woods like something was out there. "Something on your mind, Pops?" I asked. He then sighed and asked me in that old southern accent of his, "Son, you believe in the supernatural?" "Not that I know of. Why?" "Well, I encountered something a long time ago before you were born. I figure it's time I told you this story." He said this in a serious tone. "All right, I'm listening," I replied, kind of excited. He then started his story. It began when he was going on a 5-day hunt alone in the woods. He had packed everything he needed for the trip. His weapon of choice was his lever-action rifle. Once everything was packed, he kissed Grandma goodbye and drove off to his hunting spot. As he drove through those woods, he swore that he saw shadows in the trees. Not just any shadows, but weird humanoid figures. He brushed it off, thinking it was some hikers. Once he arrived at his spot, he set up his camp. He then began hiking through the brush and looking for tracks of deer, elk, or moose. Grandpa knows the wilderness like the back of his hand, so he didn't worry about getting lost. A few hours of walking and making some calls, nothing came across. That's when he started to get a feeling that he wasn't alone out there. He noticed that the birds and insects suddenly went quiet, and he knew when the woods went quiet, it meant that a large predator was around. He thought maybe it was a bear, wolves, or a cougar. He waited a few minutes in silence, but still nothing came by. He started to walk back to his camp as the sun was beginning to set. Eventually, he made it back, roasting up some marshmallows, then going to sleep. The next day, he went back to the woods and continued where he left off. Not long after, he stumbled upon a cave entrance. He didn't venture into it, fearing there might be a bear inside, so he continued hiking for a while. Soon, he smelled something he described as rotting flesh and muck. It made him want to gag. Then that feeling came back, of not feeling alone anymore. He proceeded to keep on walking, to get away from the smell and that feeling. As he walked, he could still smell that stench no matter how far he went. It seemed like the smell was following him. He then told me he began to see movement in the trees. He readied his rifle just in case. But then everything went still, and he could hear murmuring, like someone was talking low. Eventually, he could make out what it was saying. John. It was saying his name, but the voice sounded more like Grandma. Jess? He called back. Help me. I'm hurt, it replied. My grandpa was both scared and confused. He felt something hard hit him in the back of his head then, and he swears he blacked out for a moment. When he came to, he was surrounded by complete and utter darkness. Quickly, he scrambled for his phone. At the very least, the screen on the phone would provide some light. He felt a jagged rock all around him. He was in a cave, and his head was pounding. Slowly his eyes adjusted somewhat as he crawled along the ground, feeling with his hand, trying to see as much as he could with his phone screen. Then his hand bumped into something. At first he hoped it was another rock, but this felt smooth. When he picked it up, he nearly screamed. This wasn't a rock. It was a human skull. He began to look and search around more, finding untold numbers of bones, not just animal bones, but human bones too. He had never felt more horrified. He then heard a screeching sound. It didn't sound like a man, only partly. The rest of that scream sounded like an elk. He was so scared, he needed to find a way to defend himself. Luckily, he found his rifle. He grabbed it and hid behind a large outcrop in the side of the cave. He began to hear heavy footsteps approaching the cave. He took out his phone, trying to make out what it was. Then he saw it. It was no ordinary animal. He described it as looking human, but whatever it was appeared to have not eaten in months. He could see its bones through its skin. Its arms and legs were so long and thin. It had hands like a man, but its fingers ended in claws. He swears he saw something like a bony tail. As for its head, that looked more like a deer's skull, with sharp canines at the front of its jaw and human-like teeth at the end of it. There were antlers on its head running down its back, and its eyes seemed to glow in the darkness. He had no words to describe what he was feeling then. The thing spotted him soon enough, and my grandpa fired at it. The creature began to screech in pain. It jumped on him, pinning him to the ground and opening its maw. That horrible smell came out of it. My grandpa then latched on to one of its large fangs and yanked until the fang came out. With one rapid movement, Grandpa stabbed the thing in the eye with its own fang. It fell backwards, but my grandpa followed through, jabbing the thing more and more until it stopped moving. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He made his way slowly and steadily to the entrance of the cave. Then he made his way back to camp, packing everything and making his way home. When he got back, my grandma saw him in a complete mess. She tended to his injuries while my grandpa told her everything. She was in shock. When he finished telling his story to me, I asked him, "Whoa, so you really killed it?" He then pulled something from his pocket. This is all I brought back with me that day," he said. He gave it to me and told me that that was its fang. Well, did you ever find out what it was? I wondered. "Well, son, I did learn its name. Some folks call it the Wendigo, and I'm not the only one who encountered one. Poor souls who are unfortunate became victims of that creature," he answered. Surprisingly, I believed him. Word of advice to you. Don't go following voices in the woods, especially the ones you know. And listen to your instincts, 'cause it might as well save your life. You hear me? I nodded quickly. After hearing my grandpa's story, I had many thoughts running through my mind. But if I find myself in the woods, I'm going to recall that advice. Never follow the voices. Follow my instincts. Understand that I'll never know if I'm being hunted myself. I might have encountered a skinwalker. From ZTC/W. A few years ago, in November of that year, I was about to turn 15. I was living with my family on a farm in Oklahoma. I remember being able to see an airport from the house. My chores back then included gathering any trash in the yard, field, or in one of the two houses. I would then have to take the trash down a driveway that's about a quarter of a mile long. One night in November, my mom pointed out that the trash bag needed taking out, telling me to take it to the dumpster at the end of the driveway as soon as I could. Firstly, I grabbed my phone, which had a super bright flashlight. Then I got my jacket, before grabbing the trash bag, which to my surprise was heavier than usual. I should mention here that I had never taken the trash out at night at our new home. We'd only been on this property for about 3 months by then. The moment I looked out at the driveway, I couldn't see the other end to it. The trees that go down the driveway seemed to consume the light, what little of it there was. The moon itself was barely visible, giving off hardly any light at all. This didn't help. I started walking down the driveway, noticing immediately that my phone's flashlight was not up to par for the task. I couldn't even see about 10 feet in front of me. But I carried on, and all was seemingly fine until I made it to the middle of the driveway. That's when I heard the voice of a friend. But recently this friend had moved away. Yet there I was in the dark on the driveway, hearing him call out to me, saying hello from the field to my left. Immediately I stopped, shining the light into the field, looking for him. I didn't see anything weird, just the 2-foot-tall dry grass. I continued down the driveway, listening closely around me for any noises. About 3/4 of the way down, I heard so many different voices coming from that field all at once. Voices I recognized, such as my friend I mentioned before, but also my dad, whom I don't live with and hadn't for a while, as well as my friend's little sister, and even my own voice. Besides that, there were several other voices that I didn't recognize at all of them either calling out my name or speaking words that I didn't understand. But all of them sounded as if they were coming with the wind. When I got to the end of the driveway, it all stopped. I threw the bag in the dumpster, then I looked into the field, seeing absolutely nothing. No movement, no sign that anything odd had been there. For a moment, I thought about calling or texting someone back at the house to tell them to come get me with the car, but I decided against it. Now that I think about it, I should have turned on the camera of my phone. But at the time, I had just gotten the phone, and I was still getting used to it. And when I was that panicked and terrified, I wasn't really thinking clearly. I decided that I would walk back down the driveway because I thought if it were an animal or something like that, it would chase me if I decided to run. So I started to walk back, listening intently, trying to stay calm. But then the voices started up again as soon as I began walking. I heard them greeting me, some of them saying farewell as well. But that's as much as I was able to understand. They were all speaking at once, drowning each other out. I kind of started to walk faster, to get back up the driveway quickly. But then, there was a new sound. Footsteps in the grass. This whole time I hadn't looked back to the grass, just back to the house, so when I finally peered out into the grass, I saw a tall black shape, as the light didn't shine bright enough to show any features of whatever it was. Whatever I was looking at was tall, 7 to 8 feet tall. I could also see arms that were extremely long, pressed closely against its sides, and the creature was hunched over slightly. I turned around then, and I couldn't keep myself from running now. The air was cold as I ran, colder than it should have been, and it didn't take long to hear a second set of feet hitting the gravel, although clearly sounding like it was just jogging to get to me. This thing was capable of covering a lot more ground than I was. The sound of its footsteps grew closer and louder. I got to the front yard and took off around the house, jumping over the truck frame in the back carport and into the back door. I sat there for a moment, watching the backyard, wondering if it had followed me home. After a couple of minutes, I walked away from the door and to my room. My brothers, who were in our room playing games, didn't hear a thing apparently. I decided to tell them about the voices I'd heard, and I started to tell them about the figure too. One of my brothers interrupted me, saying that I was just making this all up. After that, when I told the story to people, I would only focus on the voices I heard. It seemed like talking about the figure would cause people not to believe me. I believe that night I may have encountered a skinwalker, but I can't be sure. Not too long after late November that year, early December I believe, I got one of my friends to come over along with his sister. I told them of these voices, never telling them that I heard her voice that night. We decided we would walk down the driveway and to the end of the road to see if anything happened again. We talked my oldest brother into going with us, and just in case, we got some weapons, a couple of pocket knives, a pipe, and my machete, which I now bring with me if I have to take out the trash at night. So we walked down the driveway, slowly, focusing on the sounds around us. The first thing the others noticed was the way the driveway consumed the light at night, as if it became a void of some sort. My brother and I have the same kind of phone. The friend had a flashlight, and his sister had a phone with a flashlight too. We had all our flashlights on, pointing them to the driveway, and even then, we couldn't see more than 10 feet in front of us. We continued walking. As I was walking with them, I told them there were a few details about the story that I left out. I explained to them where I had heard each voice, that the wind picked up, and that I saw a figure in the field. I even told them about how the air was so cold, but for some reason I couldn't bring myself to tell them that the figure I saw had actually chased me. We got to the end of the driveway soon enough, but then my friend began being a jerk to his sister, trying to get her to run off back home. Me and my brother were trying to get him to stop as we walked down the road. At some point, we thought we saw a figure at the end of the road, but in the blink of an eye, it had disappeared. We said it was just a shadow of some sort. Almost halfway between the end of the road and the driveway, my friend's sister had enough of his comments and started walking back, just as he had wished. At the time, she was just turning 12 and only had a pocket knife on her. I felt bad for her, so I told my friend off and ran to catch up with her to help her walk back. As the two of us walked, she revealed to me that she had some problems with her brother, and she believed she may have been suffering from depression. This aggravated me and got me angry towards my friend, but she requested of me not to tell anyone that she told me that. So I agreed, and we simply walked back to the house. Back in my room, we started playing some video games and talking to relax. After about an hour, my brother and my friend came back, but they were seemingly interrogating us, demanding to know how long we'd been in here. We gave them an answer easily, as the game we'd been playing ran in intervals. But then they told us that when they decided to walk back to the house, they saw this figure walking from the field across from our driveway into the driveway, seemingly walking over a fence. The figure was tall. They didn't know who it was, but hoped that it was us, even though the figure didn't match what we looked like. The two of them began running, and when they got to the end of the driveway, they looked back, yet saw nothing. The figure was gone. Ever since this experience, we haven't gone back out to explore the driveway at night, but I hope I never see the figure again. I'm hoping that whatever this thing is, it doesn't live around my home. Hopefully, it was just passing through. Bear Beast of the Appalachian Mountains, from Doug. This story takes place in southwest Pennsylvania, roughly 40 miles north of the West Virginia border. I'm an avid outdoorsman and love spending time in nature when I'm not working. But one recent terrifying camping trip changed the way I look at the world we live in and what hides in the shadows. This happened in mid-April of 2020. I was out of work due to the Rona crisis going on, and decided it was a good time to go camping, since it was relatively nice out. So I phoned two good friends of mine to go camping on some state land in the Appalachian Mountains for a weekend. Let's call them Ron and Jake. So on that day, Ron, Jake, and I drove out to the most remote area we could find in those mountains. We parked my SUV, unloaded our tents and the other camping gear, then hiked a few miles deep into the uncharted Appalachian mountain wilderness. And if you're wondering, the three of us were carrying firearms for protection. Ron, being the biggest gun nut out of all three of us, had his Glock 10mm and DPMS AR-10 308 tactical rifle. Jake had a Colt 45 1911 handgun, and I had my Mossberg 590M 12-gauge. We soon found a small clearing in the dense forest, a perfect spot to set up camp. We soon noticed some large scratch marks on some trees about 7 feet off the ground. Of course, we didn't think too much of it. It was about an hour before dark, and we needed to set up some tents, gather firewood, get a fire going. After that, we sat around the campfire drinking a few beers, listening to music, and telling some old stories. By around 11 p.m., we decided to call it a night. When we finally turned off the music we had playing on the Bluetooth speaker, we realized the forest was completely silent. All three of us knew this was very odd, but again didn't think much of it. We just climbed into our tents and tried to get some sleep. I woke up sometime later to an overwhelming feeling of dread and that we needed to leave. The forest was still silent. But the silence was then broken by Jake screaming not far away, followed by the sound of gunshots and a very deep, loud, guttural roar. I burst out of my tent along with Ron, now completely sobered up. Our guns were drawn. The fire had died down quite a bit, but there was still enough to light up the campsite. Jake came sprinting back into the campsite with his Colt 45 drawn, completely pale white, looking absolutely terrified. He yelled at me and Ron to run, saying that it's coming for us. Ron and I were still trying to comprehend what was happening, but what I saw next will haunt me to the day I die. There, walking up to the edge of the campsite on all fours, illuminated by the dwindling light of the campfire, was a giant hulking beast. It literally looked like a grizzly bear on steroids. Dark brown fur, extremely muscular body, glowing red eyes, and large curled horns on top of its head. The beast began to growl and bare its teeth at us. Then it stood up on its back legs, towering over us at about 8 or 9 feet tall. The intense standoff was then broken by rapid gunshots by Ron with his AR-10 308. Jake and I snapped out of our petrification and joined Ron in the fight with our guns. I don't know how many times all of us hit the beast, but it let out an agonizing pain-filled roar and dropped to its stomach. The beast wasn't dead. It was still alive, growling but momentarily halted. We had pummeled it enough to buy the three of us some time to sprint like heck out of there, going back in the direction we had arrived. After a few minutes of sprinting, we could hear not far behind us these huge crashing footsteps and thick branches breaking. How none of us tripped and fell while trying to navigate our way through the dark Appalachian mountain forest while running and being chased by some giant bear beast, I don't know, but it's an absolute miracle. Eventually, we made it back to my SUV, and thank God I had my keys in my pocket. All three of us, completely out of breath, scrambled inside as I started up the SUV, while the beast was right behind us. I threw it in drive and stepped on the gas pedal as we sped away. A few miles down the road, I had to slow down and puke out the window after running so much before. The car ride back home was completely silent. It wasn't until the next day all three of us spoke to each other about the terrifying event. Jake said he woke up later that night with the urge to pee bad. He got out of his tent and walked away from the campsite to relieve himself. He said he'd heard loud crashing footsteps coming toward him and the campsite. He drew his Colt 45 and soon was face to face with the bear beast. That's when me and Ron heard Jake screaming and firing his gun. And well, you already know the rest. None of us went back to that spot to retrieve our belongings, but I'm sure what we had left behind was torn to shreds anyway by the beast we fought against. So my advice to those who live in or near the Appalachian Mountains: stay out of there at night. There are strange, terrifying things undiscovered to mankind that live within those mountains. Possible Skinwalker, from Wolf Thorn. Last year, me and my friends, Zach and Pipper, went camping out in the woods near my house. We live in a small town in North Carolina. The first day of our adventure went by as usual. We made it to the pond, unpacked the car, got camp set up, and lit a fire. But it was the second day when some weird things started happening. We got up to smoke and went fishing. There's a river half a mile through the woods from the campsite, so we thought we'd go catch something to eat for the day. As we were walking, Zach pointed out some strange footprints. I'm used to hunting these parts, so I'm familiar with how big the deer get. But these tracks we saw, they were huge, and there were large gaps between each print, as if whatever it was had been walking on 2 legs, not 4, and they appeared to be heading back towards our camp. I bent down to get a good look at them. They were almost bigger than my hand. We continued down the trail, talking about the tracks we saw. Soon enough, we finally made it to the river. We sat down on our usual spots, then we started fishing. About an hour into it, we had 5 decent-sized red drums, so we packed up and started heading back. Just as we were leaving, we heard this loud scream that went on for at least 15 seconds. It was so far off I wasn't worried about it though. To put everyone at ease, even myself, I said out loud it was probably a panther. After all, there have been a few sighted in that area. When we made it back to camp, we were still on edge though. We found the same tracks that we'd seen earlier, but they were all over the campsite, around the tents as well. And outside my tent in particular were these 3 giant claw marks. By then we were creeped out, assuming that someone was playing a trick on us trying to mess with us. Heck, it could have been someone we knew. We've brought a lot of friends out here, and a few of them even knew where we were going. We stirred the fire back up and had some breakfast. The rest of the day was pretty chill. We took a few walks, went swimming, had some smokes. At one point, we discussed what we were going to do with the summer. Eventually, we all went to bed. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of the same kind of screaming that I'd heard earlier, but it was close enough to scare me, so I grabbed my Mossberg 500 and climbed out of the tent. Zach and Pipper were already out of theirs. I asked if they'd heard that, and Zach said, "No crap." I threw a few logs on the fire, and we all sat around for a while, listening to the sounds of the woods. I don't know how long we'd been sitting there when all of a sudden it got dead quiet. All the birds and bugs just shut off all at once. It was then we began to hear heavy footsteps around the campsite. We looked around, but didn't see anything weird. A few moments later, something stepped into the light of the fire, but it was still difficult to see. It got even closer, standing only about 20 feet away. This thing was massive. I'm 6'6", and this thing had at least 3 feet on me. At first, we thought it was a person, but it was too big. It was almost solid white as well. It may have had the body of a man, but where its head should have been, there was a deer's skull. This thing crept closer, and almost instinctively I fired 3 slugs at it. Rather than flinching and running away, it simply stopped and looked over at me. I told Zach to grab the keys out of the tent. The thing then looked over at Pipper. When it did, I shot another round into it, aiming for its stomach, causing its attention to shoot straight back to me. I swear to God I saw it smile, as if it knew that we couldn't hurt it. Zach had already jumped in the car and started it up. I grabbed Pippers by the hand, and we went over to the car, keeping my gun aimed at this thing if it tried to make another move. When we all got in, Zach hit the pedal, and we went flying. We had to have been doing at least 60 down the old dirt trail when Pipper let out a scream. There was a large thud on the SUV. It jolted to the side. I looked behind us, and this thing was keeping pace with the car. Zach, distracted, looks up, nearly hitting someone else's car as he goes around the corner onto the road. At that point, I looked back, and I saw the thing standing in the head of the trail, raising its hand as if to wave at me as we sped off. Ever since then, we haven't gone back camping. I'm not sure if we ever will. We haven't told anyone about the encounter until now. I figured if I shared it here, someone else may have had a similar encounter in this area. Supply, North Carolina, to be exact. Navajo Skinwalker, from C. Philly 100. A story told to me by my old coworker, narrated in his perspective. Some friends and I were on a holiday in Arizona, making our way out to Monument Valley. At one point, we stopped along the road to let the dogs out and take a little nature walk. We'd only gone a couple 100 yards out into the desert, following the dry washes and draws that made up this wild Arizona landscape. That's when we saw a Dene, or Navajo, man standing up on the hillside above us, looking down at us. He was dressed in all black in the traditional fashion, and he had a stern, scowling look on his weathered face. "Hey there. Sorry, friend, we didn't realize this was private property," I called out. No response. He just stood there scowling at us still. Listen, we'll get out of here, mister. We don't want any trouble, we'll just be on our way now." The man began to mutter something under his breath, only it sounded more like a chant or curse than anything else. We backed up down the draw until we could no longer see him or hear that eerie chanting. Later that night, we arrived at the Airbnb where we'd be staying at before the big day in the valley. We ate pizza that night, played some music, and I'd almost forgotten all about the strange encounter. Just then, we heard something out in the front yard. I turned the music down and went to look out the window. Sitting just outside the pool of light from the front porch was a big black dog. It was looking right at me, with these dull yellow eyes, unblinking in the cool desert night. "Hey guys, check it out. There's a dog outside. Come take a look at this," I said. My friend Tommy got up and yawned as he made a big dramatic show of walking over. "Probably just some local res dog," he said. "Maybe just looking for scraps or something." Just then, the dog stood up and started walking towards the side of the house, gradually breaking into a trot. I ran to the bedroom window to keep eyes on the thing, then to the kitchen as it began to actually run around the side of the house. I ran over to the bathroom just in time to see it clearing the corner back into the front yard. I nearly tripped over the dining room table to get back to the front window where the dog was, only it wasn't a dog anymore. What I saw there now was a man, the same man from earlier, dressed in all black, eyes gleaming in the reflection of the floodlights. Even through the window, I could hear his chanting, the same as before, only now my ears were ringing and I had a splitting headache. The last thing I remember, I was clutching my head in pain and feeling like I was about to throw up. When I came to, it was morning. I sat up and saw that all my friends were, similarly, splayed out all over the floor. The place was a mess. The table had been flipped over, and our stuff was everywhere. The front door was open, and there were black paw prints all over the floor. The rest of that trip was a bit of a bust, as we were all feeling sick and hungover, even though we hadn't had anything to drink. It's illegal to buy alcohol on the reservation. To make matters worse, there was a sickly, dead, rotting flesh smell that we couldn't get out of our clothes no matter how hard we tried. I even started having some pretty serious health issues shortly after that, and eventually I had to be hospitalized for acute anemia. The doctors were unable to determine the cause, but I needed 4 units of blood and 5 iron infusions just to stabilize my hemoglobin. I think I need to talk to a native medicine man, but I'm far too frightened to venture back out to the reservation. All I can say is if you're traveling through the Navajo Nation, even in the daytime, be careful where you go or who you talk to. We are guests in their land, unwelcomed guests at that. I don't blame native folks for not liking us, but there are forces at work beyond our understanding here, and we do best to mind our business, sticking to the main thoroughfares. Don't go looking for trouble, because let me tell you, you may just find it, and trouble's going to find you. Skiing Skinwalker, from Daddy Matty. So this happened kind of recently, a few weeks back. I'm a pretty avid skier, and a few weeks ago I was itching to get out. My local mountain wasn't open yet, and I just couldn't wait. I found a section of mountains in northern British Columbia, and they had a very decent amount of snow on them. I called up a friend of mine who's also an avid skier and asked him if he wanted to ski them with me. He said yeah, and I got my other friend to go with us as well. Now, it's never safe to ski alone, even if you're out at a ski resort. All of us have these special bindings for our skis that allow your heel to lock and unlock. These bindings, along with what's called skins, allow us to basically walk on snow. We planned to go for 5 days and do one big loop. We'd climb up peaks and mountains and ski down them and just do that for all 5 days. The 3 of us all took one vehicle and loaded up our packs, strapping on our gear and heading out. The first 3 days were a dream. We skied some of the best snow of our lives. There was one section that was so great and so much fun, we stayed a little longer than we should have. After looking at the time, We decided to get heading towards our camp. It got dark out, and once the sun was out of sight, I got an eerie feeling. Not like I was being watched, but more like stalked, like something was following us. We turned on our headlamps, but after 5 minutes my lamp died, which made no sense because I had put fresh batteries in it earlier that day. Not even 10 minutes later, one of my friend's lamps died too. We had our one friend whose lamp was still on leading us from the front. Given past experiences in my life, I thought something was up. However, my friends just said it was the cold that killed the batteries. We were hiking on a ridge, and about 1 kilometer ahead was another ridge. That's where I saw 2 red dots, which I later assumed to be eyes. I told my friend to turn off the lamp, and I told them both to look across at these red dots. There they were, crimson red eyes, looking right at us. Around the same time, we heard a loud howl, but it was so distorted it sounded more like a scream. We heard these screams all night. We made camp, accompanied by these screams. At about 6-ish a.m., I was awakened to the sound of walking and heavy panting outside our tents. I stayed still, terrified of what could be out there. I remembered the screams of the night before. I heard whatever it was beginning to walk away, and I opened my tent slightly, just enough for one eye to peek out. Then I saw it, this huge black wolf. It was standing by a tree. It was about half as tall as the tree itself, about 10 to 12 feet. It jumped right around, and the crimson red dots that we'd seen before now stared right back at my one eye. Then it screamed. In the scream you could almost make out, in a distorted way, because of this wolf's close proximity to the camp. The scream woke up my friends. Then it ran off. That morning we got up and headed out. It sounded like that thing had said, "This is my mountain," and I hoped it wasn't talking about the specific mountain we were on. Just as we were about to set out again, we saw it in broad daylight on the ridge across from us. It looked back and screamed. Then an avalanche happened right in front of us. Seeing that thing, we decided to cut our trip short. We made our way to a shortcut. This took us all day and it was getting dark, but we kept going even through the dark. We were now in a valley and we continued on, eventually seeing those red eyes again on top of a hill staring down at us. We decided to make our way up to the opposite hill that the eyes were on. We got halfway up the hill with a large part of the mountain looming above us. The screams returned then. That night was a sleepless one, as I was constantly awake hearing those screams, knowing that something was outside. I pretended to sleep though, hoping that that thing would leave in peace. I know it returned into our camp, but eventually I did hear it walk away. I heard it scream again before leaving. After it was gone, we got up and packed up. Just as we set out, when we were about 30 feet away from our camp, an avalanche came pouring down right in the place we were just sleeping. We booked it out of there, making it back to the truck. I looked back as we drove away, looking right into that wolf's eyes again. I'm not really sure what that thing wanted. Maybe just privacy, wanting us to leave, but maybe it had different ideas. Something tells me if we had been caught in that avalanche, we would have ended up as a tasty cold meal for that thing. There are things in the mountains we're not meant to see. Stay safe this shredding season. Skinwalker story, I think, from Butterfly 7. Just a few days ago, I was at my aunt's house. I was going to be staying for 2 nights. I'm from Hawaii and have lots of strange and creepy experiences, and I'm here to share this one with you in particular. We were out in the woods of Pennsylvania. I was a little creeped out by the woods, but I didn't really dwell on it. I've always been paranoid after all, and have really bad anxiety. On my first night there, I was asleep on an air mattress. However, it quickly deflated, and soon I was just basically on the floor. I was looking out the windows that had the blinds down. My parents were sleeping downstairs, and my brothers were asleep on the couch. As I began to finally calm down, I started to hear light scratching sounds coming from the roof. I brushed it off and started scrolling through some videos on YouTube, trying to distract myself. As I said, I'm just paranoid sometimes, and I figured the sound was nothing. As I listened to some music, I began hearing banging sounds, and even more, louder scratching coming from the roof. I plugged both my earbuds in, and after a while, the sounds changed to a walking sound, like someone walking in a circle above me. I was still trying to convince myself it was just a tree branch, but the thought of it being anything else quickly sunk into my mind. After a while, it stopped, but I was still freaked out, and it took a long time for me to finally get some sleep. The next day was fun. We went out to eat, and I got upgraded from the air mattress to my cousin's old bed. The thoughts of last night had mostly left my mind. That night, when I was getting settled into my cousin's bed, I constantly looked out the window. It was getting dark, and the window didn't have curtains or anything like that. I put some thick blankets on the bed and started to relax. Like the night before, I turned on some YouTube, looking up some animations, I think. After a while, my aunt said goodnight and turned off all the lights, closing the door. Just then, I saw movement outside, so I looked up and out the window. The banging and scratching sounds came again, soon followed by that circular pacing right above me. I closed my eyes, taking in deep breaths, trying to calm myself. I turned up the video I was watching, and after a while, the noise stopped. I felt calm enough to open my eyes. But when I did, I peered out the window and saw something that I don't think I should have. Whatever it was, it looked like a starved wolf with deer-like limbs and big, glowing eyes, glowing in the same way a cat's eyes would if you flash light on them. This thing stood on hind legs without breaking eye contact with me. I watched, petrified, as it began to walk closer to the window. I gathered my courage and quickly got up, walking to the bathroom. I stayed in the bathroom for a very long time. After that, I crept out of the bathroom and slid into bed. I glanced over at the window, and I saw the same big yellow eyes staring at me. I don't think I slept that night, and I was ever so happy to leave when the trip was over. Warning: the following story contains explicit depictions of dead animals. An encounter with a skinwalker. From Supernatural Hunter. On the news one day, we heard of this little girl who had gone missing on a family hike. At the time, we had nothing better to do, and we didn't want to do homework, so we went out to look for her ourselves, we being me and my friends. We went looking near where she was supposedly taken. She had apparently been taken near a road that she walked on her way back from school. We decided to search the public land that was across the road. This was about 1,000 acres of land. We spent the entire day searching, and soon it was getting late. One of our friends, who didn't believe in the supernatural, thought it would be funny to call out a skinwalker. They practically screamed it. This sent me and a couple of other people into a hot mess. We started yelling at this idiot, calling him names and things like that. I was in the middle of using every cuss word in my vocabulary when, I kid you not, a shrill shriek sounded from somewhere in the woods. It sounded like it came from all directions. At that moment, I swear I forgot how to breathe. We began to quickly make our way back to the vehicles, heading down the trail. The entire time, I felt as if I was being watched. Since the moment I heard that noise, I had this constant, crushing, overwhelming fear that something bad was about to happen. That's when it started getting really creepy. We never noticed it before, or maybe it wasn't there before, but we saw what appeared to be bird bones hanging from the trees, and deer legs bent at the joint over different rocks and branches. Animal skulls hung on the fence posts. Before I came here, I always had a bad feeling about this place. Before this, people had discovered Native American remains here, various human bones. I'd once seen a spine myself on a barbed wire fence. How it got there and who put it there, I have no idea. Suddenly, something dropped from a tree and landed on the person in front of me. They screamed with intense fear, yelling about blood on their face. That's when we all hightailed it back to safety, running as fast as we could all go. We tripped and stumbled over one another. Finally, we made it back to where we parked our vehicles. I'd stopped then and asked one of my friends to shine the flashlight from the direction we had just come from. When he did, we saw eyes looking back at us. Eyes from a height that could not be human. Whatever it was making some kind of human-like sound, though. It was far enough away down the trail, but then it began to rush towards us extremely fast. I jumped through the open window. Most of us did, and we sped out of there quickly. The next morning, we went back, bringing weapons with us this time. It got a little weird. Walking down the trail, something had caught my eye. When I went to check it out, there were these red rocks placed in a circle around a headless deer. There was blood, too. At least I'm pretty sure it was blood, covering the ground. To this day, none of us ever speak of what happened. Some people moved, and those that remained never went back there. But someday I do want to go back. I need to know what's out there for sure. Skinwalker in Shreve, Ohio. From Pat from Shreve. This was my experience with a skinwalker in Wayne County, Ohio. It was 2009. My best friend B and I were camping in my backyard in rural Shreve, Ohio. I grew up on a couple of acres of land surrounded by roughly 1,500 acres of farmland. As we were camping and YouTubing skateboard videos, we heard coyotes in the woods off to our left. This is really common where I'm from, and generally, the coyotes don't bother people. But these coyotes were yelling and being loud and then just stopped making noise all of a sudden. This was the first thing that really had us on edge. Then, out of nowhere, we hear this sniffing sound, which sounded like it was coming from a very large dog. It was coming from literally right outside the tent. To be honest, we were pretty freaked out. This would be the closest a coyote had ever been to either of us. But then the unthinkable happened. A hand that was more human in shape ripped open the tent door. But then there was silence and stillness. Whatever had tore up our tent had just stopped. It wasn't doing anything. We sat there in that terrifying silence, just looking out in the dark for what felt like 5 minutes or so. Suddenly, something huge began to crawl underneath the tent, growling viciously. My friend grabbed a hammer that we'd used for the tent stakes, and he began to beat away at this thing where he thought the head was, instead of a pained cry or yelp like any normal dog would. This thing growled demonically. After hitting it a few times more, we sprinted through the tent door across the 1-acre yard and through the door to my garage. Every time I glanced back, I saw this big shadow following closely. No definition to it, just a pitch black form in the middle of nowhere. We get inside, and that's really where the story ends. I just remember being terribly scared for the whole night, and I never trusted those woods again. While I don't have any obvious ways to prove this was a skinwalker, it's all I can think it to be, based on it sounding like a large dog while having a human-like hand and making low demonic growling noises. I'll also note that while my friend B was running in front of me, I heard his voice yelling, "Stop," but it was coming from behind me. That's my tale, and that's why now I learn all I can about cryptozoology. Were Coyote in Arizona. From Anonymous Shadow. My family and a couple of cousins of mine all love riding cars, quads, and motorbikes. On a Monday, we went riding around the Wickenburg area, which was about 1 hour from our home. I was going down this little gravel road around 35 miles per hour on my uncle's red quad, and it was getting dark fast. I got to this little hill at the end of the road, and I told myself, I'll just go down, turn around, and come back up, and go back to the cars. That was when I heard some rustling in the bushes at the edges of the turnaround area at the base of the little hill I was on. My heart began to race. But a rabbit came running out, and I told myself I was just overreacting. A couple of coyotes then appeared, running after the rabbit. I got a little bit scared because I wasn't sure how they'd react to my presence, or if they had rabies or anything like that. There seemed to be about 4 adults and 2 pups, so they could have easily attacked me if they wanted to. Back then, I was a 13-year-old with a quad. That wasn't going to save me if they decided to attack. Sure, I could try to run them over, but that meant I would have flown down the hill, most likely ending with me crashing. I decided to slowly start moving my quad as quietly as I could, kinda trying to pick it up and turn it. Yeah, I know, don't turn your back to predators, but at the time I was scared. Suddenly, I heard low guttural growling coming close to me, up the hill, but luckily, I had finished turning around my quad. When I turned to look, the biggest of the coyotes was coming up the hill towards me, growling at me. This one was bigger, way bigger than even my dogs, which were German Shepherds. It was getting close to me, so I got back on the quad, and I swear that freaking coyote stood up on 2 legs. It might sound crazy, or even cliché for a story like this, but I'm not sure how else to say it. The thing just stood up like a man. From the time it stood to the time I went about 40 getting back to my family, I saw for sure that it had a coyote's head, dull glowing yellow eyes, and a human-like body, with bent back legs like a werewolf, and a coyote's tail. It's been a while since then, and for some time after that, I didn't sleep very well at all. My usual dreamless, boring nights have been filled with waking up in a cold sweat, nightmares of being attacked, flashbacks of that moment. My mom and dad just chalked it up to my imagination and all those scary things I listened to. But I listened to those things because they were fun. But now they're the only thing I have keeping me from insanity, knowing I'm not alone with encounters like this. Possible Skinwalker. From CC. For a little background, I live in West Virginia, so basically everything is up or down. My house is situated on a hillside. The front yard goes upward to the road, and once you cross it, it goes down rather steep into an almost valley, until you go back up another hill, which is covered in woods up it, but at the top is a clearing and you can see sort of where the tree line ends from the base. This entire side is my neighbor's, and they let us use their trampoline, which is at the base. At the time, I was maybe 12 years old. I had a friend over, named Candace. We had just finished eating some mug treats and watching some witch movie when we decided to go outside and jump on the trampoline. We'd been off and on the thing all day, mostly playing music and occupying my neighbor's twin grandkids who were about 5. We were excited because we finally had the trampoline all to ourselves. However, it was getting dark, and before long we could only see each other's faces with our phone screens. I had my back to the woods, and Candace was opposite me. The moon was pretty bright, so I could see the top of the hill if I looked at the right spot. It was eerily quiet. Usually the coyotes would be barking and howling, but they seemed pretty far off, even when we heard the occasional howl. We had fallen into a silence. She was changing the song when I felt the hair on the back of my neck raise up. Naturally, I turned around, scanning my surroundings that I could see due to my eyes having been adjusted to the dark. Then I saw what I thought was at first a deer. Well, the silhouette of one. I was sort of in awe. I saw this thing that I thought was a buck, but then I noticed other features. The way it held itself up on 2 legs, The way the shape of its head was mangled and looked so wrong. The antlers, too. Candace hit my leg, asking me what was wrong with me. I ignored her and kept staring at the thing. I could tell it was staring at me, too. Immediately, I stood up, starting to usher Candace out of the trampoline so she could get her boots on. Then, I couldn't believe it when it happened. That thing spoke in my mother's voice.
Danny.
I practically pushed my friend out of the trampoline, telling her to just grab her shoes and run. She did what I asked and started running back towards the road. I stayed behind her, making sure she didn't trip or fall behind. Then it called again, louder and more demanding this time, like when you're about to get in serious trouble and your mom uses that tone.
Danica.
I didn't even turn. Knowing my mom was back at the house, I knew this couldn't be her. We made it inside, and Candace looked at me funny. She asked why I did that, then brushed me off as being paranoid from the movie earlier. She never saw that thing, and I guess she never heard it. The rest of that night was, luckily, uneventful. Skinwalker in Saskatchewan. From Terrence XLIV. This happened to me on October 27th, 2021 at around 3 a.m. I live on a farm in Saskatchewan, Canada. For the sake of context, I need to go back to when I was 10. One day when I was 10 years old, I was outside doing chores at about midnight because I'd lost track of time. Suddenly, I began to hear screaming, like a man and a woman being murdered out in the field. It sounded extremely close. I asked my dad what he thinks that is. He said, nothing. Probably some kind of animal. I decided to grab a kitchen knife for protection, even though it would probably do absolutely nothing to an animal larger than me. But it did make me feel safe. These sounds happened every once in a while, every couple of months, maybe once or twice a month at the most. Now let's get back to October 27th, 2021. One night, or morning, I went out at 3 a.m. because I forgot to cut a bale of hay for some horses. On my way back behind my house, I saw something disturbing that's hard to explain. There was something standing there in the corner of my eye. I didn't get the best look at it, but it had these huge legs and a really small head and thin neck. It looked extremely different from anything we had in our fields, and it was unlike any natural animal out in these parts. I didn't even scream. I just ran back to my house. It's a short experience, but a creepy one. I still hear those sounds every so often. I'm not sure what to do. There's not much I can do, living on a farm in the middle of nowhere, fields on all four sides of the place. Backpacking Trip and Possible Skinwalker by Cole D. A couple of years back, I went on a camping trip and a summer camp excursion. This excursion happened to be a backpacking trip around the Mount Hood area, the Timberline area to be specific. The first night wasn't so bad, but in the middle of night, I heard some noises that I prayed were just coyotes or deer. But what came after that made little sense to me and to the others I was camping with. You see, one of the people I was bunking with told me that in the middle of the night, I woke up, walked right outside, and made my way into the forest until I finally laid down near a creek bed. Horrified, I explained to them why this scared me. I've never been a sleepwalker, never have, not once in my life. I'm not sure they believed me, but worse was soon to come. The following day, one of the other campers sprained or broke something around his wrist, and we had no first aid or communication with the outside world, so we had to improvise and make a makeshift cast to support his arm until we could get him professional help. So after tending to him, we didn't have much daylight left, so we set up camp by the river where the camper hurt himself. Later that night, I was in and out of sleep, near the campfire that we had going. At one point, when I was dozing off again, I began hearing twigs snapping in the distance and leaves shifting, those sounds drawing closer to where our camp was. Then, when they were right next to the tree line, I heard a voice that sounded close to one of the male counselors we were working with. It spoke in an odd way, as if the person asking the question didn't care at all for an answer.
"You all right?"
Something told me not to move or get up or answer this voice. Despite not hearing any more movement, when the voice came again, it had closed half the distance between us, now sounding like it was right next to me.
"You all right?"
I was beginning to shake. I was so scared. I knew the counselor who had this voice, and something deep down told me this was not that person. I did not reply to it, and in moments, I heard what sounded like an animal scuttering away through the underbrush. Then the counselor who I thought it was came walking back into the campsite on the opposite side where that thing had came in. He went to take a bathroom break and had rushed back because he was checking on all the campers, making sure we were all here safe and asleep. When morning came, and believe me, it couldn't come soon enough, we began our final trek to the pickup area to get back to the main camp, which was 2 hours away. As for me, I couldn't feel more on edge. I felt like everyone was looking at me, giving me strange glances. They could probably tell just how scared I was. We finally made it back to the pickup zone, and we had to wait a while for the shuttle to pick us up. I had been holding in a much-needed bathroom break myself, due to fear, but I just could not hold it in anymore. I walked into the nearby woods to relieve myself. I wasn't even that far from the tree line. Out of nowhere, I heard something more disturbing, because the voice I heard this time around was my own voice.
"We're here."
It only took me 1 second to start running right out of those woods into the panicked stares of my counselors and campmates. One of the counselors asked what was wrong, but I interrupted them, asking how long the shuttle was going to be before it arrived. Soon it came up. We got in and left that place, and ever since I haven't heard anything like those voices. When we did make it back to the main camp, I talked to one of the other campers about what had happened. He laughed and said, "Must have been a skinwalker." Never again will I go into the forest on a camping trip without something to protect myself, and I won't go anywhere in those woods alone. That was too close for comfort, because at one point that thing was inches from me. The Skinwalker at My Doorstep by Allison. I am 17 years old, and during the time I've been alive, I've never experienced anything as horrifying as this. It happened about a month ago as of writing this. My mom was in India, and my dad was out on a business trip. I was given the responsibility to take care of my little brother. It was around 10:00 p.m. that night. My brother was in the middle of a gaming session, while I was struggling with writer's block. Just when I had a new, good idea for the romance story I was writing, I heard a knock at the door. My brother and I exchanged looks. We weren't expecting anyone. We wondered who it could be at this hour. We waited a couple of minutes, hoping that whoever it was would give up and go away. But another knock didn't come. Instead, what came was our mother's voice.
"Allie, open the door, it's Mommy."
Our mom? How did she even get here? She had been dropped off at the airport by my dad a few weeks ago. I knew then that something was wrong, no matter how it sounded. If this person really was our mom, she would have entered through the garage entrance like she always did. She knows the garage PIN number. So why she was knocking on our front door, I don't know. "Jason, go upstairs," I told my brother in a low voice. He hesitated as he looked in the direction of the door. "Why? Mom's home," he asked, confused. He began to appear frightened. I knew that wasn't Mom, but I didn't want to scare my 8-year-old brother. Just when I was about to answer him, the knocks we heard before became bangs on the door. They were loud and persistent now.
"Allie, JJ, I know you two are in there,"
the voice said almost tauntingly. My heart sank, knowing that I'll have to be face to face with this person or something sooner or later. "Just go to bed, JJ." I tried to stay unfazed by the continual pounding on the door. Jason hesitated for a moment before making his way upstairs. I sat there in my chair, completely paralyzed in fear.
Open it, open it, open it.
The thing on the other side of the door howled. Whatever it was no longer trying to disguise itself as my mother. It sent goosebumps up my spine. I suddenly stood up, angry that whatever that was mimicking my mom. I don't like being tricked. Without completely realizing it myself, I marched toward the door and abruptly stopped in my tracks. Whoever was at the door was not human, not even the slightest. This creature had the blackest eyes. It was lanky, with ribs sticking out of its skin. It was so pale and impossibly tall. Just looking at it, it made me want to vomit. I don't know what got into me, but I screamed at the top of my lungs, "Get out of here! I'm not letting you in!" After that, it felt hard to breathe, and I could see its black eyes on me. I shivered in fear as the thing let out an ear-piercing scream before disappearing into the dark. After that incident, I ran upstairs and held Jason close, hoping that it didn't come back, hoping that my real mother would be home very soon. Until she did get back home, I was afraid that that thing had gotten her, that the way its powers worked was that it took my mother and stole her voice. I'm glad I was wrong. A while after that, I found myself searching on Google for what this could possibly be. And one all-too-close match was an entity called the Skinwalker, something that has the ability to disguise its physical appearance and voice as other animals, even other people. I still am not over this incident. I don't think I ever could be. I don't think this is something any sane human can forget about. Skinwalker on Eagle Mountain by Sistel. This happened a few years ago, but thank God it only happened once. My sister went on a walk around 10 at night. Her name is Rosalie. It was a sort of cloudy and cold night. The moon was out, and it gave off a little light, but she could still see well. I wasn't with her that night. I was safe at home watching a movie. When she was near the town park, she noticed a silhouette nearby that appeared to be following her. When she passed a streetlight, the person passed by it eventually as well. But when she caught sight of the thing's shadow, she knew it was no person at all, while the silhouette remained the same. The shadow itself was an amalgamation of dozens of different animals, writhing and curling in on itself, as if they were tied or fused together. Her eyes widened. She said she began to question her reality, so she calmly tried to walk away as it came a little closer. She turned around and began to speed walk now, barely able to contain herself. She was so close to her house, but a little too far. Taking a few looks back, she saw that it didn't approach any further, as if the thing had lost interest in her as she sped up. When she arrived home, though, she felt shaken up, nervous, and altogether terrified. My other sister asked her what was wrong, and she explained the whole incident. Even though I was 9 years old at the time, gullible of course, I still believe her story to this day. I remember the look on her face. I remember thinking it looked so real, so visceral. Her expression said to me that what she saw out there was real, and that has scared me more than anything. Pig-Faced Skinwalker by Elijah D. To begin, I'm one of those people who, when startled enough, I might just throw a fist. Anyway, I'm 15 and was at the trailer alone one day. I had just come in from outside because I'd gotten a weird feeling and I didn't want to stay outside much longer that day. I did forget to lock the door behind me though. I was watching some videos online in the living room when I heard this clomping sound. Not like feet or boots or shoes. It sounded more like hooves, like a horse. And strangely enough, I heard them echoing down the hallway. Then they suddenly stopped. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I turned around slowly, expecting to see something straight from my nightmares, but as the hallway entrance came into view, I didn't see anything. Relieved, I just assumed something was wrong with my earbuds. Maybe they had been popping weirdly or something. But just as I thought nothing was wrong, I could see something out of the corner of my left eye. There was something moving around. I was not alone in this trailer anymore. I remember feeling so horrified. It was like something was pulling my soul out of me. When I managed to turn my head around, I saw a blur of movement. I was too petrified to move much more than that, and my eyes were watering. Suddenly, the lights flickered out, and my phone suddenly turned off. Everything went quiet. I forced myself to get up and move. I looked around, but could see nothing through the pitch darkness. I got up and followed the wall with my hands, until I managed to make my way over to the window to lift the curtain to get light inside. As I was about to lift it, I felt something breathing on the side of my face. It was the most awful smell, worse than decomposing animal. I gripped the string, then something scared me even more. I heard my name whispered through the darkness. Like I said before, as it was common for me to do, I involuntarily swung my arm out. I made contact with something I didn't expect. Fur, and underneath that, extremely hard and muscular flesh. I wanted to scream. I wanted to crawl out of the window or jump out. I began clawing and yanking at the drawstring and the curtain itself, causing light from outside to leak into the trailer, revealing to me my attacker. The figure almost appeared human for a moment, but then I got a better look at it. The creature was tall, and it was hunched over. Its legs and arms were very skinny and long. Its hands were claws, and they appeared more like an owl's. There were patches of fur and random spots on its body, but its face was like a pig's, but not at all symmetrical like a natural creature. It was uneven, with sharp teeth jutting out all over its mouth. I saw amber glowing eyes staring at me, and I swear, in that moment I saw it smile. The creature knelt down before me in an entirely unnatural way. Its whole body shifted left and right in order to kneel, as if it had to break parts of itself inside just to be able to move into that position. The smile turned into an open mouth, as if it was about to take a large bite out of my face. I brought my arms up, trying to cover myself, accidentally making contact with the creature. With a scream that sounded like ages of torment, The creature then went silent and still. When I opened my eyes, it was gone. I ran for the lights and turned them off since they had been on, and when I flicked them on again, the lights were working. Then I ran into the bathroom and locked myself inside. I peered hesitantly through the bathroom window to see a figure walking into the woods. Before disappearing entirely, it stopped and looked over its pointed, jagged shoulder, and I saw that smile again. Then it crouched down like before, and a mass of oozing, flopping flesh flew off of it, and before I knew it, there was nothing more than a rabbit that quickly disappeared into the forest. I never stayed in the trailer alone again, afraid that the thing would come back. Nor have I gone into the woods alone at all, a topic that once fascinated me to no end. Skinwalkers are nothing more than a thing of my nightmares, and I will do anything to keep as far away from them as I can. The Thing by Donnie. This is one of many eerie things that I've had happen to me over the years. I'm Native American and enjoy things like target practice, fishing, hunting since a young age. This happened when I was 12. My brother and his girlfriend, along with my friend John, all went out camping together out in the desert one weekend. We joked around until about 9 at night, when all of us kind of just got quiet. We were beginning to feel watched, like someone in the distance was watching us very close. I know it's a cliched feeling to talk about, but when everyone you're with suddenly feels the same way, it's something you just can't ignore. And as a Native American, I believe in what my culture has told me, and with so many spirits and monsters in our folklore, it can get you feeling pretty paranoid. To make me feel a bit safer, I grabbed my Ruger 556 from the tent, and my brother and John did the same with their weapons. About an hour later, his girlfriend had to go to the bathroom, so she got up and went about 75 feet from the campsite. Keep in mind, we were in northwestern New Mexico, and there's tons of hills there, mesas and canyons too. She said she saw something she described as, bizarrely, a half-man, half-coyote sitting on top of the hill, just watching her. So me, John, and my brother walked to where she said she saw it, and the creature was still there. Except now it wasn't sitting like she had described it. We were watching something that looked almost like a coyote, standing on 2 legs, trying to mimic a person. After a while, it got back down on all 4s and ran. Curious and perplexed, we followed it to a nearby canyon, where we soon lost sight of it. It was then, not knowing where it was, that we grew terrified. My brother and I knew what it could have been, but John, being of Mexican descent, wasn't sure. As we returned back to camp, all sets of our eyes glancing over our shoulders almost constantly, we explained to John and my brother's girlfriend what we believed it was. Of course, that would be a skinwalker. That night at the campsite, 2 of us stayed on guard at all times, while the others slept. The next morning, bright and early, we packed up and were ready to go. But I wanted to stop by where we saw that thing the first time, just to check something. Unfortunately, somehow that creature didn't leave any footprints, even though mere meters from where I was standing looking at the lack of footprints, I could see all of ours from last night. My Recent Encounter by L816. I'm 17 years old, and it was last month on the 30th, just 8 days after my grandmother passed away. I needed to go out into the woods to get some fresh air, specifically to a spot that I often walk to for some alone time and to smoke a little bit. I soon made it to the spot with my rifle by my left side. I pulled out my pipe, lighter, and my weed. I was about to load the bowl of the pipe when I suddenly heard something that weirded me right out. It was my grandmother's voice, and it was coming from behind me. I turned around quickly, putting my contraband up, thinking it was a game warden trying to catch some poachers, maybe even teasing me by mimicking an old lady's voice. But to my surprise, there she was, just standing there, staring at me, my mouth hung open. Who are you?" I asked. She responded in my grandma's voice. "It's me, your grandma. Don't you recognize me?" I leapt for my rifle and chambered around. I said to it, "My grandma isn't alive anymore." Then she smiled, revealing angular and sharp teeth and a mouth that nearly stretched from end to end up to her scalp. I was sweating, my arms shaking as I aimed the rifle at her. I took a nervous step forward, trying to be as intimidating as possible. And the creature that wasn't my grandma took a step back. It happened like this for about a minute. A step forward, a step back, until it began to disappear into the tree line. Before disappearing completely, it said one last thing to me, using a voice that only barely sounded like my grandma anymore.
"I'll see you again, soon."
After it left, I slowly and carefully headed back to my vehicle, trying to maintain my composure so that it didn't sneak up on me in a panic. When I made it back to my truck, I turned and looked at the tree line, and to my horror and disgust, I saw that smile on a face that was beginning to melt away, melting away the bits that looked like grandma. I closed the door of my truck, and I floored it down the dirt road. I think I encountered a skinwalker that day, and had I not been armed, I don't think I'd be around to share a story with anyone. Skinwalker on the Dirt Road by Haley Cheyenne 10. I live in a small town in Florida, where there isn't much more to do than riding around on dirt roads. It was around, I want to say, junior year of high school. Me and my old friend A were riding dirt roads one night. We were out late, maybe 1 or 2 a.m., because like I said, there's not much to do around here. We were coming around this corner on the road, and in my headlights, I saw someone standing in the ditch. Without thinking, I immediately put on the brakes and stopped my car. The person began to walk out into the middle of the road. Me and Day are staring at them, perplexed. Why was someone out here so late, just wandering around on some random back roads? Then suddenly, something happened that made the two of us breathe in sharply together. We saw that this person was 7 feet tall, and they were no person, because people don't have legs that look like a goat's. And the way its legs that were goat-like had no fur on them, just pale grayish-white skin, it was disgusting to me. The creature looked like a malnourished abomination. The way its bones protruded through the skin, it appeared as if it hadn't eaten in ages. It was nearing the edge of the road before it stopped to look directly at us, and in that moment, we made eye contact with it. It had the yellowest eyes you've ever seen. We stared it down as it walked into the woods, and when it finally disappeared out of view, I regained my composure, floored the gas pedal, and we raced home. To this very day, I couldn't tell you what the face looked like. The most I remember are those menacing eyes. It wasn't until last year around Halloween I started watching videos on YouTube, some of the fringe stuff about cryptids and whatnot. and I stumbled upon videos that gave me an idea of what I saw that night. Now, I also have a family member who has Navajo heritage. When we went to visit them, I managed to get her to ask her older family members if what I saw was a skinwalker. Before she finished my story, the man she was talking to asked about the eyes. He asked if they were yellow, and I remember very well that they were. Haunting of the Skinwalker by Keroro-chan. I'll be perfectly honest, this was probably one of the weirdest things to ever happen to me. First of all, let me mention that we got the inspiration to go here because my brother said it was the skulking grounds for a skinwalker. He said that he encountered one here once and had even fired at it, though he claims bullets don't do anything to it. Now I live in a decent-sized town in Ohio. About 20 or 25 minutes away from our house is a stretch of road that's surrounded by woods. There's a few farms around there, but it's really just used for public hunting as it floods horribly sometimes, and the city closes those roads with large metal gates. Alongside this road is a small cemetery called Henline Cemetery. It's a tiny family plot, with the last grave being from the 1850s. The city still does maintain it, and all of the old headstones are gone now. So they, the city, put in one large headstone with all the graves listed there. It was down the path a little ways from this cemetery that my brother first encountered that creature. Anyway, my girlfriend and I were out there hanging around with our friend Jeremy. We had decided to check out this cemetery and walk around for a little bit, seeing if we could creep ourselves out. Michaela, my girlfriend, is a big paranormal fanatic. She loves paranormal stories and the like, and she wants to see this thing my brother saw. But I'm not going to lie, I wanted to see it too, and so did Jeremy. We get to the tiny cemetery, pull off, and start to walk around. I've got anxiety, and it tends to show up at annoying and often random times. And at that moment, I felt like I was being watched. I tried to swallow it down. Again, I knew I had anxiety problems, and maybe I was a bit excited at the time. Now, the path the hunters use here is pretty narrow, so we had to go in a single file line. With me in front, Jeremy in the middle, and Michaela in the back. The walk was pretty uneventful. All we saw was really fresh coyote poop. No big deal. As for coyotes, they usually don't bother you. But it was getting dark, and the path itself was full of holes, roots, and downed limbs. So we decided to just turn it around and go get some supper. After eating, Jeremy decided to go back to Henline. The pull-off is never closed, because the region is for public hunting. So we pull in and Jeremy gets out. Michaela and I stayed put though. The feeling of that place had completely changed from during the day. It was paralyzing, nauseating even, and I could barely breathe. It was just a feeling of pure evil. Suddenly, we saw Jeremy racing back to the car and jumping inside in a panic. We asked him what was wrong, and he said he felt something pull him into the cemetery. He fought himself away from its grasp and ran back to the car. He didn't have to say much more than that, and I was pulling out and speeding out of there as fast as I could. We're going back eventually, but not at night. Never at night. And we're definitely going to bring some sort of protection with us. I still want to see this thing. I just wonder if it was the creature my brother saw who attacked Jeremy. And I wonder if it grows stronger at night. I wasn't scared, but I am now. By Bearbeard822. I work nights as an ASDA colleague. ASDA is a member of the Walmart family here in the UK. Just a little background about myself before I get to the main events of that night. I'm 24 years old, living in Manchester in the UK. The job I work requires me to pull heavy pallets of beer, wine, and spirits from the warehouse to the shop floor and stock the shelves. It's certainly not the most glamorous job in the world, but at the very least, it pays the bills. In this job, I'm contracted to work Friday to Sunday. I should also mention I'm going to be joining the RAF soon, and will be using this job to get by while I train so I can pass fitness tests. Anyway, it was time to work my Friday night shift. I was on my way to work, traveling through the old reservoirs not too far from where I live. As I'm riding through this rocky dirt road that cuts through the densely wooded area between the middle of the bodies of water leading to the hill, I'm bracing my already aching legs when I begin to get the feeling that I'm not alone out here, like someone is watching and you have no idea what their intentions really are. I've never been a run like a coward type of guy, so by the time I get through to the other side, I'm really wanting to know why I feel this way and who might be watching me. So I stop at the bottom of the hill, partially to give my poor legs a rest and to see what is watching me. Of course, the entire time I'm still feeling that familiar gaze, the gaze of the unknown, taking in my body at different angles. I park my bike. I walk over to an area where excess water runs off into the other reservoir. As I'm standing there, the sun setting and glistening vibrant red and orange against the water, blinding me for a few seconds while my eyes scan the horizon and opposing tree line. I don't see anything. I must have stood there for maybe 10 minutes, all the while still feeling that feeling. Assuming after this point I'm going crazy and just feeling paranoid for no particular reason, I get back on my bike and I proceed to agonize my legs and lungs with a 10-minute ride up what felt like a 45-degree angle, until I hit the flat ground at the top, where the road meets a park path to the left. I stop at a nearby bench for another breather. That park is mostly grass. Long and winding paths dot the area. It's a big cut-through to multiple places, hence why I'm using it to get to work. It's 8:30 at that point, and I've got another 45-minute ride ahead of me to get to work. So I've got some time to sit there, reply to a couple of texts, and wait. Then comes that feeling again. It just falls over me like a veil. Behind me, about 50 feet up to the tree line, that's where I feel it coming from. I lit a cigarette and listened for a moment. I wanted to hear something, a noise, anything, because at this point it was making me mad. Whoever or whatever there was out there following me or watching me, they would know they were following the wrong guy. I took that final burning drag that stung my throat, and I was finished with my cigarette. I flicked it away, and I stood up, turning my face to that tree line. I still didn't see anyone, but I could feel someone's eyes boring into the back of my head the moment I turned around. Either to soothe my paranoia or put a stop to this bullcrap, I began to walk over to those trees where I sensed it. I'm about 30 feet away from it, and I could still only see darkness. It's already dark out now, with just the ambient light from the setting sky's twilight, only dimly lighting the darkening park. I continued walking, staring into a bush, when I suddenly got a feeling that I should not be doing this, a feeling of regret that was growing with every step. Hairs on my neck were standing up, same for the hair on my arms and my head. I shook it off. As hard as it was to ignore, I quickened my pace. It was so fast, it happened in the blink of an eye, but at the same time it felt like an hour passed by. About 10 feet from the bush, my ears began to feel pressured, like they do when you're climbing a great altitude. But I was in a park in the middle of Manchester. Then, I watched the bush twitch for a moment. Fear kicked in, and I felt paralyzed. Something inside the bush chirped, then growled, and whatever it was black as night as it came out of the undergrowth. It had something in its dog-like maw. It was 4.5 feet tall on all fours. Its eyes. Ugh, my goosebumps act up writing this now. I feel like the hairs on my skin want to burst just thinking about it. Its eyes were red, and I don't mean bloodshot. I don't mean glowing from the light of the sky either. I mean they were red, with pinprick small pupils. Its arms were long and veiny, and its legs were massive and powerful from what I saw next. Its head darted up at me. Fight or flight kicked in, and I reached out to punch it right in the snout, but that didn't even seem to faze it. The creature stared and growled as I went to land a kick, and I screamed at the top of my lungs at it. It stood after a good belt to the face from a size 10 boot, and I kid you not, the creature was a foot taller than I was, and I was a little bit over 6 feet. The creature then dropped a gray cat from its mouth as it howled a gross gurgle that I can only assume was a mixture of pain from me hitting it, saliva, and fluids from the poor cat. It darted away from me. I don't freaking know why. It ran in the direction I came from. I felt woozy. I went for my bike. I sat on it for a moment, shaking and staring. It took me a moment to realize that creature had human hands. Needless to say, I wasn't going to be traveling that way for a while, because I don't want that thing to finish what it started. And after that, I rode home, calling in sick for the weekend. If anyone else in the Manchester area has seen something like this, or felt something strange in the woods, let me know, because saying that I saw a skinwalker here in the UK sounds crazy. I Didn't Believe in Monsters by James David Dyer. I never really believed in monsters, but I always enjoyed reading about them. Even a couple of days before my camping trip, I was watching videos on 411 missing people. I guess the unknown and undiscovered really piques my curiosity. This particular experience happened back in 2015, when my two friends Tony and Ryan planned a spur-of-the-moment camping trip with me. We planned for the following weekend as we each had no plans of our own, so it sounded like a fun idea. We headed out late on a Friday evening to a spot a few hours from my house through the canyon and into the mountains. This area of northern Colorado is known for its bears and mountain lions, but we weren't worried. We were 3 big guys and 2 of us were bringing heavy firepower to deter any unwanted guests. We checked out a few locations when we neared the area we wanted to camp. A few spots were a bust with a lot of people out for the weekend. Luckily, though, we found a spot more secluded and set up camp. It was supposed to be nice and sunny out that weekend, and I had planned on jumping in the nearby lake. Rain clouds began to form in the distance, and the weather became cold as night neared. We sat around the campfire, telling jokes, a few ghost stories, really having a blast, despite the weather. As it approached midnight, we called it good and put the fire out. Tony went to his 2-man tent, and I went to the 10-man tent that Ryan had set up. As I crawled into my sleeping bag, I passed out within minutes of my head hitting the pillow. It must have been 3 in the morning when I woke up with the urge to go to the bathroom. I crawled out of my sleeping bag. I found it hard to walk. I was stumbling around like a drunk, not being able to find my balance. I kind of found my composure for a moment and exited the tent. Once I began to move around in the pitch black, my vision began to sharpen a bit. Only it wasn't pitch black. It was more like gray, and my vision had become distorted like a bad television picture. With the strangest sensation, I stumbled forward, managing to alleviate myself against a nearby tree. I headed back to the tent when I was done, with an intense, eerie vibe taking hold of me. I awoke the next morning, not really giving what had happened the previous night much thought. That was until Tony mentioned something around the breakfast campfire. He said the sensation of his balance had been taken from him when he exited his tent a few hours after heading to bed. He said it was the strangest feeling he had ever had. He hadn't drank any alcohol that night. I told him my story, concurring with him, but we both thought nothing of it. Probably just something we ate or just a one-off thing. Then we quickly focused on the day of fishing ahead. After spending the day at the nearby lake, we retired to our camp with our catch and prepared a nice fish fry. We sat around the campfire until close to midnight, then headed off to bed. After a few hours of sleep, I awoke with a sick feeling in my stomach. I was in disbelief that I felt like I wanted to throw up. It made no sense. Why did I feel like this again? I decided to turn over and try to go back to sleep, trying to fight it. But the feeling pestered me until I had to jump up and run out of the tent. Only I couldn't run. I stumbled around again in a peculiar fashion while trying to reach for the zipper on the tent. I fumbled with it, managing to get it open at last, and practically fell out of the tent. I staggered into the dark. I must have only gone 15 feet from it, finding a spot for me to spill my guts on the floor where nobody would see it in the morning. I was growing ever more aware of my surroundings as I kneeled in the dark. In between heaves, I managed to peer around into the darkness, feeling how vulnerable I was all of a sudden. Just then, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned in its direction, thinking I should keep an eye on it in case whatever it was came at me. Coming through the dark was the shape of a man, but I heard no snapping of twigs or branches, and the crunch of the forest floor below was absent. "Hey, James, are you okay?" A whisper called out. My pounding heart finally relaxed a bit at hearing Ryan's voice coming towards me. Thinking that he heard me throwing up and came to check on me, I answered that I'd be fine, and I wasn't sure what had come over me. He crept closer until I noticed he had stopped probably 5 feet from me, and he whispered again, "Why don't you come over here?" I looked up again after heaving once more, thinking to myself, what does he want? Can't he see I'm sick? Irritated, I shouted at him, "What?" To which he responded, "Why don't you come over here?" Feeling disoriented, with my head pounding, I slowly got to my feet and began to head in his direction. That's when I realized I was heading away from the tent. I stopped and turned around, trying to find the outline of the tent in the dark. I then asked Ryan what was so important that he needed me over there, to which he responded again, "Why don't you come over here?" This better be good, I thought, as I begrudgingly began to head in his direction. I heard another voice call out, "Hey Zach, where are you going?" It was Ryan, except now his voice was coming from behind me, back in the direction which I realized was the tent. Confused, I turned towards the tent, and then back to where I'd just seen Ryan standing. The outline of a man in the dark was gone now. Just trees and forest floors surrounded me. I picked myself up and ran in the direction of the tent, finding that my equilibrium had returned to me. The real Ryan asked me again where I'd been going. I didn't want to sound crazy, so I just said I got turned around in the dark for a second. He went back to sleep then, and I laid there, listening in the night, watching for shadows cast upon the thin nylon. I didn't see anything or hear anything else that night. I'm not sure what I encountered in the woods. I don't know if it was a hallucination from being half asleep and half awake, or a skinwalker trying to lure me off deeper into the woods. But what I do know is that if you're camping in the Rockies of northern Colorado, beware of your surroundings and beware of where your friends are. Creatures I've Seen in the Desert, Part 1, from Philip S. It was during the summer of 2014. I was once again visiting my sister at her old house, a house in which I experienced some hauntings, but those are different stories. It took me a while to adjust being there, but as we began planning a camping excursion, I figured it would help me relax. We decided to go camping at a remote location a little over 45 minutes away from the town for a few days. It was a small forested area with a creek that runs through, which we camped next to. It was a very beautiful and peaceful place, but that would all soon change into horror, an experience that warped my mind. It happened on the first night at the campsite. My sister and I got into a sibling argument. Those with brothers and sisters would know what that's like. I don't even remember what we argued about. Probably over something dumb or stupid. I was still angry when everyone went to the tents to go to sleep, so I decided to go to bed in the truck. I woke up in the middle of the night, feeling cold. I felt stupid over the fight, so I decided to go into the tent. I grabbed the flashlight and opened the truck door. As soon as I stepped 1 foot outside, I heard what sounded like sticks snapping. I looked up with the flashlight and saw what I thought was a deer about 15 feet away. This deer had yellow or light auburn, human-like eyes. Its back was arched, and its skin appeared to be sliding off of its body. Its feet were hooved, but it had hands in the front, human hands. The skin color on the hands were light brown. I mentioned that the deer portion of its body looked like it was about to come off, but after seeing those hands, I could now see that it looked more like this thing had skinned a deer and was now wearing the skin as a costume of some kind. It then started to stand up on its hind legs. This thing was so tall, like maybe above 8 feet. I'm a pretty short guy, only 5'4", so you can say this intimidated me. It then spoke without even moving its mouth, and somehow it knew my name.
Philip.
I swear, somewhere in that voice, there was something familiar about it. Something like my sister's voice. I was absolutely terrified, scared beyond belief. I dipped out of the truck while slamming the door behind me. I crawled into the tent, and I lay down. I was shaking, crying from the fear. The slamming of the door had awakened my sister, and when she saw me, she asked if everything was okay, while still half asleep. Yes, I said to her, as normal-faced as I could, but that was obviously a lie. She didn't say anything else, then went back to sleep. But I could not. That voice was still in my head. Even typing this out, I remember the voice vividly. I did not see the thing for the rest of our stay, but I was still jumpy and on alert. When we went back to town, I talked with some of my native friends who are of Navajo descent about my experience. They say what I saw was probably a skinwalker, and I was lucky that I didn't try anything harmful. They think it was just trying to scare me away, maybe even get a kick out of freaking me out. Well, that worked like a charm, because I'm still scared. Creatures I've Seen in the Desert, Part 2, from Philip S. This one happened in the summer of 2017. It was a beautiful Saturday afternoon, and I was bored. I wanted to do something nice with my niece Chelsea and my two nephews Justin and Greg. I asked them if they wanted to take the buggy out to the desert and hunt coyotes and rabbits. They said yes, so I asked my sister if that would be okay. She said that would be fine, and handed me her 308 to take with me. We got in the buggy and drove off. We drove for about half an hour and stopped in an open field of nothing but desert, with mountains in the distance. We got out of the buggy and began to walk for a few minutes, with the 308 strapped to my back. As we were walking, Chelsea asked if we could stop and see if we could find anything. We did, and I began to scan the area. I stopped at one point because something weird caught my eye. It looked like a tall and skinny light black or perhaps dark gray rock on top of some other rocks. I remember saying, "That's a weird looking rock." The kids wanted to see too, so I helped them see down the scope of the rifle. When I showed Chelsea, she began to shake violently. I asked her why she was shaking like that, and what she told me gave me chills big time. "Uncle, I don't think that's a rock." I was so confused, I asked her what she meant. "It's moving." I looked through the scope myself. What I saw put me into protection mode. It was moving. Long and sickly skinny arms and legs stretched out like a person would do when they wake up. This thing was actually sitting or perhaps sleeping on a pair of rocks, and it appeared to have just awakened. It was just a few hundred yards away. I told them we needed to go back to the buggy. I would be right behind them. My nephews were confused, and Chelsea began to cry softly. She begged me to come with them. I looked at her and told her to go ahead, that I needed to keep an eye on this thing. I was so scared for us, honestly, but I had to protect them. I looked through the scope again. All my hair stood on end. I was beginning to shake. This thing was facing me. It was standing up. I think it knew we were watching it. Its face literally looked like one of those close-up views of the cat's face from the cartoon The Misadventures of Flapjack. Same eyes and teeth. It let out a loud shriek. This sounded primal, like a mixture of animal and man. It saw me. I was sure of it then, and it began to run towards us. I fired, the bullet simply knocking it down. It was already getting back up. I started to run. I saw the kids walking to the buggy, and I told them to run as well. We got in, and I drove fast, like a bat out of hell. We soon made it back to the house, and they ran out of the buggy while I sat there in the driveway contemplating what just happened. They kept asking me what happened and if I was okay. I didn't say anything. I simply got out and I hugged them while crying. I never thought something like this would actually charge me. I've seen weird crap, sure, but this felt different. My family had been in danger, and I felt at fault for it. I went inside the house and just dropped onto the couch. I didn't want to see that thing again, and if I did, I would have to try to destroy it. Camp Kanza Creature Attack from Last Man Standing 55. I've gone camping many times within the middle of rural Kansas with my scout troop. This particular trip was set in the outskirts of Hutchinson in a camp called Camp Kanza. We'd left Friday night and arrived at around 11:30 at night. A couple of people had arrived earlier to set up camp, but when we got there was only one tent set up. So it would have to be about another hour until we could go to sleep. While we were setting up our own tents, the woods were oddly quiet, and only the wind could be heard among the treetops. Needless to say, we were on edge that night. Fortunately, that first night, nothing happened. It wasn't until the second night that things began to go down. For context, I was in a 4-man tent with 2 of my friends, Matthias and Nathaniel. We fell asleep around 10:30 and slept rather nicely before Nathaniel woke up Matthias. I was asleep for about the first third of the encounter. Nathaniel then told Matthias that he saw a huge shadow walk by and brush against the tent. Now you may ask how he saw the shadow, but it was extremely bright outside due to the moon being full. They then began discussing what it could have been, when then the tent on my side began to cave in. As soon as Matthias put his flashlight on the spot it was caving in from, they saw that something was pushing the tent in, and the flashlight caused it to back away. This caused me to wake up. Of course, I wanted to know what was going on, and they told me that something was touching the tent, pushing it down on my side, and it had actually reached my face. So now I'm getting extremely anxious when we hear a low snarl coming from outside the tent. We can hear it begin to circle us, and then we saw a silhouette when the figure passed between the moon and our tent. Whatever it was big. Thinking it was a person trying to mess with us, we yelled at them to screw off, but then it growled at us and tore claw marks into the side of the tent where the moon was, allowing us to get a clearer look at the thing. When I first saw it, it looked like a dark mass with 2 glowing yellow eyes, but then it stood up and did one of those sort of bark, growl mixed noises, and it started to push down on top of the tent again in an attempt to get us to run out of the tent, but we didn't. Call me cowardly or whatever, but I dove back into my sleeping bag. In hindsight, that probably wasn't a good idea and wouldn't help keeping it away from us. However, Matthias was calling his dad to get us out of here. As soon as he hung up the phone, everything stopped. The pushing, the growling, all of it just ceased. We stared at each other for about 5 minutes when Matthias's dad came to see what all the fuss was about. We came rushing out to him and begged him to take us home, but he said it was too late at night. We'd have to tough it out until morning at least. We all groaned at this. We decided to sleep in his truck for the night, throughout which we heard snarling and scratching noises around the truck, but eventually that stopped too. When things got quiet, I finally got some sleep. In the morning, we had gone back to the campsite and found our tent torn to shreds, but most of the items were still intact, except for Nathaniel's bag, which had food in it, which was now torn apart with food scraps all over the place. But one thing stood out the most. A freaking entire dead coyote had been thrown into the fire pit. Disgusted at the sight, we packed up whatever we could and silently drove back home, never speaking the whole way back. I'm still extremely scared of what happened. As a matter of fact, I'm writing this directly after I got home from this nightmare of a trip. I don't think I'll ever be camping in Kansas ever again. Who knows what's hiding in the shadows out there, waiting for night to fall to make itself a meal out of some campers. Possible Skinwalker, from Nessa. I grew up in a house that was tucked into the woods. We even had our own street name for our driveway. It was fairly secluded. Well, as kids, we grew up in the woods behind our house, because our favorite thing to do was play in the bluffs, dig caves. We would make our own clubhouses and climb trees from sunup to sundown. It was me, my 3 brothers, and my older sister. We hardly ever separated from each other, but on that day, my stepbrother decided he wanted to go home early to play Super Nintendo. We didn't think anything of it, really. We had just gotten the game system, and we fought over it constantly. So he took the opportunity to get it to himself. We told him to just be careful. The sun was setting at the time. About 15 minutes later, we hear a voice in the distance. It was faint at first, and it was coming from the opposite end of the woods that my brother left from. It suddenly became clear that it was his voice, but he was shrieking for help. And as the voice moved closer, we could make out words.
Help me. It's me, Ryan.
We all looked at each other in disbelief, and something told us that this was not, in fact, Ryan. Must have been our immediate gut instinct. My older brother told us to run, now. We ran as fast as we could back to the house to get help. As soon as we got into the house, we saw our brother Ryan playing Super Nintendo, like he said he would. There was no possible way for him to beat us back to the house before we could get there, while yelling from the opposite direction into the woods. We were terrified and avoided going in the woods after that. That wasn't Isabella. From XX Dean XX. It was June 2019. Me and my best friends, Isabella and Elizabeth, were very close and still are today. I'd even say we're like sisters. The story I'm about to tell you was one of the most confusing yet scary experiences of my life. It was June, and school had just let out for the summer. All three of us girls were hanging out in Bella's room, talking about what we'd do for the summer. Bella and Liz lived in a more rural and secluded area, so their house was the only house for a while. Liz and Bella's parents were out of town at the time, and so their older sister, who we'll call Hannah, was watching over them. Hannah was out with her boyfriend, though, and wouldn't be back until late. We had a hard time trying to come up with ideas to keep ourselves entertained, so we decided to take a break, and we went downstairs to the living room to just watch TV. Bella was sitting on the couch watching The Vampire Diaries, while me and Liz were making something to eat for lunch. We were getting hungry. I think we decided on mac and cheese with turkey and cheese sandwiches. Around a crazy 4 hours later, after we had gotten bored of binging episode after episode, we went to the kitchen to clean up our mess, wash our dirty dishes and such. I told my friends I was a little tired, so I was going upstairs for a nap. They said okay, so I got a glass of water and headed upstairs to Bella's room to sleep. I fell asleep almost instantly. I was so tired from the lack of sleep I'd been having. It was 9:40 p.m. when I woke up to a slight knock on the bathroom from the level below me. Isabella's house was 3 stories, with her bedroom being a loft-type room, which made up the entire 3rd story. The 2nd floor, which was right below from the floor I was sleeping on, consisted of Liz and Bella's parents' room, Liz's room, and their bathroom, and finally the main floor, which was their living room, dining room, kitchen, laundry room, and 2nd bathroom. The knock that I heard woke me up from my nap, and I jumped up a little because the knock had frightened me. I think it was just because it was so sudden, and because I was tired. I then thought it was probably one of my friends, so I shrugged it off and got up off the futon to get a drink of my water, which was sitting on the dresser. Once that was done, I went to the bathroom. I walked downstairs to the 2nd level and slowly opened the bathroom door, still rubbing my eyes. I was still tired. I looked for the light switch and flipped it on so I could see. Then I used the restroom. After I got done, I walked over to the sink to wash my hands. But when I looked in the mirror, I saw a dark shape of what looked to be Bella. I was a bit creeped out, because she was just standing there in the dark hallway facing toward her sister Liz's room, not moving or speaking at all. I turned off the faucet, then I turned around to face my presumed friend. I began walking toward her. As I walked, I was still creeped out, but the only thing I could think was maybe she had fallen asleep downstairs and now was sleepwalking. I said to her in a soft and low voice, "Bella, She turned her head toward me very awkwardly fast, and I immediately stopped walking. Now, I was a little more than just creeped out then. When I saw her face, I didn't see the face of my best friend, at least not the correct version of it. The face on this person had gaunt cheekbones with pale skin. The skin wasn't totally white, but extremely ghastly pale. The eyes were glowing yellow, and the face overall was just bony and taut. Its hair was all tangled and untidy, and way darker than Bella's hair. It starts to do this evil-looking smile at me. When I saw the teeth of it, they were disgustingly yellow and oddly sharp. Same for the nails on its hands. They weren't too long, but they were still yellow and pointed. I didn't know what this thing was supposed to be. This thing that was supposed to look like my best friend. Suddenly, it sort of skittered into Liz's room. I took the chance to sprint downstairs, yelling for the real versions of my friends. I run down into the living room, seeing the two sisters hop off the couch, running across the living room to me, wondering what in the world was wrong. I was so shaken up from what had happened that I couldn't speak, so Liz took me to sit on the couch to calm down, while Bella went to the phone in the hallway to call Hannah and tell her that something had happened. Liz leaves me on the couch to go to the fridge in the kitchen and gets me some orange Fanta with some ice. While all this is going on, I try to listen over the sounds of clinking glass cups to what Isabella is telling Hannah over the phone. I couldn't hear what she was saying, though. Liz rushed back into the living room and handed me the glass of soda, but I set it on the table. I almost spilt it because my hands were still so shaky. Bella comes hurrying back into the living room shortly after her sister. They were just sitting there looking at me. I assumed it was because they were waiting for me to tell them what happened. I began to explain what I saw upstairs, but they didn't believe me. They were trying to explain away why I would have seen something like that, like it could have been my clonidine. But I explained to them that in the 8 years I'd been taking those pills, I've never once had that kind of side effect. They ran out of logical explanations as to what it might have been, so they gave up and just kept telling me it wasn't real. Pretty soon, Hannah came flying through the door with her boyfriend and into the living room where we were. She asked what happened, and when I told her, she didn't seem to believe me either. But then she stood up from where she was kneeling in front of me and told me, "Hold on." She then took her boyfriend upstairs, and you could hear them walking around upstairs where Liz's room was. Shortly after, they came back down. Hannah came up to me and hugged me, saying it's okay. She pulled out her phone and said that it was late and time to go to bed. After what just happened, I didn't want to sleep at all. Hannah told us, "You girls can sleep on the couch if you want to, and we can sleep on air mattresses down here." We all agreed with Hannah's suggestion, and so we went and got everything set up. I fell asleep pretty fast. There weren't any more noises or anything like that the rest of the night. The next morning, I had Hannah drive me home because I didn't want to stay another night in that house. I've kept this experience to myself, and I haven't been back to their house ever since. I'm still close to Liz and Bella to this day, but we never talk about that night. I know they still don't believe me, and you might not either, but I'm still sharing my story because I know what I saw. I know that what I saw was not Isabella. Unexplained Creature in the Desert of Arizona, from Mikael 666. I'm a 21-year-old guy from Denmark. Back in 2017, I was going on a road trip vacation in the United States. We started off in Las Vegas, where my mom was visiting an old woman she lived with for a year back when she was 16 and an exchange student. We then drove to LA, then Arizona, followed by New Mexico, Texas, and finally Louisiana. I am and I was very into scary stuff. I was especially into cryptids and unexplained creatures, which I was teased for by my sister and her boyfriend. When we were driving through the deserts of Arizona, my dad had to have a smoke, and we needed to stretch our legs. We got out of the car, and my dad began smoking. We looked around, trying to pass the time. Out of nowhere, my sister speaks up. "What is that?" and pointed toward the desert, where we immediately noticed a lion-sized, totally black cat. And I'm not talking like a normal black panther. This creature was so dark and black, it seemed to absorb the light around it, like a shadow. It was just walking. It had a really long and thick tail, and it walked so freaking weird, like it was a robot. Just totally stiff legs. It noticed us watching it, and froze for a moment, before turning its head really fast and staring at us. It turned its body then without moving its head, and started walking in our direction. I said to everybody that we should probably get back in the car and get moving. I wasn't going to stay around for that thing to reach us. My family quickly agreed, so we hurried to get back in the car to take off. For the rest of the trip, my sister's boyfriend and my sister didn't tease me about unexplainable creatures anymore. We were really creeped out by this thing. During the ride, I started to Google some things about animals that lived in Arizona, and I couldn't find anything about huge felines that are solid black living anywhere around here, let alone any animal that looked exactly like that anywhere in the world. I still think about this a lot to this very day, and I've never found an answer to what it was out there. What could it be? This creature, as large as a lion, blacker than black, with an overly long and thick tail. You tell me. Theater Creature from Texas. This story happened to me and a friend of mine back in our sophomore year of high school, which was 9 years ago. We lived in a small town in West Texas of about 1,500 people. The town used to have some small amenities, like a rec center, auto parts store, and a movie theater. All have now been shut down and are slowly falling apart. As kids, we would go into the old movie theater through either the door out back or the rooftop entrance from the ladder to the side. The back door went straight into a big room full of costumes that is behind the stage of the theater. Movies were played as well as acts that must have been done before I was born, knowing the theater was only open for a very short period after I'd moved into town. I've never had any strange occurrences during the few times I'd been there, until that day in particular. After that, I stopped going back to the theater entirely. Me and my friend had gone through the rooftop entrance and made our way to the overhead balcony, overlooking the stage and rows of chairs. The chairs that led down from where we were went to the lobby area, where you could buy tickets before entering the theater. The stairs were full from top to bottom of old glassware like cups and plates. We used to take a box or two up to the top balcony and throw them across the theater, listening to them break. Don't worry, this place had long been abandoned. No one was coming back for any of this stuff. The only light source in that place was whatever flashlights we had brought. Otherwise, it was pitch black in there. That day, as we threw the plates and cups across the theater, hearing them break and shatter, we had heard something else across the theater by the stage. Knowing it's a small town, we chalked it up to raccoons or a cat that may have made this place its home, so we shined the light. But we didn't see anything out of the ordinary. We continued to throw the plates, and we heard the noise again. This time it was a bit louder. We shined the light once more, scanning our way up to the stage, where we were mortified to see 3 strange creatures. Even now, I've got no explanation for what they were. In the face, they looked like human women, with rough-looking hair down to their shoulders. They were crouched over on the stage, with wings protruding from their backs. In the light, their skin was gray. Our flashlight beam gave us away immediately. They started to scream this high-pitched squeal and proceeded to stand up. We immediately took off to the ladder, heading back up to the roof entrance. We weren't followed, but it was enough to make me stay out of there to this day. Many people in our town claim to be followed at night by strange creatures called lechuzas, or witchbird. I've never seen the creatures again and hope I never do. It doesn't make me fear cryptids. I just don't want to be put in that position of being outnumbered by something I couldn't explain, let alone could only see with a flashlight beam. The Noise, from Kelby L. This happened to me and my friend Corey. We both live in southern Ohio. We one day decided to go into the woods with a BB gun to try to shoot some stuff. We were just a couple of bored kids, 12 or 13 years old. We walked into the woods about half a mile or so, enjoying each other's company, joking around like friends do. At one point, we stopped to take a break, sitting down on a big log. We were talking about video games, girls, and whatnot, when we began to hear something walking around. We look around and see nothing there, but the walking kept on going, until it stopped like whatever was walking was surprised to see us, which freaked us out because we couldn't see it or them. This was in autumn. There were no leaves or vegetation on anything, so we could see about 100 yards in any direction. Yet still, we could not see what was making the walking sound. I grabbed a stick and threw it, just to make some noise to see what the thing would do. It then began making these small jumping sounds, like a squirrel or something. Still, we couldn't see it. Right when we were about to ignore it, or forget it, this ungodly roar, and I mean roar, came bellowing out at us. It was so loud and deep, it rattled my chest. I could feel it deep within my bones. Each roar lasted a good few seconds. We jumped up immediately and began scanning the area, shaking like crazy, but still not seeing anything. This creature kept coming though, roaring and roaring at us so loud and deep, it felt like it was messing with my heartbeat. My friend and I looked at each other and ran. Whatever it was, I don't think a BB gun was going to do much to it. We ran all the way back half a mile to the safety of the electric fence. The entire time, we could hear it following us. Though the roar grew louder and the creature drew closer, we never saw hide nor hair of it. Luckily, we made it home just fine. We talk about this crazy experience from time to time. We joke about one day going back in the woods with a lot more weapons and finding that creature that made the sound. But truthfully, I'm too scared to do that. I've only been in the woods maybe 2 or 3 times since then, and because of this experience, I always felt watched and creeped out. That's my story of the roaring thing that sounded like it was right in our face, yet could not be seen. Nowadays, I regret never looking up in the trees. That's the only place I didn't think to look. I was chased by a skinwalker. From That One Texan. This happened when I was 12. My best friend and I had incredibly active imaginations, and the woods behind his house were the perfect playground. His family owned 3 acres of land in Decatur, Texas, and his house sat on the very front of their property. Their backyard had a creek and a deep drainage ditch running through it. The ditch was perpendicular to the creek. The creek itself made a 90-degree turn into their yard, pointing away from the house, and a 15-foot cliff overlooked the bend. And let's call my friend Joe for anonymity's sake. Joe and I would play in the ditch, rain or shine, with his airsoft rifles, pretending to be World War I soldiers, Indiana Jones, or space troopers conquering an alien world. We would follow the creek back into their property, deep into the woods. Joe's parents never had an issue with this because we knew the woods like the back of our hands, and Joe had a walkie-talkie he used to talk to his parents. We would play in the woods all the way to the barbed wire fence that served as the property line. Those woods were basically our second home, and we would camp in them almost every time I would spend the night. One summer day, I was having a sleepover at Joe's house, and we were planning on camping in the woods. We were super excited for the night, because Joe's parents were letting us set up our tent across the creek back in the tree line. We were never allowed to do this before, because there were bobcats and coyotes in the woods, and his parents were afraid that we could get ourselves hurt. This day in particular was mild for a Texas summer day, and we spent the whole day outside, playing in the woods. We had eaten dinner and got our tent set up and ready to go, but we still had a couple of hours left of sunlight. We planned on spending them all in the woods playing. Around 8:45 p.m., the sun began to set, and soon we were back at the property line. We decided to head back then. It usually took us about 15 minutes to walk back to the creek, but we took far longer than that because we had never been in the woods at night before. Before long, it was dark out, and we began to realize our mistake. We stumbled through the woods, tripping over tree roots, our airsoft rifles, and thorn bushes. We were about 100 yards from the tent and crossing the creek when we heard a sound. We stopped in the water, listening closely. The only sounds were crickets chirping, frogs croaking, and water trickling over stones. I suddenly realized I was shivering, even though it was still 90 degrees out and incredibly humid. Something just felt off, and I couldn't put my finger on it. As Joe and I began walking towards the shore on the other side of the creek, we heard a scream. I started shivering again, and Joe stared at me. We knew what bobcat screams sounded like, but this sound was like nothing else we had ever heard before. It was both high-pitched and deep, and throaty at the same time, but the worst part was that it was close, very close. Joe looked at me and said, "I'm scared. Let's run to the tent. I can see it over there." I nodded, and we started to sprint through the dark woods. As we were breaking through a bush, we heard something big splashing in the creek, and another blood-curdling scream cutting through the still night air. The sound startled me, and I lost my footing on a tree root. I crashed to the ground, smacking my shin on a rock. Joe kept running, not realizing that I'd fallen. I sat up and saw something that I'll never forget. A dog was looking at me through a bush. At first, I thought it was a coyote, until I saw that its eyes were bright yellow, and it was the size of a small horse. I began to crawl backwards, keeping eye contact with the beast the whole time. I stared into those bright, intelligent eyes, and I could tell that it was amused by my show of fear. I slowly stood up and kept backing away, absolutely terrified. The creature chuffed, turned around, and disappeared into the brush. I immediately turned and sprinted to the tent, scared to my very core. Joe and I sat in the tent and sobbed for close to an hour before working up the courage to run 50 yards up the hill to his house. I don't know how, but we fell asleep that night, and I remember getting up to get a glass of water, hearing that haunting scream again. Joe still lives in that house, and every once in a while he hears strange sounds and sees strange things. A few months ago, he and his father found a dead buck in the creek. It had been shredded, and there's no way a cougar or a coyote pack did it. The poor thing had been torn apart. The most disturbing part of the spectacle was that something had taken a massive bite out of the deer's chest, devouring the heart. Every time I go back into those woods, I get chills, and Joe and I always triple check that all the doors and windows are locked before going to sleep. That wasn't the last time I had a run-in with the Skinwalker, but I'll have to share that another time. I truly hope that you never have to experience what I did that night in the woods. Backpacking in Wyoming, from Alexandria. When I was around 23, my good friend and I went backpacking near the South Platte River in Wyoming. As most people know, the wilderness is no place for an inexperienced hiker like myself, so my friend came along armed with a handgun big enough to hurt any creepy people lurking in the wilderness or any random bears. So then we hit some back roads and dirt trails. We ended up stopping at a camping spot that hunters would use. There were signs like meat poles and such. We park and look around for any old deer tracks, and we find tracks leading to a hollow just a few yards away. We give each other a glance and grab our bags for the walk ahead. Soon we find ourselves in the brush, and I'm worried about ticks when we hear howls, and I glance up to notice a now very still friend. Before I could say another word, the air around me is filled with this pungent smell of elk. To me, it was like heavy pee mixed with a sappy, muddy smell. Then the sounds around us erupted into a symphony of breaking trees, which nearly sounded like thunder. My friend suddenly pushes me into the brush. Apparently, we had unknowingly walked into a herd of elk. One of the elk, a female, came right at us. My friend fired his gun in a panic, missing the elk, but once it broke through the brush, the elk ran right past us. But there was something weirdly wrong with it. I'm not sure if my friend fainted or may have hit his head, but he was blacked out. I did my best to drag my unconscious friend up the hill to safety. On top of the hill, I got a good look at the elk down below. They were all standing motionless and staring at us through the trees. This was a bit unsettling. My friend woke up pretty quickly, especially after a splash of water I had. "You alright?" I couldn't take my eyes off of the elk while I asked him this. I was afraid that if I did and I looked back, I wouldn't be able to see them anymore. "Yeah, wait, where are we? Did you see that man?" His voice stammered, and then his eyes looked toward the elk below. I looked at his face, then slowly back to the elk. They all seemed taller than normal, almost hidden in the trees. The air felt wrong too, sickly almost. You could smell rotten meat, and it made me yak from that pungent smell. I remembered that smell from before. "We need to leave." His voice was short. I helped him up, and we headed out of the brush, but we stopped when we heard the pained huff of an elk behind us. My friend insisted that I do not turn around. Instead, the two of us tried our best to run. But as we started to run, I grew curious, too curious, and I turned around for a look. It was the same female. Her hair looked like it was all mangy, and her skin and fur seemed to be falling or melting off. There were holes in her ribs where you could see bones. It huffed again, but the huff sounded like a scream. I turned to take off running, but my friend was nowhere to be seen now. I broke through the brush and came down hard on my knees, having fallen to the ground. My eyes were burning in the back of my skull, but then I heard a voice coming from the direction of the elk. It sounded close, and I could smell that same rot coming from it.
Child, child, don't fear.
I didn't dare turn around. I did not want to know what was speaking those words. "Alex!" someone called out. I opened my eyes and a truck flew in front of me. Soon after, another scream came from behind me. I turned to see the elk again, and behind it were red eyes in the bushes. The other supposed elk. I heard voices, multiple voices from every direction now, all saying the same thing.
Stay.
The truck door opened suddenly. My friend grabbed me by the shoulder and basically threw me in the truck. We tore out of that place, but the images, the sounds we experienced there, they still haunt me very much as they confuse me. Those red eyes, those horrible, tortured faces of the elk. Remember when my friend asked me if I saw that man? Well, I later figured out what he was talking about. After he saw the female elk coming at us, he apparently saw a tall, horrid-looking man. He said that his face was gruesome. Flesh from his face was falling off. Eyes were bulging out of their sockets, eyes that looked to be dipped into a fiery red. And turns out he had fainted. After seeing the man, he blacked out and had dreams of these elk devouring me at the spot where I'd tripped, tearing me to shreds and then feasting on each other. He said he could hear a chant like song. We still hike, and I do have my own gun now to protect me. But just in case, I've got some backup holy water, if I can reach it in time. Number 1. Navajo Skinwalker in Colorado. Submitted by Hunter L. My story begins in Colorado. I was 14 years old at the time. My family was taking a trip to visit my grandmother, who lives deep in the country. We were planning to stay over a few nights and enjoy the peace and quiet of the country. I've always been more of an indoorsy person, but I did love taking a nice hike through the woods from time to time. The highway drive was long and uneventful, but once we finally got there, I was super excited. After all, I had my own room in the beautiful cabin my grandmother lived in, with an amazing view of the lake and forests surrounding the property. I exchanged greetings with her, and after a few minutes of idle conversation, I headed to my room. I pulled out my laptop and began to get set up for a quality gaming session when I first heard the howling. It sounded like a wolf's cry, but slower, almost distorted, like if you recorded the howl and played it back at half the speed and lowered the pitch. That's how it sounded. It was very creepy, but having little to no experience living in the country, I brushed it off, assuming it was some animal I wasn't accustomed to. Soon the sun began to set, and I was exhausted at the time, partly from the really long car ride. I began to get settled into bed, and despite the thick comforter, something didn't feel right. It's a feeling that's hard to describe, like something was misplaced or missing. I didn't know what it was, but again I brushed it off, telling myself it was just weird to sleep in an unfamiliar place, and soon I drifted off to sleep. I woke up around 10 in the morning feeling really well rested, and I looked through my window. I could see that it had gotten foggy, as there were billowing clouds of mist drifting through the trees outside, and it was raining too, heavily. It was a bit difficult to see through the windows due to the excessive amount of water outside. I threw on some pajamas and went to grab some breakfast. When I walked into the kitchen, there was a note on the table. According to the note, my family left the house to grab some medication for my grandma, and that they'd be back in a couple of hours. So I settled with eating some Frosted Flakes. I was sitting on the comfortable couch directly under the living room window, watching the rain and fog roll in. Then again, I heard that eerie howl, the same howl from the night before. It was so slow and thick, so deliberate. As that happened, I noticed a figure creep forward through the fog. Of course, foggy weather in the country can be extremely thick. I couldn't see anything over 5 feet from the window, and I could barely make it out. But it looked like a dog or a wolf, almost anyway. The feeling that something was wrong, very, very wrong with this animal suddenly hit me. Slowly as the form of this thing came through the fog, I realized why I was feeling that way. The creature was standing on its back legs. Its back legs, I thought. I was shocked and confused. When I finally could think clearly, I looked at the creature in more detail. Its legs were twisted, bent in weird ways, almost like it was hit by a car. Of course, up here by the cabin, the closest road that's often used is a good mile away. As I looked on in horror, the creature spun around, and on its 2 hind legs, sprinted. In moments, it disappeared into the thick fog. As it turned around, though, I could see that it had no tail. Literally no tail, like it was ripped off or never there. The moment I snapped myself out of that trance, I instantly ran back to my room, shutting and locking the door. I hopped on my laptop, trying to Google and find out exactly what I saw. When my family finally got back, around 3, I waited until my parents were out of the room to tell my grandma. My parents would never believe me anyway. She was part Native American, but not that she was Navajo. She told me what she believed I saw was a skinwalker. Supposedly, it's a shape-shifting spirit or witch that takes the form of animals in order to harm people. However, it can never perfectly replicate the animal it takes the form of. When we left 3 days later, I was happy to get out of those foggy woods. After researching the legend of the Skinwalker further, I honestly believe that that is what I saw. So to all of those listening, be careful when you go deep into the countryside of Colorado. If I met that creature outside of that cabin, I don't think I'd be here to share this story. Number 2. Creature, submitted by Brianna. I live in a little town in New Mexico. This town is surrounded by dirt roads, dairies, and fields. There is a state park about 10 to 15 minutes outside of town. One day, my boyfriend and I were at this park. It must have been around 3 in the morning. We didn't really have anywhere else to hang out, so we would often go there to have some private time. We were about to leave, and we came up to this little intersection where the entrances were, and we see a vehicle turning in. So we sat and waited for the vehicle to pass, but the closer it came, the slower it got. It was a bit unnerving. I was getting nervous because we do have gangs out here. As the car approached, we noticed that the driver was an old lady. She was a tiny thing with curly white hair. And this is when things got weird. Remember, she's going very slow, so we got plenty of time to soak in this image of the lady. As she passed, she turned her head towards us. Her eyes were solid black. I swear to God, there were no whites to her eyes. Not like empty sockets, but as if she had black eyeballs, or maybe like each eye was just one solid pupil. We both froze as she slowly drove past. All the while, we were both filled with fear and dread. I'm not sure what we saw, but there were so many unanswered questions. Why would a little old woman be at the park 15 minutes outside of town at 3 in the morning? What was she doing there? Why was she driving so slow and just staring at us the whole time? We were very weirded out, and we started questioning what we saw, making excuses that we were just maybe tired, even though we both know what we saw. Well, a few months later, we drove out to the dirt roads to get away for a little bit. The sun was just setting. I knew we should have went home as soon as it got dark, but we decided to park and chill out. Suddenly, we both saw something out of the corner of our eyes. Instantly, we both jerked our heads around to see what it was. It was humanoid in shape, dirty with very long legs, but it ran on all fours. It looked more like a person trying to run on all fours, because when it ran, it just didn't look right. At an unnatural speed, it ran into the field next to us, and in a split second, it was gone. We were both so freaked out by this experience that we started the car and left immediately. New Mexico has many stories about skinwalkers, but I've never really paid attention or tried to believe those stories. I thought it was just native superstition. But when we mentioned these stories to a couple of friends, they all began to open up about the weird things they've seen out on those dirt roads. After hearing those stories, after what we saw those nights, we have not been out driving like that again in a while, because now it just seems too dangerous. Who knows what those fields are hiding? Based on the stories of the skinwalkers, I believe either of these sightings could be those menacing eyes of the old woman. It could have been a skinwalker wearing the skin suit of an old lady. Anyway, we're definitely not going to take any more chances out there. The last thing I want is to be out in the forest alone as something watches me through the brush. Number 3. My disturbing drive from Florida to Ohio. Submitted by Eon. I'm a Marine, and I just recently got back from Japan, as I'm being reassigned for recruiting duty. Upon my arrival back stateside, I found out I had to go to my next station early. Oh, there's nothing like hearing bad news right off the bat. Well, anyway, I live in the Orlando-Tampa area of Florida, and I had a long drive ahead of me to reach my destination, so I went ahead and got on the road. Later that night, I had been on the road all day going up I-95 North when I merged onto I-77 North. By the time I drove into Charlotte, North Carolina, it was getting dark fast and I was completely exhausted. I was seriously considering pulling over to get a little bit of shut-eye when, out of nowhere, I saw the most terrifying thing. In front of me, right in my headlights, something darted in front of my vehicle. I slammed on the brakes immediately and my car came to a stop. Whatever it was seemed to stop for a moment before continuing to cross the road. During this quick moment, I was able to gather many details about this creature. It was inhumanly skinny and lanky, and its skin was hairless and pale. All in all, the thing was humanoid in shape. Well, before I even knew what I was doing, I got out of my car, still worried that I almost hit a person, and I watched this thing dart into the woods on the other side of the interstate. The most chilling part of this, though, was when it stopped on the other side, just to look back in my direction, to let out this ear-piercing scream or howl. I don't know which. To my astonishment, it was met with a reply on my side of the interstate and connecting woods. Something on the other side, another of its kind, had let out another scream in reply. So basically, alone in the dark on the side of the road, I was surrounded by these things. Without wasting any more time, I jumped back into my car and I booked it out of there. I'm currently sitting in a hotel room at the Super 8, about 12 miles from where I had encountered this thing. And I can leave you with this. My time in Afghanistan was far less frightening than the sound that this creature emitted. And I swear to God, for the rest of my time alive on this planet, I hope I don't see this thing again. Number 4. Rock-throwing skinwalker. Submitted by Colton. I'm Native American from the Navajo tribe, and this story took place when I was about 5 years old. I'm from Utah, and my grandma lives in New Mexico, so from time to time we would visit her and have cookouts and whatnot. To set up where this takes place, my grandma has 2 plots of land that she used to live between during different seasons. She had a home in the desert beneath a mountain, and another within the mountain that requires a truck to get to, and which happened to be a hogan from when my grandma was a child. This time of season, she lived up in the mountain, which is between spring and summer. Up in the mountain is lush with foliage and a dark forest that would make daytime look ominous. My parents would run to town to help her run errands and buy supplies that she needed. This time they left around 4 in the afternoon and said they would be back very late. To give an idea of how far we were from the nearest city, Shiprock if you're wondering, it would take around 2 hours to go down the mountain and drive to the city. We already expected them to be back late in the night. In my family, I'm the baby. I have my parents, my eldest sister, my older brother, and my other sister. And the team that went down to the city was my older brother and my other sister. The ones that wanted to stay up in the Hogan were my eldest sister and my cousin and me. So that'll give you some idea of who was there and where we were. It's around 9 p.m. that night, and we're sitting in the Hogan doing nothing because it's a moonless night outside, and it's pretty terrifying when you're 5 years old, and literally the only light is from a gas lantern. Suddenly, the dogs start barking at something. Soon this escalates to the sound of them fighting something, as if they were trying to defend themselves or fend something off. From the sound of the dogs fighting and whimpering, my sister is trying to see what's happening from the only window in the Hogan. But of course she can't see anything, it's just that dark. My cousin and I are scared out of our minds because this never happened before. The dogs may bark or growl, but they never sounded so freaked out. They were acting like their lives were in danger. And even scarier after all the fighting, there was complete silence. After a couple of seconds, we heard what sounded like rocks being thrown at our little Hogan. We began to panic because something got rid of the dogs and is now coming after us. My cousin lives in this Hogan with my grandma, and they knew that a revolver was hiding in her drawer with her clothes. He tells my sister to grab it and tells her how to load it and arm it. What we were planning to do was to run from the thing and flee to our relative that lives across this 200-yard field of dirt and knee-high grass in the moonless night. I just remember thinking how terrible of a plan that was, like it was some sort of situation right from a horror movie. I completely remember that feeling of sheer terror the moment we opened that door, only to be met by pitch blackness outside. My sister, armed with a revolver, followed up behind us, while my cousin with a bat led us. So we sprint outside, like a bunch of bats out of hell, and I'm trying to keep up and not lag behind, but it's hard. I don't remember running 200 yards so fast, but being a panicking 5-year-old kid, thinking he's about to be pounced on by some creature, probably helped me across the way. Thankfully, we arrive at my relative's house, and of course he's really mad that we're there so late, and he notices my sister with the gun. Long story short, she gets scolded for having the gun out and armed with kids around. He takes the gun and fires 3 times in the air and walks back to the Hogan. He stays with us until my parents come back. That's the most I can remember, and I know a lot of other creepy stuff happened at my grandma's, but that was by far the scariest, because who wants to run through an open field with the feeling of something chasing you? The next day when we checked on the dogs, or what was left of them, we saw a very disgusting sight. Something had killed them. Whatever that thing was, it finished off the dogs and began to throw rocks at our Hogan. I can only believe that it was trying to lure us out, which it successfully did, but I have no idea why it didn't attack us, because it literally had us in the palm of its hand. Number 5. Hunted, submitted by Justin. My friends and I love paranormal stuff, and we love being scared. We practically study this stuff. So by now we know about Wendigos, Skinwalkers, and many other demons. But until this one night, we never really knew what being scared meant. That night was about 3 weeks ago when me and my friends decided to go into the forest in my backyard. There were 3 of us, me, T, and Josh. They were staying the night at my house when Josh came up with the idea to go for a walk in the woods. This was surprising to T and I, as he was usually the one that was scared. He said it'd be fun to try to creep ourselves out in the dark. We agreed and got some flashlights, then headed out in my backyard. Now, in my backyard, there was no fence separating the forest. The forest was huge, and I still haven't seen the end of it from my usual walks, and that's even during the daytime. We all walked close together for about 5 minutes, when things started to happen. all of our flashlights began blinking and then just shut off. This couldn't have just been the batteries because it happened at the same time. What the heck? We heard Josh say. Then he just took off back to the house. Oh my God, Josh, I said under my breath. Suddenly, a twig snapped behind us. I turned toward it, trying to turn my flashlight on again, but nothing happened. T stepped closer to me as we both stared into the dark forest in silence. I wanted to run, but something held me back, maybe a morbid curiosity. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, but soon I could see what made that twig snap. It was a tall creature with a hunched back. The ribs of this beast were showing, with flesh hanging from it. The head was of a deer skull, and instantly I knew what this might be. Perhaps a skinwalker or wendigo. It was like seeing something straight from your nightmares, something so unreal that you deny that you're seeing it. But it was there, so vivid. I'll never forget the sight of it. Honestly, things like wendigos and skinwalkers and creatures like that, they were just stories before. But now the story came to life before me, and I was scared for my life. I nearly screamed at the sight of it, but I tried to hold it in, trying not to make eye contact with it. I whispered to T, "You need to run as soon as I do." I was far from sure of myself, but I thought maybe we could run fast enough to get back to my house before it got to us. So I bolted. T took off right toward the house, but my plan was to cut off in a different direction before I headed home. That way at least one of us could make it. Not too long after that, though, I began to hear footsteps behind me, and my heart began to race. As those footsteps caught up to me, I turned to face my fate. But there was Josh with a different flashlight. I'd never been more thankful to see him. "Holy crap, dude, are you okay?" he asked me. "Man, we saw something." The look on his face said he didn't completely believe me, but he replied to me, "I just came back to look for you guys to make sure you're okay." Still completely terrified, I looked back deeper into the forest behind me when an ear-piercing screech broke through the air. I wanted to just be home. I've never heard anything like this before, and it sent chills down my body. Josh and I ran as fast as we could towards T in the house, but whenever we looked behind us, we heard footsteps coming from something else. We just kept running as fast as we could with something trailing close behind us, when suddenly my head caught an overhanging branch and it knocked me to the ground. Josh mustn't have seen because he just kept running. I lay there on the forest floor, scared, tired, and now in pain. I was too afraid to look behind me. I just knew that I would see that thing standing over me, waiting to kill me. Thankfully, the next thing I saw was T running through the bush back towards me. He actually came back for me. Before I could be filled with hope, though, T stopped in his tracks before he could reach me. He knelt down, and he didn't once take his eyes off of something behind me. His eyes were so wide and his mouth was open. What was he seeing? He looked so scared. It was almost more terrifying than actually seeing this thing, just knowing that it was right behind me. Then those same footsteps that were following us before, I heard them again, but this time, they were walking away. If I wanted to survive this was my chance. I got up and I sprinted to the house, T just barely in front of me. The whole way there, we didn't see or hear anything else. When we got back to the house, Josh was waiting at the back door with his head barely poking out of it. I rolled my eyes when I saw him, but none of us said another word for the rest of the night. We got inside, locked all the doors, and just sat there. We all waited for the sun to come up, the three of us in silent agreement that we should probably never go back in those woods again. Number 6. Wendigo or Skinwalker. Submitted by Anonymous. When I was a child, I remember playing hide and seek with my friends, who I still talk to this day. But it was back then that we stopped playing hide and seek because something happened. My house was backed by a forest of pine trees, so there wasn't a whole lot of brush, and you could see about a mile in. Keep in mind we were about 3 miles away from any other houses, so it was often very quiet. As well as being very creepy at night, it also seemed very eerie during the day. I always got chills when I was out there. Yet that didn't stop us from camping, hunting, and just playing in the woods. So one summer evening, myself, my mom, dad, and friends, Jeff and Lily, had gone out to camp. What was special about this time was the fact that we went deeper than we've ever been into these woods. After hiking out, we set up camp, and by then it was already getting dark. We whined to my parents to let us play for almost 10 minutes until they said fine. So it was about 8, and it was dark out. We got some flashlights and we began our games. Of course, like always, I counted first. I began counting, all the while hearing giggles and running feet behind me. After 30 seconds, I turned and I listened. Now, keep in mind, it was summer. You should hear birds, frogs, and crickets. But at the time, I heard nothing. Not wanting to seem like a wuss, I sucked it up and started seeking. After a minute or so, I heard movement, and I instantly saw something that would scar me for the rest of my life. I saw a tall, pale creature, about 8 feet tall, and it was still hunched over. Its limbs were thin and elongated, with long, bony fingernails. Its hair was white and thin. The moment I saw it, I screamed so loud, it turned to me, and this thing, it actually spoke. It said to me,
"Hush, child. I don't want to hurt you."
Now, being a 12-year-old, I had some sense that I knew this thing was going to kill me. I tried to move, but I was completely petrified, so afraid that I could barely breathe. While stuck in a staring contest with this yellow-eyed creature, I tried to remember my way back. The second it took a step toward me, I grabbed my flashlight and I bolted back the way I came. As I was running, I could hear this thing behind me. I turned to see the spot where our camp had been, only to see the remnants of a fire. So instead, I headed home. When I was a few feet away from my yard, I hit a root and fell flat on my face. And I thought, honestly, that I was dead. But as I fell, my dad came out with a shotgun and screamed every possible swear out into the woods. Now, this whole time, I didn't hear footsteps behind me. I just ran. But then as I lay there facing my house, facing my father, only inches behind me, I heard the same voice as before.
"I'll be seeing you soon."
I nearly fainted right there when I realized how close it had come to me. The voice was only a few inches behind me. As soon as I could get myself back up, I ran inside, running into my mother's arms and crying. Apparently, my family had seen this creature in the forest before me. They were unable to find me, and having to care for the other children, they had to get home fast. They had left me. A week later, we moved closer to the city, and we ditched all of our outdoor gear. I remember something a week later. We set up a trail cam, but no one dared to go out there. Ever since that night, I've been wondering what we saw. And to my understanding from my research, I think we may have seen a skinwalker. Mostly, I'm just glad to be alive, and I will never be going out there to see that thing again. Number 7. Skinwalker on Easter. Submitted by Anakin. It was the last day of school for Easter, and I was excited for it, until I had a bit of an accident. I ran headfirst into the mirror on a truck, and I ended up having to go to the hospital. I spent a whole day and the next morning there, but I was soon feeling a bit better. So the night before Easter, my cousin and I were walking to the nearest gas station to buy a few snacks and some junk food. I noticed on my right was a small patch of woods. My cousin then spoke up and said, "Dude, we should go in there." I just looked at him like he was a madman, but I agreed to go. Maybe it was just peer pressure. Boy, was that a bad idea. For one, my injury was making my head hurt, and then when we walked about 50 yards in, I began to hear something that sounded like something eating or thrashing at meat. I told this to my friend, and he told me to remain calm. that it was probably a bobcat or a coyote. I told him in this part of Michigan there's rarely anything like that. Then he said maybe it's a wolverine or something. But then again, this far north, I thought to myself, that's not likely. We ventured on though, trying to ignore the sound. Later, I hear something that sounded like my cousin, but he's right next to me. But coming from the trees nearby, I hear his same voice. Dude, come over here. We both stopped in our tracks, now completely petrified. We both knew that that wasn't him. I could even see the look of terror on his face when he heard it. As we sat there thinking silently, wondering what we should do, we then saw something of a silhouette dart between trees in front of us. We turned tail and ran back to the gas station. But before we exited those woods, we could see the same silhouette darting between trees around us. Whatever it was easily keeping pace with us, and it seemed to be just toying with us. We ran harder, pushing ourselves to the limits. We didn't stop until we made it back to his house. There, we tried to take our minds off of things. We didn't feel tired after that. We stayed up playing video games and watching videos. The next morning, my mom picked me up, and I couldn't be happier to get away from those woods. Needless to say, I won't be going back to that patch of woods. Number 8. I saw something at the campsite. Submitted by Firebolt U. I was 15 years old and I thought I was invincible. My mom forced me to go to the Boy Scouts, and it was my first camp out with them. Now, before this camp out, I already had a good amount of badges and was strong and sporty, but I was always up for something new. Well, we piled into the truck and were driven to the campsite. I still remember what the camp looked like. It was filled with chipped pieces of wood and was surrounded by forest. We started off with the usual, making a fire and playing manhunt with more people my age. As the sun began to set and our scoutmasters, let's call them Benjamin and Thomas, told us older kids to go into the forest and find some food, such as rabbits or birds to eat. So we went into the damp forest, unsupervised. We all split up so we could cover more ground. I decided to find some rabbit holes. I'd been around this area before with my parents, never camping though, so I knew where some rabbit holes were. I began to hum to myself as I walked. This is when I first saw something. In the distance, behind a tree, there was the silhouette of a deer with antlers. The antlers had many points, so I assumed it was a large buck. The thing was standing still, as if it was trying to listen. I never once saw it move. So I continued to walk slowly closer, thinking it'd be cool if I could get as close as possible to a wild deer. But as I gained some perspective on this creature, as the tree moved from my view, I realized that this was nothing natural. This was no ordinary animal. What I was seeing looked to be something standing on two legs, with a deer's head at the top, but the whole thing was all skin, leathery black skin, and this thing wasn't listening. It just had its head tilted down, facing the forest floor, as if it was a statue. I began to reason with myself that maybe it was some crazy artwork by some stranger. But then I saw it breathe. Without chancing it, without taking another step towards it, I turned around and I ran back to camp. I was so afraid that I was staggering and tripping the whole way. When I got back, I was too afraid to tell anyone. I just wanted to go home. I didn't know if anyone would believe me, but I know what I saw. Number 9. My Skinwalker Encounter. Submitted by Paul115. What I'm about to tell you happened 2 weeks ago. I was going on a trip to my grandparents' place, and that's about a 1-hour drive. The road leads through a huge forest, nearly 45 minutes of the drive there. So I left with my parents at around 6 that night, and it was almost completely dark. So through the whole drive it was going to be night, I assumed. Half an hour went by and it was pitch black outside, and only our car's headlights and the moon's light were giving any light at all. Suddenly, as I was watching through the windows, I will mention that we were going slow just to avoid any slippery turns, I saw something, and I instantly regretted looking out that window. There in the dark of the woods was a pale white, almost human-like figure, and only by the light of the moon I could make out some features on its face. Then it moved its head towards our vehicle. I saw 2 red eyes. They were like portals directly to hell. I was terrified instantly. The creature let out a high-pitched screech that I could hear from within the car, and I knew that it was coming from this creature because as it started, its jaw widened inhumanly so. My mom and dad turned their heads trying to find the source of the noise. They heard it too. After looking at my parents to see if they heard it, I looked back at the creature. It was now no longer sunk to the ground. It was now standing on its legs and was easily about 7 feet tall. The moment my dad saw it, he decided to throw caution out the window. He floored it. Then we watched as the creature got back on all 4s, then charged into the woods, disappearing. Now this was a one-way road, and it went on straight for a few miles. But I swear the whole way, the same distance from the tree line to the road, we heard those screams over and over. Apparently, this creature was somehow keeping pace with us. When we finally arrived at my grandparents' place, we all got in the house as quickly as possible, completely forgetting any luggage that we had in the vehicle. Inside, we rushed through salutations, and we locked the door. And then we heard the screaming around the house. My grandparents' expressions were different than that of my parents, and instantly we all knew that my grandparents recognized this sound. The next few hours went by as we all sat in the living room, cuddled up together, and my dad and grandfather both had 12-gauge shotguns at the ready. After a long while, I somehow finally fell asleep. That night, though, I kept waking up in the middle of the night, over and over, every so often. But every time I did, I would look out the window, and there would be red eyes in different windows. Whatever was out there, it was moving from window to window, keeping a close eye on us, or maybe it was trying to find an entrance. When everyone was awake in the morning, everything seemed to go back to normal, and during our little getaway, we didn't hear anything or see anything else like that creature. I couldn't have been more thankful. To this day, I don't know what it was, but one fact remains. My grandparents know something, but they refuse to give any answers. And number 10, Until Dawn, submitted by X Seraphim X. My family and I were going to a family reunion on my uncle's ranch or farm. Every 5 years we would have the reunion, and every time I would awkwardly follow my parents around and stuff, talking to cousins that I've never met before. Anyway, some of the grown-ups decided it was a good idea to stay and spend the night, drinking. My parents decided to stay too, and I don't know what possessed them to put me in charge of the toddlers and teenagers, but those kids were like half my age, and 2 of them were older than me. I wasn't really up to it. Somehow we ended up sleeping outside in tents that were in a row, overlooking the thick bushes and trees outside. It was about 1 in the morning when all of us finally went to sleep, because last I checked all the phone lights were off. I woke up listening to eerie howls of pain coming from behind one of the tents. Now howls like this were normal, because there were a lot of coyotes on my uncle's ranch, but they wouldn't come this close to humans. I ended up listening to the howl. It slowly died off. I woke up again later, listening to the sound of odd ripping noises to the left. I got up and peeked my head outside of the tent, and what I saw shook me to my very soul. It looked like a deer on its hind legs, until I took a second glance. There, looming over a tent only a few feet away from me, was a tall and gray creature with dangling arms and horns on its head. It was just peering into a hole it made on the top of a tent. I wanted to scream and do something, but I was paralyzed with fear as this thing put half its head into the tent hole. I never realized that my cousin was up and looking at this thing until she threw a small pebble at it. I pushed her back inside and closed the tent we were huddled in. We sat there listening and waiting for it to do something. We could hear it out there sniffing the tent, and we could still see its tall shadow. It was just circling the tent for a while until we heard another howl off in the distance. Finally, this weird creature scattered away like it never happened.
We stayed up until dawn, and I was too tired and scared to go tell our parents what happened. The last thing I was about to do was exit that tent. In the morning, some tents were ripped, and there was what appeared to be drool on some of the tents. I never got around to telling my parents what I experienced. I don't know why I still haven't. I really haven't bothered to share this story with many people. Maybe I'm still scared deep down.
The Buffalo and Wind. From Anonymous. I was 17 years old, just graduated from high school. It was the beginning of July, and it was getting hot. There were 4 of us who all decided that we were going to be there for a dear friend of ours. We were Amber, Ryan, Spencer, and myself. This friend was the pillar of our little clique, a kind and gentle guy who was a mountain of a man. He was also Native American. His mother was flying us all out to, I think, Missouri. His name was Kyle. His mother was taking us all out there because Kyle was becoming a man in the tribe. The elder or chief was giving him an animal spirit name. We arrived early in the day. Well, early for me anyway. So I was basically carried around by Kyle while I was half awake. For clarity, I'm about 5'3". I also don't weigh much. We met up with his mother at the airport, at which point we began the long drive to the reservation. I'm sorry I can't remember the name of the place or anything like that. I was nursing a hangover. When we arrived, there was a small hotel just outside of the reservation that we checked into. Amber and I got our own rooms, and the boys were bunking together. I went back to sleep when we got there, and I didn't wake back up until about 3 p.m., at which point I ate, washed up a bit, then got dressed. After being teased for a while about being so tired, we headed into the reservation. All of us got to meet many of Cheryl's friends, which was Kyle's mother. Then before we knew it, we were hanging out with some of the kids our age and a little older. We walked a bit further than I realized, from the buildings and outcroppings of where we first arrived. The sun was beginning to set. By then, we had been walking around and goofing off all day. The boys, trying to show off, started a fire, where we all sat and continued talking. Now to clarify a bit more, I am mute. So Kyle was interpreting for me. He was my best friend after all. Well, as the sun was almost set, we began to drink. Kyle, who's usually not much of a drinker, was hamming gulps from the bottles we had been passing around. Fast forward about 4 hours. We were fairly intoxicated. I lit up a cigarette and was enjoying the night, lying on my back and staring up at the sky. It was beautiful, enjoying a moment that was about to be ruined. All of a sudden, there was a hand on my stomach, going upwards towards my chest. I looked down to see one of the guys I didn't know making a little more than a pass at me. I went to jump back out of his reach when Kyle, who must have been watching me like a hawk, was on the guy and lands a right hook to his jaw. He flew off of me and onto the ground. At this point, the entire group is up on their feet, arguing and questioning what happened. Kyle explained everything. The boys then split up into 2 groups. Those who believed the guy who had been punched, and the others who believed Kyle. The chief's son was one of the boys with us. So then another argument broke out. The guy who had been punched threatened that because of what Kyle had done, he was going to summon evil spirits to come for all of us. He and the others who had sided with him left back toward the buildings. The rest of us sat back down, and some apologies were made. Soon the bottles came back out. The chief's son had some homemade stuff, and it was delicious. So I looked at him and asked about what kind of evil spirits the Hands guy had mentioned. I'll be referring to the guy that got punched as Hands guy from here on out. At that question, everyone went quiet when Kyle had interpreted it for me. The chief's son, his name was Cody, I think,
began telling us about some of the evil things that the Native Americans believed existed. He said that a favorite pastime of the Hands One was summoning skinwalkers. So by now it was closing in on 11 from what my watch was telling me. I was fading fast. The boys were all telling creepy stories now, a lot of them dealing with skinwalkers. Then all of a sudden, the human pillow known as Kyle stood to attention. This jarred me because he took me with him. I was on my feet before I knew what happened. The next 5 minutes felt like time had stood still. There in the woodline, no more than 200 feet from where we were standing, was this person on stilts. He was tall, skinny. All I could make out was that it had long arms with very large hands. My eyesight began to come back to me. The arms were very thin, but the claws were huge. Its chest was a very pale color, with skin that looked as if it had been stretched to the point it was going to rip. The head was that of a deer, like some deer skull you would see on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere with a cactus next to it. The eyes were the scariest part. They were moving around, eyeing each of us as if to size us all up. Kyle pushed me behind him. The last thing I could see were its eyes shifting toward me and him. He began shouting at it. This was out of character for him. He was threatening to rip it to shreds piece by piece, then burn whatever was left to cinders if it didn't leave us. Kyle was about 6 feet, played football and hockey. He was a very large man and well-toned. Every vein and muscle in his body was pumped up. His hair was standing on end as he walked to the right of the fire. As they looked each other in the eyes, Kyle decided to taunt it again. He mocked it, telling it that it was not going to see the sunrise. To our surprise, the horrific thing walked out of the clearing. And it didn't make a sound, not until it stopped, because then came a cracking noise, like its bones were breaking and readjusting. It then followed suit of Kyle, who was already in a power position, legs open, arms out, ready to fight. In the middle of everything, the wind kicked up. It was blowing in from behind us. It was so hard, dust and sand particles were in the air, which made it much harder to see. It came in so fast, I had to lower my head to try and keep the dust out of my face. That's when I saw it. In Kyle's left hand was the bottle of homemade alcohol. It had this disgusting hanky thing in it. It all happened so fast. His body dropped. His left hand went into the fire. The fire roared to life as some of the liquid splashed out of the bottle. The bottle, the hanky, and Kyle's hand were aflame. He threw that bottle with precision into the chest of the thing. With the wind blowing, it erupted into a ball of fire. There was a terrifying scream, like a woman, a big cat, and a few other animals mixed, screaming in pain and anger. The sound of this thing was so loud I had to put my hands on my ears to block the sound. All of a sudden I had the wind knocked out of me as Kyle had picked me up and thrown me on his shoulder. I was now being carried at a pace I'd never be able to keep up with, away from that thing, which I could still see. It was still screaming. The forest line was on fire. It was still on fire. We were tearing out of there so fast. Spencer had picked up Amber and was carrying her so that no one was left behind. Cheryl was waiting for us when we arrived back at the reservation's buildings. I was so terrified and crying. Cheryl grabbed a hold of me and was holding me tightly, asking for an explanation. When she saw that Kyle too was pale, she pulled us all into her friend's house. There, everyone told her what had happened. She had some doctor come immediately and cleanse us. It was an awkward situation for me, as I'm not very religious. We went back to the hotel, and I was having trouble sleeping. I was exhausted, but my eyes were fixed on the window. The next day was the big day for Kyle. When we got back to the reservation, we met the chief, who was quite nice. He apologized for our encounter the night before. He apologized to me too, that one of his tribe would do something like that to me. Then the man went on to say that he had heard about everything that happened during the encounter. He said that the wind was a manifestation of Kyle's will to protect, that his heart had been tested twice that night. The first was a situation that many can lose their heads over, and even though he had struck the man, he calmed down after the situation had ended. The second was when it attacked us. The wind was a symbol of the world ready to feed the fire inside Kyle when he needed help. The chief then reached down and gently picked up Kyle's left hand. Surprisingly, there was no burn on it at all. We were in such a hurry and in such shock, none of us remembered to check. Then the chief took Kyle a few feet away and told him his spirit name. Later on, when we asked him what his spirit name was, he didn't say much more than, "It has something to do with a buffalo." So without missing a beat, Spencer blurted out, "Yeah, the big buffalo and wind. Be afraid." The name stuck. We still refer to him as that today. Unfortunately, not without a shiver, remembering that thing. Skinwalker in the Forest, from Travis. I'm 24 years old, and this happened 2 years ago. My pops and I have always loved camping, hunting, fishing, anything outdoors. Well, being from the lower parts of Arizona, we've always loved going up into the mountains. My pops and I planned a trip up to Sholo, Arizona, and around said areas. We packed our truck up with our camping and fishing gear and headed up there. It started out normal, fun kayaking out on the lake, throwing our poles in the water, letting the wind carry us across the lake. It was going great. We set up our tent and cot. I like to sleep under the stars when possible. We started a fire and had some dinner. But when the sun began to go down, I began to get an odd feeling that we were being watched. There was no apparent reason for it, so I ignored it, and I continued to talk with my pops. When we were settling down and getting ready for bed, I still felt as if we were being watched. Maybe it was all in my head, but either way, my nerves were on end. I went to bed no problem. When 2 o'clock rolled around, my feelings of being watched were worse. I should have listened to my senses. I sat up to go use the bathroom, after which I crawled back into my sleeping bag to try to go back to sleep. However, I began to hear coyotes. I didn't think much of it. There were coyotes out here, they were common, nothing out of the ordinary. I brought my Glock 19 and so did my pops. So we were also more than prepared to handle a few coyotes if need be. I began to drift off to the howling when all of a sudden, the coyotes began to go crazy. I opened my eyes and shined my flashlight in the direction of the howls. They sounded panicked, scared. It was a full moon that night, so it was easier to see. Plus, I had a high lumens flashlight, so I could see pretty far with it. I aimed it around, scanning the surroundings for the eye shines of the coyotes or movement, but I didn't see them. I calmed myself down, cramming myself back into my sleeping bag. Once again, I tried to get some sleep. Just as I was about to doze off, I felt hands on my sleeping bag. My dad was in his tent, so who in the world was running their hands along my sleeping bag? I began to reach for my pistol and flashlight when the hands suddenly stopped. They freaking stopped at the edge of my sleeping bag, gripping tight at the ends, as if they were ready to rip it off of me. I pretended to be asleep. I cracked my eyes just a little bit to see if I could see them. I did, and when I saw them, I nearly had a heart attack. I saw fingers, bony, long, and gray, with skin dried out. But the worst part was that what those fingers belonged to began to speak to me in my dad's voice. But I knew it wasn't my dad, because he was sound asleep, still snoring, not 6 feet from me. My body was screaming at me not to move, or I would be dead. This thing was trying to get me to move. It spoke to me in a distorted voice, a voice that only now barely resembled my dad's. Travis, look at me. Travis, speak to me. Travis, now. It was getting angry. It was angry I wasn't responding to it. Right when I thought it was going to have itself a Travis burrito, my dad spoke up and asked if I was okay over there. He heard noises and popped his head out to check on me. I guess that thing ran off when it heard my dad. The next morning, my dad didn't ask me about the noises he heard last night. I mean, even if he had, I'd say it was probably me sleep-talking or raccoons. In any case, I was glad to be leaving the next morning, due to the fact I had to go back to work. I can honest to God say I was scared for my life. I've had similar experiences with creatures like it, and I believe this to have been a skinwalker. In any case, if you do happen to go camping in Show Low, Arizona, bring a buddy or protection against forces that want to harm you, or you might end up being eaten. Skinwalker in the Woods. From KP. When my brothers, J and G, and I were kids, we would often go to my grandmother's. We never really minded being in the woods with her away from the city we grew up in, and often we'd have great adventures at Grandma's. When it was daytime, the woods and the surrounding 25 acres were a wonderland. But when night fell, we would find ourselves very afraid of the same woods we had just been playing in earlier. One night we had gone over to my grandma's. My little brother Jay and I were sitting on the porch when we noticed something very disturbing. Mind you, the house is surrounded by woods on 3 sides, and in the front was a huge cow pasture. As we sat talking, we noticed a pair of huge gold eyes watching us from the woods, and they had to have been at least 8 feet off the ground. We saw this, and we both ran inside crying. Grandma calmed us down, telling us not to worry. Nothing was going to get us. Well, she may have been wrong. The following day, we went out to the woods as happy as could be, not a care in the world, when we found a cave made of briar bushes. Now, anyone with sense knows briar bushes don't form in that way naturally, but being children, we started towards the cave-like structure, and we were soon hit with the awful smell of rot, decay, and vulture vomit. I only know how that smells after scaring a buzzard with my car, after which it vomited carrion all over my vehicle. My grandma had 3 dogs that would follow us all over the woods, but that day, my dog Molly refused to come with us. In fact, all 3 dogs seemed off that day. We go a little closer before I tell Jay we need to get the heck out of here. He agrees, and we turn to leave when I hear a branch snap. It had come from where we had just been standing. We don't turn around. We just run to the house and see Molly freaking out, barking and biting at the fence. She even growled at me, which was weird, because I'm the one who found Molly, and we had a great friendship. She actually bit me that day, as if she was trying to get me back inside the fence. I'm 30 years old now, and my grandma has long passed. My mom inherited the house, and we go there every holiday. Even to this day at night, we sometimes see the yellow eyes staring back at us. It still makes me want to cry like a child. As a side note, my brothers and I are from the same family, but we were adopted. Our grandfather was a pure Cherokee Indian and medicine man. I wonder if it was a Wendigo or Skinwalker messing with us. That's Not a Deer, from Kelly F. I wrote in a couple of years ago a story about my encounter with the Skinwalker when I was a child. Well, I had another experience over 20 years later, and despite this happening in the winter of 2019, it's an update nonetheless. It was late, probably around 1 a.m. My best friend at the time, Stevie, realized she was out of smokes, and we don't smoke the same kind, so she convinced me to go out. It was freezing that night. It was the kind of night where there's no wind, but the chill in the air is so cold, you feel it in your bones. As my late Nana would say, it's raw outside, which I always thought described that kind of cold well. We hurried to my van and got in quickly. It didn't take long, as the store is only down the road. We were only gone for like 10 minutes. When we drove into my uncovered driveway, the headlights of my van lit up the piece of my backyard you can see through the mesh fence, and into the right side of the yard, which goes back a ways, hits another mesh fence, and then goes into a small clearing, and then a tree line that leads into some woods. Basically, the entire right side of the yard was lit up from the headlights. We didn't get out of the car right away. That was just our routine. Smoke a cigarette while the van is still warm before we go in, but it didn't take long for Stevie to point out that we weren't alone. After I lit my cigarette, as I handed her the lighter, she asked, "What's that deer doing in your yard? Why is it just standing there? Is there something wrong with it?" I suddenly didn't feel the warmth of the van anymore, and my heart skipped a beat. I looked over into the yard, and standing in my headlights was the outline of what looked to be a deer at first. I didn't take my eyes off of it. I grabbed Stevie's arm and said, "That's not a deer. Get in the back and stay down." I must have sounded serious because she did as I said without hesitation. I looked at the figure, which did for the most part look like a deer. But as I looked longer, I knew something was wrong. The flesh looked necrotic. It was falling off, skin sliding off as it stood there, like it was rotting right before my eyes. The antlers were small, but they were covered in what looked like blood, and as I finally got to look at its face, it had a set of blue eyes that were human in shape. It had a mouth with lips, and it was smiling at me. That's when I realized it had to be the one I'd encountered before. It was smiling like it saw an old friend. I was frozen there for a moment. It was like time slowed down. I realized it knew me. I was only able to start moving because the thing began to mouth words, and that was the second time I ever noped the heck out of there, climbing into the back seat with Stevie. When I got in the back, she started to open her mouth, but I gave her the shh signal, and she stopped. After about 10 minutes of complete silence, I decided to take a look, which I wish I hadn't, or I wish I'd waited longer. Because when I took a look, that thing was trying to climb over the fence. It now had more human-like legs and arms with hooves, and a half-deer face. The deer skin had seemed to have fallen off completely by now, and it revealed new human-looking skin. Before I was able to duck down, it must have sensed me, because it looked back and we locked eyes one last time. it was still smiling. So I went back to hiding with Stevie. We probably waited almost 2 hours before we even looked up. When we did, the thing was gone, and I was able to turn off the headlights finally, and the van off completely. When we got back inside, Stevie wanted to know what the heck happened, so I told her the story from when I was a kid. Needless to say, her jaw dropped. She wanted to know so much more, but I told her talking about them would give them power. She went searching on her own, which I also advised against, but of course she didn't listen. We never really talked about it too much after that, and I lost touch with Stevie and moved April 2020. Since then, I haven't had anything like this happen again. I have dear friends, but they're real dear. It might have not been the same one, but the way it looked at me, I'll never forget that. Pray I don't run into it or another one again. If I do have another encounter, I'll be sure to come back, but let's hope that doesn't happen. I gotta say, I'm nervous to post this since I brought it up. Possible Skinwalker encounter. From Eddie. I live in southern Arizona, but I was raised in a pretty bad part of Texas. Gangs and drugs infected my city like a virus, so I learned to avoid people and to stay out of trouble for the most part. So, safe to say, it took a lot to scare me. When I got the chance to move with my grandmother in Arizona, I took it without any regrets. Now, this story took place on Halloween in 2018. I was walking my ex-girlfriend and her friend around the neighborhood because I had nothing else going on. I got dressed up and met up with them. We were walking around for about 2 hours or so, and my ex wanted me to take pictures of them, so she gave me her phone and I proceeded to do so. As I was done, I went through her phone, as at the time we were going through a rough time, and I didn't really trust her. As I was looking, I saw that she had been calling this random dude, and I'm not going to lie, I got upset. She told me not to talk to other girls, and I felt betrayed. I got mad and stormed off about 15 feet ahead of them, and as we were about 2 blocks from her friend's house, they accidentally dropped their candy. I stopped to wait for them, and as I was waiting, I hear my ex call my name. Eddie! It was her voice, but there was something off about it. I turned around. They were still picking up the candy, and I thought she wanted me to help, but it didn't look like she called my name, as she didn't really acknowledge me or anything. About 3 seconds later, I'm watching my ex pick up her candy, and I hear it again. Eddie! I look over to my left, and between these 2 houses is an alleyway of some sort. I saw a shadow moving behind this little alcove-type corner. I thought it was one of my friends that lived in the neighborhood, messing with me. I walked to the other side of the street to investigate, and as I step in the rocks, I see something peek around the corner. I stopped, dead in my tracks. What I saw staring back at me scared the living daylights out of me. It was around 7 feet tall, with yellow eyes, sharp teeth, Native American war paint on its face, and what appeared to be a dead wolf skin over its head. That wasn't even the worst part. As I took in the creature that was standing at least 3 yards in front of me, I felt a malicious intent coming from it, and all I could think was, "Oh my God." But I swear, I heard a reply in my head say,
God can't save you.
It felt as if it knew everything about me, probably things I didn't even know about me. I'm not trying to act tough, but I've had guns pulled on me, I've been robbed, almost drowned, and darn near broke my back at one point. What I'm getting at is I've had a few near-death experiences, but none of those got me near the amount of fear as I felt right then, that night. And it felt like years had gone by, but it was only several seconds. My ex and her friend were calling my name and I didn't notice. Finally, they both yelled my name, snapping me out of my trance. I looked back at them. They both said I looked like I saw a ghost. When I looked back at the thing, it was gone. I told the two of them to run and I took off running too. And I don't run for anything. Not until then. I was freaking out, about to have an anxiety attack. I was hyperventilating. I just couldn't think straight. Finally, they both snapped me out of it, and I told them what happened. It freaked out her friend pretty bad. I had to calm her down after. As we were waiting for my ex's mom to come and pick her up, I was sitting there, thinking about things. What it had said, God can't help you. I kept repeating it in my head. That night, as I lay in bed, I just kept thinking about it. I decided to browse some YouTube. I ended up coming across a certain channel talking about skinwalkers, and what I heard matched what I saw to a T. For the next week and a half, I couldn't eat or sleep. All I kept thinking about was hoping and praying to God that it wouldn't come back. Shortly after that experience, my ex and I broke up. I kind of repressed that memory because it involved her, and I really didn't want to think about it. But it kind of popped in my head randomly. Ever since then, I don't mess with the dark. I hate the dark. My grandmother can ask me a simple question to take the trash out, and if it's past sundown, I'm not going outside if I don't have protection, a light, my dog, anything, I don't care, but I'm not going out in the dark alone. The Skin Changer, from Just Some Native with Bar. My dad is from Browning, Montana, meaning we have quite a bit of Blackfeet and Cree Indian in us. I grew up with the old Native American stories, and I always thought they were true. I have experienced paranormal things in the past, but this was a whole new experience. We're currently living out of town, and no one is able to take us to the bus stop in the morning, so we go to work with my dad. Usually, we leave around 6 a.m. Me, my two sisters, and my dad get into our old res pickup. I sit in the front seat, so I have a pretty good view of the highway. I was staring out in front of the pickup, when suddenly, I see something running out in front of the truck. It almost looked like the Until Dawn Wendigo, but smaller in size. Its eyes had a scary glow to them. It ran across the road, then seemed as if it just disappeared with the wind. I looked over at my dad and said, "Did you see that?" He looked at me. "What was it?" I explained to him what I saw, and he said, "Don't talk about that anymore, okay?" I asked him what it was, and he said, "It's a skin changer. A shape shifter." As we were nearing town, I saw something sitting on the side of the road. My dad and one of my younger sisters saw it too. It was a bobcat, but it was huge, and its eyes had this eerie yellow glow. I looked at my dad, and he looked at me. We didn't say much after that. Another theory we had about the thing was that it was Nabi. Napi is from Blackfeet legends. In some stories, he is the creator. In others, he's a trickster. But in all these stories, he's a teacher and a shapeshifter. These skin changers or shapeshifters are from Blackfeet legends. The Navajo have their own version of this, the Skinwalker. A skin changer is a medicine man or woman who has reached enough power to be able to shapeshift into anything. Skin changers are evil beings. They're a lot like the Skinwalker. My grandma always told me not to look out the window at night, and if I did, not to taunt any spirits. I was told not to say things like, "Come and get me," or "I'm not scared of you," because then it will come and get you.
Visitation from GG. I'm half Native American on my mom's side, specifically Navajo. My dad is white and grew up near the reservation my mom grew up in. Both their families were friends and hunters. They were the type of folks to hunt a deer and share the spoils with everyone. If one family got some food, they would share it with the other. Same with any garden vegetables my dad's family grew. So inevitably, they became friends, which eventually led to them getting married. A year after I was born, my dad got a job in a city a couple of hours from the reservation. Being basically poor, my family felt pressured now that they had a kid. They didn't want me to grow up in a quote-unquote poor home. Their own words, not mine. So we moved away. Funnily though, I grew up hearing stories of my dad's family and my mom's family often hunting, eating, or hanging out together, and it sounded like something I wished I could have, even if it meant being poor. During my childhood, I'd often let them know that I wished I could see my Meemaws and Papaws more, the same nicknames for both sets of grandparents. I think it got to them, because by the time I was 9, they started taking seasonal trips back to the reservation. There, Mom and her mom would teach me about my Navajo heritage, and my dad and grandpas would take me hunting. These were some of my favorite and most cherished memories. There was nothing like hunting a deer, and on the same night, eating it for dinner with the family. My mom's parents taught me to use every part of whatever I hunted, and to respect nature. At the age of 13, we took a trip in the fall to the reservation. We would be staying a week at my mom's family's home. I'd begun getting along with my cousin Rowan during our stays at the reservation. Rowan was my mother's sister's kid, and though he was a bigger kid than other kids our age, with an intimidating appearance even at the age of 14, he was very fearful and reserved. My dad and grandpas would try to take him on our hunts with us, but he'd always refuse. He also had this thing where he hated being outside after dark. Well, that fall, while staying the night in his room, we stayed up talking. Eventually, I asked him why he was so afraid of things. I tried to word it respectfully. After all, I just wanted to understand him. "I don't know," he replied. "The woods are just creepy out here. The kids at school keep telling me stories. Old Navajo legends. They say they're real." "What kind of legends?" "They're just legends, though, Rowan. They probably aren't real or they're not real anymore," I said to him. "Well, I asked my dad once, and he said you're not supposed to talk about it. He was so serious, too. If he was so serious about it, then how could it be fake?" he asked. "Maybe he just knew it would scare you, so he didn't want you thinking or talking about it anymore." "I guess." Rowan turned over onto his side. "Dude, what's the legend, though? The one you're most scared of?" "If I tell you, you can't tell anyone else, okay? Or at least don't tell anyone that I told you." Yeah, sure, I laughed. "Just tell me." "Well, have you heard of the Skinwalker?" When he said that, I rolled my eyes. Who hasn't heard of the Skinwalker? Especially with the kids on this reservation. They loved pranking and scaring each other, as all kids probably do. "Yeah, I've heard of it," I said. "What's so scary about it? Do you really believe there are people out there that can wear the skin of animals and turn into them?" Yeah, and a lot of other kids do too. as well as some of the adults. Which adults believe in skinwalkers, Rowan? I don't know. If I had to guess, I'd say all of them. What are you talking about? Well, if you want to find out, forget about how I said not telling anyone. Tomorrow morning, go up to Mima or Papa and ask them, what's a skinwalker? And see how they react. Just don't tell them I told you. Alright, I'll do it. You gonna watch me do it? Because I want to make sure you see and know it's just a story. Sure, he said. After that, the conversation went to girls and video games, and we eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I'd completely forgotten about the dare until Rowan brought it back up. So just before breakfast, I walked over to Grandpa, who was sitting in an old recliner. For some reason, I was getting nervous, but I pushed myself forward and approached him. My mom's papa was a gruff man of few words, a man both sides of our family respected, and would often go to for advice. "Hey, Papa," I said to him, getting his attention. He looked over with a raised eyebrow, not saying anything. "What's a skinwalker?" I asked. And immediately, like a light switch, the entire mood in the room changed. My papa's eyebrows got narrow, and I could hear my Mima in the kitchen suddenly stop everything she was doing. For a second, Papa looked mad. Then, as if to remind himself I was just a kid less in touch with his culture, he sighed and loosened up. Then he placed a hand on my arm. "Don't go saying that around here." Why? What's wrong with it? "There are certain words you shouldn't say, young'un. Just like there are certain spirits you don't want to attract to yourself." I nodded my head, then walked away. When I turned around, I saw Rowan standing at the corner. He'd been watching like I asked. This time he wore a smug smile, as if to say, "Told you so." A few years after that, when I was 15 years old, and Rowan was 16, my mom's side had come into quite a bit of money. Some sort of investment. I can't quite remember the exact reason. But they bought a couple of ATVs, mainly to go out and hunt or to bring back deer. But on occasion, my grandpa would allow me and Rowan to go driving out on the trails with them. So long as we were careful, he said. Well, kids like us would make any promise to be able to drive those things around. Those suckers were fast and extremely easy to drive. Rowan and I would spend hours in the afternoon, ramping over dirt mounds, racing through muddy trails. We got in a lot of trouble one time because we accidentally ran over a squirrel. My grandpa gave us a stern talking to about being more careful of the nature around us, and Grandma made us eat it so it wouldn't go to waste. And funny enough, I thought it was delicious. That being said, I wish we'd really learned that lesson about being more aware of nature around us. This event happened one evening when Rowan and I were riding ATVs on the forest trails. At the time, Rowan had slowly outgrown his fear of the dark and of the woods. He'd become, over the years, much more comfortable with being outside after dark. Losing track of time, eventually the sun set on us, but we kept racing with the headlights on. There was a certain clearing in the woods that the trails led to. We liked this spot because it had a big dip in the dirt that led back up into a massive sort of natural ramp. Rowan and I loved racing down the trail, turning around, and gaining as much speed as possible to go up the ramp. This was the kind of thing that, if Grandpa found out about it, we'd be grounded from the four-wheelers for a while. Luckily, he never did. Anyway, it was after sunset. It was a new moon night, so everything around us was pretty much completely dark. All we had for light were the headlights of the ATVs. At one point, it was Rowan's turn to drive down the trail, then turn around to pick up speed and do the big ramp. Before taking off, he said he was going to go back even further than usual for even more speed. Yeah, we were a couple of dumb teens. Through the trees, I watched him take off, going fast down the trail. Eventually, his headlights in the distance grew faint until they were completely gone. I was expecting to see his headlights coming back this way at any moment, but after a couple of minutes, I realized something was wrong. Perhaps he'd wrecked the ATV and hurt himself. Maybe he'd found something. Rowan wouldn't just abandon me. I kicked my four-wheeler into gear, and I began to drive down the trail. Suddenly, something large and dark ran right across the trail ahead of me. It was so sudden and quick. that all I saw was just that dark blur. Instantly, I slammed on the brakes. When I came to a stop, I rotated my head to the left, looking for this thing that ran in front of me, but whatever it was, I couldn't find it. I looked at the ground in front of the ATV, wondering if perhaps a tree branch had fallen in front of me, but no, the ground was just as it had been. Rocks and dirt and occasional tufts of grass, but no branches and no animals. My heart was pumping hard. I had goosebumps all over my neck and arms. I just kept looking around, trying to figure out if I'd seen anything. But still, I could not find anything that would account for what I saw. Confused and a little freaked out, I began to drive, this time more slowly down the trail. As the engine picked back up, I swear I heard a new sound along with it. Footsteps. Rapid ones. Something or someone on all fours. When I heard it, I stopped again and listened. I began to look around once more, but just as before, I didn't find anything out of the ordinary. I gulped and began to drive forward again. And like last time, the moment the engine picked up, something began to walk rapidly. It was like it was trying to hide its footsteps behind the engine noise, but they were too loud still. I could hear them. I slammed on the brakes again. The footsteps stopped. I'd never been so convinced that I was going crazy until then. I had no idea what was going on. "Rowan? Dude, this ain't funny. Where you at?" I called out to my cousin, but there was no reply. I kept the ATV on but put it back in park. I stood up on the ATV, trying to get a better look around. Then I turned completely around in the seat and looked in the distance back in the trail. Nothing. I was about to turn around again and continue driving, determined this time to ignore any weird noises or sights until I found Rowan. But then I stopped. I was pointed in the direction of the back of the ATV, where the metal rack was. It was there, through the metal bars of that rack, that I saw something that shouldn't have been there. Hair attached to something that was crouching below the ATV on the trail just behind me. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was so intensely terrified in that moment that I couldn't bring myself to peer over the back of the ATV. Instead, calmly and horrified on the inside, I turned back around, sat down, and clicked the four-wheeler back into gear. Just as I swallowed and began to press on the accelerator, I felt the rear of the ATV shift with new weight. The small vehicle rocked back and forth for a moment, then stood still again. I realized then that I couldn't breathe. I was too scared to breathe, too scared to move an inch, too scared to even look in a different direction. Then the worst part happened. I felt cold, rigid hands on my ribs, like the hands of a passenger holding on. But these hands kept coming forward, up over the front of my rib cage, until cold and pointed nails began to tap on my collarbone.
Gavin,
came a whisper in my ear, one that I swear made my heart turn to ice. What happened next was completely automatic and instinctual. I took a big, deep breath, preparing the loudest scream I could muster. But before I could belt it out, whatever was behind me grabbed me by my hair and yanked me off the ATV. I hit the ground hard, landing on my back, knocking the air out of me, so I couldn't scream, even if I wanted to, for the next few moments. I swear to God, this person or thing dragged me over the ground at a runner's pace, as if it was so strong that pulling my body was absolutely effortless to it. Finally, I saw headlights. Other headlights. There was Rowan racing up the trail. The pain in my scalp was released. Whatever it was, it let me go. And the moment I did, I turned over onto my stomach and looked in the direction it was running off to. There was just enough light from both pairs of headlights to see it, to know that I wasn't crazy. Because even though what I saw didn't make sense, I know it was real. I know my eyes were not tricking me. What I saw looked like a man hunched down,
There was one too many bends in his arms, as well as his legs, and his legs were covered in fur. His back was covered in fur too, but the way it looked loose on him, it appeared more like that fur was something he was wearing. In a matter of seconds, I watched this hunched-over, racing-away form suddenly shift into something on all fours, something that more resembled a coyote, but a bit larger in size. "Gavin?" Rowan called out to me from his ATV. I was slammed right back into reality, throwing myself back up on 2 feet and running at full speed back to the ATV. "Go, go, go!" I told Rowan, and though I said go 3 times, I don't think he needed to be told at all. The two of us went dangerously fast out of those trails, and we didn't stop until we made it back to my grandparents' house. We ran inside and tried to collect ourselves in the spare room, aka Gavin's room, as he'd often spend summers living with the grandparents. "Where did you go? Where did you go?" I asked Rowan over and over. I'm sorry, but I felt abandoned. I felt as if this only happened to me because Rowan had left me. But Rowan explained. As I went down the path, I swear I saw something behind me. Something that was faster than the ATV. It was chasing me. I had no idea what it was, but I didn't stop until I couldn't see it anymore. Then I realized that maybe it turned back and it was coming for you. I demanded to know. What was it? Then Rowan replied, "You don't want to know what I think it was." And I knew immediately what he was talking about, because that conversation we'd had a few years ago had stuck with me forever, especially thanks to my pawpaw's reaction. Rowan then whispered, as if he wasn't sure he should even say it, "Skinwalker." Now I didn't argue with him. I didn't directly deny it or agree to it. But deep down, I think I knew he was right. I had just witnessed something that defied any explanation I could come up with. Something shaped like a man doesn't just change into something shaped like a coyote. Unless they're a skinwalker. I'm 24 now. I've been back to the reservation. And yeah, Rowan and I never did stop going down the trails on ATVs until Rowan moved away after having a kid of his own. But one thing we didn't do was stay out racing those ATVs after dark, let alone step foot in the woods after sundown, except when we were hunting with family. And thankfully, these precautions kept us from seeing this skinwalker again, at least for now. Outside the tent. From Sane Mantis. My friend Jacqueline and I are co-workers at a call center. Probably the most boring and irritating job in existence. We manage to keep ourselves going by hanging out on the weekends. Sometimes we go to see a movie. Other times we go bowling or mini-golfing or to a bar. On this particular weekend, we went camping. We'd gone camping a few times before. We weren't strangers to it. We didn't camp deep in the woods either. Usually, we'd go to this shared campground place at the nearby state park. The idea was to just stay overnight, eating junk food and probably watching a scary movie in the tent before bed. Just one night. That's all it was supposed to be. And yet, I feel as if the two of us won the lottery of nightmares. We made it to the campground after picking up various snack cakes at a couple of different gas stations. It was 2 p.m. when we arrived. We were supposed to be there by noon, but it didn't really matter. Once we arrived, there was literally no one there. A slow weekend, I assumed. It was kind of exciting, thinking that it would just be me and Jacqueline. Just a couple of girls surviving the woods alone. By nightfall, I'd read the last 10 chapters in the novel I'd been reading, and Jackie had started a campfire in the little fire pit. We cooked some hot dogs and ate them right off the stick. We talked for a while by the fire after eating. Jackie apparently was into a new guy at work, and I talked about how doing some yoga at home helped my head feel a bit clearer. Eventually, we headed into the tent, turned on ginger snaps on my laptop, and fell asleep in the middle of the movie.
I woke up alone in the tent. Groggy, I looked around to see where Jacqueline had gone. The flap to the tent was open, so I figured she went to pee. I glanced toward the open laptop, which was still playing the movie. Back then I used VLC to play movies. I had apparently left the repeat option on for videos, so the movie had looped back to the scene where Ginger was first attacked by the werewolf in the woods by the park. If you haven't seen Ginger Snaps, it's probably my favorite werewolf film. Anyway, I felt a chill run down my spine just glancing at that scene. That movie had always freaked me out, but realizing I was alone in the woods with the tent flap open, that was a bit much for me. I closed the laptop, putting my computer to sleep.
Abby.
I heard Jackie call for me outside. She sounded pretty far. What the heck was she doing out there? I wondered. It was well after midnight, but far from the sun coming up. What? I called back, getting comfy in my sleeping bag. I closed my eyes.
Abby, you've got to see this.
She called again. I sighed, unzipping my sleeping bag. I started to climb out of the tent when I saw someone by the fire. But it looked like Jackie. She was looking right at me, eyes wide, with a finger over her lips. Her hand was shaking, yet it was warm outside.
Abby, come on, check this out.
The voice came again. It was distinctively Jackie's voice coming from the woods away from the campsite, about 50 or 60 yards out, at least. What the? I muttered. My eyes went wide, matching Jackie's. The Jackie by the fire shushed me. Slowly, she approached the tent and crawled back in next to me. I watched her zip up the flap as slowly as possible. She seemed desperate not to make any noise with the zipper. My mouth went completely dry, my chest pounding. What in the world is going on? I whispered. I went to use the bathroom at the tree line. I started to hear something moving around out there. When I came back to the campsite, I heard it too. I just sat there, wondering how in the heck it was possible to hear my own voice in the middle of the woods. Suddenly, noises erupted from the same direction that the voice had been coming from. The sounds of stomping footsteps slowly approached. Whoever it was, they were not trying to hide their presence. Within about 40 seconds, those steps closed the distance and breached the trees entering the campsite. They sounded heavy, much heavier than me or Jackie.
Jackie, where are you?
I gasped. That was my voice, coming from outside the tent near the campfire. Those heavy, slow steps then turned into rapid, skittering sounds, like someone who was quite flexible and gifted at crawling on all fours had begun to circle us.
Jacqueline, why did you leave me out here? Let's go for a walk.
My voice tempted my friend to come outside. However, she stayed put right next to me, the real me. The two of us trembled, watching the tent flap. We stared at the zipper like our lives depended on it. We waited for it to move, waited for that thing outside to come up to our tent and begin to open it. It got closer, suddenly passing between the remnants of the fire and the tent, casting a faint, bizarre shadow over the wall. I saw hair covering the thing, and what appeared to be short, pointed horns. I hoped this was a nightmare, because none of it made sense. I looked again at Jackie. She was looking back at me, shaking her head, signaling to stay completely quiet. But something told me it knew we were here. And if that was the case, why didn't it bust down the tent? Why didn't it just tear through the thin walls? It seemed more intent on toying with us. Maybe it wanted us scared. Then we heard it from behind us.
I know you're in there.
I couldn't hold it back anymore. My fear took control of me. Without another thought, I burst through the front of the tent, ripping the zipper right off. Just before I ran into the tree line, I called out Jackie's name. I heard her reply, "Abby!" behind me. She had begun running too. Together we sprinted through the woods, with no destination in mind, a third pair of footsteps chasing after us. I could hear something inhuman breathing. Whatever that thing was, it sounded like it was gaining on us. I pushed myself harder. I ran and ran. I didn't stop for another 20 minutes or so. And when I did, I burst through another tree line. I came out on a paved road. I screamed for help, hoping a car would pass by and someone could come pick us up. I turned around, facing the forest I just escaped from. Jacqueline wasn't there. I'd heard her. I'd heard her footsteps. I'd heard her voice. I thought I knew it was her. Even if that thing could mimic voices, it didn't mimic the sound of footsteps too, did it? "Abby!" The sound of Jacqueline's voice calling my name came again. It sounded exactly the same as before. This time, it came from across the road, the part of the woods that Jackie and I hadn't been in. When did she get there? Then I heard something else. From the exact same direction came a hideous laugh. I'd been completely tricked. It scared me out of the tent, made me think my friend had followed me, but all I had done was abandon her. And now I'd found myself outside in the dark, alone, with that thing. As if my prayers had somehow been answered, headlights from a pickup truck emerged from around the bend. They began to drive towards me, slowing down as I waved my arms and called out. They stopped, and a man's arm gestured me to get in from inside the cab. I did so without hesitation. As soon as I got in, the man, having no idea what I'd just been through, asked me, "You okay, ma'am? You hurt? Do you need a hospital?" I was so terrified still that I wanted to scream, but I looked at him and calmed down, realizing how crazy I'd sound if I told him everything. Instead, there was something more important I had to do. "Can you take me back to the campsites?" I asked. "I got myself real lost in there. I'm sorry." He half smiled and nodded his head. "Sure thing, don't worry." He reached his arm behind the seat, pulling a warm, unopened bottle of water from a container of other waters. I happily accepted it. A 7 or 8 minute drive later, we arrived at the campgrounds. I saw my tent. I told the man thank you, and I begged him to stay put while I grabbed my friend. He looked confused, and I could tell he knew I wasn't giving him the whole story. But he breathed a "sure" before I hopped out and ran over to the tent. Jacqueline was inside, staring straight ahead. Even as I peered my head in, she didn't look at me. Her whole body was shaking. I practically had to drag her out of there. Together, we walked over to the truck. Could you drive us to the parking lot?" I requested of the man, and he did as I asked. When we made it back in my car, Jackie's expression of trauma turned into one of sheer anger. She didn't talk to me all the way home, and when I dropped her off, she didn't answer my calls later that night. She didn't reply to my texts either. On the next workday, she did come into work and seemed normal, except when I tried to talk to her, but Jackie ignored me. Now I'm not naive. I know the exact reason I lost my best friend. When you're facing terror alongside someone else that you trusted, and they run off abandoning you, that's something that you don't forget. Something that you're likely not to forgive. The remainder of stories in this portion are from older unlisted episodes that I figured I should bring back. These do seem like possible Skinwalker encounters, except for the second one, which sounds more like a Wendigo in my opinion, but it mimics voices like a Skinwalker, but whatever. Enjoy the stories. Not Alone in the Woods, from Wyatt 2002. My mom and dad moved us to a small town called Gleason. We lived about 6 miles away from the actual town in the middle of nowhere. Our house was surrounded by nothing but forest. When I say house, I mean house, barn, and shed. So my 3 brothers and I were pretty happy to be in a new place. The first thing we did was explore the new house and land. Everything seemed great for the first 2 months. One day we were playing in the weeds when we saw something. It looked like a bear, so we ran inside and stayed inside the rest of the night. We didn't feel like being bear chow. The next morning came and we go back out into the woods, feeling a bit braver. There was no signs of any bear as far as we knew, so we started playing hide and seek, and we didn't think about what we saw the previous day. After all, we didn't get a good look, so maybe it was just nothing. My 2 brothers and I were hiding from our other brother. After a while, he found us, and that was the end of the game, so we were heading back inside. Our plan was to play video games the rest of the day. But around 6:30 in the evening, we were playing hide and seek again. It was beginning to get dark out, which made the game more suspenseful. We were hiding in the woods because the brother that was it this time was afraid of the woods at night. Yeah, it may have been unfair, but we used it to our advantage. A little while later, when our brother did not find us yet, we were beginning to get worried. I felt bad for hiding out here, and I was afraid he may have gotten lost if he did come in the woods to look for us. But something did find us. As we were sitting there being quiet, we heard movement behind us. When we turned and looked, we saw something that scared the living daylights out of us. It was some dark black creature standing on 2 legs with eyes that reflected yellow in the dim moonlight. It appeared to be observing us. Despite being absolutely terrified, I couldn't move. My 2 brothers that were with me ran away, but they left me there, scared stiff. The creature began walking towards me. I was crying now, tears flooding down my face, but still I could not move. My body was fighting against my mind. Luckily for me, one of my brothers went to get my dad, who came back out with a rifle. When my dad hollered at me to get inside now, my limbs finally listened and began to move. I ran back to the house as I heard my dad fire a shot at this thing. I'll never forget what I heard after that. A bone-chilling, gnarly scream. My dad then ran inside, making sure all the kids were inside before he went in. He had us quickly lock all the doors with him, as well as the windows. He even armed us with the extra rifles, and we all slept in the same room together after watching through the windows for a while. The following day, my brothers and my dad and I go back outside, rifles at the ready. We don't find the creature, but what we do find is one of the larger trees in our yard knocked down. It wasn't like that the night before, and I think we all were thinking the same thing. That creature had done this. We lived in that house for 5 years, and then we moved a few miles away from the house. It wasn't far, but apparently it was far enough to not have to see that thing or anything like it again. Still, I never liked being that close to the house. Thankfully, another 3 years after that, we moved again. We moved about 45 minutes away to Mosinee, and we haven't seen anything weird again. White Thing, submitted by M. Bird. I live in the woods of the southeastern United States in Alabama. I'm also 17 and I'm still in high school, of course living with my parents. Let me be straight with you, I love it out here, but I can't lie when I say this. Some things happen out here that I can't really explain. Now, my brother and I each have a large Great Dane. Mine is a bit bigger, but every few nights now it's like they go crazy, running and barking like crazy in the deep woods. I get worried and always go out to try to call them back to the house, but usually they are already just outside the door on the back porch, staring tensely and completely rigid. They're always looking into the woods, even when I open the door. At first, I just blamed it on the sound of their barking bouncing off objects and sounding further away than it actually was. Maybe that would explain the barking I heard, and why they were so close to the house when I'd come outside. That's what I thought until the hunting incident. Now I'm not so sure anymore. It was the single most intense moment I've ever experienced on the property. And as of writing this story, it happened a few months ago during the white-tailed deer season. I'm an avid hunter, but I hadn't been yet that season due to my concentrating on wrestling season, which goes on around the same time. However, one day my dad called me and said my little cousin wanted to go hunting. He proceeded to ask me if I could take him, and I immediately agreed. I love that little dude, and he's obsessed with hunting. An hour later, we're walking down the trail, and I can't stop smiling because my cousin looked so happy in his little camo outfit. We walk down a very large hill, cross a creek, and walk up another hill. Then we arrive at the small house that we hunt out of. It overlooks a large green field that we started planting 2 years back. Off to the right of me, there is a small creek that leads into the creek we had crossed earlier, as well as a bunch of underbrush. To the left and in front of us, there is green grass that goes out for hundreds of yards. Unfortunately, we didn't get a deer that day, but I did see something strange, a white flash through the brush behind the back of the field. It was small, probably 4 feet off the ground, so I assumed it was the tail of a white-tailed deer, as they tend to run with their tails straight up. But even if it was just a deer, what the heck was it running from? We had taken down all the coyotes the year before because they had been stealing chickens, and it was too far away to have noticed my little cousin and I. Anyway, that didn't really affect me much during the hunt, because I had no reason to believe that there was something weird happening in those woods. I was just frustrated at the lost opportunity at the deer. Soon after that, though, we began hearing walking through the woods to my right on the other side of the small creek and brush. I shushed my cousin, and I told him that I think something is walking towards the field. He got a little excited because he thought it would be a deer that we could aim at, but I had said walking. I knew it wasn't a deer. When you spend that much time in the woods as I have, you can identify a lot of animals by the sounds they make when walking through the woods. A deer, for instance, will often take about 3 steps, then pause and look around for danger before continuing on. This unknown creature I was hearing had a similar walking pattern to a squirrel. It would walk kind of fast, then crash like it was coming to a stop quickly. But it wasn't a squirrel. Squirrels aren't heavy enough to break twigs and branches alike. But this entity moved around outside of my sight for close to 45 minutes before suddenly stopping for good. I was unsettled but still operating like nothing was wrong at that point. Another hour passed and it got dark, so me and my slightly disappointed cousin walked back to the house without any issues. We got to the house and my cousin suddenly chirped, "Oh man, I left my camo bag." After the disappointing hunt, I couldn't let him go home without his favorite bag, so I offered to go down and get it for him, even though it was a dark, moonless night, and that was the choice that led me to the single most terrifying moment of my entire life. As I didn't have to worry about scaring off deer anymore, I decided to take our new 4-wheeler. It was a Yamaha Grizzly 750cc. Any four-wheeler enthusiasts would agree that it is a monster in and of itself. I quickly made it back to the hunting house and grabbed the bag and a toboggan that my cousin had also left. As I hopped back on the four-wheeler, I looked up just in time to see a small white figure dash out of the corner of the headlight beam at an impossible pace. The memory of those footsteps in the brush came rushing back, and I decided I'm about to use 750cc's to get back to the house. I whipped around at a speed that wouldn't be approved of by many sane people, and I headed down into the creek. Then suddenly, I heard footsteps splashing through the water behind me at what sounded like Mach 7. I can hear these footsteps over the roar of my massive ATV engine, which shouldn't have been possible. And I cannot stress enough how fast it sounded. It was comparable to the speed of a jackhammer breaking concrete, but it was on water. I looked back and saw a small white humanoid with black hair half the length of its body. The only reason I could see it was because my ATV was close enough to it that my red taillight was illuminating the thing. This was enough. I pushed in the gas so hard, it sent dirt and debris flying behind me. I was flying out of the creek and ripping a completely new trail back up the giant hill that leads to my house. I hit a bump at this insane speed, and the four-wheeler went airborne. This didn't faze me at this point, and as I landed 15 feet from when I left the ground, I was already full throttle again. I whipped into the gravel driveway at enough speed that I put deep ruts into the ground, and I hopped off, drawing my buck knife as I landed on the ground, and I looked everywhere. My eyes were darting all around me. The first thing I noticed, the creature wasn't anywhere that I could see. The second thing I noticed, neither was my cousin. I was past terror and getting furious at this point. If you chase me, I'll run, but if you mess with my 6-year-old cousin, you run. I was about to take off into the woods yelling his name when I glanced over and saw him looking out of one of the windows of the house. He was pretty shaken up. I ran inside and asked if he was all right, and he said that he got scared when he heard me flying through the woods. He asked if I was running away from something, and I just said, "No, big dude, I was just doing it for fun," which calmed him down pretty quick. As he left that night, my father asked me why I was driving like a madman, but I gave him a look that said I'm not even about to talk about it. He said to me, "Just don't mess up that ATV," then he left me alone. Since then, nothing much has happened. I still hear my dogs barking out in the woods when I know they're on the porch. Other than that, the creature hasn't made another in-person appearance. Creepy Backwoods Experience, submitted by Carter Q. I'm a freshman in high school, and I live in a house that has a huge expanse of forest behind it. I explore these woods behind my house quite often, and I used to make trips through it to get to my ex-girlfriend's house with ease, since I don't have a car. At the time of this story, I was still dating her. Unfortunately, I had an experience that has guaranteed that neither I nor my ex will ever set foot in those woods ever again. It happened over my 8th grade summer break. I left my house around 10 p.m. to get to hers. It was dark, but I wasn't worried. I had made the trek many times before, plus her parents weren't going on vacation for a week, so I was willing to walk through the forest alone at night, so far as it meant being alone with her for a week. It was about a 20-minute walk going straight north, and I was confident that I would get there within 5 minutes after her parents left. Now, my girlfriend and I had made plans for a Doctor Who marathon on Netflix. We were both major nerds, but of course, I was still excited to be alone with her for the night. After walking for maybe 5 minutes or so, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, and I turned to see nothing there. Slightly disturbed, I texted my girlfriend to wait for me at her back door.
I was worried that I may have to run from a wild coyote or something, and I wanted to be sure she would be ready to open and close the door quickly if I did end up running for it. It was then that, I kid you not, I heard her say my name, and I immediately knew something was off. The voice I heard say my name said it in an almost seductive manner, but my ex had never talked to me in a seductive tone before, nor did I think she even knew how to sound seductive. Plus, she was at her house, so I knew that whatever I heard wasn't actually her. I began to walk faster, checking my phone to be sure I was going north. Then I saw movement in the corner of my eye. I turned even quicker than before, and I saw it. It was a pale, naked humanoid creature, or at least its head was humanoid. Then, to my horror, it slowly stood up. I'm 6 feet tall, so I'm not by any means a small guy, but this thing towered over me. I was more terrified than I'd ever been before, but I had one advantage that probably saved my life. I have a very strong, very fast-acting fight-or-flight response, and before this thing had even fully stood up, I was booking it north. I could see the lights of my girlfriend's house through the trees, and I started screaming to her, "Open the door!" I was maybe 10 yards from the door when I saw her open it. I heard her start to reply, "Carter, why are you yelling? What is that?" I didn't reply. I just ran in the house, and without stopping, I grabbed the doorknob and slammed the door shut. I heard a loud bang at the door, as if something had slammed into it. My girlfriend was hysterical. She kept yelling that we were going to die. As I set her down on a couch, I managed to calm her down. We stayed on that couch for the rest of the night, petrified. Later, she told me that the thing had been right behind me, whatever it was, and that it had actually been about to grab me. I'd only barely made it to the door. I still don't know what the thing was, but I can guarantee that no one could ever make me go into that forest again. Southern Ohio Skinwalker, submitted by Anon from 4chan. This happened a year ago during the summer. I'm 21 years old with a German bloodline, and though I don't have any native blood in me, I know all about skinwalkers and Wendigo, mainly from the massive amount of time I spent on 4chan in the past couple of years. I live in the hills of the Ohio River Valley. I'm an avid coyote hunter and fisherman. What time I'm not spending at work playing video games or browsing 4chan, I'm in the woods or on the river. One night after I left work, I decided to go fishing at the pond near my friend's property, to the northeast of my house. I got home, grabbed my rods, tackle box, and trusty HK VP9, because I carry it everywhere nowadays. Then I ran to the store and bought some chicken liver for bait. I should mention that I also brought my dog, a 9-month-old German Shepherd Rottweiler mix that I named Mouser. As I arrived on my friend's property and began pulling my truck into the field surrounding the pond, the sun was starting to set. It was eerily quiet, no noises of nature or any noise at all other than the engine of my truck running. It made me feel kind of uneasy, but I just pushed it to the back of my mind. I got out of the truck with my pup and began to set up my rods when Mouser started acting a little uneasy. I patted him gently on the side to try and reassure him that everything was fine. By the time my rods were set up and ready to go, it was dark out. So I went back to the truck to grab my glow sticks and headlamp. It was then that Mouser jumped into the truck and wouldn't move at all. I said to him, "What do you think you're doing?" almost expecting an answer. But instead I was hit with the most god-awful stench I've ever smelled in my life. The smell of sulfur and rotting flesh. I began to worry at that point. In an instant, every thread on 4chan that I've read about skinwalkers flew through my mind.
I stayed still and silent for a second, listening. All of a sudden, I see Mouser start shaking and I hear footsteps behind me. The stench of rotting meat grew stronger. My heart was in my throat and I had completely forgotten the handgun clipped underneath my steering wheel. I stood there for what seemed like hours, even though it was only seconds. I slowly started to turn my head back towards whatever was behind me. It was 50 feet away, and it was barely lit up by the light back by the pond. That's how I was able to see it, and I was completely horrified. It was easily 9 feet tall and had the head of a deer with scraggly antlers, as well as a deer's legs and a human's torso. But it was rotting. Fight or flight had hit me at that point, so I jumped into my truck and slammed the door shut. I held tight to my holster and rolled down the window, ready to fire at it at any moment while trying to back out. In seconds, I was out of the fields. I thought I was safe in getting away, but I was wrong. I looked over and saw Mouser with all his hair standing up, teeth bared, savagely growling at something behind the truck. It was then that I felt the back of the truck drop, as if something had jumped into the bed. I didn't dare look into my rearview mirror. I kept driving towards the dirt road to take me from the field back to my friend's house. I heard a loud screech coming from right behind me. It was close, but somehow at the same time it sounded distant. I drove for another 10 minutes, hearing tapping on my back windshield the entire time. Once I got back to my friend's driveway, all was silent. I gathered the courage to get out of the truck, forcing my pup to stay inside. I'd rather have something bad happen to me than him. That was almost a year ago now. I often go back there to do target practice sometimes, but I always have a feeling of dread around that pond, and I can still hear the screeching sometimes, as if I could ever forget that sound. The Creek, submitted by Sighting. This story is truly something I wish I'd never experienced. A couple of years ago, I lived in an apartment complex that had a creek to the back of it. I always wondered how deep the creek was, and if there was anything interesting there. One night, me and my father and his girlfriend were walking back to our complex, and my dad had to go to the bathroom. So me and his girlfriend walked up when I turned around to see where my father had gone, when I saw a black figure approaching from the edge of the creek. I simply assumed it was my father, and that's where he'd gone to pee, so I turned back around. My dad soon came back, but he came from the opposite side I'd been looking, so I asked him, "Hey, Dad, did you go to the creek to do your business?" He shook his head. At this point, I just wanted to get to the apartment, and my dad and his girlfriend were talking. That's when I felt something was behind me, and I turned around once more. It was so dark, and I had this sensation like someone was watching us. Suddenly, my dad perks up. He turns around and looks into the distance, and I see his eyes widen. I was wondering what he was looking at. Before I could look around, his girlfriend froze. That's when they both suddenly screamed and began to run. And that's also when I began to hear a fourth set of footsteps coming right towards us. We didn't go home that night. We were too scared of that creek to go all the way back, so we stayed in a hotel for the rest of the night. I don't know what the figure was. It could have been someone playing a prank on us, or it may have been something that lived near the creek bed. Creepier yet, some kids went missing a while back from the bus stop, which was very close to that creek, and the three of us, me, my dad, and his girlfriend, all think something very strange is going on. The Beast, submitted by Rainy Day 16. 2 years ago, my cousin and I had gone out on a camping trip in the woods of rural Pennsylvania. The nearest house to his was about 3 miles up the road. His place was surrounded by woods. Him and I decided we were going to go about a mile or two into the woods and camp out. Little did we know that this would be the most creepy experience of our life. My cousin was 18 and I was 16 at the time. We began our walk through the woods around 6 p.m. that night. The sun wasn't quite setting just yet. We found the perfect spot, and I started a fire while he set up camp. The sun was beginning to set fast, so we decided to start cooking our dinner, which happened to be hot dogs. I was cooking some hot dogs when I noticed some faint footsteps coming up from behind me. I could tell by the way the leaves were crunching that the animal must have been pretty large. I looked at my cousin with wide eyes. "What is it?" he whispered to me. I put my finger to my lips and pointed behind me. I could tell he had heard it too. He gestured to me to move, so I slowly moved closer to him. He grabbed his .22 and loaded it as quickly and quietly as he could. But this thing must have heard him and stopped moving about 500 feet away from us. I could see the outline of it from there. It had to have been 7 feet tall, and it looked like it was covered with thick, matted fur. I've never seen anything like it. It was weird. I didn't feel fear per se. I felt like it wasn't trying to put us in harm, but just wanted to pass through. My cousin must have felt differently, because he lifted up his weapon to fire. I put my hand on his shoulder and told him to lower it. By the look on his face, I could tell he thought that that was a bad idea. We watched the thing standing there for a minute, and then it took off to the right of us. My cousin proceeded to scream at me about me telling him not to fire. I told him that I didn't think it was going to hurt us. He paused for a moment, and I could see his eyes growing. He was looking at something behind me. He still had the weapon in his hand. I quickly lowered myself to the ground so he could have a clear shot. He pulled the gun to his shoulder and turned the safety off, then fired 3 shots at the thing. I think he hit it, because immediately I heard the thing growling and screeching. It made an almost coyote-type howl, but 10 times as loud and deep. Then it took off heavily through the woods. My cousin and I decided that we had had enough of camping for the time being. We packed up and put the fire out and made our way back to the house. We had flashlights guiding us all the way, but I still felt like something was following us. I could have sworn that I heard footsteps every couple of minutes, but my cousin told me I was just paranoid. I haven't gone camping since that day. Skinwalker in Sika Hollow by Native Legends. I am 21 years old and legally blind. I also live in the northeast corner of South Dakota on a reservation. I am of Sioux heritage, and I grew up with all the stories of my people. This particular story that I experienced took place when I was 21. In fact, it was on my 21st birthday. The day started like any other. My brother, his girlfriend, and a couple of our friends went to Fargo, North Dakota to go to the mall. We had spent a couple of hours there and were now ready to make our way back. My brother decided to give me one of my birthday gifts. Then we stopped at one last store and bought something. We headed back to our town and made a quick stop at our Jesus tree dealer's house, if you know what I mean. Once we packed back into the car, we were arguing about where to go smoke when I blurted out Sika Hollow, which actually translates to bad ground. I, my brother, and 2 of our friends agreed, but my brother's girlfriend was saying no. Despite her protest, we went anyway. As we headed out to Sika Hollow, a car began following us. We were starting to get worried. My brother didn't have a driver's license, and we had an ounce in the car, so we weren't sure if this was a cop or not. Yet the faster we went, the faster the car was going. When we pulled into the parking lot of the hollow, my brother's girl said that her sister was following us, so we all finally felt relieved. We started walking along the trails of the hollow,
These trails go all over the place. As we were walking and talking, I think I was the only one who noticed that there was a sound of branches snapping and footsteps on the hill next to us. It sounded like another person, but not part of our group. I looked around, wondering why someone was up there in the brush. It was at that time that I realized that I forgot my glasses in the car. I may be legally blind, but it doesn't mean I can't see. It just means I probably shouldn't be driving. In that brief moment of realizing my glasses were gone and that someone was out there with us in the woods, I looked back up and saw that my friends were gone. I remember thinking, what the heck? Why did they leave me like that? Suddenly, I heard a thud, like someone jumping onto the ground. I quickly turned around and already knew that someone was behind me. I saw the silhouette and asked, "What's up, cousin?" Not entirely sure who it was, but my greeting was met with an unholy scream. Goosebumps flooded over my body. I began to feel beads of sweat forming on my skin. This was no person on the trail with me. This was something else entirely, and at that moment I think I knew what it was. That's why I pulled out a cigarette, unused, and ripped the tobacco from it, sprinkling it on the ground in front of me. I knew to do this from the stories I'd been told when I was younger. "What do you want with me, spirit?" I managed to say with a stutter. "You have no reason to be here." It took a few steps closer to me. I could hear sickening popping sounds coming from its mouth and limbs, as if the thing's body was imperfect and constantly morphing. Then, in a voice that was almost like my grandma's, it spoke to me. It spoke to me with human words.
Go home.
The most disturbing part about hearing that was the fact that my grandma had been dead for years. There's something sickening about hearing a voice that makes you warm inside and nostalgic, used by something evil. I panic. I fumbled and turned around, running right into my brother. "Whoa, man," he said to me. I looked back in the direction where that thing had been. The two of us were alone now. Whatever had been on the trail with me had disappeared. We met back up with the others, and before I could explain to them what had happened to me, we all heard this god-awful scream. We began to hike back down to the car, no longer wanting to smoke. There was just something wrong, terribly wrong, about that place. But when we get back to the car, I guess the group was mostly feeling safe. We decided to roll down the windows and smoke a bit right there, passing around a bottle of liquor. I didn't feel very good about the situation, so I didn't participate. After an hour or so, it was beginning to get dark. Suddenly, one of my friends begins freaking out in her seat. "What is that?" she screams, pointing to a trail we had come from earlier. There it was. I could see it more clearly now with my glasses on, even though it was darker out. An all too thin, not entirely human-looking thing, covered in fur. I was moments away from screaming when the creature went down on all fours and in a sickening insect-like motion, crawled right up against the car. It happened so fast, it was almost like it teleported from the head of the trail to right outside the car doors. Then we all were able to scream. We burned rubber down the road, heading home. All the while that thing is chasing the back of the car, screaming like someone in pain. When I made it back home, I burned sage around the house, hoping that the spirit we angered would not follow us there. The Sioux have many disturbing legends, and quite often, these legends become reality. And for those of you who do believe, never think that you'll smell the rotting meat smell first, or that the woods will go silent before you see a skinwalker. There are many different ways to encounter one,
and sometimes there will be no warning.
Early Morning Skinwalker from Cody S. This is a story from my childhood. I was 10 and my little sister was 9. I had an encounter that horrified me, and every time I tried to tell someone, they would tell me I was a child with an overactive imagination. But now, even as an adult, I know these stories to be true. It all started when my little sister began to say she was seeing and hearing things. She said that she saw black figures close to the windows at night. She said that these dark men would ask her to let them inside. She said they scared her, and that she would just cover her head and try to ignore them. Upon telling this to my mother, she wouldn't believe her, so she came to me with these creepy stories. I wanted to trust my sister, to make her feel better about this situation, but I was skeptical, to be honest. I mean, boogeyman outside the window? It just sounded like a story someone told my sister and scared her with. Even still, I wanted to help, so I would check the doors and windows and lock them if they weren't locked already every night, letting her know that everything was safe. After the first night though, it was kind of eerie when my sister said that they came back and they were angry now that the doors and windows were locked. I tried not to let that get to me. Years go by, my sister continuously talking about these dark men, and I still hadn't seen them for myself, until I finally had my first encounter with them. My sister began to open the windows at night. I'm not sure why she was doing this, but as the breeze was beginning to chill my room, which was next to hers, I woke up in the middle of the night and went to go ask her to put it back up. What I didn't expect when I entered her room that night was to see a tall, dark figure standing above her. It was as tall as the ceiling, looking down with one claw-like arm hanging over her head. I immediately screamed. The thing jumped out the window in one fluid, unnatural motion, and my sister looked at me, saying, "Why did you scare him away?" It was then that I realized that everything my sister had been saying was true, and I no longer felt safe out here in the middle of the woods in this little house. But I know my sister would continue to open that window at night. The only thing that was different was I was too terrified to go and confront her about it, because I heard things outside my door. Things that asked why I wouldn't let them in, why my door was locked. I convinced my parents to nail her window shut, lying about her sneaking out at night, and I thought that would be the end of it. But contrary to what I believed about these figures, was that they don't come out just at night. One afternoon, I was walking along a trail near our home, one that went into the woods and circled the property. It was a nice area to walk and to take things off your mind, but I stumbled upon something in there that I won't soon forget. A clearing just off the path caught my attention because there was something darker than the night standing there in the middle of the day. It seemed to be tugging and chewing at something on the ground, a dead animal of some kind. When I saw it, I gasped, completely surprised to see something that unnatural. Then it looked at me with white eyes, shrieked at me, then ran away. I had never run so fast before to get back home. I ran back into the house and swore I would not take that trail anymore. A couple of years later, when we finally moved, I couldn't be happier, because nothing was more torturous and terrifying than living in that stupid house.
They call it Ye Nadlushii. From Leto Smith. Let me begin by saying this is a very real event.
It seems like everyone starts off their stories like this, but I do feel the need to put that there. Because you need to take this story as a warning. I still don't exactly know what was really out there in those woods with me that night. Where I live, there's a rather large forest surrounding our home. That forest turns rather sinister when you understand that my family has had several paranormal experiences there. Both my mother and her brother have seen and heard inhuman things out there. The most terrifying experience was when my uncle heard my mother screaming for his help in the trees. When my uncle rushed to her aid, he found no one there. On another occasion, he heard the screaming of my father in the forest, but by then he knew that it wasn't actually my father. My uncle is quite familiar with the Native American legends and lore, and for a long time now, he has believed wholeheartedly in the legend of the Skinwalkers, or Yi Naldlushii. On the occasion that he heard my mother in the woods and ran out, he realized his mistake quickly and left the forest, but not before witnessing a dark and shadowy figure leaning on the tree nearby, with yellow eyes staring at him. When I was a teenager, I went into those woods with friends in the dark to camp, or as we called it, get drunk in nature. On one occasion, my friends and I decided to take the truck into the woods that night. My friend Jody had Greg and David load the keg into the back, and once everyone was settled, I drove my truck into the woods. Now the trails and paths here were all green and kind of overgrown, because nobody really drove down them. At one point I let David drive, because he was better at it, and I was too afraid of popping a tire on something. So I settled into the back beside Jody, and we started to talk about some gossip. After what seemed like only a few minutes, we pulled into the clearing. The one David and Greg swore up and down was perfect and safe for camping. David managed to get the keg out of the truck. Jody and I went to gather some dry grass and twigs for kindling for the fire. We were only armed with our phone flashlights, and Jody had a hunting knife that she'd brought along with her. The woods were so quiet and eerie that day. I was at Jody's side the entire time. Out of nowhere, I saw a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye. I yelped and clung to Jody. "What happened?" she asked. I explained to her the shadowy thing that I saw out of the corner of my eye. "Well, it's the woods, duh. You're gonna see some things moving out of the corner of your eye. But if you're really scared, don't worry, I'll protect you." I trusted Jody, and I admired her confidence. We continued to gather the dry brush and twigs. Once we had enough, we brought it back to the boys. They managed to get a small fire going, and with the kindling we had brought, we were able to build that up into an actual campfire. Like any teens would, we gorged ourselves with beer and pizza, and of course, s'mores. After that, we sat back and relaxed in our chairs, which encircled the campfire, keeping us warm and toasty. We all sat together drinking and eating. After a few hours, David was the first of us to get up. "I need to go take a leak. I'll be back in a moment." He let us know. Then he drunkenly stumbled into the woods, just out of sight so we couldn't see him. We all chatted and waited for him to come back. After about 10 minutes, we were beginning to worry. "I'll go and check on him. You two stay here," Greg said, walking to where David disappeared. He probably tripped or something. Probably too drunk to get up. "Be careful," I called out to him, with me and Jody still next to the campfire. We didn't talk much as we waited for the guys to return. After all, we were both kind of creeped out and worried that something may have happened to David. When the two boys sauntered back to where the light was, I was so relieved. "So what's going on?" I asked. "This idiot fell down. He ended up wandering really far into the woods." Greg answered with a shrug, sitting back down and grabbing his cup of beer. "Yeah, but I could have sworn I heard Jody calling my name out there," David said, forcing my blood to run cold. He had a look of fear and confusion on his face. "I think we should go." I sat up, letting everyone know what I thought about this. My friends looked confused at this. "Look, I know it's crazy, but my uncle used to talk about things out there. I don't think we're safe." I was begging for them to listen to me, but it was like whatever was in those woods with us understood what I was trying to do, because the sound of a cracking tree branch made us all look over to the left. "But what about the keg?" Greg asked, and I shrugged. That didn't really matter now. "Greg, come on. We need to get out of here." I continued to beg. I wanted to leave immediately, get out of that forest as soon as possible. The next thing that happened will honestly stay with me for the rest of my life. Sometimes I even still have nightmares about it. This was all 5 years ago, but it feels like yesterday. Another branch broke, and this time, something stepped into the clearing with us. Something that only barely resembled a wolf. Our group jumped and gathered up. I was behind Jody, who was behind David and Greg. Even though I was behind the three of them, I still had a clear view of the creature, and I didn't feel the least bit safe. I knew immediately that something was wrong, because this forest did not have wolves. Certainly not one of that size. The thing was eye to eye with David, and he was 6'1". He was the tallest of the four of us. "We need to get to the car," he muttered without turning to us. He seemed not to want to make any sudden movements. Smart move on his part.
Leave.
I nearly fell back at the sound of it. That voice, it had come from the wolf. That's impossible. I let out a terrified scream. All common sense was out the window as we rushed from the clearing and over to the car. I unlocked the door. Greg jumped into the driver's seat, and David sat beside him. Jody and I crawled into the back, Jody clutching the hunter's knife close. Greg started the car. We sped down the narrow grassy path. The small campsite disappeared from the rear view very quickly, and we all thought we were safe. We all thought it was over, until we saw those yellow eyes peering at us through the window. I screamed, burying my face into the neck of Jody, afraid that we weren't going to make it back alive. Greg was driving nearly 60 miles per hour, which was already terrifying enough on the small and thin path. But this thing was not affected by the speed we were going. Either it was stuck to us, or it was somehow keeping up with that pace. David kept his eyes on the thing the entire time. He swears to this day that he saw that wolf-like creature smile at him before disappearing. David and Greg could never identify the point where the wolf Skinwalker disappeared, but it was gone out of nowhere suddenly. Greg continued to floor it out of the forest. Jody set me up in my seat and reassured me that it was okay. Though the thing that haunts me the most is that I saw the same thing my uncle did. I honestly believe those yellow eyes were the same one he saw that day. Though what he saw was more of a deformed man, but what I saw was more of a deformed wolf. I have a feeling that this thing changes shape, which would perfectly match the legends of Ye Nod Luciai. To this day, I think it was a skinwalker.
The friends that I had that were there still don't talk about this event much. My father ended up having to be the one to go back the next day to retrieve the keg and other things, and to make sure the fire was completely out. He came back home with the keg completely fine. Later that night, we talked about the event. He told me that he felt as if he was being watched when he was in the woods, and telling only me, he said that he saw those yellow eyes for himself as he drove back down the narrow grass path. After all these years, I still think about the event every day. It has caused me major anxiety and paranoia. The least I can say is that my friends all witnessed it with me, and though we don't talk about it, we all know and silently agree that it really happened.
The Black Figure, submitted by Britt. My name is Brittany. I'm 13 years old and I'm your average teenager. Lately I've been seeing these black figures, and it all started way back in 2012. My dad worked at a dairy farm, and the farmers he worked for let him live on site in a trailer that wasn't too fancy. It really all began when his boss told him that one of his coworkers wanted to trade houses, basically a house swap. So of course my dad asked why, and his boss told him that the coworker said he has been seeing spirits and it has been creeping him out, so his family wanted to move out. Eventually my dad agreed and they swapped houses. The first night I slept there though, I felt like something was watching me, but I just assumed it was normal for me to feel alone and scared because in all the other houses I lived, I shared a room with my sister, and now we both had our own rooms. So I wasn't used to being alone like this. That's why it was easy to shrug it off, and eventually I went to sleep. A week later, everything felt normal and everything was just happy. But that was before I saw something. I saw this black figure just outside my bedroom window, and it scared the hell out of me. I ran out of my room and into my sister's, and she asked what the heck was going on. I said I saw something, but then I thought about it. And when she asked what it was, I told her it was just a scary bug. I didn't want to seem like a wimp or paranoid. 1 year later, we moved out to this new house right by the reservation at that time. I didn't know about skinwalkers and all that crazy stuff. And when I saw these black figures, I got scared and I would just shrug it off like normal. I mean, I didn't know what they were, and so far I was the only one seeing them. A week later, my sister said she saw one of these black figures. It was right across the road, and it had red, glowing eyes. I was very creeped out, because I never once told her about the black figures I saw, but I've never heard of them having those red eyes before. 1 week after that, my sister and I stayed up all night hoping to scare the hell out of my dad when he came home. He worked night shift, and he would get home around 5 in the morning. So my dad pulls in the driveway that night. The first thing we notice is that he's driving way faster than usual. We saw him literally run up to the door, and we could hear the keys jingling around on the outside, like he was in a straight-up panic or something. It sounded like something beat us to scaring him. He opened the door, and my sister continued with the prank, jumping out at him and trying to surprise him. My dad literally screamed and almost punched her. I turned on the light at the right moment, because if I didn't, I'm sure my dad would have knocked her out. Then we asked him what was wrong. He said that when he was driving home, he saw this tall creature standing on all fours. He thought it was a coyote, but as he drove closer to it, he saw that it was far too large and tall to be one, and he drove out of there as fast as he possibly could. So then me and my sister got a little freaked out, and honestly I'm starting to think that all of these sightings are connected somehow. Maybe they're all the work of the Skinwalkers. Skinwalker at My Door, submitted by The Miraculous Fox. I've always had a sort of draw to the supernatural, and this story is about an encounter I had with a skinwalker. I live in southern New Jersey, very close to the Pine Barrens, home of the Jersey Devil. I'm sure you've heard of him. My backyard is pretty big. It has a large deck and a pretty big fenced-in yard. The fence backs up to a wooded area. There was always deer running around back there, owls, and even bats. On this particular night, I awoke out of a deep sleep to a tapping noise on my window. I had to have been about 8 years old at the time, and the constant presence of spirits in my room was enough for me to be too scared to investigate any sort of noise in the middle of the night. So I stayed put, just shivering under my covers, not quite sure what to do. I peeked through the blankets just enough to see what looked like a tall, thin figure standing at my window. You see, my room was in the middle of my house, and my window faced the wooded area just behind it. I waited a couple of minutes, and the tapping eventually stopped. Then, not a moment later, I heard a voice calling my name, a familiar voice. It was my mother's, but at the same time it wasn't. It sounded so scripted. I heard more tapping and the voice still calling. But the voice slowly drifted to the back door. The back door was in the kitchen, and it led out to the deck. I mustered the courage to get up, and I tiptoed to the edge of the kitchen doorway. I know I saw a figure at the back door window in the shape of a woman. It was tapping at the glass and calling my name in my mother's voice still.
Kelly dear, please let me inside.
That thing said to me. It sounded as if it was projecting the voice straight into my head. I was a smart kid though. I tiptoed to my mother's room and I quietly opened the door. And there she was in bed, softly snoring. I noped my way right back into bed and I hid under my covers. Sure enough, the tapping at my window started again, but I did not dare look. Eventually, I fell asleep to the tapping, and when I woke up in the morning, I told my mom what had happened. She frowned at me and rubbed my head, sighing. "You have such an imagination," she smiled, and continued doing whatever she was doing. I went outside the next day in the morning, and there were footprints on the ground where my window was. I showed my mom, yet she was still skeptical, but she let me sleep in her bed that night, and we said a prayer together before we went to sleep. That was the only time that ever happened, and I hope I never have to see that thing again, the thing that I believe was a skinwalker. My experience with a skinwalker. Submitted by Anonymous. I've never been a person to think that skinwalkers are real. That is, until 1 week ago. Last week I went camping with my mom. We were at Strawberry, Arizona, if I remember correctly. We were going to be camping for the weekend, starting Friday night to Sunday afternoon. We arrived at about 6 o'clock and it was already dark. My mom started a small fire and we got working on putting up our tents. We were done about 30 minutes later. We had our dinner, some s'mores, and went to bed. I woke up at 10. I needed to go use the bathroom, so I got out a flashlight and went to pee. A few moments later, I began to walk back to my tent. I heard something scratching on what I assumed was wood. I stopped and I looked around, but there was nothing there. I jogged back to my tent and got in, and only a few moments later, that scratching came again, but it was closer now, way closer. After a minute or two, it went away, and I went to sleep a few minutes later. I was awoken to a loud screech. It sounded like it was within 20 feet of us. I didn't dare go out there with whatever that thing was. I was still half asleep, so I turned on my flashlight and I pointed it to the walls of the tent. Big mistake. It was attracted to the light and it walked towards it. I saw the silhouette of the thing come into view. It was a very large figure. Everything about it seemed human at first, and then I noticed the fingers on this thing. They looked to be claws. The height of it was larger than any person I've ever seen, and its legs weren't human either. There looked to be a fur about them, as if it was some sort of goat. It started scratching on my tent, creating holes in it. I saw a part of the tall figure. Its legs were, as I described before, goat-like. I did what anyone would do in this situation. I screamed. The thing scratched at my leg, and then the creature started to shrink. This is the best way I can describe it. And only a moment later it took on the form of a wolf. But still, on its back legs, the thing took off. Immediately, I got a first aid kit, and I wrapped my leg up. The damage wasn't too bad. The cut itself wasn't that deep, but it did bleed for a while. After that, I got out of my tent and went to my mom's. I told her that we needed to leave now, and within 15 minutes, Everything was in the car, and we drove out of that place. It was probably 3 in the morning whenever this happened, and we made it home only a couple of hours later. Run, submitted by Alex. This is an account of something that occurred 2 years ago now, something that cannot be logically explained to this day. I live in northern Illinois in a nice neighborhood. There's good people and a pretty boring atmosphere. Normally, nothing weird ever happens around here, but this is a definite exception to say the least. Me and my friend, let's call her Anna, were hiking in the woods around the lake near my house. Now it's the middle of winter, mind you. The woods aren't that thick, and the lake is surrounded by city and condos. It's not remote or anything, and that fact is what makes what happened to us all the more terrifying. So Anna and I were exploring a section of the lake that's closed off from the rest, due to it being private property. It was the dead of winter, and as the sun set, we were armed only with our wits and some flashlights. We were searching for the presence of the small wolf pack or coyotes that had taken up residence here. Initially, we found nothing, but it was expected as wild animals tend to stay away from humans. It had just snowed, so if there were any tracks, they would only be minutes old, and after about 10 minutes of scanning the snow, I came upon a set of canine tracks. The interesting thing about these tracks, though, was that they were absolutely massive, reaching the overall width of my splayed hand, but otherwise identical to a normal wolf. After seeing that, instead of hightailing it the hell out of there like any sane person, I decided to ignore the overwhelming feeling of dread, and I called Anna over to me. As we both looked in awe at the tracks, I remembered that I had my phone with me, and so I began taking pictures of the prints in comparison of my hand. I wanted to prove what we saw to my family once we got back home, if we survived. After taking an obsessive amount of photos, I suggested that we follow the direction of the tracks. Anna agreed, and so we followed them, going northwest across the property. This section of woods is used as a private dump by the landowner, and the tracks were leading directly to the small, flimsy trailer used as its on-site office. As we continued on, I began to get this feeling like we were being watched, but it was like nothing I've ever felt before. This was bone-chilling dread, like something was listening to my very heartbeat. I ignored the danger alarm sounding in the back of my mind, and I continued looking down at the tracks that had now begun to morph before my eyes. These prints were now getting even larger, and the toes began to elongate on both the front and hind feet. I froze, panic taking over for a moment, and I turned to Anna. I said to her, "Come over here, look at this. Are you seeing what I'm seeing right now?" Anna came over and looked at me with wide eyes before pulling out her phone to take more pictures. Despite the darkness, the cold, and now the danger of some creature lurking nearby, we trudged on with our investigation. Soon we were almost upon the trailer, about 300 feet away, when again the tracks morphed, this time becoming longer and becoming bipedal. The elongated canine feet were longer than my forearm and hand, not including its toes, making whatever the canine monstrosity was over 6 feet tall easily. Again, we took pictures, but this time more hastily, shaking the whole time and tears burning behind our eyes. Then Anna asked, "When are we going to leave?" Every fiber of my being told me to run in the opposite direction, and yet we stood there partially frozen in place. That's when the noises began. To our right, in the thicker part of the forest, branches began to break. I turned to Anna, and I said, "I think we should go now." With that, we began walking away, but it was short-lived. As soon as we started walking, whatever inhabits that lake, it knocked over a small tree, uprooting it completely. The sound terrified us and drove us to sprint towards the bent fence that leads out to my street. As we ran, there were solid footsteps behind us. Neither of us dared to look back, and we flew over the uneven ground, unleashing curses as we did so. Once we made it to the small hill where the fence lay bent, Anna scrambled up and leapt to the other side. I bounded up the hill, but ended up falling down over the fence onto the pavement of the street, getting up as fast as possible. "Alex, get up, run!" Anna screamed at me as she looked back at whatever was behind us. And with that, I shot back up to my feet, and we rocketed down the block. We busted through my door into the kitchen and sat down at my table, shaking and panting. My little brother came out to see what the commotion was, and my father soon followed, asking us what the hell just happened. I couldn't speak, so I just handed him my phone so he could look at the pictures we took. He was astonished and told us not to go back there again, especially at night. There are times where I still wonder, what if we didn't run? And that haunts me and Anna to this day. I still don't know what Anna saw behind us that night, and I'm kind of afraid to ask. Baker Lake Skinwalker Thing. Submitted by A. One time, me, my sister, my mom, and her boyfriend went camping around 4 hours from our house. We've gone camping well over 40 times before at least, so I have a bit of experience. Me and my mom's boyfriend, let's call him Chris, arrived before my mom and sister. Let's call my sister Leela. This wasn't much of a problem because everyone knew the area very well. So Chris and I did the usual. We gathered firewood and set up the equipment. I was pretty big for my age, and it took a lot for me to get cold, so people knew if I complained about it being cold, everyone else was already freezing. I am an avid hunter, and I'm very protective of my friends and family. So around 10 o'clock at night, when I was just about to go to sleep, my mom, Leela, and my 3 dogs arrived at the campsite. My mom asked me to help unload some stuff, and once we did, not too long after, we went to sleep. Me and my dog Lucy woke up at the same time, somewhere around 3 in the morning. Believe me when I say it was freezing cold. But not a few seconds after waking up, I heard a distorted voice of my mom saying,
Come help me.
I was extremely tired, and I didn't want to. I knew I'd get in trouble if I didn't, though. This was a big mistake. I put my shoes on and I looked up to the cars, expecting to see my mom, and even though my vision was a bit blurry still, I saw something black and hairy hunched over on top of my car. I thought it was a bear, and in fear I pulled out the knife in my sheath. I was about to start yelling at the thing to ward it off when it started laughing at me. I froze. My dog began to growl and the creature stood up, and it mimicked Lucy's growl. She whimpered. Then this creature jumped from the car to 7 feet in front of me and let out a shriek so loud that my head hurt. I could hear everyone else waking up in their tents. Chris came out seconds later with his loaded gun. This thing looked at him. Half asleep as well, Chris shot at the thing, and before I knew it, it had run off back into the woods. We ended up calling for help. This thing had scared the hell out of all of us. Even if it was just a bear, this thing was really close and threatened us basically. When the Fish and Wildlife Services got there, they took whatever samples they could find. We never really got an answer. But being Native American, I've always heard stories, so the word Skinwalker quickly came to mind on our way home. It stayed with me for a week. Submitted by Pyrocaster. Now, before I start this, I need to make this clear. I was 11 years old at the time. I was a very plain and uninteresting guy all around. I haven't had any other experiences with creatures or the paranormal since this. And another thing, this lasted an entire week. What I'm about to tell you guys lasted from Monday all the way to the next Sunday. This happened over 8 years ago. I was in 6th grade at the time, and it was about midway through the year. We were all stressed, since the dreaded midterms were upon us and none of us were prepared. So all of our minds were completely addled from the random questions we were going to have to do. The day went by as uneventful as usual, save for teachers telling us to get ready and whatnot. School ended, and I decided that I was going to do anything that night to relax, thanks to the annoying teachers constantly pestering us about those tests. I went home and watched some TV. A few movies later, it was time to go to bed. And this is when it started. I was tucked into bed since I was a complete mama's boy, and tried to go to sleep after the door was shut. Soon after, I heard the TV downstairs turn on, telling me my mom had sat down to watch TV. I tried to go to bed, but something was off. No sooner had I heard the TV turn on, I stopped hearing it, and I stopped hearing any other sort of noise coming from downstairs. This could usually be chalked up to my mom just going to bed. However, she would always turn the lights off. I could tell she hadn't gone to bed because I could still see all the lights on from under my door. As I wondered why I could no longer hear her, or anything from downstairs for that matter, I started to feel like I couldn't breathe. Scared, I tried to get up and move, call for help, to do anything to get someone's attention. I found out I couldn't move or make any sound, regardless of how hard I tried. My mouth would open, but nothing would come out. I strained to move, but it felt like my muscles had been paralyzed. They wouldn't respond to what I wanted them to do. As I lay there trying to get someone's attention, I saw it. There, by the closet door, was that thing. It was large, not muscular. It was actually very skinny, and I could almost see its bones. But its height was what grabbed my attention right off the bat. It was probably 6 or 7 feet tall, as it was clinging onto the door and was hunching slightly so as to not hit the ceiling. It had very pale skin. However, I could not make out any details on it exactly. Not that night anyways. The last thing I noticed about it was it had no face. It was just a blank slate, devoid of any features and devoid of any kind of hint as to why it was there. I looked at this thing, feeling what I imagine is a primal instinct that is found in anything that looks into something like this. It was fear. Not the kind of fear you get when you see your parents get into a fight. Not the kind of fear you have when looking at a wild predator, really. No, this is what I would imagine. The kind of fear you feel when you know that your life is at the whim of something altogether completely, horribly wrong. This thing stayed there on the door for hours. It never moved, not so much as an inch. It just stayed there and did nothing, just like how I could do nothing. As the hours passed and as the fear settled in, I could think to some degree. I realized that I had no idea what I was going to do. Mom would come in at 6:30 to wake me up, and this thing was still there, not making a sound or movement. The time was drawing nearer to when she was supposed to come and wake me up, and I began to panic. I tried to move, but I was still in that paralyzed state. I tried to scream, and nothing would come out. However, I could still see under my door, and I noticed that a shadow was walking up the stairs and towards it. I still couldn't do anything, but as the door opened and I glanced over to it, I immediately looked back, and that thing on the closet was gone. It vanished without a trace. When it was gone, it felt like I had control over myself again, save for one thing, and that being a strange feeling that I shouldn't tell anyone what happened. So when my mom opened the door and saw me, asking why I looked so pale, all I could say was, it was just a bad dream. You know, the one about the werewolves in the kitchen. Seeming to understand, or at the very least thinking she did, she came over and told me it was all right, and that monsters weren't real. I really wish that was true. I even went to school like normal, and I forgot about what happened the night before. School ended, I got home, and I went outside to walk around the neighborhood. I was back home before dinner. I went upstairs to go to bed, having completely forgotten or maybe having wrote it off as a bad dream, and I tried to go to sleep. That night as well, however, it came again, and this time was almost the same as the night before. I lost all of my hearing, and then I could not speak, and finally I was unable to move a muscle. Same as before. And then there was that thing again. This time it had changed positions. Now it was further down the door, its knees bent backwards. It was crossing its arms, which I could tell from its new angle had claws on the end. This thing was now looking right at me, or at least it was pointed in my direction. And once again, it stood silent and unmoving. This time I did not even try to do anything. I just looked at it, and I waited for it to do something. I waited, and thankfully it did not do anything again, leaving in a similar fashion as the night before. This time, when I left home and got to school, I did not forget about it. The day passed, and I still could not get this thing out of my head. I couldn't think of any reason why it would be there. I hadn't seen any horror movies in the last 3 months, and school wasn't stressing me out that bad. So what the reason was to this haunting, or quite possibly stalking, I don't know. I still don't have an answer to it to this day. This happened every night though, and the only things that changed each night were its position towards me and how far away it was. The third night, it had left the door and positioned itself on the floor in between. It was squatting, looking like it was either trying to imitate a frog or prepare to launch itself into the air, towards me, with its claws extended. But it never did. On the fourth night, that primal fear almost went away. However, it got even closer, now peeking its head over the end of my bed, with its hand actually on it. It stayed like that all night, and the next day I tried to see if it had left some kind of mark on the floor on my bed, but there was nothing. Night 5 came, and it was now crouched on the end of my bed, being careful that it was not touching any part of the bed I occupied with my legs. Night 6, and it was no longer on my bed, but extremely close on the wall to my left, holding a position that looked like it was eyeing a toy or foreign object. Now, before I talk about the last night, as it is the hardest and most uncomfortable part for me to write about, let me say that I had tried to block it from getting closer each day before I went to bed. I would put coats in the closet, which made it leave the door. I tried to put a chair in between me and it from where it was at the night before, and it ended up pushed to the end of my bed. Needless to say, I stopped trying after that, thinking that I was inciting it to get closer each time, and I tried to do something else. That final night, it got close, and by close, I mean it had made sure its face was only a few inches from mine, so there was no way for me to see behind it. It used its arm and a leg on the wall to hold itself up, while the other arm was on the wall behind me, and the other leg was bent and holding onto the right side of my bed. Not only did this thing position itself around me in a way that resembled a spider surrounding a fly in its web, there was also something else that was different. That night, I had control over myself. I could feel that I could move if I wanted to, or make a noise if I tried. I could even hear the TV downstairs still playing and my mom talking to my stepdad. However, even with this revelation, I made no attempt to do anything. As I looked at this thing up close, I could tell that it did actually have a face. However, the mouth, eyes, and what I think was a nose were all located behind its skin. That's also when I noticed that it was smiling with jagged and sharp teeth at me. I felt that it knew I could move. It almost seemed like it was daring me to try. I didn't take up this bet, and I just waited like I usually did, now with the fresh wave of primal fear I had felt for the first 2 nights. It had no smell, and I half thought that this thing was made for the sole purpose of getting into a house and leaving no trace behind. As it continued to smile and make no movement or noise, I lost track of how many hours had gone by since I went to bed. At some point I realized that, once again, my mom was coming up the stairs to wake me up. But when I noticed this, it did too. Its smile got wider, and it was the only movement this thing had ever made so far. As the sound of footsteps got closer, I saw it disappear and then reappear right before my eyes, going from being point blank on top of me to being right on top of where the door my mom was opening. She opened it, and this time that thing did not leave. It made one final movement, a quick and yet slow motion of its clawed hand to its mouth. It looked like it was telling me, stay quiet, before it left from my sight. After it left, I didn't say a word about it for months, almost a year. I finally told my mother what had happened, and all she said to me was, "Don't worry, nothing in this house will ever hurt you." This should seem like a normal response for a mother to make, but I could have sworn that I saw her go a little pale after I told her. As a result, I wondered for the longest time. I wondered if she meant that there was nothing in the house that could hurt me or want to, or if she meant that even if there was something there, something she knew was there, that it still wouldn't hurt me, even though it very well could. After all of these years, I still don't know what that thing was. I've been told by some that it was just my mind going into overdrive because of stress, but even my mind could never create something as horrific as that. I've told others since then, and some say it was a demon that was just there to feed off of my fear. I have researched what it could be, and the closest things I've found that remotely resemble it would either be a Skinwalker or maybe a Wendigo. However, those still do not make sense, since those don't have their faces behind their skin. So, to this day, I still wonder what it was, and why it decided to stay around for so long and just do nothing. Was it a demon? Was it a creature from a horror story? Or just a figment of my imagination? One day I hope to find the answer to this, but I have a feeling it won't be for a long time. Call me crazy, but I don't feel like I've seen the last of this thing, and that it may eventually come seeking me out again. Only next time, it won't just stay there and wait for me to do something. Skinwalker in Big Bear. Submitted by Flame Daisy. My husband and I are avid campers. We live in Southern California and go out to the San Bernardino Mountains as often as possible with our 2 dogs. I am from Oregon and grew up in the woods, did search and rescue religiously, and spent much of my time going on trail rides and hikes as much as possible. Just to give you an idea on how much experience I have. We've been married for 2 years and have already been on over 20 camping trips, trying to visit as many different spots as possible, sometimes even switching campsites for a weekend, only spending 1 night. But this last trip scared the camper out of me, and it may be a while until I'm ready to return to the woods. We stopped by a favorite of ours called Holcomb Valley Campground. We set up camp, played with the dogs, and went for a small walk on the many back roads and some short trails, just revisiting our favorite areas. The dogs were behaving as normal, running around off-leash and playing. We were comfortable and calm, and came back to dinner and hot chocolate before it got too cold, and we slipped into the tent for the night. At the time, I was pregnant. I have to go to the bathroom often during the night, and I got up around 2 in the morning. I grabbed a flashlight and brought one of our dogs, a golden retriever, with me. Now, don't let the reputation of the golden retriever fool you about mine. He was raised without much contact with other people except for family, and with our other dog, a pit bull mutt. Moose, our golden, is very alert, doesn't like other people, and growls to warn them off, especially after we became pregnant. He is overprotective of me. Both our dogs are fit, and they're used to camping and going off leash. They don't leave our sides. So Moose and I made our way to the bathrooms, and of course he came with me. He stuck by my side as usual. While I was doing my business, Moose's ears pricked up, and he growled his get-away growl. I was nervous. I didn't bring my knife like an idiot, and all I had was a flashlight. I figured it was just someone needing to use the restroom. I ordered Moose to stay by my side, and we left. But no one was there. Moose's hackles were up so high he looked huge, and he was pressed up against my legs so tightly it made me almost have to pee again. But we fast-walked all the way back to our tent and jumped in. I made sure my knife was there. My husband was fine, and our pit bull was okay too. Everything was great, and Moose even relaxed a bit, laying down right next to my head, and I eventually fell asleep. Now, here's where it gets really disturbing. I woke up about 45 minutes later to a low woof from Moose and our pit bull growling. They were listening intently to my side of the tent, both of them nearly shaking. I put a hand on them to calm them down, and that only made them jump and growl even more. My husband is such a heavy sleeper, I knew I couldn't wake him. So I got a knife ready, and I listened. I would say whatever it was about 40 to 50 feet away from us. It was stalking over the fence that divided the campsite from the road. It sounded deer-like, with light feet just barely crunching over the ground. I had been camping with herds of deer before, and it sounded very much like that, and our dogs had never seen a deer before, so I gave it to them that they might be scared. I lay back down and just quieted them, saying very clearly, "Shh, it's okay guys, it's just a deer." But then the deer outside said something, in almost my same voice. Just a deer. This voice said it like it was practicing something. Like how you rehearse a line you just can't get right in a speech. I gasped so hard my dog started barking like crazy. My husband jumped up and hollered at them for scaring him. I listened for the thing again, almost in tears. But the sound never came. The dogs were on edge for what seemed like hours until they finally calmed down, and it wasn't until then that I could finally fall asleep. When I woke up the next time, it was from a bad dream. I just remember running barefoot, and my feet were cold from being outside of the sleeping bag. It was nearly 5 in the morning, and the dogs were on edge again. This time I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my knife and sat up listening to everything. I said clearly, "Are you there?" towards the direction of the fence, but nothing said anything. I think I repeated myself about 2 more times until a coyote howled. It was far away and clear, and I was starting to calm down, thinking I was silly for thinking that something like a skinwalker was out there, when the coyote howled again, this time much, much closer to us, like right across the road. And this one was not a coyote. It was a high-pitched yip that would end in a hoarse growl. It did it again and again, rehearsing the howl over and over. My husband woke up to this, asking me if it was a coyote. Petrified, I told him I didn't think so. This thing howled for over 10 minutes until it stopped and finally left. My dogs were just as scared as I was. That morning, we went for another walk, then packed our things to move to the next campsite. Our moose ended up vomiting most of the day, and that made me panic. He was on edge, so he couldn't keep anything down, and our pit bull was listening to anything and everything, never leaving our sides for a moment. That night, we were at a completely different campsite on the other side, so luckily nothing happened, and the dogs were able to get some sleep. But the next day, we stopped in Big Bear for lunch. Moose was all better at that time, and we all went for a walk in the village when we ran into our neighbors we recognized at Holcomb Valley Campground. We asked them about the coyote, and they suddenly went pale. They told us about what happened that night. We'll call the woman Mary and the man Ben. They had a small dog named Benji. So they said Benji had to go out in the middle of the night, so they unzipped the tent and let him do his business. He just ran to the fence and was barking until Ben went out and got him. Ben said that across the road, he saw a man standing there, and when he waved his hand, the man ran away into the woods. All night, Benji and the other dogs were barking like crazy until a few hunters went to investigate. They had their bows and a couple of knives, a few trained hunting dogs too. They crossed the road and went after the man to see if he needed help. They got about 20 feet into the woods when this man screamed at them with something between a coyote and something from a scary movie. It woke everyone up, and one guy claimed that the thing shifted before them into something like a deer with impossibly thin legs, and it bounded away faster than any animal he had ever seen. My husband doesn't believe in this kind of stuff. He shrugged it off as people being tired and the night being so dark. But I know that it was a skinwalker, and that's more than enough to keep me away and to keep me up at night. So for people who love to camp up in Big Bear, be careful when you venture up into the hills. There's something up there. Whatever it was, it followed me. Submitted by Noto Bird. It was a summer just a few years ago. I slept in a bunk bed with my brothers in the room that we shared. I woke up one night from the top bunk. Like I said, it was summer, and it tends to get stuffy at night, so the window was open. I could hear a very slow, raspy breathing and the sound of the screen from the window being scratched. I quietly rolled over onto my stomach and looked over to the side of the bed down at the window. It looked like a man, but its features were just wrong. It was as pale as the moon and bone thin. It had long arms, and it had a hand with long fingers scratching at the screen of the window. Its eyes gave off a soft glow, and they sort of lit up the room a little bit. It was just looking around the room from behind the window. It wasn't even trying to get in, it was just examining the room. From what I could tell, it hadn't spotted me yet, and I couldn't get out of bed without it seeing me, so I just crawled to the other side of the bed, the side by the door, and I lay silently, terrified until morning. It left after about an hour, judging by the digital clock on top of the TV. The next morning, I went outside and studied the window. Whatever had been there had to have been at least 7 feet tall, because the window was about 5 feet off the ground and this thing was hunched over. A few weeks go by, and I go on a camping trip. My brothers were in Boy Scouts, and I was allowed to go on the camping trips with them, which I loved because I've always loved the forest. It was in this enormous forest in the middle of nowhere. The property belongs to someone from Scouts, and there's nobody else for miles. Everything goes fine. It was a fun day of fishing and hiking and s'mores. Everyone's about to get in their tents for the night. Then everyone is silenced by an echoing, blood-curdling scream. It was definitely, absolutely not a fox, and there haven't been any mountain lions in the entire state for centuries, so it couldn't have been one of those either. Somehow, and I don't know how, everyone was able to get some sleep after that. I convinced myself to get into the big family tent, and soon, feeling safe and warm, I'm out cold. I woke up to the sound of the tent fabric being scratched at. I look around, and on one of the nylon walls, long scratches are being made periodically from the outside. I turn on the lantern hanging from the ceiling, and it stops. I can see its silhouette. It's the same thing from only weeks before. Large, tall, bone-thin with long arms and legs. It creeps away. It begins to do the same thing to the other tents around the campsite. I wait for it to finally leave, and I turn off the lantern, staring and in shock. I was somehow able to fall asleep. My dad's really into paranormal stuff, but I honestly don't know how he'd take all this. I haven't told it much, and every person who cared to listen just didn't take it seriously. I haven't seen it since, thank God, but whatever it was had followed me from my house in the suburbs to the forest out of town. I've always slept on the other side of the bed since then, away from my window. After doing some research, I think this mostly matches the creatures known as skinwalkers or maybe a wendigo. Thing in the Forest. Submitted by Cole. Okay, so for privacy reasons, I will not be using my real name. In the story, my name is Cole. I was in middle school and 14 when this happened. In California, we tend to go out hunting, or if you can't, then you play hide and seek and other games like manhunt and stuff. My friends and I were playing hide and seek. Their names are Zach, Jordan, Amelia, and Joe. Zach was it. We all charged away from our houses and into the woods. Joe and I hid in trees and not far apart, maybe a few trees away. It was getting dark when we started, so it was probably 9:45. Also, the seeker had a flashlight. Joe and I were waiting to get caught and were whispering to each other when out of nowhere, heavy crunching of leaves came from the left. There was no light and we thought it might be Jordan, but we didn't call his name in case it was an animal. The crunching was about 20 feet away, then it stopped. I heard a very quiet scraping noise, then the scraping started again, even closer, like it had come 10 feet closer in 5 seconds without making any noise at all. Joe and I heard a tree branch snap and looked where it might have come from. This thing was in a tree in the middle between me and Joe. It was very long and had some hair on its arms and legs, and no hair anywhere else, and had sharp, stubby-like claws for climbing. It had ripped up the branch it was on. This thing was looking at me now. I was scared out of my mind. It made a roar or a hiss, and in a fraction of a second, it was on the second tree closer to me. I jumped down and screamed with all my might. "Get away! Joe, run!" The creature was now in the tree that I was in merely seconds before. Joe heard me and jumped out of his tree, and we ran so fast that we were in my house in a snap. We heard loud, ripping noises coming from the woods. We took my dad's flashlight that can light up a distance of 50 feet and shined it at the tree. The tree was torn apart. Then we heard insanely deafening steps. We shined it in the forest again, and it was making its way toward us. It was over 9 feet tall, with black eyes and huge hands. We flew inside, locked all the windows and doors, and called our parents and the police. Jordan, Amelia, and Zach ran inside when they heard us screaming. I don't know what I saw that cold day, and I'm glad I made it out alive at all. Something was at the door. Submitted by Nathaniel Olive. My name is Nathaniel, but most of my family members called me Nate or Nathan. And by the time these events had happened, I had fully moved out of my aunt's acreage and had been living in my creepy house for about 5 years. I had turned 11, and I had come to visit my aunt and uncle for a family get-together to say hi and hang out with my cousins. I will give a little background information about the house. It was built by my aunt and uncle before I was born, and it lay on a hill with part of the basement not inside of the ground because the hill is sloped. The part of the house that is not in the dirt faces the woods and has 3 windows on the left side of the living room and a large door that is on the left of the room that is right next to the last window toward the left of the living room. There is a large door that is on the left of the room that is right next to the last window of the left of the living room. There is also an inlet area to the very far right that has a counter or bar looking area. This is buried under the hill, so it doesn't have any windows. The living room is connected to the stairs that are in the hallway, and the hallway has a bathroom at the end of it. There are 2 spare rooms and a toy room on the right side. The toy room also leads into a room that connects to the outside through a little door and window. This room isn't usually locked because the door that leads to the toy room is locked 100% of the time. This door that connects to the toy room is made of wood and has a pane of misted, translucent glass. We ate dinner and my mom and aunt decided to get drunk, so we were going to have to stay the night. My brother and I had to sleep in the basement, and I was fine with it because I had stayed there many times before. My brother and I were forced to stay in the same room downstairs by the living room, which faced the woods directly across from the house. The windows facing the forest are split up, and there are 3 of them on the left side of the room. They are 5 feet by 3 feet windows and are very large. The room also has a door on the right side of the room, just next to the last window on the left. This door doesn't have a lock on it, it's just a doorknob. It's not like I haven't seen wolves, coyotes, bears, and mountain lions, and since I am an avid hunter, I'm quite sure the thing I saw that night was not any of them. During the night, around 3 in the morning, I had gotten up to get a drink, and while I was in the washroom, I heard a tapping sound from the living room, and then I heard my name called.
Nathaniel, come here.
The voice called in my mom's voice. And I found this weird because she usually calls me Nathan, but she was intoxicated, so I didn't feel too concerned. Thinking she was drunk and was sleeping on the downstairs living room couch, I peered around the corner of the hallway to look into the living room. This, however, was a mistake because what I saw was a large figure standing about 5 feet from the window. The only features it had that I could see were its arms that were very long and had a full set of creepy, spindly fingers. Its torso was very thick at the top, but turned into a V shape as it went down towards the waist. I could not see the head because it was so tall the head was out of view. As I watched it, it began to move towards the door that leads into the living room, and with a long thin arm it reached for the handle. Seeing this happen seriously disturbed me, and I knew I needed to scream. So that is what I did. I screamed so loud that I woke up everyone in the house, including my very drunk aunt and mother. Before I knew what was happening, the thing at the door bolted into the woods, and these woods are about 50 feet from the door. And it made that run in about 1.5 seconds flat. As I watched it running before it went into the woods, it went down onto all 4s and disappeared into the pitch black darkness of the forest. About 10 seconds after this, my uncle came down the stairs with his loaded shotgun that he kept in the house. He saw me on the floor just outside the living room, almost pissing myself. He knew I had seen something and asked what it was. I told him, but he just shrugged it off because he thought I had seen a wolf or coyote outside the door. The worst part was, when I went up to the door and looked at the knob, I realized it hadn't been locked. I'm 18 now, and I have not stayed at this house until recently, about 2 months ago. This time I stayed the night because my uncle and I were going out the next day on a week-long camping trip to go hunting and fishing. I again had to stay in that basement in the guest room next to the living room. I didn't really feel unsafe that night until I was awakened by a noise in the toy room across from my room. A tapping noise, and then a voice that sounded like my uncle's, but strangely weird.
Nathaniel, come here and give me a hand.
By this time, I was seriously freaked out, and I looked outside my room into the toy room. Inside that room, I could see the door that connects to the next room, and through the glass, I could see the figure. The same figure I had seen so many years ago, standing there and tapping on the pane of the glass. I went up to the hallway connecting door and slammed it shut, and collapsed against it, beginning to cry. My aunt and uncle heard the door slam and ran downstairs to see me crying. They asked what happened, and they asked me a very creepy question. Did you see the thing? This thing that's been bothering us for years? I looked up at them, and I could see the fear in their eyes. I nodded, and they sat next to me and gave me a hug. The next morning, my uncle and I headed out, and we went on our trip. Before going, we looked in the room I saw the figure in that night, and on the other side of the pane of glass, there was a chip that wasn't there the day before. Apparently, after I had seen this thing 7 years earlier, it had begun to torment my cousins by tapping on their windows and calling in their mom and dad's voices, calling their names and asking to be let in. This thing, whatever it is, it still comes almost every month to ask my cousins to be let in using their parents' voices. I wish it was a bear. Submitted by Hunting Love. This story, though it might come across as cliché, is very, very true, as both I and those involved swear by it. I will also be changing the names of the people involved, including my own. Having said that, let's continue. So we've all heard the stories about the neighborhood Wendigo, Skinwalker, or Dogman, or whatever you want to call it. Boy in a house out in the country at night, you know the drill. That's why I was rather reprehensive towards the idea that my father, who was divorced by my mother a good 4 years ago, would be moving in with a girl named Janet. She lived just outside a small town called Winthrop in Washington State, which has a measly population of 420. Her home was situated on a hill on a large and rather secluded property that featured access to a creek and train track by trail. She had a front yard that was damn near an acre with a thin line of trees around the edge. The rest of it was a clearing that would allow her 2 dogs, Rusty and Ranger, to graze during the day. At night, though, the field would become so dark that I couldn't see past the midpoint in perfect conditions. On one end of the field was a small dirt road in which people like me and my father could access the property from the highway. On the opposite end, closer to the forest, was Janet's home. If one were to look over the field from Janet's porch, there was a fire pit to the right and a small garage to the left. My father had custody over me every other weekend, and lo and behold, I'd always be at Janet's home. Both Janet and my father smoked, and I'd sit with them during their nighttime cigarettes. With my back to the field and them sitting facing each other and parallel to the house, we'd just chat for sometimes hours on end. One night specifically, in the middle of the summer, we were chatting along until my father stopped abruptly. He was an avid believer in the Second Amendment, and I saw his hand drift to his side and onto his .40 Smith & Wesson. He looked over to the field, and both me and Janet turned with him. The dogs went mad, barking into the darkness, and then silence. When I say silence, I don't mean a lack of human voices, I mean a heavy silence fell over the forest. We could no longer hear the ambient sounds of animals out in the woods. The dogs stopped barking, and even the trees seemed to stop swaying in the breeze. I turned just to catch a small white blur at the right corner of my vision. I followed it, and all I saw was the gated entry of the trail swinging open in the breeze. Silence firmed its grip on the forest, that is, until a small rodent caused a twitch in the grass near the gate. I imagine the movement caused this, but what I saw seemed inexplainable. A white, humanoid figure that couldn't have been more than 5 feet tall with the glowing eyes of a predator sprinted and grabbed the rodent from the grass, rolling over it and eventually slowing to a stop. It took the rodent in hand, tearing it in half. When it made eye contact with us, I swear I heard what I thought sounded like Janet pissing herself. Her being the only one familiar with these woods, I took that as a sign that this was no common occurrence. We sat for what felt like hours, keeping eye contact with the monstrosity that sat before us. Without warning, it turned sharply and exited at full speed through the gate and into the woods. The rest of the night was quiet, though we all slept in the same room. We being Janet, my father, me, and my father's 40 cow. The next morning, my dad and I packed hastily so we could return me home. Soon after, my father found a new place to stay in the center of Tacoma. His fondness of the outdoors seemed to wane after that experience, and we are yet to return to Janet's home. The Bloody Skinwalker. Submitted by Daniel. This was the most horrifying experience of my life. I am a 14-year-old boy and I'm obsessed with horror. I'm tall for my age, about 5'11", yet despite being bigger in size, you've got to know how terrified I was with this encounter. I was on a missionary trip to Mexico with my church. We would be there for about 10 days. We would preach all day and rest all night. Well, sometimes we would preach, and other times we would listen to the old natives that lived there. They would tell their stories of their god and other things. It was the 6th day when me and my good friend Eric were told of the creature called Ye Naldalushi. I had been listening to ghost stories and demon encounters, but this one made me scared, like very, very scared. The native told us that saying its name will attract it. He warned us clearly to never say its name. So when we were done listening, he blessed us. A couple of hours later, Eric and I were talking about the day to our missionary leader. We said the name about 2 times, being the idiots we were. We soon forgot all about the warnings and snuck out that night, drinking energy drinks and coffee to keep us awake and energized. We were interested in going down a path the locals called Creep. It led us deep into the forest. I was enjoying it, but Eric was on the edge. We were walking, and I had caught the scent of a strange smell. It smelled like rotten milk, but much worse. I don't know how to describe it exactly. I even began to get a little bit paranoid that we were getting followed, and creepy enough, I was right. We soon started hearing heavy footsteps behind us. I stopped, and Eric did too, and whatever was making the footsteps stopped as well. We were scared to death. We decided it was best to go back, saying that maybe a wild animal wanted to have us for dinner. I began to walk back. I turned around to Eric and told him to hurry up, and I bumped into something. The smell was stronger than ever. It felt like I had bumped into a red-hot iron. I jumped back to see the tallest living animal I've ever seen in my life. This thing towered over me, and I swear to God it had some sort of reddish thing covering its dark brown fur. It's hard to explain its head and facial features. It was like a bear mixed with a human in the worst way. Its eyes were blunt yellow, and I feared for my life. I didn't have to scream. The creature did for me, and it sounded like a wolf's howl mixed with the static of a TV. I ran, and I grabbed Eric, who was paralyzed with fear, staring at the thing. We both ran faster than we ever had before, back into the direction we had come from, but we heard its heavy footsteps behind us. I could feel my adrenaline pumping, so I pushed my legs harder and harder, all the way back to camp. After a while, we finally reached it, but something told me that I had to look back. When I did, at the tree line, I saw a huge coyote, not the same thing I had seen before. I walked backwards towards my tent, still looking at the thing, and I watched as it stood on 2 legs. Then I heard the disgusting sound of bones cracking, and one moment it was a coyote, and the next, it looked like a jaguar, enormous in size. It leered at me, eyes yellow, then ran off into the forest. I didn't sleep that night. I was extremely scared but tired, and I was far too terrified, thinking that all that separated me from that creature was a thin wall and a tree line. Eric and I told no one. It was very quiet until the 10th day arrived, and we left, thank God, back to my hometown. And honestly, ever since then, I have my reservations about going back into any sort of woods, ever. Sure, it sounds unhealthy, but this experience really told me you never know what you'll see in the woods. The Sheep Man. Submitted by Gabriel O. At the time of these events, I was only about 14 years old. I had never been as far as a few miles away from my home, with the exception of staying at a friend's house. However, today I felt the need for adventure. It was around sunset when I ventured out into the flat marshlands of Alviso, my hometown. I was supposed to meet up with a few friends an hour earlier to gather a team to explore what some refer to as a ghost town. Keep in mind that up to that point in my life, I was never too superstitious and into paranormal things. They only seemed like things for TV screens. Anyway, my friends never showed up, so I was left to venture on by myself and my small dog Zero. I packed a backpack full of water, a sandwich, some dog treats, and of course a flashlight and pocket knife I had taken from my grandfather's garage. After walking about a mile from my house into the marina, Zero and I began on the trail that supposedly led to where the ghost town was supposed to be. In my head, I was a bit doubtful, wondering if this supposed ghost town was just a hoax or a local myth. Fast forward a few miles down the road, and I noticed that it's quiet. Dead quiet. There were no crickets or birds, just a small breeze brushing over the tall grass and water beside me. The trail was lit by moonlight and my flashlight. It was so dark, The trail was a levee, with water and marsh on the other side of me as far as the eye could see. I saw a broken bridge in the distance, and I began to get a little more hesitant. I started thinking, what if it breaks while I'm on it? What if the ghost town really was real? And what if I'm never seen again? I look down to see Zero wagging his tail at me, and this calms me a bit. We make our way to the bridge. We cross it safely and walk a few hundred more yards before my heart skips a beat. In the distance is the silhouette of a few small houses that looked demolished. In order to get to the houses, there is another newer bridge that is there only for the Caltrain to pass on. The bridge is pretty big, so I'd have to jog across to ensure that I don't get hit by the oncoming train. As I start walking, both me and Zero get a bit weirded out by the place, and I have a super strange feeling in my gut telling me to get out of there. I ignore it and I push on. I finally reach the other side and the houses are in sight. All of them are in ruins, wrecked from the flood that overtook Alviso some time back. This was all that was left of what was once known as the town of Drawbridge. I make my way over to the houses, and though it sounds impossible, things got more silent than they were before. Whatever breeze there was now gone, and the crickets and birds were beyond absent. I could actually hear my heartbeat. I shine the flashlight in front of me and make my way into one of the houses. It's really creepy, with "Welcome to Drawbridge" graffiti on the wall. All is normal until I see frantically painted words on the wall that say, "Home of the Sheep Man." I get weirded out, and I'm about to leave when another bunch of words catches my attention. I shine the light on them and my heart drops. "Don't let Mr. Salim follow you home." And that was all I needed. I was ready to get out of there. Just then, Zero began to bark. Not just a regular I saw a squirrel kind of bark. I'm talking a defensive, ready-to-attack bark. I pull him back from whatever he's barking at, and I tell him to quiet down. Probably just a rabbit. He's pulling harder than I ever thought a small dog could. He's barking toward the back door, which has an open view of the marshland and tall grass behind the house. And that's when I see it. Standing no more than a few hundred feet away is a naked sheep. But it's large, far too big. I back up slowly and step on a broken piece of wood. The noise catches its attention more than Zero's barking. As soon as it sees me, it stands on hind legs in a very humanoid way. I could make out from the distance that this thing was tall, taller than me. It's just standing there looking at me. Zero barks again with a bit of a whimper. This thing lets out the most bone-chilling screech you could ever imagine. You could compare it to the cross between a child and the tires of a car stopping abruptly. Its mouth opens slowly, and out comes my voice, my own freaking voice. But the tone of it just seems off, like it was being said through an old radio or something. It says,
"Come here, Zero. Come play with me."
Then it starts to walk toward us. Its stride is robotic, but at the same time it sways back and forth like a drunk man. It's getting closer to us at an alarming rate. I grab Zero and I bolted out of there. I don't look back, and I could swear I could feel something ice cold touch my neck. I started to smell rotting flesh, and I swear I was about to puke while running. My adrenaline is the only thing that kept me moving. I got to the broken bridge, and I tossed Zero to the other side. I jumped onto the bridge and it snapped underneath me. I could still walk on it though, so I hurried across. At this point, I realized that I had dropped my flashlight while running away. I look back. Big mistake. It's standing there on top of the house I was just in. Just standing. Even though it's crazy dark, I could feel its eyes looking back at me. I keep running with Zero all the way home. By the time I reach my house, it's already almost 3 in the morning. I told my mom that I was going to a friend's house, so she didn't bother knowing where I was. I got inside and put Zero back in the backyard where he stays. I crawl into bed and I leave the TV on that night. It takes a while to go to sleep, but I was finally able to, only to wake up to Zero growling again. But I'm too tired at this point to be alarmed. I wake up the next morning thinking it was a bad dream, until I see the scratches on the back of my neck. I told my friends the story and we all agreed that if we ever go again, well, if they actually go with me next time, we must go during the day and we have to stay together. Ever since then, I always sleep with my windows closed and lights on in fear that one day I'll see that thing again. I still check the backyard before I sleep. I don't know what this thing was. I don't know if this thing was Mr. Celine or the Sheep Man. or if they're one and the same. All I know is that I never want to see it again. Last year I was watching a few creepy videos about Native American horror stories when they described something that made me freeze. It was of a twisted creature capable of turning into animals that hunted us for fun. It described the creature I saw a few years back in perfect detail. I believe now that what I saw that night was some sort of skinwalker. I wish I was making this up. I just wanted to share my story so that people may think twice before going out there by themselves, especially at night. Encounter with a Skinwalker. Submitted by Anonymous. This event happened about 4 years ago. It was a summer night. My friends, let's call them Daniel and Andrew, and I were playing a game of Nerf War out of my 5.5 acres. I was hiding in the forest that my family owned, holding my Nerf swords in my hands, and a one-shot pistol in my back pocket. I heard Daniel start up his automatic Nerf gun nearby me. I crouched behind my tree, leaning in to try to see him. I hear movement closer to me now, yet the movement was from behind me, while the sound of the powered Nerf gun was in front of me. I thought I was cornered, so I spun around. There was no one there. I jumped out, signaling Daniel to go silent. He stopped his gun and slipped up to me. What is it? I heard him whisper to me. I asked him to go get Andrew, and he walked off. I pulled out my pocket knife that I always had on me. I began walking towards where I heard that movement. The sound was still coming, and it sounded like it was coming from the only large limber pine, and on the other side of it. Now, I thought it was going to be a raccoon. I was hoping it wasn't a bear, but what I found was much worse. As I was slipping around the tree to try and find what it was, I heard 2 heavy, fast footsteps coming up to me. I knew that it was Andrew and Daniel, so I threw up the sign to go quiet, and then motioned them to come over to me. Apparently, they saw that I had my knife out, so they pulled out theirs as well. They both looked a bit nervous. We started making our way around the tree, and when we got near where the sound was, Daniel stopped abruptly. Soon after, Andrew did the same. I turned around and followed their gaze up to one of the highest branches of the tree. What I saw shocked me. It was large, about 7 feet tall, with clawed fingers, and was bone thin as if it never ate. It also had fur on its arms and legs, but nowhere else. It was scratching at the tree as if trying to get something. I heard a bird chirp after what seemed like an eternity, and this thing stopped. Then it turned around to where the bird chirped. I saw it open its mouth and heard it mimic the cry. It was off, almost as if the sound was cried from one end of a tunnel, and I was hearing it from the other side. I heard a gasp, and too late, I realized that I was the one that gasped. The thing shut its mouth, and it starts to look around, trying to pinpoint where the sound came from. The 3 of us threw ourselves against the bottom of the tree, trying to hide from it. I dropped my knife on the ground, but I didn't care at the moment. I could hear the creature starting to move down the tree, and I heard it hit the tree on the other side of where we were. I was too scared to try anything, and my friends were petrified as well. I heard the thing breathe, and then, "Where are you?" I heard a distorted voice from the other side of the tree, but I could make it out to be my own. I did not want to move. I was looking for a way out of there, but what would the thing do if we made a break for it? My eyes fell on my knife, out in the open directly in front of me. I knew there was absolutely no way I could try my luck on stabbing this thing, especially with how long its arms were and how fast it moved. I heard it moving around the tree, and I decided, if I died, at least my friends had a chance. I lunged at my knife, turned around from the tree, only to face myself. I screamed, almost by instinct, and I lunged forward with the knife. I missed. The thing was fast. It stumbled backwards, made the most blood-curdling scream, and dashed off into the woods. I stood there in silence, dazed by the shout that I even survived this, and saw my friends get up holding their knives. We gathered our stuff and went home, and I told my parents what had happened. My dad went back and checked out the property, but of course, to no avail. I haven't seen the thing since, but it seemed to be something right from a nightmare. Skinwalker stalks me at night. I have lived in New Mexico inside the Navajo reservation since I was born. I am 17 now. Since I was a young boy, my grandmother, who worked as a cashier in her own shop, which sold old Navajo relics, would tell me of skinwalkers. She never said anything bad about them, She told me of how her aunt was one and how she would always see an odd-looking deer looking at her through her bedroom window at midnight when she was a young girl. She said its eyes were pure black and it wouldn't move. She once tried to wave at it, and when she did, she said it rose up on its hind legs and walked towards my window. She could hear the crunching of leaves and branches get louder and closer as it approached the window. Her bed was right next to it. She got scared and pulled the very thin sheets over her head. The moonlight seemed to cast a shadow of the deer on her sheets. She lay there, trembling in fear, as she saw what seemed to be hands of the shadow scratch at the window. When she was telling me that part of the story, she very quietly said, "They were not hooves, they were hands, fingers. This deer had hands." It began to scratch more at her window. She saw its long, disgusting nails through her very thin sheets. All of a sudden, she heard whispering saying, "Open the window," in Navajo. The deer thing's shadow started to become something else, she said, while she heard it cracking and snapping of what she said had to be bones. Not a deer anymore, but she saw a person in the window. She peeked through her sheets in an instant and said she saw a very ugly old lady staring at her with the same eyes the deer had, pure black. She said it reminded her of death. She didn't move an inch until finally this old lady trotted back into the forest. And that deer never came back, but my grandma said there was always a deer that would follow her home from school, right to the edge of the tree line. So this is where my story begins. I was that stupid little boy that would always go outside and be up to no good. I would climb trees, throw rocks in the river. I wouldn't go inside until my grandma made me. I would always run through the forest in my backyard by myself. I would see the occasional deer, so I would run at it to spook it off. Until one day, I saw a deer. It was a large deer with a shaggy-looking hide. It hadn't seen me, so I sneakily came up behind it. I was only a few feet away when it suddenly turned its head to me. It had pure black eyes, dead eyes. We stared at each other for what seemed like hours in my head. It then stood up on its hind legs and ran off into the thick forest, faster than I've ever seen a deer run. The disturbing part was the ear-splitting screech it sent out as it galloped into the forest. I quickly ran home. I didn't want to go into the forest anymore. I lived in a house that was held up, which meant it had a crawl space. Small animals like possums like to hide there sometimes, so I would never go down there. One night, when I was on my bed doing my homework, I heard a scratching on the floor of my room, coming from that crawl space. This had never happened before. This scratching came from the floor beneath my bed. I, the stupid kid I was, got a broomstick and smacked the wooden floor 3 times as hard as I could. Suddenly, the scratching stopped. For a couple of seconds, I sighed in relief before I heard 3 slow thuds beneath my bed. Whatever it was making the scratching noises copied me. It then began pounding on the floor. I felt my bed shake very slightly with each coming thud. I stopped moving. The fear hit me all at once, and I lay there on my bed sobbing until it stopped. A couple of moments later, after it stopped, I saw through a crack in the shutters of my window a disheveled-looking man crawl out from under my house and run off into the tree line. Every night after that, I hear whispers coming from under my floorboards, faint scratching and pounding, and I see the same shifty coyote hiding in the darkness of my crawl space. I see those same eyes and the same eerie orange glow. I am scared for my life. Skinwalker in Rockingham. Submitted by Lean and Meme. Before this experience, I have never believed in the paranormal, but this event still baffles me, and it makes me realize that we're not the only things in this world that can cause others to feel pain or fear. This took place on a nice November night in 2015. We were home alone. My house is your average 2-story home, with me and my brother Jeff's bedrooms on the 2nd floor of the house. I know it's not haunted, but that doesn't make this experience any less terrifying. My name is Mia, and I was 12 when this occurred. I have long blonde hair that goes down past my shoulders to my chest, and I have blue eyes. On this night I was wearing a tank top and short shorts. I was home alone with Jeff, who looks like a rugby player, but he takes medicine because of his ADHD, and he can get aggressive if he forgets to take it. He was 13 at the time. I had 2 of my friends sleeping over with me. I will call them Josie, who's 12, and Gwen, who's also 12. It was about 8:30 at night. I was making popcorn to watch a movie while my friends were in my bedroom waiting for me to start the movie. Jeff had kicked us out of the lounge. For those who care, the movie was pitch perfect, and I was pretty pumped to watch it with my friends. We were about 45 minutes into the movie. I was really enjoying it, and I'm sure my friends were too, but I needed to go to the toilet really bad. So I paused the movie. Then I told my friends that I had to go. I opened my bedroom door and went to the upstairs toilet. I did my business. When I was done and washed my hands, I decided that I may as well get a drink of water too. I went downstairs to the kitchen to get my water. I got my cup and filled it halfway. I downed it, and I was going to go up the stairs when I thought I would check on Jeff. I hadn't heard him say anything since I could remember. It was unusually quiet. I walked down the hallway that led to the front door, which branched off into the lounge. I turned into the lounge room and saw that Jeff was gone, but the TV was still on. This made me feel uneasy. I figured that he had just gone to his room, but that made no sense. If that was the case, I would have heard him go up the stairs. They were really noisy and creaked when you walked up or down them, and at the very least, he would have turned off the TV. After this thought went through my mind, I kind of freaked out. Where was he? And are my friends okay? I went upstairs in a quick dash and went through my bedroom door. To my relief, my friends were still there and they asked me what was up. I told them that Jeff was gone. Then I asked them if they heard Jeff go into his bedroom. They said that they hadn't seen or heard anything, so I thought he wasn't there. I told them I was going to check his room. I went down to the corridor and stood in front of his bedroom door. I opened the door and I saw a silhouette. I was about to turn on the light, but I heard Jeff say, "Don't, why are you in here? You didn't knock, get out." This was Jeff's usual excuse, so I listened and I backed up while saying, "I'm sorry, I just wanted to see if you were okay." I went back to my bedroom telling my friends that Jeff was in his room. Gwen and Josie said that that is not right since they didn't hear any noise. While we were talking about how Jeff got in his room, we all heard the front door open. Curious, I looked at my phone. It was now 10:37 at night. My parents shouldn't be back yet. Then I noticed that whoever it was in the house was panting. Being scared that there was an intruder in the house, me, Gwen, and Josie went downstairs and called for Jeff. We heard him say breathlessly, "I think someone's in our backyard." We asked him why he thought that, and he said that he heard me calling his name. We were already looking at him in shock. I hadn't called for him, not to mention that I saw him in his room just a few seconds ago, so how had he just come in through the front door? I asked him why he was outside. He said that he needed to go to the toilet, but I was in the bathroom at the time, so he went outside. He opened the back sliding door and did his thing, and once he was done, he started heading back inside when he heard me call his name. He looked all over for me, he said, but he couldn't find me. And when he heard my voice again, it sounded like a whisper, and the tone was so off. Jeff said that he started to get cold, but he continued to look around the backyard while advancing towards the back door, but it was now locked. He heard a snap in the bushes and looked in the direction. He thought he saw some shadow humanoid figure. He felt as though it was looking at him, and in his own words, he said its presence felt evil. After staring at it thinking he was going mad, he rubbed his eyes, then took another look, and it was out of the bush and walking towards him. He backed up, but the silhouette said in my voice, "Jeff, I need your help," which I say a lot since he is good at many things that I'm not good at. After this, he booked it over our gate leading to the front yard, sprinting at full speed, and that's when he opens the front door. We asked what to do, but Jeff wanted to check his room to see if anything was in there. First, he grabbed his baseball bat from the lounge. Then we all marched up the stairs together like a scared riot, and we opened Jeff's door. We turned on the light and saw nothing, except that his bedroom window was open. At this, we were all terrified, including Jeff. It appeared to be closed when I was in there about 7 minutes ago, talking to the fake Jeff. So even if I did imagine Jeff talking to me, it does not explain how the window suddenly opened. We called our parents, and they didn't believe us, so they didn't come home any earlier, despite how afraid we all were. Nothing else happened that night, but this experience had me thinking, was it a skinwalker? I always loved the stories and creepypastas of unexplainable creatures, but honestly, I always doubted the paranormal existed until this event. I sometimes have nightmares about Jeff calling for me, but when I answer, I hear a demonic voice say back to me, "I can't wait to meet again, Mia." I think I finally realize that there are evil things out there that would be happy to ruin your life, and they'll try to at any given chance. My Monster in the Woods. Submitted by Wiki. First, I'd like to say that I'm only sharing this story to gain some more insight on what I've been encountering. Whatever it is, it's easily the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. If anyone knows what this is, I would really appreciate the help. To begin, I live in northern Idaho, outside of a small town. I have 2 neighbors out here, but we don't really talk. On days I'm not working, I spend most of my days hiking and fishing, so I'm a fairly active person. Anyways, on some of my hikes, about 6 months ago, I started to find strange-looking footprints. I never took any pictures though, because I naturally just waved them off as 2 or more different footprints overlapping. The footprints looked something like a mix between a deer and a wolf. The back end of the foot would usually have a hoof, but the front would have toes and claws. It was a disturbing sight, but again, I figured it was probably just 2 footprints overlapping. No normal person would just assume it was some monstrosity lurking about the forest. Maybe a coyote or wolf crossed the path of a deer. Of course, the only red flag that ever came up was the fact that these overlapping footprints would always perfectly line up like that, in the same way. By then, my suspicions were high. This continued to happen for several weeks until I stopped seeing them on my hikes. Instead, I began to find them closer to my home, usually by my trash can. This genuinely scared me because, at the very least, this meant a wild animal was stalking around my home. There was no way they would get into the trash, and having lived here for almost 20 years, I have a pretty good idea of what the wildlife is like. This continued for about a week until I actually saw the thing that was leaving those footprints. Now get ready, because this is terrifying and bizarre. It must have been 6 to 7 feet tall, with what appeared to be a wolf's head. It had large misshapen feet and clawed arms. It looked a little mangy and very agitated. On top of its head, it had 2 extremely large antlers, almost the size of a typical set of elk antlers. And on its shoulders were a pair of what looked like tattered wings. At the time I saw it, I had just gotten home from work and was about to go out for a hike. After I got ready and I stepped outside, I saw that thing standing near my trash cans, rummaging through them. The worst part was when it saw me. It looked right at me with deep-set yellow eyes, and it just stared. You know that feeling when something really bad is about to happen? That's what I felt. Just as I stopped freaking out and realized that it was real, it started to walk towards me, very slowly, almost shambling like it was injured. Fortunately, I always keep my .44 with me in case of an animal attack during one of my hikes, so I shot it a few times in the chest. It gave a bestial roar and ran off, and to this day, I haven't seen it again. I just want to know what it was that I shot. I know that if I hadn't, it would have tried to hurt me, and that doesn't help what I saw. If anyone has seen the same thing, please share your story. It would really help. Wendigo on the Roof. Submitted by Dominicus V1289. Let me just say I'm a sucker for the paranormal. I believe I've had encounters with ghosts, poltergeists, monsters, etc. But this is one of the scariest I've ever had. I have grandparents that I love very much. My mom usually leaves me with them if she is gone for a few days. And one day this happened. I was at my grandparents' place, but I was home alone. It was late, at least 8 p.m. I was sitting there working on my computer doing homework. The typical teenager stuff. At one point, I walked downstairs to get something to drink when I heard footsteps. They weren't in my house, but they were outside. And honestly, it frightened me, because I had watched too many scary movies lately. I didn't want to be a wuss about it, and I thought, it's most likely my neighbor's dog or something. So I went back to doing my homework. Now, I was doing my homework on the 2nd story, and that's when I saw something in the window. What I saw was no dog. It was black and tall, really tall. I was 11 at the time, 5 feet tall myself. and this thing was towering, and there was no way I could fight it if it came down to it. I stared at the thing for what felt like the longest minute of my life. Then suddenly, the thing jumped down from where the window was out on the roof to my backyard. Then I heard my grandmother's voice.
Domas, give us a key to the door. We forgot ours.
I was still very scared, but I felt relieved. My grandparents were back, so I was safe. But then I remembered, my grandparents locked the door from the outside, so they had to have had the key to do that. And besides that, it was only 8, and they were meant to be back at 9. I grabbed my GoPro with the stick thing attached to it, and I started filming, and I very much regret that decision. When I poked the camera out of the window, whatever was out there took the camera and started pulling me down. I struggled, but it yanked the camera out of my hand. Then I heard that thing outside stomp off into the woods, out of the yard. I thank God that I survived. I wanted to call the police, but I don't think they would believe me. But when my grandparents got home and I told them what happened, they actually believed me. And not too long after, for one reason or the other, they soon moved out. As far as I know now, that place is still abandoned. And honestly, sometimes I miss it. I drop by there every so often, but I always bring protection. Field Stalker. Submitted by Daniel. What happened that day will haunt me until the day I die. For some background info, I'm a skilled marksman. I've won a lot of shooting competitions. I'm 27 years old, and I'm not your everyday night owl. Sometimes I find myself staying awake for 3 days at a time. I live in Fairbanks, Alaska, and hunting is my way of life. Wolves, bears, deer, you name it. 2 months back, a wealthier guy who owns a private lot of land hired me to guard his land sometimes. He knew of my experience hunting and shooting, but the salary is more than what I deserve. But I took the job anyway, and because of that, I was able to buy a bunch of new gear. I bought an M21 rifle with a bipod and a military-grade scope, a 1911 .45 handgun, some night vision goggles, a couple boxes of 7.62 and 45 ammos, and a flashlight. Anyway, this property I sometimes guard is surrounded by fences. I feel so isolated as I rarely see people when I'm on duty. I sleep in a small outpost. Beside the outpost is a watchtower where I spent my time every night. It was the 5th of March when this happened. It was just another night in the office, at least that's what I thought. Around 1 in the morning, I was at the tower just chilling when I heard a strange noise that echoed throughout the field. I'm not gonna lie, it caught me off guard, so much so that I almost fell off of my chair. What the heck was that? I whispered to myself. I quickly grabbed my rifle and I searched for where the noise came from. It took me a moment to find where the noise was coming from, but when I finally found it, my God. About 50 yards away, a freaking humanoid-shaped thing was crawling on all 4 limbs. It had gray skin and red eyes. I could see its mouth opened, jaw unhinged, rotting jagged teeth. I had no earthly idea what I was looking at. Just seeing this thing scared the living hell out of me, and I thought it couldn't get worse, but I was wrong. The thing was crawling towards my direction, and my brain couldn't comprehend what I was looking at. It then suddenly stopped dead in its tracks. It raised its head, and I could see it sniffing the air. It then went back to crawling. It was too late before I realized my mistake. Just below the tower was the garbage can, and earlier I had forgotten to close it. It must have been the garbage smell attracting the thing. A minute passed, and the thing was only 5 meters below me. I didn't dare to move or make a sound. My blood was running cold. I was frozen like a statue. About 2 minutes passed before it lost interest. It crawled back into the darkness, but I stood still for 4 more hours just to be safe. I waited for daylight, and the moment the sun rose, I didn't waste any time. I immediately jumped down off of the tower, not giving a darn if I broke my leg. As soon as my feet landed, I ran as fast as I possibly could to my car, and I got out of there. Later that day, I called my boss. the owner of the land, and I told him what I saw. What was even more weird was the fact that he didn't act surprised, as if he knew something that I didn't. The sight of that thing haunts me still. After a few days of not showing up due to sleepless nights, I just decided to quit the job. I went back to get my things, and what happened made my insomnia worse. Some nights when I'm alone, I swear that something is watching me. Deer Watching Me. Submitted by TN Tom. This is one of the most unnerving things that has ever happened to me. Let me start off by saying that I work security on a facility in southern Tennessee. I can't go into much more detail than that because of what is produced. It's nothing radioactive, but it's dangerous. Needless to say, the place is heavily monitored. Every night for an hour, I go patrol the area, and then I report back to the office, and normally I go home. Well, that night we had trespassers caught on camera, and I was sent out to investigate. By the time I had gotten there, they had already left, and I was ordered back via radio to check out a nearby area that was normally abandoned. As I drove by, I saw a fat baby deer alone in the middle of the field that was next to the road. I didn't think much of it, because it was very common to see deer out there. I made a U-turn and I reported back to my office. They told me to go back to that area and close an area gate, because another person patrolling had forgotten to. Now, this gate was near the field where I saw the deer before, but it was also where the field met the outlying forest. I drove over, got out of my car, and instantly felt eyes on me. I tried to ignore the feeling. I was at the edge of the camera range, so I assumed it was from that. As I closed the gate, I looked up. Standing on 2 feet with one hoof at its side, almost like a human arm, was that thing that I thought was a deer. It was peeking up from behind a tree, standing straight up as if it were bipedal. Once I fully realized what I was looking at, I ran and jumped back into my car, threw the thing into reverse, and drove backwards to the main road before rushing home. I don't think I can trust deer anymore, not after seeing whatever that thing was. Nahuales. Submitted by Mr. Balderas. This is a story I was told by my grandmother before she began to lose her memory due to old age. The story begins in San Luis Potosí, Mexico. My grandma during the time was only 19 years old, though now she's in her late 80s. In the town she lived, her dad was an important man, and her family was very wealthy, allowing her to live a privileged life. My grandma was aware of this, and she at times would feel guilty and bad, seeing how good she had it, and how many Indian tribes there were living in poor conditions or starving. So often she would go to bring food to the Amerindian kids. From an early age, my grandmother was very interested in the occult, as well as the brujeria, witchcraft that the Indian tribes practice, though much of it was kept in secret, due to the strict racial division in the Catholic Church. So when she heard about a group of kids at one of the Indians' villages being Nahuales, or Skinwalkers, she became overly excited and had to go see them. Apparently, these kids would transform into animals, or into weird animal-human hybrids for food or cash. When my grandmother did arrive with food and gifts, she asked the children, "Haz la sarita," or do the little fox. Hearing her request and seeing that she had gifts, 3 of the 5 kids before her eyes transformed into foxes, while the other 2 transformed into lanky humanoid figures with foxes' heads. As a little girl, she found this to be cute and adorable, so she made it a habit to come and visit them often. She then found out there was many other Nahuales living in the village, some even in her own town. Some weren't full native, but mestizos like her. She then found out some people were born Nahuales, while others learned how to do it through a process of animal blood and rolling in dead people's ashes. Over the years, the Catholic Church gained more power and the government became more corrupt and racist, and they drove many of the Indian villages towards the mountains and countryside and away from the townsfolk. Therefore, the Nahuales left as well. I've always been interested in seeing one myself, and I've read that during the colonization of Latin America, the Aztec Empire would use Nahuales in their army to sneak into conquistadors' camps at night and kill them during their sleep. Tree Hopper. Submitted by Night Master. When I was younger, I lived in the woods of Australia. I was a little more than 3 years old when this story happened. My older brother, we'll call him Josh, he would always say that he could see a man in the tree at the back of our wooden cabin. We had a big backyard, and it was surrounded by lots of big pine trees. He said there was a man. He would just sit at the back in one of the big trees, and my brother would always go and talk to him. No one else could see him though. The next day, my brother said he had hopped trees and he got closer to our house. It was one tree a day. My mom was a very superstitious person. She believed in spirits, ghosts, and demons. She always said that this man would never hurt us. And I guess to some extent she was right. I never liked him. I got a very strange feeling about this man, and even to this day, I still get shivers thinking of him. One night, one of my mom's friends who she had been fighting with lately called her up in a panic. She exclaimed that she had a dream, and she said to not let us boys go down near the creek alone, the one that we lived next to. She said that in this dream, some man pushed my brother into the water and began to drown him. My mom believed her and said that we shouldn't talk to this man ever again. Not too long after, my brother told me that it was making the man very angry, that he had said he would make us sorry for her actions. Later that week, we had run out of firewood, so my dad, brother, and I went down to get some. My dad started cutting some wood, and the only spot that had good firewood we could actually use since it had been raining was close to the creek. He said that he would watch out for my brother, making sure he'd never lose him out of sight, and paid very close attention to him. When he was cutting the wood, I suddenly heard a strange noise coming down by the water. I had the urge to walk over there, as any innocent 3-year-old would do. I was walking down to the creek, and I was near my dad, but as he was busy and trying to focus on my brother, he had no idea that I had walked off. I got to the edge and was standing there when I felt something sharp like claws push me close to the edge, and the ground broke. I fell into the water. My dad was keeping such close attention to my brother to make sure that he didn't fall in, but it ended up being me who fell in. My dad luckily heard me go in, and he rushed over, jumping in the water. He quickly pulled me out of the freezing water. It would have been 24 degrees in there. My dad grabbed my brother and me, and we ran back home. I thankfully wasn't hurt too much, just a few scratches. We shortly moved after that, due to other supernatural experiences in the house. Not to mention it was nearing bushfire season, and the fire was expected to pass around our home. But with the massive pine trees nearby, we just couldn't take that risk. Ever since then, we have never seen that man again. I hope to never feel the gaze of someone piercing through our curtains. Whether it was a guardian angel who sent my mom's friend that dream or what, I am grateful that we were warned. And to that creepy Skinwalker demon thing that hopped the trees, let's never ever meet again. Skinwalker at the Window. Submitted by Cody T.S. This is a true experience from my childhood. I must have been around the age of 10 and my little sister the age of 9. Since I was so young, my parents and every other adult I would go to with these stories for help, they would say I had a childish, overactive imagination. It wasn't so bad in the beginning. The things that usually happened were like hearing noises at night and basically freaking myself out. But I didn't want to sound so afraid, so I didn't tell anyone. No, I didn't ask for any adult's help until my little sister started seeing things that I couldn't. She would say that these black figures would come to her window at night. They would be screaming at her to let them inside, whispering amongst themselves something that she could not understand. She would come to me and tell me her friends wanted to stay and that I should not lock the windows at night or they would be very, very mad. Obviously, I didn't listen. I kept all the windows and doors locked in this little house in the woods. Hearing that from my sister did nothing but creep me out. Years passed with my sister saying she saw these black figures, and I would laugh and make fun of her, something I did to hide my own fear. All until the point I had my first encounter with them. I wasn't so sure what to call this tall black disfigured thing, but who could ever forget the glowing frosty white eyes of this creature? And my sister began to open her window at night. The sliding of the glass panel would wake me up, and after a while of arguing to no avail, I just left it alone. But the next morning, I would wake up to my sister asking me why her friends were standing over me, about how soft and delicious my skin looked to them. Shortly after that, I started locking my door, and I would not come out of my room until it was daytime. This shortly changed after I heard scratching on the old wooden door leading to my room. I could hear voices telling me bad things.
Unlock the door. Let us in. We won't bite very hard,
they would say. But after that, my sister started unlocking the doors again after I locked them. And then things got worse. She started to wander outside to the old trail in the woods. One night I followed her while she was sleepwalking. At least that's what I thought she was doing. Until one day when I followed her, she stopped. We were in the middle of the woods, and she pointed up at a tall black figure. It had white, glowing eyes. On all fours, this thing was chewing on something. My sister screamed, and the thing rose up to a tall, slender being on 2 feet. Without hesitation, I grabbed my sister's arm, and we ran back into the house, locking every door and every window when we were inside. Eventually, after 2 long years of being in fear, we started to block out these sightings and tried to live normal lives. And we haven't seen these creatures ever since. It Comes at Night. Submitted by Hannah P. This happened about a year ago. Here's a little background about my neighborhood. My house and the others are all set in a circle. A perfect circle where people just built on, not knowing what was ever there before, which I later found out it was built on top of a Native American burial ground. Of course, they just kept building. And we've all seen our fair share of horror movies where building on ancient grounds is a huge mistake. Sometimes my closest friend and I will walk around the neighborhood, usually at night, because it's the only time she wasn't busy. We would talk about little things such as work, boys, books, TV shows, anything that made us happy really, and that usually made us comfortable. We would always walk past a soccer field connected to the circle. A thick wall of trees surrounded us on all sides. But if you walked through the field, there would be an old dirt path. Michelle and I were really the only ones who would walk it, and probably the only ones who knew where it was. Once in a blue moon, we would walk down that path at night, but we would get scared and run back due to the growing feeling of anxiety and danger. And you couldn't walk around the circle alone because you would always look behind you. You could feel something right behind you at all times. One night while I was home alone, my little brother was over at a friend's house and my parents were on a vacation, so it was just me, and of course my giant rabbit Callie. She was like a little guard dog and was the size of an English bulldog, so she was probably the most intimidating rabbit you've ever seen. Whenever she felt something was wrong, she would stomp and would growl, and I mean growl. She rarely did this, and it was only if my brother and I were fighting. At the time, my window blinds were open and the sun was starting to set. I turned on my back porch light just in case Michelle was to come over. She was prone to using the back door just to scare me. My rabbit was chilling in the middle of the floor, My couch was on the opposite wall of the windows, so I had a clear view. An hour or two passed and it was dark, but my backyard was pretty well lit. I was just playing video games and trying to relax. Callie jumped up and started to thump, and I immediately knew what that meant. I started to wonder what was wrong. She stood on her back legs and looked out the window, thumping again. I thought it was Michelle, so I called her on my phone. She picked up right away. I spoke, very annoyed. "Stop trying to scare me and just come inside. You're making Callie really on edge." There was a long pause before she finally replied, "I'm still at work, Hannah." Chills ran down my spine as she said it. Callie started to grunt and growl, thumping more constantly and looking out the window. Then, as I looked back at the window, I realized something. My back door light was on, but the light wasn't going through the window. I started to panic. Whatever was covering the light soon opened the door and came inside. Callie backed up a little. I started to snap photos with my flash on, but none of those photos showed the thing in front of me. But I could still make out what I was seeing. It was a thin figure with barely a face, but it had defined cheekbones and a ridge that went down its forehead. I screamed at whoever it was, telling them to go away. I ran into my room to grab a thing of sage. I kept it just in case if something like this ever happened. A little bit of preparedness for living on Native American burial grounds. As I ran downstairs, it was in my living room. Its cold, faceless gaze was right on Callie. I ran for my kitchen and turned on the stovetop. It was just clicking, then boom, the flames roared, putting the sage stick into the flames and blowing it out. I recited the old Native American prayer that my grandfather and father taught me growing up, and then out of nowhere, poor Callie was thrown across the room. I panicked and saw it wasn't working, so I ran out of my house through my front door and ran into Michelle. I was just blubbering and crying, saying things like, "It's in there, and it's trying to kill me." So we both ran inside and instantly saw nothing. Callie was just lying on the floor, panting and scared, her little nose twitching a million times a second. Michelle doubted my story, and then I began to describe this thing's face peering through the thick black mass that was seeping slowly into the living room. Even she looked scared after that. She slept over and Callie stayed by our sides. We barely slept that night, but little did I know it wouldn't be the end. And I still have no idea what this thing was. I've been scratched and pushed out of nowhere, and I can't sleep in my own room due to an overwhelming feeling of being watched. Michelle has had things thrown around her house and scratch marks on her walls, ceiling, and also the furniture. The fight isn't over, and probably won't stop until we move, or we put an end to this.
Russian Skinwalker. Submitted by Sunky. I am an off-road truck driver in Russia. Sounds a little bland, doesn't it? Well, it isn't. I have to drive a large all-wheel drive truck through the wilderness, hauling logs, fuel, etc. The truck that I drive is an 8-wheeled MAZ truck. The incident that I am going to relate to you has shaken me to my very core, and honestly, I nearly quit my job because of it. So, here goes. It was late September as I recall, and the nights were getting colder as the days passed. On this particular evening, I was tasked with driving some logs to a sawmill about 50 miles away from headquarters. I was going to object until my boss told me that I would be paid a large sum of money for this job. So I accepted. I went out, started my truck, and backed the logging trailer towards the log pile. The loading process went without any trouble, and I set out on my journey. Now, let me tell you something about being an off-road trucker. The Russian wilderness is absolutely beautiful during the day, but when the sun sets, it's an entirely different story. The trees form a near impenetrable wall of darkness, and navigating through this is hell for me, even with the GPS. The trip to the mill was uneventful, as it usually was. Nothing more than a pit stop at a fuel station. I dropped off the logs at 9 p.m. and went on my way. As I stated before, driving through a forest at night is hell, and tonight was no exception. I was getting more and more tired as the miles wore on, partially from the cold. My truck's heater was broken, and from general tiredness. I was just about ready to stop and sleep in my cab when I heard a noise. It sounded like a woman screaming. It was very loud. As usually, my truck's engine is so loud it drowns out everything else. I slammed on the brakes, grabbed my flashlight, and switched off the engine. I jumped out.
Is anyone there?" I called into the darkness. No answer. I advanced a few steps eastward. "Hello?" Again, nothing, until I heard the loud crack to my left. So I spun around and shone my flashlight at the source of the noise. I froze at what I saw. It stood about 15 feet away from me, staring at me. It stared at me with large, unblinking, canine-like eyes. Its legs were long and thin, but not at all bony. Its arms were of the same description. Whatever or whoever it was wore a large wolf's head, while the rest of the wolf skin was used for additional clothing. It grinned at me widely, as if it were overjoyed that I had been stupid enough to gaze upon it. It pointed a clawed finger at me, opened its mouth, and screamed. It was the same scream that had caused me to stop in the first place. I began backpedaling towards my truck, never taking my eyes off of this thing. I scrambled into the cab and frantically jammed the key into the starter. I put the truck into gear and floored the accelerator. The engine groaned in protest, but I paid it no mind. When I was moving at cruising speed, I looked in the mirror and saw this creature running on all fours. I downshifted and floored it. The creature's outline began to fade as the distance between us increased. After a few miles, the creature was no longer in my mirror. I was confident that I evaded my pursuer. I stopped in a clearing and relaxed. It took me a while, but I was finally able to go to sleep. I woke up at about 7:30 in the morning. I remember the time because of my truck's dash clock. On a whim, I got out of the truck and walked around, checking for anything suspicious. And I froze again when I saw the engine housing behind the cab. There were long scratch marks along the length of the housing. What's worse is that my truck had shifted position. It was directly parallel to the forest path the previous night, but now it was perpendicular to it. For this to happen, it would require a massive amount of strength, as these trucks weigh many tons. I climbed back into the cab and drove the remaining miles back to headquarters. I refused to stay out there any longer. My boss read me the riot act for the scratches, and I simply nodded and agreed with everything he said. I was too tired and shaken to argue. I was demoted to doing paperwork for a short time as punishment, which was fine by me. In my spare time, I did some research in hopes of getting some answers, and I discovered that what I had seen was known in the US as a skinwalker, a creature of Native American legend. It wears the skins of large animals as clothes, mimics voices, and preys upon humans. It was during my research that I had a very disturbing thought. If it was primarily a US legend, how in the devil did it arrive in Russia? Needless to say, I requested a different route after I was promoted again. It wears people's skin. Submitted by Darren H. I never thought I'd see something like this in my life. You won't find me back in the woods for a very long time. I was out there in the Ozarks. It was looking like another beautiful season for hunting. I'd been seeing deer everywhere. Almost hit one on the road, just trying to get to my perfect hunting spot. I'd been hunting at these parts for decades now. Sometimes I'd come here to escape. You know, life isn't always a happy thing. It was quiet that day, cold, misty. The autumn leaves filled the forest floor to my ankles. The trees were bare as the wind blew past their nothingness. I actually enjoyed this dreariness. It was mesmerizing. It made me want to sit up against the trunk of a tree and fall asleep for a while. So when I did finally sit down below my tree stand, I never started climbing. Instead, I did just that. I laid my head against the bark, and I closed my eyes. I woke up some time later. I had no idea how long I'd been out, or what time it was, but I did know one thing. Something woke me up. A noise. It had come from deep within the woods, maybe 30 yards ahead of me. So it was close. At this point, on any normal day, I'd already be slowly and quietly readying my gun. Thoughts of deer stew for dinner this coming week warm on my mind. But I couldn't move. I couldn't move because the sound I had heard that had jolted me awake was a sound that did not belong in our plane of existence. It sounded like a large man screaming for his life, But under his voice was another, a young girl's voice, screaming in the exact same tempo. When it had finished its double scream, it simply reversed it until it was back to silence. Chills filed over my skin as I prayed that what I had just heard was simply the fading end of a dream that I'd had. But it wasn't. There was something ahead of me. A silhouette was forming and fading into appearance from the mist. I stayed quiet. I dared not move. I gritted my teeth and forced down a scream. Because when I saw the creature before me, all life and existence lost its meaning. Whatever the creature was, it hadn't seen me yet. Maybe because it was too busy to notice. It was yanking on its own skin, pulling and tearing at it, until, rip, it came off. Yet underneath that skin there was fur, a thick layer of fur. Its arm no longer had skin on it. Now a hairy arm with a clawed hand reached out for the skin on its face. Its face was emotionless, and had the face of a middle-aged man, slightly overweight. That face's skin didn't seem to fit its face, as it appeared to hang partially from its head. Then its claw came up and ripped the skin from itself, throwing the face on the forest floor in disgust. Its real face was revealed. A mix between a young boy's face and a deer. That's the best way I can describe it. It looked irritated, fed up with something. As soon as it finished ripping the extra flesh from itself in front of me, it turned back the way it came and disappeared into the mist once more. Finally, I could breathe. Finally, I was free to think again. My mind seemed to have roared to life after idling for ages. Yet still, I waited there. I waited in the moist, fallen leaves that made my seat. I waited until I knew that thing was far enough away that either it couldn't hear me if I got up, or it couldn't catch up to me if I ran. I piled into my truck, goosebumps stacking on goosebumps all over my body. I almost screamed on the run there, agony and inhuman confusion filling my mind. I haven't gone back to those woods. I won't be going back into any woods for a very long time. Watch out when you're in the Ozarks. There's something out there, and it wears people's skin. Skinwalker After Midnight. Submitted by Taylor A. I was 19 when it happened. I was fairly in the mindset that I was indestructible and fearless. Before this night, I thought I'd seen it all. But I was wrong. I live in the Stanislaus National Forest, and to most, you wouldn't ever know where it is. It's a beautiful rural town tucked away called Tuolumne. Well, my story took place on one October night. Me and my ex at the time, let's call him S for the sake of the story. He had lived here all his life, so he knew where the coolest places to explore were. We went with some friend to Round Meadows, way out in the hills. When we got there, we found an old abandoned house. He told me the place was used by drug dealers to hide and make their stuff. Well, upon inspection, there was a second floor on the inside with a wood stove and some bunk beds. This is where we would spend our night, the unknowingly frightful night ahead. After some time, we made a fire. We cooked some food for the night. Then we went outside to go walk around. Well, S and him went one direction, while I got this harebrained idea to go off in the other. I told them I needed to use the bathroom, but I really wanted to circle around and scare them. Once enough time passed, I went back to find them. Keep in mind, I've never been to this area, and as expected, I got lost pretty fast. I was soon regretting my decision. The whole meadow was lit by moonlight, but the house we were in for the night was tucked in the tree line, so the moon was no help to find the place. I followed some movement I saw in the distance, thinking it must have been my friends, but when I got closer, I saw what looked like just 2 deer. I figured I'd scream at them to goof off, and maybe even get my friend's attention. When I turned back to look at the deer to do so, one of them stood up on its hind legs. When the other deer saw this, it ran away in fear and panic. The deer that was standing on its hind legs, it looked at me with an empty gaze, and all I could muster was, "What?" And this thing looked down at me without moving its mouth, in a creepy low voice, and it repeated back to me what I had said.
What?
And for the first time since I was a child, I was afraid out of my mind, afraid of whatever this was in front of me. In the distance, I heard my friends laughing. Then I heard a gunshot. Apparently those two were playing with a gun. As soon as the gunshot rang out, the thing started after me. I screamed and turned to run in the direction of my friends, and as I did, the thing followed suit. I tried to run as fast as I could through the tall grass in the meadows, and all the while this thing was right behind me. When it got quiet, I stopped to catch my breath, and soon I saw my friends. When they looked towards me, they looked horrified. When I turned around to see what they were looking at, I saw that thing somehow silently catching up to me, and when I looked at it, I saw its mouth morph into a hole of razor-sharp teeth. When I looked at it up close, it looked nothing like a deer, rather some mix between man and beast. It had slender long arms and a barrel-like chest, but its legs were more human now. I was frozen in my step. I just couldn't move. Out of nowhere, a gunshot rang out again, and I turned to look at my friends. They yelled at me to duck, and as soon as I did, they shot again. This time they must have hit the thing, because it ran off into the woods. Still, I took off running, and so did the other two. Somehow we made it back to the abandoned house okay. The only problem was, there was no glass in the windows of the place, and the loft on the second floor had one stairwell to it, and no doors in between. As the top sounded safest, all of us ran up there. The boys stayed at the top of the staircase like guards or sentries, but I cowered in a corner, contemplating everything I'd just seen. I didn't want to make too much noise either. We all needed to stay alert. Soon we heard a loud crash. I got up and looked out the nearby window. That same thing from before. It was now climbing on the shingles of the roof. It knew where we were, exactly which room. We made a break for the stairs, but before we descended them, the creature burst its head through the open window, and it began to scan the room. We ran as fast as we could into the garage, piling into the cars. But as I opened the car door, I could hear it just above us, climbing around on the roof even still. As soon as we started those vehicles, we hightailed it out of that place. But no sooner had we started driving down the road, we saw that thing on all fours trying to catch up to us. S grabbed the gun again and shot at it, hitting the dirt next to it. But it was enough to get it off of our tails as the beast turned to its left and disappeared into the woods. Only later did I realize that we had left some of our things at the abandoned house, but I don't think any of us even cared. I'm 22 now. None of us really talk about what happened that day. I don't think anyone would believe us. Before this, I really had nothing to fear. Nothing about the darkness or the forests that I called home. But now, I was scared at every little movement, every little sound, and especially the dark. I can't even look at deer the same way since that day. I have never returned to Round Meadow since that day, and I don't think I ever will. Weird Stories from Mexico. Submitted by Mado 8154. My mother is originally from Oaxaca, Mexico, and she shared some creepy stories told by her older relatives with my older brother and me. I kinda wish the only scary thing she had to tell us was when someone she knew got chased by a cow, but no, there were worse things in store. One afternoon in the kitchen, either my brother or I had brought up the topic of skinwalkers. My brother told me that a video game he played consisted of creatures from Navajo legends. Even though my mom's family isn't really of Navajo descent, she did tell us about how her entire family thinks that our cousin Vicky is a skinwalker that turns into a snake. She said they once found shed snakeskin in the corner of her room. However, the shed skin was massive, far too big or too long to be any regular snake in the area. And why would such a big snake be left alone to stay in Vicky's room? Surely her family would have gotten rid of it, right? This piqued my interests, for I had already listened to a bunch of skinwalker encounter stories before. Eventually, I asked her again for more stories, more tales of the skinwalker. She told one that's a little bit weirder. Mom explained that her uncle was driving home after 3 days of being away, probably to sell goods at the market, spending the night near his stand. While on the road home, his car had stopped moving, and when he tried to start it up again, it should have, but didn't. He wasn't out of gas, and he couldn't find a problem with the car. There wasn't anything wrong with it. I knew this already because the car would start later on in the story, but not before her uncle, through the blackness of the night, saw a group of people that had not been anywhere near there before, had suddenly appeared. These people, some were covered in fur, some had horns, others tails. They didn't make eye contact with him while crossing in front of his car, and then they just disappeared. Like I mentioned before, the car did start up again, but when he arrived home, he was immediately confronted by his family, who were frantically asking him where he'd been. My uncle, confused, said he was only gone for 3 days like everyone knew already. Every family member disagreed, saying that he'd been gone for 3 years, not 3 days. Of course, my great uncle was shocked. No one had any explanation for why he doesn't remember 3 years of his life. No one knows where he went. Now, I'm not a religious person by any real means, but for some reason I still do believe in demons and ghosts or spirits. Whether or not the devil himself is real, or whether or not God is real, is still something I'm on the fence about. But when it comes to skinwalkers, I'm definitely certain. I trust my mother's family 100%, even if some of their stories can be a little crazy. I really hope that none of these entities, especially the devil, try to find me after sharing this story. Unidentified Monster. Submitted by Benjamin. Around my house in Frisco, Colorado, there was about an acre of woods. Before the cul-de-sac I lived on began to be developed, the woods were mostly lodgepole pine. I was outside during the summer, and I was around 10 years old back then. What happened that day, though, I will never forget. Anyway, I was outside, about 20 feet from the cul-de-sac, when I heard it. It was some sort of monstrous growl or roar, a mix between the sound of a cougar and a reptile, though a good deal quieter. It was very close, and I briefly looked around to find it, but I didn't see anything. I was kind of creeped out, so I returned to my house, pretty much happy that I didn't find the source of this weird noise. I don't know if it followed me. It may be possible, because I'm not a quiet person. The next few summers passed without incident, and we decided, because of various reasons, including rising house prices and my sister's altitude sickness, to move north. My first year in Montana was my 6th grade year, At the time, my family rented a house. In front of the house was a pair of deciduous trees, but I don't know what type. One night, I was looking out the window in the front of the house. I enjoy watching out the windows, but this time I saw something that scared me. Outside, I saw what appeared to be a large, pale, lanky man squatting in the tree. It was staring into the window of my sister's room down the hall. It was summer, so it definitely wasn't a pile of snow on the tree. The tree had all its leaves, so it couldn't have been exposed branches. One absolutely extraordinary thing, though, was that its knees were splayed wide, like it was preparing to jump. I could see its arms, but I couldn't see their ends or even the elbows. The moon was covered by clouds, as is common here, so I couldn't see the thing very well. I turned to look away, to turn off my lamp, when I heard a thump. The house was a duplex, so it couldn't have been the couple next door. It sounded far closer. I looked out the window, and the creature was gone. But now there was a deer outside that hadn't been there before. It was looking at me, standing next to the woods that extended back up into the mountains. I know elk, I know mule deer and whitetail deer, and I know bears live up there. But deer and elk don't climb trees, and bears are covered in fur and they're thick. I don't know what it was that I saw. I believe the final part of the story could be related to these incidents. I work for the Montana Conservation Corps in the summer. During my first summer, my crew was working up in Glacier National Park during the second week. We were repairing the fence by the mini glacier entrance. As we settled down for the night, first the crew leaders went to bed, then the rest of us. I stayed up writing. We were staying in the Cut Bank campground in the east side, as the locals call it. When I finally went to bed myself, during the night I was awakened. I thought I heard the sound of splashing through the creek. The creek does have some mini rapids, but what really scared me was when I went to the outhouse. It sounded like someone knocked on the door after trying the handle a couple of times. After a minute, I opened the door onto a cloudless night, and I saw something off in the distance in the fields that were nearby. The second sighting was up at Slide Lake, about a mile from the Canadian border. The hike in was treacherous. We were there to survey pika, which are related to rabbits, but look like marmots. So Slide Lake is way up there. We busted in during the first day, and I'm not interested in going up there again because of what happened. The night we were up there, it was rainy. There was a dry creek bed that was, as expected, dry. The only thing it was wet with was dirt. It was 2 feet deep with loose soil. However, the focus is not the creek. I just like to play in the dirt. The creek bed ditch was crossed by a small wooden bridge. During the first night, I woke up and had to use the restroom. The problem was, something was on the bridge, making it creak. Now, whenever something's on the bridge and is walking, it goes bump every step. The bridge occasionally creaks when you're on it. I didn't want to go outside with something creaking on the bridge like that. The creaking lasted for a good 10 to 20 minutes before suddenly stopping, and after a while the creaking stopped, and I really had to go to the bathroom. I got out and took a much-needed bathroom break at the pit toilet. More recently, there was an incident at the Hay Creek section of the Pacific Northwest Trail. This was my second and most recent season. The area we were staying at was bordered on one side by a steep drop in the valley. The other side was the side of a mountain. This was not very likely related to the others, but sometimes animals travel great distances. Anyway, I was up going to the bathroom, again, and I suddenly heard a branch break over one of the tents, and of course I looked. There was nothing. I went back to going where I was going, when I heard the same sound again, this time in front of me and a little to my right. It was coming from across the road, down towards the valley. The place we were staying was a dirt road, and there were bears. But bears can't cross a road without making footstep noises. They're heavy creatures. Plus, I hadn't seen a bear since we got there. I went to the bathroom, and then I heard what scared me the most. The branches all around me began to break and rustle, like something was climbing from tree to tree, but doing it in a way to make itself known. Who in their right mind would climb a 50-foot ponderosa or lodgepole in the middle of the night? I looked around me, but again I saw nothing, which, considering it was quite dark and I had no light, it wasn't surprising. And finally, there's one last incident. It was approaching evening one day. I was outside doing various banging. I was making a lot of noise as I was hammering nails in. However, after one of the nails was in, I heard what you could call a reply. 3 sounds like knocking, perhaps some small giant banging 2 trees together, coming from the hills. Every time I hammered a nail, the sound would echo in reply. Something was out there close enough to hear me doing this, and it was mimicking the sound. To this day, I'm not sure if it's one thing that's been following me, something trying to haunt me and torture me, or if these were all separate incidences. But I do know these experiences are very terrifying. Something mimics people. Submitted by Gray. As I type this story, I'm much more used to the events that I experienced those few years ago. I'm going to tell you 2 experiences of when I saw this thing I call the Skinwalker. I was 13 and I lived with my family in Utah, very close to Arizona. I love to spend time with my older brother. One day we were just playing our usual games and joking around. We both suddenly heard our other brothers and mom screaming at the top of their lungs. Worried and scared, we ran into their room. We asked what was the matter, and they said that they'd heard galloping from a horse, which didn't sound too scary to me, even though there were no horses around these parts. Naturally, we tried to calm them down. As they sat there spooked, one of my little brothers admitted that he saw the thing making the noise. He said it was running on 2 legs, and it wasn't human. My brother and I, curious, decided to go outside. As we looked around the house, our dogs formed a circle around us. They seemed much more protective than usual. They seemed more serious too, not paying much mind to us. Rather, they were watching the woods around us in no particular direction, and every so often, they would suddenly bark, making us jump, and making us wonder what they had barked at. Eventually, the dogs calmed down, and they stopped barking, and we began to think that whatever was out there was finally gone. But as we walked back in the house, we were confronted by our grandmother and asked if we were calling them into the woods in the opposite direction that we actually were. This freaked us out. We were on the other side of the house completely, and we hadn't said a word since we stepped out the door. Whatever my grandma heard calling them, it wasn't us. This was the first time I ever saw my brother visibly shaken by something. About 2 months after this, our aunt moved into a trailer near us, maybe 40 yards away. I was home alone since my aunt's family and my family went picking for peaches, so I was lying on the couch in a living room next to a window, when suddenly I was filled with dread. Then the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I dismissed the feeling as best I could and tried to continue to watch TV. But then I heard my aunt's voice. It was like she was right next to me. I jumped up and looked out the window, but her car was still gone, and my aunt was nowhere to be seen. Something continued to speak, trying its best to sound like my aunt.
Come help me. Please, come outside.
Then I did something stupid. I grabbed a knife and a flashlight, and I walked outside. As soon as I did, the dogs once more formed a circle around me, and they were beginning to bark at what I saw was a shadow. The thing was a bulking figure. It towered over me. This wasn't some person, and I could feel the thing watching me. As soon as I saw it, I ran back in my house and locked all the doors, calling my aunt. She said she was about 5 minutes away, and my mom would be back later. I looked out my window, and I saw one dog sitting in front of the door. As I scanned the area outside, the dogs seemed to be protecting the entire house. They were pacing back and forth, watching the shadow in the distance. To this day, I can only believe that I'm still alive because those loyal dogs kept the shadowy thing at bay. To all of you who stay home alone sometimes, if you ever hear a disembodied voice of someone you know or love, don't listen to it. It's luring you into some sort of trap. Navajo Skinwalker in Colorado. Submitted by Hunter L. My story begins in Colorado. I was 14 years old at the time. My family was taking a trip to visit my grandmother, who lives deep in the country. We were planning to stay over a few nights and enjoy the peace and quiet of the country. I've always been more of an indoorsy person, but I did love taking a nice hike through the woods from time to time. The highway drive was long and uneventful, but once we finally got there, I was super excited. After all, I had my own room in the beautiful cabin my grandmother lived in, with an amazing view of the lake and forest surrounding the property. I exchanged greetings with her, and after a few minutes of idle conversation, I headed to my room. I pulled out my laptop and began to get set up for a quality gaming session when I first heard the howling. It sounded like a wolf's cry, but slower, almost distorted, like if you recorded the howl and played it back at half the speed and lowered the pitch. That's how it sounded. It was very creepy, but having little to no experience living in the country, I brushed it off, assuming it was some animal I wasn't accustomed to. Soon the sun began to set, and I was exhausted at the time, partly from the really long car ride. I began to get settled into bed, and despite the thick comforter, something didn't feel right. It's a feeling that's hard to describe, like something was misplaced or missing. I didn't know what it was, but again I brushed it off, telling myself it was just weird to sleep in an unfamiliar place, and soon I drifted off to sleep. I woke up around 10 in the morning, feeling really well rested, and I looked through my window. I could see that it had gotten foggy, as there were billowing clouds of mist drifting through the trees outside, and it was raining too, heavily. It was a bit difficult to see through the windows due to the excessive amount of water outside. I threw on some pajamas and went to grab some breakfast. When I walked into the kitchen, there was a note on the table. According to the note, my family left the house to grab some medication for my grandma, and that they'd be back in a couple of hours. So I settled with eating some frosted flakes. I was sitting on the comfortable couch directly under the living room window, watching the rain and fog roll in. Then again, I heard that eerie howl, the same howl from the night before. It was so slow and thick, so deliberate. As that happened, I noticed a figure creep forward through the fog. Of course, foggy weather in the country can be extremely thick. I couldn't see anything over 5 feet from the window, and I could barely make it out. But it looked like a dog or a wolf, almost anyway. The feeling that something was wrong, very, very wrong with this animal suddenly hit me. Slowly as the form of this thing came through the fog, I realized why I was feeling that way. The creature was standing on its back legs. Its back legs, I thought. I was shocked and confused. When I finally could think clearly, I looked at the creature in more detail. Its legs were twisted, bent in weird ways, almost like it was hit by a car. Of course, up here by the cabin, the closest road that's often used is a good mile away. As I looked on in horror, the creature spun around, and on its 2 hind legs, sprinted. In moments, it disappeared into the thick fog. As it turned around, though, I could see that it had no tail. Literally no tail, like it was ripped off or never there. The moment I snapped myself out of that trance, I instantly ran back to my room, shutting and locking the door. I hopped on my laptop, trying to Google and find out exactly what I saw. When my family finally got back, around 3, I waited until my parents were out of the room to tell my grandma. My parents would never believe me anyway. She was part Native American, but not that she was Navajo. She told me what she believed I saw was a skinwalker. Supposedly, it's a shape-shifting spirit or witch that takes the form of animals in order to harm people. However, it can never perfectly replicate the animal it takes the form of. When we left 3 days later, I was happy to get out of those foggy woods. After researching the legend of the Skinwalker further, I honestly believe that that is what I saw. So to all of those listening, be careful when you go deep into the countryside of Colorado. If I met that creature outside of that cabin, I don't think I'd be here to share this story. Creature, submitted by Brianna. I live in a little town in New Mexico. This town is surrounded by dirt roads, dairies, and fields. There is a state park about 10 to 15 minutes outside of town. One day, my boyfriend and I were at this park. It must have been around 3 in the morning. We didn't really have anywhere else to hang out, so we would often go there to have some private time. We were about to leave, and we came up to this little intersection where the entrances were, and we see a vehicle turning in. So we sat and waited for the vehicle to pass, but the closer it came, the slower it got. It was a bit unnerving. I was getting nervous because we do have gangs out here. As the car approached, we noticed that the driver was an old lady. She was a tiny thing with curly white hair. And this is when things got weird. Remember, she's going very slow, so we got plenty of time to soak in this image of the lady. As she passed, she turned her head towards us. Her eyes were solid black. I swear to God, there were no whites to her eyes. Not like empty sockets, but as if she had black eyeballs. Or maybe like each eye was just one solid pupil. We both froze as she slowly drove past. All the while, we were both filled with fear and dread. I'm not sure what we saw, but there were so many unanswered questions. Why would a little old woman be at the park 15 minutes outside of town at 3 in the morning? What was she doing there? Why was she driving so slow and just staring at us the whole time? We were very weirded out, and we started questioning what we saw, making excuses that we were just maybe tired, even though we both know what we saw. Well, a few months later, we drove out to the dirt roads to get away for a little bit. The sun was just setting. I knew we should have went home as soon as it got dark, but we decided to park and chill out. Suddenly, we both saw something out of the corner of our eyes. Instantly, we both jerked our heads around to see what it was. It was humanoid in shape, dirty with very long legs, but it ran on all fours. It looked more like a person trying to run on all fours, because when it ran, it just didn't look right. At an unnatural speed, it ran into the field next to us, and in a split second, it was gone. We were both so freaked out by this experience that we started the car and left immediately. New Mexico has many stories about skinwalkers, but I've never really paid attention or tried to believe those stories. I thought it was just native superstition. But when we mentioned these stories to a couple of friends, they all began to open up about the weird things they've seen out on those dirt roads. After hearing those stories, after what we saw those nights, we have not been out driving like that again in a while, because now it just seems too dangerous. Who knows what those fields are hiding? Based on the stories of the skinwalkers, I believe either of these sightings could be those menacing eyes of the old woman. It could have been a skinwalker wearing the skin suit of an old lady. Anyway, we're definitely not going to take any more chances out there. The last thing I want is to be out in the forest alone as something watches me through the brush. My disturbing drive from Florida to Ohio. Submitted by Eon. I'm a Marine, and I just recently got back from Japan, as I'm being reassigned for recruiting duty. Upon my arrival back stateside, I found out I had to go to my next station early. Oh, there's nothing like hearing bad news right off the bat. Well, anyway, I live in the Orlando-Tampa area of Florida, and I had a long drive ahead of me to reach my destination, so I went ahead and got on the road. Later that night, I had been on the road all day going up I-95 North when I merged onto I-77 North. By the time I drove into Charlotte, North Carolina, it was getting dark fast, and I was completely exhausted. I was seriously considering pulling over to get a little bit of shut-eye, when, out of nowhere, I saw the most terrifying thing. In front of me, right in my headlights, something darted in front of my vehicle. I slammed on the brakes immediately, and my car came to a stop. Whatever it was seemed to stop for a moment before continuing to cross the road. During this quick moment, I was able to gather many details about this creature. It was inhumanly skinny and lanky, and its skin was hairless and pale. All in all, the thing was humanoid in shape. Well, before I even knew what I was doing, I got out of my car, still worried that I almost hit a person, and I watched this thing dart into the woods on the other side of the interstate. The most chilling part of this, though, was when it stopped on the other side, just to look back in my direction, to let out this ear-piercing scream or howl. I don't know which. To my astonishment, it was met with a reply on my side of the interstate and connecting woods. Something on the other side, another of its kind, had let out another scream in reply. So basically, alone in the dark on the side of the road, I was surrounded by these things. Without wasting any more time, I jumped back into my car and I booked it out of there. I'm currently sitting in a hotel room at the Super 8, about 12 miles from where I had encountered this thing. And I can leave you with this. My time in Afghanistan was far less frightening than the sound that this creature emitted. And I swear to God, for the rest of my time alive on this planet, I hope I don't see this thing again. Rock-throwing Skinwalker. Submitted by Colton. I'm Native American from the Navajo tribe, and this story took place when I was about 5 years old. I'm from Utah, and my grandma lives in New Mexico, so from time to time we would visit her and have cookouts and whatnot. To set up where this takes place, my grandma has 2 plots of land that she used to live between during different seasons. She had a home in the desert beneath a mountain, and another within the mountain that requires a truck to get to, and which happened to be a hogan from when my grandma was a child. This time of season, she lived up in the mountain, which is between spring and summer. Up in the mountain is lush with foliage and a dark forest that would make daytime look ominous. My parents would run to town to help her run errands and buy supplies that she needed. This time they left around 4 in the afternoon and said they would be back very late. To give an idea of how far we were from the nearest city, Shiprock if you're wondering, it would take around 2 hours to go down the mountain and drive to the city. We already expected them to be back late in the night. In my family, I'm the baby. I have my parents, my eldest sister, my older brother, and my other sister. And the team that went down to the city was my older brother and my other sister. The ones that wanted to stay up in the Hogan were my eldest sister and my cousin and me. So that'll give you some idea of who was there and where we were. It's around 9 p.m. that night, and we're sitting in the Hogan doing nothing because it's a moonless night outside, and it's pretty terrifying when you're 5 years old, and literally the only light is from a gas lantern. Suddenly, the dogs start barking at something. Soon this escalates to the sound of them fighting something, as if they were trying to defend themselves or fend something off. From the sound of the dogs fighting and whimpering, my sister is trying to see what's happening from the only window in the Hogan. But of course she can't see anything, it's just that dark. My cousin and I are scared out of our minds because this never happened before. The dogs may bark or growl, but they never sounded so freaked out. They were acting like their lives were in danger. And even scarier after all the fighting, there was complete silence. After a couple of seconds, we heard what sounded like rocks being thrown at our little Hogan. We began to panic because something got rid of the dogs, and is now coming after us. My cousin lives in this hogan with my grandma, and they knew that a revolver was hiding in her drawer with her clothes. He tells my sister to grab it, and tells her how to load it and arm it. What we were planning to do was to run from the thing and flee to our relative that lives across this 200-yard field of dirt and knee-high grass in the moonless night. I just remember thinking how terrible of a plan that was, like it was some sort of situation right from a horror movie. I completely remember that feeling of sheer terror the moment we opened that door, only to be met by pitch blackness outside. My sister, armed with a revolver, followed up behind us, while my cousin with a bat led us. So we sprint outside, like a bunch of bats out of hell, and I'm trying to keep up and not lag behind, but it's hard. I don't remember running 200 yards so fast, but being a panicking 5-year-old kid, thinking he's about to be pounced on by some creature, probably helped me across the way. Thankfully, we arrive at my relative's house, and of course he's really mad that we're there so late, and he notices my sister with the gun. Long story short, she gets scolded for having the gun out and armed with kids around. He takes the gun and fires 3 times in the air and walks back to the hogan. He stays with us until my parents come back. That's the most I can remember, and I know a lot of other creepy stuff happened at my grandma's, but that was by far the scariest, because who wants to run through an open field with the feeling of something chasing you? The next day when we checked on the dogs, or what was left of them, we saw a very disgusting sight. Something had killed them. Whatever that thing was, it finished off the dogs and began to throw rocks at our hogan. I can only believe that it was trying to lure us out, which it successfully did, but I have no idea why it didn't attack us, because it literally had us in the palm of its hand. Hunted, submitted by Justin. My friends and I love paranormal stuff, and we love being scared. We practically study this stuff. So by now we know about Wendigos, Skinwalkers, and many other demons. But until this one night, we never really knew what being scared meant. That night was about 3 weeks ago when me and my friends decided to go into the forest in my backyard. There were 3 of us, me, T, and Josh. They were staying the night at my house when Josh came up with the idea to go for a walk in the woods. This was surprising to T and I, as he was usually the one that was scared. He said it'd be fun to try to creep ourselves out in the dark. We agreed and got some flashlights, then headed out in my backyard. Now, in my backyard, there was no fence separating the forest. The forest was huge, and I still haven't seen the end of it from my usual walks, and that's even during the daytime. We all walked close together for about 5 minutes, when things started to happen. All of our flashlights began blinking and then just shut off. This couldn't have just been the batteries, because it happened at the same time. "What the heck?" we heard Josh say. Then he just took off back to the house. "Oh my God, Josh," I said under my breath. Suddenly, a twig snapped behind us. I turned toward it, trying to turn my flashlight on again, but nothing happened. T stepped closer to me, as we both stared into the dark forest in silence. I wanted to run, but something held me back, maybe a morbid curiosity. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, but soon I could see what made that twig snap. It was a tall creature with a hunched back. The ribs of this beast were showing, with flesh hanging from it. The head was of a deer skull, and instantly I knew what this might be. Perhaps a skinwalker or wendigo. It was like seeing something straight from your nightmares, something so unreal that you deny that you're seeing it. But it was there, so vivid. I'll never forget the sight of it. Honestly, things like wendigos and skinwalkers and creatures like that, they were just stories before. But now the story came to life before me, and I was scared for my life. I nearly screamed at the sight of it, but I tried to hold it in, trying not to make eye contact with it. I whispered to T, "You need to run as soon as I do." I was far from sure of myself, but I thought maybe we could run fast enough to get back to my house before it got to us. So I bolted. T took off right toward the house, but my plan was to cut off in a different direction before I headed home. That way at least one of us could make it. Not too long after that, though, I began to hear footsteps behind me, and my heart began to race. As those footsteps caught up to me, I turned to face my fate. But there was Josh with a different flashlight. I'd never been more thankful to see him. "Holy crap, dude, are you okay?" he asked me. "Man, we saw something." The look on his face said he didn't completely believe me, but he replied to me, "I just came back to look for you guys to make sure you're okay." Still completely terrified, I looked back deeper into the forest behind me when an ear-piercing screech broke through the air. I wanted to just be home. I've never heard anything like this before, and it sent chills down my body. Josh and I ran as fast as we could towards T in the house, but whenever we looked behind us, we heard footsteps coming from something else. We just kept running as fast as we could with something trailing close behind us, when suddenly my head caught an overhanging branch and it knocked me to the ground. Josh mustn't have seen because he just kept running. I lay there on the forest floor, scared, tired, and now in pain. I was too afraid to look behind me. I just knew that I would see that thing standing over me, waiting to kill me. Thankfully, the next thing I saw was T running through the bush back towards me. He actually came back for me. Before I could be filled with hope, though, T stopped in his tracks before he could reach me. He knelt down, and he didn't once take his eyes off of something behind me. His eyes were so wide and his mouth was open. What was he seeing? He looked so scared. It was almost more terrifying than actually seeing this thing, just knowing that it was right behind me. Then those same footsteps that were following us before, I heard them again, but this time, they were walking away. If I wanted to survive this was my chance. I got up and I sprinted to the house, T just barely in front of me. The whole way there, we didn't see or hear anything else. When we got back to the house, Josh was waiting at the back door with his head barely poking out of it. I rolled my eyes when I saw him, but none of us said another word for the rest of the night. We got inside, locked all the doors, and just sat there. We all waited for the sun to come up, the three of us in silent agreement that we should probably never go back in those woods again. Wendigo or Skinwalker. Submitted by Anonymous. When I was a child, I remember playing hide and seek with my friends, who I still talk to this day. But it was back then that we stopped playing hide and seek because something happened. My house was backed by a forest of pine trees, so there wasn't a whole lot of brush and you could see about a mile in. Keep in mind we were about 3 miles away from any other houses, so it was often very quiet. As well as being very creepy at night, it also seemed very eerie during the day. I always got chills when I was out there. Yet that didn't stop us from camping, hunting, and just playing in the woods. So one summer evening, myself, my mom, dad, and friends, Jeff and Lily, had gone out to camp. What was special about this time was the fact that we went deeper than we've ever been into these woods. After hiking out, we set up camp, and by then it was already getting dark. We whined to my parents to let us play for almost 10 minutes until they said fine. So it was about 8, and it was dark out. We got some flashlights and we began our games. Of course, like always, I counted first. I began counting, all the while hearing giggles and running feet behind me. After 30 seconds, I turned and I listened. Now, keep in mind, it was summer. You should hear birds, frogs, and crickets. But at the time, I heard nothing. Not wanting to seem like a wuss, I sucked it up and started seeking. After a minute or so, I heard movement, and I instantly saw something that would scar me for the rest of my life. I saw a tall, pale creature, about 8 feet tall, and it was still hunched over. Its limbs were thin and elongated, with long, bony fingernails. Its hair was white and thin. The moment I saw it, I screamed so loud, it turned to me, and this thing, it actually spoke. It said to me,
"Hush, child. I don't want to hurt you."
Now, being a 12-year-old, I had some sense that I knew this thing was going to kill me. I tried to move, but I was completely petrified, so afraid that I could barely breathe. While stuck in a staring contest with this yellow-eyed creature, I tried to remember my way back. The second it took a step toward me, I grabbed my flashlight and I bolted back the way I came. As I was running, I could hear this thing behind me. I turned to see the spot where our camp had been, only to see the remnants of a fire. So instead, I headed home. When I was a few feet away from my yard, I hit a root and fell flat on my face. And I thought, honestly, that I was dead. But as I fell, my dad came out with a shotgun and screamed every possible swear out into the woods. Now, this whole time, I didn't hear footsteps behind me. I just ran. But then as I lay there facing my house, facing my father, only inches behind me, I heard the same voice as before.
"I'll be seeing you soon."
I nearly fainted right there when I realized how close it had come to me. The voice was only a few inches behind me. As soon as I could get myself back up, I ran inside, running into my mother's arms and crying. Apparently, my family had seen this creature in the forest before me. They were unable to find me, and having to care for the other children, they had to get home fast. They had left me. A week later, we moved closer to the city, and we ditched all of our outdoor gear. I remember something a week later. We set up a trail cam, but no one dared to go out there. Ever since that night, I've been wondering what we saw. And to my understanding from my research, I think we may have seen a skinwalker. Mostly, I'm just glad to be alive, and I will never be going out there to see that thing again. Skinwalker on Easter. Submitted by Anakin. It was the last day of school for Easter, and I was excited for it, until I had a bit of an accident. I ran headfirst into the mirror on a truck, and I ended up having to go to the hospital. I spent a whole day and the next morning there, but I was soon feeling a bit better. So the night before Easter, my cousin and I were walking to the nearest gas station to buy a few snacks and some junk food. I noticed on my right was a small patch of woods. My cousin then spoke up and said, "Dude, we should go in there." I just looked at him like he was a madman, but I agreed to go. Maybe it was just peer pressure. Boy, was that a bad idea. For one, my injury was making my head hurt, and then when we walked about 50 yards in, I began to hear something that sounded like something eating or thrashing at meat. I told this to my friend, and he told me to remain calm, that it was probably a bobcat or a coyote. I told him in this part of Michigan there's rarely anything like that. Then he said maybe it's a wolverine or something. But then again, this far north, I thought to myself, that's not likely. We ventured on though, trying to ignore the sound. Later, I hear something that sounded like my cousin, but he's right next to me. But coming from the trees nearby, I hear his same voice. "Dude, come over here." We both stopped in our tracks, now completely petrified. We both knew that that wasn't him. I could even see the look of terror on his face when he heard it. As we sat there thinking silently, wondering what we should do, we then saw something of a silhouette dart between trees in front of us. We turned tail and ran back to the gas station. But before we exited those woods, we could see the same silhouette darting between trees around us. Whatever it was easily keeping pace with us, and it seemed to be just toying with us. We ran harder, pushing ourselves to the limits. We didn't stop until we made it back to his house. There, we tried to take our minds off of things. We didn't feel tired after that. We stayed up playing video games and watching videos. The next morning, my mom picked me up, and I couldn't be happier to get away from those woods. Needless to say, I won't be going back to that patch of woods. I saw something at the campsite. Submitted by Firebolt U. I was 15 years old, and I thought I was invincible. My mom forced me to go to the Boy Scouts, and it was my first camp out with them. Now, before this campout, I already had a good amount of badges and was strong and sporty, but I was always up for something new. Well, we piled into the truck and were driven to the campsite. I still remember what the camp looked like. It was filled with chipped pieces of wood and was surrounded by forest. We started off with the usual, making a fire and playing manhunt with more people my age. As the sun began to set and our scoutmasters, let's call them Benjamin and Thomas, told us older kids to go into the forest and find some food, such as rabbits or birds to eat. So we went into the damp forest, unsupervised. We all split up so we could cover more ground. I decided to find some rabbit holes. I'd been around this area before with my parents, never camping though, so I knew where some rabbit holes were. I began to hum to myself as I walked. This is when I first saw something. In the distance, behind a tree, there was the silhouette of a deer with antlers. The antlers had many points, so I assumed it was a large buck. The thing was standing still, as if it was trying to listen. I never once saw it move, so I continued to walk slowly closer, thinking it'd be cool if I could get as close as possible to a wild deer. But as I gained some perspective on this creature, as the tree moved from my view, I realized that this was nothing natural. This was no ordinary animal. What I was seeing looked to be something standing on two legs, with a deer's head at the top, but the whole thing was all skin, leathery black skin, and this thing wasn't listening. It just had its head tilted down, facing the forest floor, as if it was a statue. I began to reason with myself that maybe it was some crazy artwork by some stranger. But then I saw it breathe. Without chancing it, without taking another step towards it, I turned around and I ran back to camp. I was so afraid that I was staggering and tripping the whole way. When I got back, I was too afraid to tell anyone. I just wanted to go home. I didn't know if anyone would believe me, but I know what I saw. My Skinwalker Encounter, submitted by Paul115. What I'm about to tell you happened 2 weeks ago. I was going on a trip to my grandparents' place, and that's about a 1-hour drive. The road leads through a huge forest, nearly 45 minutes of the drive there. So I left with my parents at around 6 that night, and it was almost completely dark. So through the whole drive it was going to be night, I assumed. Half an hour went by and it was pitch black outside, and only our car's headlights and the moon's light were giving any light at all. Suddenly, as I was watching through the windows, I will mention that we were going slow just to avoid any slippery turns, I saw something, and I instantly regretted looking out that window. There in the dark of the woods was a pale white, almost human-like figure, and only by the light of the moon I could make out some features on its face. Then it moved its head towards our vehicle. I saw 2 red eyes. They were like portals directly to hell. I was terrified instantly. The creature let out a high-pitched screech that I could hear from within the car, and I knew that it was coming from this creature, because as it started, its jaw widened inhumanly so. My mom and dad turned their heads trying to find the source of the noise. They heard it too. After looking at my parents to see if they heard it, I looked back at the creature. It was now no longer sunk to the ground. It was now standing on its legs and was easily about 7 feet tall. The moment my dad saw it, he decided to throw caution out the window. He floored it. Then we watched as the creature got back on all fours, then charged into the woods, disappearing. Now this was a one-way road, and it went on straight for a few miles. But I swear the whole way, the same distance from the tree line to the road, we heard those screams over and over. Apparently, this creature was somehow keeping pace with us. When we finally arrived at my grandparents' place, we all got in the house as quickly as possible, completely forgetting any luggage that we had in the vehicle. Inside, we rushed through salutations, and we locked the door. And then we heard the screaming around the house. My grandparents' expressions were different than that of my parents, and instantly we all knew that my grandparents recognized this sound. The next few hours went by as we all sat in the living room, cuddled up together, and my dad and grandfather both had 12-gauge shotguns at the ready. After a long while, I somehow finally fell asleep. That night, though, I kept waking up in the middle of the night, over and over, every so often. But every time I did, I would look out the window, and there would be red eyes in different windows. Whatever was out there, it was moving from window to window, keeping a close eye on us. Or maybe it was trying to find an entrance. When everyone was awake in the morning, everything seemed to go back to normal. And during our little getaway, we didn't hear anything or see anything else like that creature. I couldn't have been more thankful. To this day, I don't know what it was, but one fact remains. My grandparents know something, but they refuse to give any answers. Until Dawn. Submitted by X Seraphim X. My family and I were going to a family reunion on my uncle's ranch or farm. Every 5 years we would have the reunion, and every time I would awkwardly follow my parents around and stuff, talking to cousins that I've never met before. Anyway, some of the grown-ups decided it was a good idea to stay and spend the night, drinking. My parents decided to stay too, and I don't know what possessed them to put me in charge of the toddlers and teenagers, but those kids were like half my age, and 2 of them were older than me. I wasn't really up to it. Somehow we ended up sleeping outside in tents that were in a row, overlooking the thick bushes and trees outside. It was about 1 in the morning when all of us finally went to sleep, because last I checked all the phone lights were off. I woke up listening to eerie howls of pain coming from behind one of the tents. Now howls like this were normal, because there were a lot of coyotes on my uncle's ranch, but they wouldn't come this close to humans. I ended up listening to the howl. It slowly died off. I woke up again later, listening to the sound of odd ripping noises to the left. I got up and peeked my head outside of the tent, and what I saw shook me to my very soul. It looked like a deer on its hind legs, until I took a second glance. There, looming over a tent only a few feet away from me, was a tall and gray creature with dangling arms and horns on its head. It was just peering into a hole it made on the top of a tent. I wanted to scream and do something, but I was paralyzed with fear as this thing put half its head into the tent hole. I never realized that my cousin was up and looking at this thing until she threw a small pebble at it. I pushed her back inside and closed the tent we were huddled in. We sat there listening and waiting for it to do something. We could hear it out there sniffing the tent, and we could still see its tall shadow. It was just circling the tent for a while until we heard another howl off in the distance. Finally, this weird creature scattered away like it never happened. We stayed up until dawn, and I was too tired and scared to go tell our parents what happened. The last thing I was about to do was exit that tent. In the morning, some tents were ripped, and there was what appeared to be drool on some of the tents. I never got around to telling my parents what I experienced. I don't know why I still haven't. I really haven't bothered to share this story with many people. Maybe I'm still scared deep down.
Haunted Forest. Submitted by Mama Bird. This story is one of my earliest memories that I can string together of the paranormal happenings I've had in my life. I was very young, probably 6 or 7 years old, maybe even as young as 5. I've always lived in southeast Michigan, and everyone here camps out. We headed 4 hours north that day. The exact area I don't remember. I was too young to care. It was my aunt's cabin, an aunt I was very close to. My mother's family comes in 2 forms, extreme Baptists and witches. It's crazy. Witchcraft is a path that runs in our family, and I talk to my witchy aunts about scary things pretty often, and they often tried to give me some understanding. Anyway, the ride there felt like an eternity, with my 4 siblings, my mother, and my aunt's family in the next car. It was nighttime when we finally got there. I remember us driving slowly up a paved road. You have to drive slow at certain times of night, because deer are everywhere. We rounded a corner, and staring at us, unmoving, is the biggest buck I've ever seen. My brothers are marveling at it,
saying how tasty an 8-point buck would be, but I'm just staring. It didn't look right. I felt like crying when I looked at it. I've seen plenty of deer in my life. I felt disturbed by this one. Its eyes weren't right, and its mouth was hanging slightly open. It was odd behavior. Slowly, we drove around it, but I still couldn't stop looking. The gaze of the animal followed my eyes as we passed by, and I kept staring, afraid and accusingly, like I felt its existence was a lie. What really shook me was the fact that it looked like it was smiling. The corners of its mouth curled upwards unnaturally. I'd never seen a deer do that. I felt horrified, yet validated. As we passed by it, I could hear myself inside screaming, "Get back, stay away from us." But it was just a deer, I reminded myself. I shouldn't have felt so afraid. Altogether, the encounter only lasted about 2 minutes, but we all know how time has the tendency to slow itself and prolong your fear as long as possible. I wish that was the end of it, but the nightmare had only just started. When we arrived, we all slept in the living room, exhausted in our sleeping bags. The cabin was freaking awesome though. 2 stories, small, but the layout was super neat. I remember waking up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. I sat up amongst the other sleeping people, and in the darkness, I saw something even darker. A black mass towering outside the large windows of the cabin. It was looking down at me, watching my entire family sleeping in the living room. It was very human in shape, but I remember being confused by how long its forearms were. It was so dark from it being cloudy out, I couldn't make out much else, but it definitely was there. I was already on edge from seeing that strange buck. It wasn't until decades later that I would begin putting together the buck and this humanoid figure. But in this situation, I felt less afraid, because to me, a strange creature on the road is far scarier than a weird person standing outside. That is, until I reminded myself that only a single pane of glass was separating us. If they took one good throw of their body, it could break in and get us. As I stared back at the figure, I could feel angry and afraid, and I felt like we were all in danger. Before I even thought it through, words came out of my mouth as whispered warnings. "Get back, stay away from us." Then, when the figure didn't move, like the kid I was, I ran to the bathroom and locked myself inside. In there, I looked for a weapon, but not a real weapon, I told myself, because I could still get in trouble. Funny how a kid's mind works, even in the most horrifying situations. I ended up finding a nail file and eventually left the bathroom, creeping along the floor and pressing against the furniture. When I jumped out, ready to fight the thing if I had to, he was gone. The figure was nowhere to be found, though I still felt something, as if the shadowy man was still there, somewhere, watching. Eventually, I laid back down, never taking my eyes off the window. I was exhausted, yet afraid, but soon sleep won out. When I woke up in the morning, everyone was already awake. My older cousin gave me a bowl of cinnamon cereal. Frantically, I told him, "I saw this shadowy man outside the window last night." He hesitated, probably uncomfortable, before he smiled and said, "Did you flip him off?" I laughed and said no. He looked at me and smiled even more, telling me quietly, "Remember what Mom says? Don't tell people stuff like that. It scares them. And don't tell Kate." My sister Kate was 2 years older, though far more easily frightened. By the way, I'm the youngest in my large family. Well, the day goes by and we're playing, screaming, and running around in the woods near the cabin. 2 neighbor kids in the cabin down the road even join in. The cabins are very spaced apart. Our cabin had a shed 30 feet from it. The area was fairly open, and the adults were building a fire, as the younger ones were acting like kids, and had a contest to see who could find the best stick and had sword fights. We ran back and forth across the dirt road, playing in puddles and just acting our age. I remember seeing my aunt near the fire pit behind the cabin. She was a funny woman. She was struggling with a lighter. She couldn't get it to light. My siblings and cousins weren't around, but I could hear their yelling and laughing. I looked past her and saw my sister standing near the shed. I ran toward her, and she turned and bolted. That was strange, I thought. I picked up the pace thinking it was a game of keep away from the obnoxious little sister, one of Kate's favorites. When I rounded the corner of the shed, she was gone. There were so many trees, so I knew she must have been hiding behind one of them. I called out loudly to her, "You always call me chubby, but you're the ugly one." There was no response. Kate?" I called out. She liked to scare me sometimes. I walked around to peer around the trees. I kid you not, I only took a few steps. I looked around the shed, back toward the cabin, and the cabin was gone. I stopped and turned, keeping my feet planted. Michigan has a lot of forested areas and parks. I've gotten lost before, so I kept my feet planted so I would know the direction where I came from. I did not want to get turned around. I turned my body to face the direction I'd come from. Had I walked further than I thought, I wondered. By then I was officially shaken. There was no way I ventured that far from the cabin. I kept walking back in that direction, but there was no cabin still. I was panicking. If I was lost, I know my sister was lost too. The sun was high in the sky, and I knew I was going to be fine. I was good at getting myself out of situations like this. I had caught on to a lot of things from my other siblings, so I'd venture as far as to say that I was kind of streetwise. I ended up leaning against a large, knobby tree, the kind you see come alive in cartoons, when I suddenly heard a sound from my left. Hush. A whisper. I froze. I remember seeing a yellow haze drifting between the trees. I wasn't afraid of it, nor did I know what it was. I was simply perplexed. Before I could do anything, I blurted out, "I think I'm lost." I don't know why I said it. No one was there at the moment. I didn't even know who I was talking to, if anyone. "Hey." I heard a loud male voice. Then I saw a tall man in ripped denim jeans standing 15 feet away from me. The moment I saw him, I was terrified. I couldn't speak, and I could barely move, but I stared at him. "Hey," the voice came again. My eyes widened. I heard a voice, but the man's lips never moved. "Come here." I shook my head. I knew he wasn't someone I should be listening to. Something was wrong with him. My stomach was turning. I felt myself sweating. "Come here," he demanded. I clenched my eyes shut, and I cowered back against the tree. When I opened my eyes again, he was coming towards me, and I got a better look at him. He was lurching, with one arm tucked to his side. His cheekbones were uneven, and his skin looked worn, not like weathered, but like something underneath was wearing it. He wasn't a real person. This was something straight from my nightmares. I backed up and turned my head. But when I looked back once more, he was gone. This only intensified my fear because I knew if I could see him, I could run away from him. But if I couldn't see him, he could be anywhere. Then I started screaming, just screaming and making as much noise as I could. I picked myself up and just ran. I didn't stop screaming either. I ran for what felt like forever. But then I ran into the neighbor. He looked at me with concern on his face, and my mom was standing behind him. I was bombarded with questions. I had been 2 miles away from the cabin. 2 miles. I was so confused. I had only taken a few steps from the shed, and somehow ended up 2 miles away. I told my mother I was following Kate into the woods, and she stared back at me silently. But, she said, Kate has been across the street with the other kids. By then I was bawling. That was impossible. I'd seen my sister run behind the shed and I followed her. My aunt looked at me with concern. They tried to take her away, she said to my mom. But my mother snapped at her. Nobody's trying to take anyone away. She just wandered off. Why did you go off by yourself? She asked. I didn't answer. I shouldn't tell people things like that. About the man that apparently wasn't real. Like my brother said, things like that scare people. As an adult now, knowing what I know, I believe I encountered a skinwalker. I believe the buck, the shadow, and the thing pretending to be a man were the same thing. I remember before we left the cabin, I saw a large black dog staring at me from the tree line. It had wolf-like features and golden yellow eyes. I didn't feel afraid. I remember smiling at it from the car and waving. My way of saying to it that I survived it, that it wouldn't be getting me this time. And luckily, I never went back to that cabin again. And I am incredibly grateful for that. The Tenerife Skinwalker, submitted by Fudge RW. This is a story of when I was on holiday with my family in the Tenerife Island. We were staying in a hotel on the west side of the island, specifically on the 3rd floor. On the 2nd week there, after we did everything we wanted to during the day, that night we went to a party. The entire duration of that night felt strange. I don't know why, but I kept feeling like something was going to jump out at any moment. After being super tense for the entire night, my grandfather and Nan decided to go back to our rooms. There, it took me 4 hours to go to sleep, and my grandparents didn't help since they were loud. They were big snorers. At around 5 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of my balcony door sliding over. Immediately, I assumed it was my granddad or Nan going for a late night smoke, but it alarmed me how slowly the door was closing. But then it shut, and we were in total silence for about 30 seconds until it was interrupted by the sound of, I kid you not, hooves touching the floor. These weren't bare feet, or even covered feet. They sounded like clopping hooves from a horse. I lay there paralyzed with fear, thinking about how the heck a horse climbed a 3-story building. Better yet, they were coming towards me. At one point, they were only 2 feet away from me when I heard something. It sounded like my grandma. It said,
"Are you okay, Riley?"
It was far too deep to be her. Then, out of nowhere, it took several almost instant steps towards me, and I could feel its face so close to mine, I could smell its breath, a horrid stench. I stayed there, staying still, ignoring it for a while. Eventually, I heard the hoof steps exit the room, and then the sliding door open and close once more. I crawled closer to my grandparents, and then I finally fell asleep. In the morning, I woke up covered in sweat. I told my grandparents about it, and I'm sure you can guess what they replied with. Oh, it was just your imagination. Later on that day, I ended up explaining what had happened to the front office, and to my surprise and horror, they said to me that I wasn't the first to share such an experience staying here. 8 months go by, and I still don't know what it was. My older brother thought it could have been a ghost or spirit. My other brother said it was just a dream. My parents aren't sure either. I've done loads of research and found nothing. I'm open to ideas. Overall, it sounds very similar to a skinwalker. The way it was both human and animal at the same time. The way it mimicked my grandmother's voice. But why would there be a skinwalker in Tenerife? I thought they stayed in the mainland of America. How would they get to an island unless they were already here? Skinwalker, submitted by Danielle H. It was only last week. I think I saw a skinwalker, or a wendigo, or something. I live in southeastern Pennsylvania, and I know of some people who have seen supposed skinwalkers in the midwestern parts of Pennsylvania, but I never heard any stories from this particular area. I was in the car, making my way to work. I always look out the windows as I wasn't driving and I get bored. There are a lot of deer in that area, and I see them pretty frequently. There's an area not too far from my university that has some houses all around, but there's a lot of forest surrounding the houses. There's an area where a house was torn down, so there's nothing left but weeds and overgrown grass. While looking out the window, we're passing that particular old torn down property, and I see what appears to be a deer. Only it looks like it's crouching down like a person does on their knees. The face looked awful, like it was deformed. Its horns weren't even right, if that makes sense. They seemed like they were fake or mangled. It was just staring, not moving. I remember pulling my head away from the window and staring at it, thinking, I've never seen a deer like that before. It looked so menacing. Its eyes were weird too. They weren't on the side of its face, but very close together on the front. I think that's what made it look so creepy. They were big, round, dark eyes on the front of its face. What freaks me out the most is, even if skinwalkers aren't real, this was a real animal that wasn't a deer or elk or moose. It was something else entirely, and it was entirely terrifying to see. Now, every time we pass that way, I get chills. Australian Skinwalker, submitted by Tom F. I'm 15 years old and from Australia, and I'd say I'm a pretty typical teenager too. You know the stereotypes, always texting, Facebooking, and staying up all night. It was a typical summer night, a hot one at that, and I was up all night as I couldn't sleep. I lived on a 1,200-acre farm in the middle of nowhere. My house was situated in the middle of the farm, surrounded by paddocks. We have a herd of cattle that sometimes stays in the paddock next to us for the night until the next morning, and there are also some calves situated next to us. As most of you know, cattle get frightened easily of anything they don't understand, or anything that surprises them. I was sitting up and doing some gaming one night while everyone was asleep when I heard the cattle starting to freak out. I assumed it was just my dog as he goes out and chases them sometimes. Whenever this happens, I usually just go outside, call him over, and reprimand him. Then I bring him inside. So I put on a shirt, grabbed a torch, then I walked out onto the porch and began to call my dog. But as I stepped out onto the porch, I was waving the torch around to see my dog. I could see the cattle running from something, but I couldn't see just what yet. That's when the beam of my torch caught something. It was about 50 meters away from me. I looked closer, keeping the light on it, and then my heart dropped. There were yellow amber eyes looking straight at me. The creature was inhuman. It was tall with thin, lanky arms and looked extremely malnourished. I sprinted back to the door with my heart pounding out of my chest, and I slammed the door shut behind me. My parents' room is down the other end of the house, but I'm still surprised it didn't wake them up. I ran back to my room and shut the door behind me. As you can probably guess, I didn't sleep that night. I just laid quietly in the darkness, expecting to hear tapping on my window at any moment. I stayed there until the sun came up in the morning. I haven't gotten much sleep since that night, and I'll never go out after dark again, even if there's someone with me. It's just not worth it. Junior High Hunt Horror, submitted by full auto airsoft. This happened in 2015. Me and my friend Justin were heading home from school on the bus. It was a Friday, so he would be staying over. He was like family to us. We got off the bus and already decked out in camouflage. We rushed inside, grabbed our bows, and headed to the woods. Our property extends over 10 acres of woods, and our neighbor, with 450 acres behind ours, allows us to hunt there all we want. We were heading to some blinds set up in the woods, about a 1.5 mile walk to get there. As we were walking there, I had this feeling like something bad was about to happen, but I brushed it off as me being nervous, though I was never nervous before when we were out here. As we approached the blinds, I noticed something odd, a rotten smell, similar to the smell of sulfur or a rotting carcass. I just expected to see a partially eaten rabbit, or maybe a bird. But the smell sort of grew, like it was approaching us, and we didn't see the source of it. I stood there behind the blinds as I heard a stick crunching. Instantly, my hair stood up straight. We both raised our bows, not knowing what to expect. I saw movement in a bush, like a person was crawling into it, but I didn't see anything in particular. I relaxed a bit, but I was ready to gag at the smell of putrid flesh that was all around us. It was about 3:50, and the bus arrives at 3:35, so it had been about 15 minutes. Justin whispered, maybe it was just a deer. On the other hand, I was ready to book it, thinking it could be a coyote or wild dog in the bush. As my mind was reeling with possibilities, I saw a figure exit the underbrush. It did resemble a deer, but some things about it were off. Its face was torn up, and the flesh was exposed, like a bear took a good scratch out of it. Its eyes had an otherworldly yellow glow, and it immediately knew where we were, because it was staring at me. Its face sort of resembled a person's, which is the only way I can really describe it. Its hands had claws that looked like that of a bear's. As soon as I saw it in its entirety, my mind said one word: Skinwalker. Our eyes were locked on each other. My spine felt like it had frozen over with ice. I turned my eyes slowly to Justin to see sweat running down his face. We were both looking at it, and I think we both knew we had only 3 options. We could fight for our lives with 4 arrows, try to outrun it, which I doubted we could, as head to toe this thing must have been 6 feet tall, taller than my mother at least. Or we could stay still and wait it out. We both looked at each other, but the gaze was interrupted by a deep, guttural growl, and at that moment we knew what we were going to do. We gripped our bows tightly, and we booked it out of there. I don't think I'd ever run so fast before. I remember thinking while running if I was going to regret this, yet every time I looked back, we weren't being followed. This whole experience can only be described as unnerving. Be safe in the woods, day or night. Take it from me, if you get a bad feeling about something, sometimes you should just trust your instincts and do what feels right. Desert Stalker, submitted by Chip D. Let me start off by saying I have no clue what this was. I am extremely skeptical about the supernatural, and I'm still not completely convinced that this was a skinwalker. It just happens to remind me of that. Anyway, every year we take a family trip to Arizona, where we stay with my uncle and just get away from city life for a while. When I was young, I loved these trips, but I was always too scared to go outside with the adults at night. Well, when I was 17, I thought I was invincible, thought I was the coolest BAMF ever, so I decided to steal one of my uncle's cigarettes, then go smoke outside one night. He lived in the middle of God knows where, and you can always hear animals just out of sight of the porch lights. I love nature, and sounds like bushes moving don't really scare me, because it's always just a rabbit or a bird or something. Nothing to fear, right? Well, for whatever reason, this night was different. It was dead silent, and I don't mean normal nighttime silent. I mean there wasn't a single sound outside. In the silence, I could smell something like copper and rot. I was already creeped out, but I forced myself to stay outside in the overwhelming, almost deafening silence for maybe 10 minutes more, getting even more sick to my stomach by the second. That's when I finally heard something. It sounded like the scratching of sand just out of sight. My heart sank when I saw a cloud of dust coming out of the darkness towards me. I wasn't scared of the dust itself. It's a pretty common thing in the desert for people or cars to kick up dust. What I was terrified of was what was making it. I still don't know of any animal that just kicks up dust like that for no discernible reason. I'm frozen to the spot at this point, basically waiting for whatever my brain was imagining to come and end me. But I snapped out of it when I heard this clicking sound. It was so strange. I ran inside and locked all the doors. Then I jumped in my bed and hid. I hadn't hid like that since I was a toddler, but as I hid under the covers, I could hear scratching. I could hear something scratching and tapping on the wall next to me from the outside. Not trying to get in, but like whatever it was curious, or it knew that's where I was. Like it was letting me know it knew I was there. I dared not move, and I felt like my whole body was on fire and frozen at the same time. After the scratching stopped, it was completely quiet again. No sounds for maybe another 5 minutes. When I finally had the courage to move, I tried to stay silent as I got up, but I made the bed creak a little bit. Then I heard the most horrifying sound in my life. It was a scream, but it sounded like when cats or dogs talk in videos, mixed with a bit of clicking and the wails of someone's last breath. The next day, neither my uncle nor anyone in town had anything to say about it, and I still don't have any answers. I just hope next time I stay at my uncle's, I don't encounter that thing again. The Tree Diver, submitted by CJ. I live in a somewhat rural area, but still in a decently compact neighborhood. But the woods around these parts are insanely large and dense, made up of a swamp and multiple square miles of old land with fields and paths. Maybe there's a reason why they're so old and unused. When I was in 7th grade, I had 2 friends who lived right behind my house. One day, we decided, stupidly, to go ride our bikes down one of these paths. The only issue was that W didn't have a bike suitable for the rough path, which had plenty of roots, seeing that he was 2 years younger than I was. So we rode bikes while he walked with us, and we kept pace with him. Once we got to the edge of the forest, keep in mind it was a summer morning. It was dead silent. We began to ride down the path until we reached a large puddle. Jay, who was W's older brother, had on large rain boots, so he said he'd move the bikes across while we went around. Now the only issue was that it was dense forest all around, as in green and brown were the only colors we could see. So we began to walk. When I said it was a large puddle, I wasn't lying either. It was a good 30 feet from the center to where it dried up. But we never went around that puddle, because as we began to reach the edge of it, we heard a huge splash, like one of the bikes had fallen over on it, and Jay, screaming at the top of his lungs, said, "Get away!" He had a hunting knife on him since his family owned a farm farther away from here, and they went hunting out there. But as we looked back, all we could see was water everywhere. I told W to start running back the way we came, and he was already gone before I finished the sentence. I ran back to Jay and saw him hiding under a log with the bikes covering his quivering body. He didn't move for 5 minutes. It was then that I realized that W was alone. Hastily, I grabbed my bike and pedaled harder than I ever had before. Luckily, I found W on the road, in front of many houses and in the sunlight, anxiously waiting for us. Jay was thankfully only a minute behind me. I guess seeing me run off like that made him too scared to be alone. He didn't say anything about that day, until later that year when they were moving away. I was helping them load their car, when he pulled me aside and told me to never go back in those woods again, not even if I was armed. I didn't even own any guns or anything like that, neither does my family. Anyway, he began to explain what happened. He was getting the bikes under the log when he saw a gray dot spring out of a tree into the water. He screamed and hid under the log with the bikes. The thing ran off when it heard our footsteps. But one thing he told me was that every night he dreams of those black, empty eyes looking at him as it jumps down onto him in his sleep. Basically, something fell from a tree and tried to attack him. Something weird. A month after he left, it was summer once more, and I decided to go back to the forest, not heeding his warning. This time it wasn't as silent as before. There were birds chirping above, and that helped to keep my sanity intact. The bike path we had ridden before was covered in claw-like holes, as if something had tried to dig up the ground by stabbing it with a shovel, then threw the dirt behind it and moved on. Then I came across a peculiar tree that seemed to have been ripped straight from the ground and then fell onto the path. It had several deep cuts or gouges in it. Let's just say I noped out of there real quick. I'm a fan of dark and creepy stories, and I've heard of skinwalkers and wendigo, but I'm still unsure what this was. Jay described it as human-like almost, only this thing had large bird-like flaps between its torso and arms. Nowadays, a new set of higher-end houses are being built near that forest, and construction has been set out, meaning that the forest has been cleared for demolition. I hope this thing gets chased far, far away from my home. Skinwalker on the Mexican border. Submitted by Colton. My ex-boss recently shared with me a disturbing story. You see, he used to smuggle people into the US from Mexico on the Californian border. Let's just call him Jose. Jose was a very seasoned smuggler back then, who had made dozens of trips successfully across the border. One particular trip, he was only smuggling 2 men in, and they came to a point where they had to cross a shallow river. One man became extremely exhausted and had to be carried by my boss to the other side. The other guy followed closely behind. Mind you, it was very dark at the time. It must have been 3 or 4 a.m. When they reached the banks of the river, the man was nowhere to be seen. After an hour and a half or so of frantic looking, the night was in its final stage before the first daylight. Jose looked over his shoulder, and on top of a slope he saw a dark silhouette, yet he could see its visibly pale gray face with red glowing eyes. He said it shook him so bad he began to cry in panic. The other companion he was holding didn't see it, but said he could somehow feel something was wrong, long before Jose even spoke a word about it. Jose is in his mid-50s and a law-abiding citizen. He's a very stern and serious man, and I believe his story completely. What still keeps him awake at night to this day, he says, is wondering where his other companion went and what that creature was. I moved, but this haunts me whenever I visit. Submitted by Alia J. When I was younger, sometimes at night I would hear weird noises at my old childhood home, which was in a country town in Wisconsin with a population of almost 10,000. Back then, I would sometimes hear or see things. It would range from weird scratching, knocking, and animal sounds, all the way to seeing bright glowing eyes constantly peering out from the darkness of the thickets that grew in between the houses from across the street. I honestly don't know what it was, but almost at least once a week at night, I would see those eyes. Here's where it gets weirder for me. See, sometimes I would run back and forth in the kitchen, as I wouldn't be allowed outside at night past 9 p.m., and I needed to get my energy out some way. I had ADHD, which didn't help, and I don't have a good outlet for it. Anyway, one night as I was dancing around a little, while my dad was asleep on the living room couch having passed out from coming back from work, I had my earbuds in listening to music, and I remember the little lamp that sat on the counter of the kitchen was on. When I was doing this, I saw something out of the corner of my eye as I was turning around at one point. It was just out of my peripheral vision. I stopped and turned back to the window, which was in front of the sink and faced outwards to the street. From what I saw, the thing I saw seemed like a doggish-like figure. It was kind of an ashen gray in color, with short hair that looked like it was almost non-existent. The ears sort of clipped at the tips, and you could kind of see its ribs. It stopped under the streetlight. I had initially thought it was a stray dog, or a dog that had escaped the local shelter, as that had tended to happen a lot due to the terrible funding the shelter had. The street lamp was at the corner of the sidewalk, and I watched it wash over the dog as it edged closer to the honey yellow light. I could see that it didn't look right, like not sickly looking, but unnatural in a way. It had me doing a double take just to confirm what I was seeing. The dog was indeed an ashy gray color, and it did look to have clipped ears like I thought before, but its mouth looked weird, like it was awkwardly stuck into a crooked or even broken position, like a dog that had just been in an accident. I had taken out my earbuds at this point and opened a crack in the window. I don't know why, really. Maybe to call to it, or maybe I thought opening the window would let me see it better. As I opened the window, it seemed to have heard the noise, and it turned its head toward me, which, thinking about it now, was practically impossible, because it barely made any noise, besides a light scuffing sound as I pushed it open, something even I could barely hear. When the thing faced me, I saw something very disturbing. Its teeth. They weren't canine-like teeth. They were like human teeth, but arranged to fit the dog's mouth. Its eyes were huge and solid red, not amber in color or reddish-brown, but a glowing red color, like when you see the flash in a camera and someone's eyes glow red in the picture. I watched as it curled its lips back, as if trying to snarl, but all it managed to do was give off a smile. Then a weirdly long tail rolled out of its mouth. Panicking, but trying to keep hold of myself, I quickly shut the window hard and locked it. That seemed to make it stop staring, as it tilted its head toward me one last time before shutting its mouth and dashing out of the street lamp's light. It disappeared in the darkness of the street ahead. I vaguely recall that it didn't have a tail, or maybe it was a really stubby one. I can't say for sure, but I don't want to remember. I know that many Skinwalker stories have it where they have no tails, but I'm too scared to admit that it was a Skinwalker. I really don't want to think about it like that. After this encounter, I locked all the windows and locked all the doors at night, and kept at least one light on everywhere I went. I was really scared for a whole straight week, because I began to hear scratching at the garage door. The other noises started 3 days after the scratching started. I refused to look out the window or open any of the doors or windows. Somehow my dad never heard anything, but he was a really sound sleeper after all, and can't seem to wake up for his life in a dead sleep. After the 7th or 6th day, the noises stopped, but the stupid distorted animal noises, A mixture of a dog and a screeching bird and something else remained until the last day. After the 7th day, nothing ever like that happened again, though sometimes at night I would see the red eyes or hear a distant animal noise, but never close enough to make me feel like it was targeting me. I stayed at that house for another year before I moved to my mom's for other reasons unrelated to this. Half a year ago, I began to hear growling noises near my window, but they weren't of any distinctive animal. Like it was both human and animalistic at the same time. I'm scared every once in a while, and constantly paranoid at night. Just before dark, I'm always making sure everything is locked and that there's a light on in every room. But I haven't heard or seen anything since. What do you think it was? I'm afraid I'll see it again through the window one night, and I dread that day could come at any time. Skinwalker at Summer Camp. Submitted by L. When I was in 2nd grade, I attended an all-girls summer camp. I'm 15 now, but I remember it like it was yesterday. As a child, I was really shy and not very social, so when I find someone I connect with, I very rarely talk to anyone but them. I used to attend a summer camp in the beautiful Pocono Mountains next to a large lake. When I was there after a couple of weeks, I had connected with a counselor who I'll call Beth. She had blonde hair and gorgeous blue eyes, and to me, she was the coolest person that I'd ever met. Every year we had these cool nighttime celebrations with food and bonfires, so everyone in my cabin was getting ready. At the time, I was sitting and waiting on the porch of the cabin. That's when I heard my name, and I looked up to see Beth out at the edge of the woods, calling out to me. She was saying my name over and over, but the longer I listened, the more it sounded wrong. More like a broken radio than Beth's voice. I got up thinking she was hurt or needed help, so I started walking towards her. The closer I got, the more I realized it was not Beth. She was far too tall, her legs too long for her body, and her movements were jerky and wrong. But it was her eyes that gave it away. They were goat-like, yellow with slit-like pupils. I almost screamed when I saw that, and I ran back into my cabin, thoroughly worrying my cabin mates. While everyone went to the celebration, I stayed in the cabin. I was not about to go back outside with that thing out there. All these years later, I've come to realize that what I saw was possibly a skinwalker, something trying to impersonate my favorite counselor, to lure me in the woods alone, then do God knows what. The Monster in Northern Canada. Submitted by Ryan. I'm a 17-year-old guy that lives in northern Minnesota back in the States. I consider myself muscular. I weigh around 200 pounds and I go to the gym every morning. I'm not too prideful to admit that I might be pretty cocky sometimes, but I'm not easily scared. Anyway, every summer, my friend and I drive up to Bishoe Lake in Alberta. We usually go fishing in our little boat, and that's what we were doing that day. We just got done fishing, and we were driving our fishing boat back to the cabin. My friend Zach stops the boat all of a sudden and starts clenching his ears. It's obvious, and I look over at him and ask, "Hey, you okay, man?" He responds with, "What on earth was that noise? Tell me you heard that." Confused, I answered, while looking around at the surrounding lake. "No, what did it sound like?" He looks around for about 10 seconds, then responds. It was this super high-pitched howl. It sounded like it was right next to me, but now it's gone. So he starts the boat back up, and we drive back to the cabin undisturbed. A few hours later, we are playing the new Call of Duty together in the living room, when something that sounded like a rock hit our window. We both jump up, and Zach yells, "What was that?" Then he goes to check it out. I'm sitting on the couch and I tell him, "It's probably just some bird, man. Just finish the game with me." So he walks away from the window and just sits down, and we start playing again. By then it's about 3 p.m. in the afternoon, and we're still playing our game, when out of nowhere, we hear this god-awful high-pitched howl. And almost instantly, as goosebumps envelop my skin, I realize this must have been the sound he was talking about. The sound blares from just outside our cabin. Zach screams, "That was the noise!" as we both run to the window and look outside to find nothing. Then Zach, who is fed up with whatever this prankster is doing, grabs a kitchen knife and runs out the front door, yelling, "Whoever's out there, come here and show yourself, this isn't funny." I get up and run outside with him looking around. I wanted to be sure he didn't hurt someone in his anger. The next thing we saw is something I never thought I'd witness in my life, and I honestly can't believe I'm saying it now, because it sounds like I'm an escaped patient from a mental hospital. But I know what I saw, and it will forever haunt me. There's an elk standing at the forest's edge outside, and we watch in silence and in awe as the elk stands up on its hind legs, letting out that same horrific high-pitched howl, the exact noise we had just heard. Right away, we both make a beeline for the truck. It was parked in the driveway to our right, and Zach hops in the passenger seat. I jump into the driver's seat and dig around in my pocket for the keys. First things first, I lock all the doors. I finally find the keys and shove them into the ignition. I pound my foot on the gas, zipping down the driveway and turning down the dirt road to zoom away. Once we have the guts to, Zach and I both look back at the cabin and see that that thing is gone. Then we look at each other, speechless. To this day, I think what we saw was a skinwalker, a shaman or spirit that can take the form of animals, but not perfectly. I've heard the legends before, and I honestly never put an ounce of truth into them, but this experience, it's confirmed so much for me. But I'm still terrified, and I know I wasn't hallucinating, because Zach and I both saw it. To all of you listening or reading, just know there are things out there, and it doesn't always have to make sense. Skinwalker or Doppelganger. Submitted by Caden. This happened early in November of last year. My friend and his parents decided to go up to the mountain for the weekend, and they invited me to go with them. So I agreed, and I went with them after school on Friday. It was about a 3-hour drive up the mountain to Kevin's dad's cabin. I'd never been there before, and I was honestly pretty excited. We pulled up to the cabin, and I was taken aback by the size of it. It had a large 2-door entrance with a huge glass window that stood above it. This cabin was basically a mansion. Anyway, Kevin and I went in, and we were looking for a room. We decided to pick one that was equipped with a large flat-screen TV and some comfy chairs. The room also had 2 queen-sized beds. It was hard to believe that this place was real, at least for me anyway. We got settled in the room, and we began to play some GTA. We played games and hung out for a while. When we got bored, we decided to go out and just walk around for a little bit, exploring the wilderness. Now, the cabin, of course, was completely surrounded by woods on all sides, and the last people we saw were miles away. So we were just walking around for a while, staying just where the light from the house still hit us. We were just out there messing around and telling jokes and stories. Soon we decided to go back into the cabin to grab some snacks and drinks and things like that. I grabbed a Pepsi and a Snickers. Then we headed back out to the woods to look around. I was waiting for Kevin while he was talking to his parents about something. So I got on my phone and checked the time, and of course out there I had no service. I turned on my flashlight, and immediately I saw a trail in front of me and decided to follow it, I got deeper into the woods, and it grew quieter and quieter the further I got. I think I was walking for about 15 minutes, when to my left, I heard something moving around. Something my size at the very least. I shone my light in its direction, and as I did, I saw a man standing there in the weirdest position. "Whoa, you scared me. What are you doing?" I asked the man, and he repeated what I said, exactly how I had said it, as if he was replaying a recording of my voice. "What are you doing?" I squinted at him, looking at his face, and what I saw next terrified me. As I looked at him, his face glitched. It's the best way I can describe it. His face glitches into my features. I took a step back and whispered, "What the hell?" Only to watch this thing take a step closer to me and repeat what I just whispered. "What the hell?" I stood there paralyzed with fear, looking back at this inhuman thing. Whenever I blinked, the thing would blink too right after me. It was mimicking almost everything I did. I lifted my arm and waved at him with my Pepsi bottle. And still, he did the same thing, but his movements were delayed and jerky. I put my arm down, but this time, I took a step towards him. But the thing instantly turned around and darted back into the woods. But then it stopped, about 10 feet out. It looked back at me with my face. It stared at me for about 2 seconds. Then it turned again and ran into the woods. I was left there, chilled to the bone, my heart pounding out of my chest. I have no earthly idea what that thing was, but it seemed like it was trying to learn how to be me. Its voice was the same as mine, just like it had recorded me or something. I didn't know how to feel about the situation, but when I got back to the cabin and told Kevin what I saw, he just laughed at me. But it was real. It was very, very real. The Thing from the Woods, submitted by Philip S. This took place about 4 years ago, right at the beginning of the biggest snowstorm of my life. It was February, and in my home state of Massachusetts, we're no strangers to snow. At this point, there was already a good foot of snow on the ground from previous storms. Right before the storm started, I figured I should dig up some of the snow outside, as some of it had collected in my chicken run. It was early morning, and as I was getting ready to go out, I noticed that the motion sensor light had gone off next to the chicken coop. I looked around the yard from my window, but I didn't see a thing. As I went to the door, my cat Alfred got in front of the door and was looking at me. He was strictly an indoor cat, so it wasn't like he was asking to go outside. I gently moved him aside with my foot, but he got right back in front of the door in my way. He was trying to say something, I just didn't know what at the time. He usually wasn't like this, so I thought it was very strange. I figured he wanted some attention, so I picked him up, setting him on a chair. I went outside onto my back deck. Now, my yard is narrow, maybe 30 feet of a strip of grass and garden that had been slowly taken over by the forest surrounding my house. At the end of my yard, there was a steep hill covered in trees. This led up to the rest of the forest. The chicken run was about 10 feet from the deck, so I went over and got to work, letting the chickens out for a bit and feeding them before starting to shovel. When I was about halfway done, one of my chickens, a Rhode Island Red named Red, started squawking. I've heard them squawk before. My 2 buff Orpington chickens always did this before they laid an egg, but this seemed more like an alarm, and I hadn't heard this type of noise from them, not since my dad's dogs once tried to attack them. It was a sound of panic. I was outside the run, dumping a bucket of snow into a pile. I looked up at the chickens. They were all along the back fence of the run. They were looking at something on the hill. I followed their gazes, looking up at the top of the hill. and what I saw gives me chills to this very day. There was a big black dog-like thing sitting at the top of the hill, staring down right at me. I froze in my tracks, looking right back at it. I knew the animals in my area, and the two main things that would make sense for it to be are a fisher cat or a coyote. But this thing was far bigger, and it just didn't look right. We stared at each other for a few minutes, its yellow eyes glowing in the early morning light. Then, all of a sudden, it stood up onto hind legs and turned and ran into the forest. I ran back into my house, slamming the door shut and locking it. I still don't know what that thing was, but I'm reminded of it whenever the motion sensor light goes off or when my neighbor's dogs start barking. What really disturbs me is the fact that when it stood up, its legs were human-like. I hope I never see that thing again. Philippine Skinwalker. Submitted by Hina2426. This story happened March 25th of 1992. I was 21 years old back then, a freshly made black belt in Taekwondo, Hapkido, and Karate. As you can tell, I'm very into martial arts, and I'm confident that I could beat someone who tries to harm me. Now, my family is a Catholic religious family, which is very common in the Philippines. I live in Nueva Ecija, which is a province in central Luzon. At the time, my sister was 26 years old and was laboring for her firstborn baby. My mother and father went to Aling Alma's house. She was the midwife of our rural area, and she lived about 9 kilometers away. I was staying in Manila at the time, but I came back for my sister. Our place is a farming area, but at the side of our house there is a mountainous region close to San Jose, and there is a village nearby. This happened while our parents were gone. My sister and I were talking, and then my sister said that she was tired and would like to take a nap. So I left her alone to do so. It was around 11 o'clock in the evening, and now I'm wondering why my parents haven't come back yet. They left about an hour ago, and it only takes 30 minutes to go and get back. I was thinking that they may have run out of gas, or their tires got flat. An hour after that, at midnight, they still hadn't come back, and I began to worry. I wanted to get out and head their direction, just to be sure they were okay. But I couldn't just leave my pregnant sleeping sister out here. She was about to give birth, so I stayed. And that may be the decision that ended up saving my niece and my sister. Around that time, I could feel the air changing around me. It felt like a storm was coming soon. Suddenly, I heard a different sound than the wind. It was more like ek, 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 ek. It was so near, like just outside the windows. The sound instantly chilled me. It reminded me of the legends of the Aswang, which is similar in the Philippines to the Skinwalker. I was sitting there being paranoid for my sister, repeating the legends in my head. They say that when you can hear the Aswang, it means they are far away, but if they are near, you can no longer hear them. To get my mind off things and to feel a little better, I headed over to my sister's room and sat down in there with her. When I got in her room, she was already wide awake and sitting up. She said, "Yakung burina," which means, "It wants me." What was she saying? Was she scared that it was the Aswang too? We were too old for this story, too old to believe something like this. But I was scared enough to go to the kitchen to get my father's machete. I went back to my sister when we both heard the sound again. Ek, 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 ek. But it was still very far away. Then, after that, there was total silence. Our nearest neighbor was about 1 kilometer away, so I made the decision to defend my sister and my niece, even if it cost me my life. I was horrified at this point. We were alone at night at a farmhouse in the middle of a storm, hearing the strangest noise we had ever heard. We sat there hoping that what we were hearing was something completely explainable and not something right out of an urban legend. I needed to stay strong for my sister. After that long silence, we then began to hear branches and trees falling, crashing in the nearby forest. Something was getting closer. I stayed close to my sister. She was shaking as she cried. I was scared too, but I swore to myself to protect her. Then the noises stopped, and there was total silence once more. I was expecting the worst, but hoping that whatever it was just gone. But all my fears were confirmed when I heard the footsteps just above us. There was something on the roof, but it was so silent, like it was trying to stalk. This house back then was a small nipa hut, or a Baha'i kubo in Tagalog. So our roof was made of a haystack. Then we heard what sounded like digging. Whatever was on the roof was clawing a hole through it. I went to where the noise was coming from and stood just below it, wielding the machete. Then I saw the hole. It grew wider and wider, until I could saw what were red, furious eyes peeking through. That's when I knew the stories we were told were completely true. I glanced at my sister, knowing that this was it. I would die trying to protect them, but I wouldn't be enough to stop it. Then our parents finally came rushing in. My father went to his hidden vault beneath our papag, or bamboo bed. He grabbed an old rifle. He ran over to me under the hole and fired 2 rounds into the roof. He went outside and chased after the thing, but there was nothing found. When he got outside, all he could see was the farm and the forest. My sister soon gave birth to my niece, and it was named after me. Her name was Anna, which is short for Annalisa. That day I realized something. I'm too afraid to face it, but my sister and my niece both gave me the courage to face that thing. I was ready to die for them, even though I hardly doubted that I could take on an Aswang. The other day I'd gone back to Manila, and I saw a black crow and a black dog sitting together in the street, which was odd in and of itself, but I later learned from my mother that the Aswang can take the shape of black animals. When she told me this, it sent chills down my spine. If I ever meet the Aswang again, I will be ready to fight back. Hunting Cabin, submitted by Lucas. I'm 16 and I live in Pennsylvania, near the Appalachian Mountain Range. As a kid growing up, we would always go up to my uncle's cabin in the mountains. We'd often go hunting up there. There is a long driveway leading up to the cabin, and a big parking area with a spotlight looking down on it. It was in late November, and the night before the first day of whitetail buck season, so we had our regular get-together at the cabin. There was a lot of drinking going on, so I kind of distanced myself from all of it and went outside to take a smoke break. As I walked outside that night, I will never forget the sound that I heard. It was a mix between an animal in distress and almost a creepy laugh. I'm easily scared, and I quickly went back inside after that. Whatever it was, I didn't want to be a part of it. After a while, the other people in the cabin went to bed, and it was just me left awake. I didn't mean to be the last one awake, but I suffer from sleep insomnia, and my mind just races all night. On a good day, it takes me about 2 hours to fall asleep. I was thinking about random things, when all of a sudden, I heard the same noise I'd heard before, and it was very disturbing. I tried to distract myself from it, and frankly, the fear I felt from this noise motivated me to fall asleep so that I didn't have to witness whatever it was. When I woke up the next morning, I was ready to go for a hunt. We got done hunting, and I forgot all about that evening prior. We all sat down and had some supper. Then night came again, and once again the older people I was with were slamming beers back to back. so I just sat there and played on my phone. One of the guys went outside for a smoke break, and they didn't come back for a long time, maybe 30 minutes. So my dad told me to go check on him. As I walked outside, I saw him standing next to my dad's car, and I yelled over to him, "Hey, we were just wondering where you went off to." But then I nearly died when I heard a voice behind me say, "Oh, I'm sorry, man. I was just looking for my playing cards in the truck." I turned around to see him walking towards me. I looked back at my dad's car, and whoever was just there, the thing that had looked just like him, they were gone. I didn't want to look like an idiot in front of anyone else, so I mentioned it only to my dad. He said that I may have been just seeing a shadow of a tree or something. He's a Christian, so he flat out refuses to believe in the paranormal. So the next day, we hear a shot ring out. Apparently, my uncle has shot a deer. We all help him collect it and clean it up, then we hang it up so we can butcher it later. That evening, they all celebrate by once again drinking beer, and I was left out. It was around 4 p.m., and we were about to eat the deer my uncle had shot, when my uncle said something. He said, "That's funny. I could have sworn I put the chops over my grill to cook." But he shook it off, saying that a coyote must have grabbed them or something. So we ate our supper, and once again it was nighttime. We were all getting ready to go to bed. I couldn't sleep as usual, so I sat up and stayed on my phone for a while playing games. I forgot to mention that whenever my uncle shoots a deer, he throws all the guts and innards into a pit we call the feeding trough. There are a lot of coyotes in the area, and we figure it's a good way to give back to the wildlife. Anyway, I was laying up in bed when I heard that same noise again. It sounded far away, and I wasn't worried about going and taking a look outside to maybe try and put an image to this strange and creepy noise. Part of me wanted to get down to the bottom of this, so I looked out the front door, and there I saw it. It was on all fours, eating some of the guts from the feeding trough. I thought at first that it was a coyote, but then the thing stood up, and it stared straight at me. I couldn't see its face, but I could see shadows coming from the top of its head, which I perceived to be horns. I didn't move a muscle, afraid it would come charging at the door if I did. It stared at the cabin for a good minute before just vanishing. It didn't get down and trot off, it just disappeared out of sight. I stood there, both breathless and speechless. The next morning, I told my dad everything that I saw, but again, he denied it. If it was supernatural at all, he didn't believe it. Luckily, that was the last night we were staying there. Back home, I decided to Google anything that had any similarities to the creature that I saw. What makes the most sense out of what I researched would be the Skinwalker, because they say that the Skinwalker can change into the forms of animals, but he can never change completely. He'll always look off or strange, like some sort of hybrid. Perhaps that explains the coyote thing that stood on its hind legs. It still very much creeps me out to this day, and even though my uncle has sold that cabin ever since, I will never step foot in those mountains again. I'm just too scared to even look out my window at night. I pray that I never have to witness such a thing ever again.
The Unknown Monster. Submitted by Paige L. I used to be an assistant manager for a local dollar store, and I did a lot of closing because of school. And I was on a health kick at the time. So one night, while the weather was still good, I decided to walk home after closing up shop with my best friend, whom I'd gotten the job for as the cashier at the same store when I moved up. Her name was Amanda. I lived with my grandma at the time, and she only lived about half a mile away from the store, about a 15-minute stroll in all. It was already dark, but I didn't care. I lived in a nice neighborhood. I mean, the worst we ever got was occasionally a drugstore robbery. Plus, I'd walked this path 100 times before.
I knew this town like the back of my hand, yet for some reason, this night I felt uneasy. I've had what I believe to be supernatural experiences before, so I'm familiar with that heart-in-your-throat feeling of being watched. I had my phone flashlight on so I could see the uneven path, but the feeling of being watched got so bad that every few meters I'd turn around only to see that nothing was there. This kept happening until I reached my grandma's street. I turned down the road and kept walking, but something kept nagging me, telling me to turn back one more time. I listened, and I regretted it. But then again, it might be the only reason I'm alive today. What I saw was a tall, emaciated, humanoid figure crossing my grandmother's road. It didn't look at me, but I could see it so clearly in the streetlight, it was disturbing to behold. It was so thin, I could have used it as a reference for a skeleton. It also had a strangely dog-like head and massive hands with long claws. Like I said, thankfully, it didn't see me, and it kept walking down the street. I stood there frozen until it made it to the other side, and once it was out of sight, I booked it back home, which was luckily only a few houses away. I sat in the living room with my grandma, shaken and barely composed. Then my grandma said something that made my heart sink. She asked if I had seen the news. I stuttered, no, and she went on to explain that a man had took his own life after a standoff with a SWAT team near the elementary school. The man wasn't in the school, but he lived close enough that if he made a threat, someone would have to intervene. What really put me on edge, though, was that this man had no known mental illnesses, and according to his family, was completely stable. And this had happened only a few hours ago. I managed to control myself, eat some dinner, and try to sleep, but that night, sleep wouldn't come. All night long, I heard shuffling through the mulch under my window, and once I even heard a hand slam against it. Thankfully, I had thick curtains, because if I saw that hand, I would have screamed, alerting the entire household. I stayed up all night, drank some coffee to keep my attention focused, and only slept when the sun came back. I was then gone all weekend as I was going out of town for a convention. Luckily, nothing happened then, but when I got back home, things got worse. I opened the store the next few days, and I kept seeing something out of the corner of my eye, just out of the windows. Slowly, my opening shifts came and went, and soon enough, I was back on the night crew, where I'd be closing shop and walking home as usual. Well, at the very least, I had Amanda with me on these closing days. There's a quick thing about Amanda I need to say. She's been a very firm believer in the supernatural all her life. She believed that she was living in a haunted house where something was possessing the basement. Knowing her backstory on the supernatural, I told her what I'd been experiencing, and she was clearly put on edge about it. We kept working through our shift until it finally came to an end. Suddenly, I felt like I was being followed again, but now on my walks home, I was far too afraid to turn around. I ended up asking Amanda if she saw anything trailing me whenever she saw me walking home. She swallowed hard before she replied, and I found myself anticipating her dreadful answer. I didn't want to say anything, she said at first, because I didn't want to scare you. But the other night, I swear I saw something tall and thin following you home. It wasn't a person, and it was far from any creature I've seen before. During this whole time, I was texting another friend who knew more about demons and creatures of sorts. and he said that it sounded like it was hunting me. He laughed at a theory he told me, saying that the creature was a demon spirit, that it was the reason the man had committed suicide, and that it was trying to get me next. And I'd seen it more than once. On one occasion, it appeared as just a shadow, like a vapor of itself, as if it was some sort of shapeshifter. I would believe that, considering how it looked half-human already. For a while after talking with some friends, it backed off slightly, but I could still feel it stalking me. One day I walked right past the window to stock some paper plates, and when I looked out the window next to me, I saw it, leaning its upper body against the glass, its claws pressed hard against the surface. It was staring right at me, and if there hadn't been a window there, the only thing separating us would have been a few feet. After that, I had trouble working the rest of the day, and I wouldn't go home unless Amanda gave me a ride. Luckily, she didn't mind. She enjoyed my company. We're like sisters, so she took me home without a problem. It's been a while since I've seen it. I still can't figure out if it's a physical thing or some sort of evil spirit that's following me. All I know is it's terrifying to behold, and even more horrifying to think about how it's stalking me, maybe even at this very moment. The Skinwalker in Louisiana. Submitted by Alex Lizard Queen 99. I'm 18 years old, and my family and I had decided to go on a cruise the following week, but due to Hurricane Harvey, we weren't able to port back in Galveston, Texas, where we had parked our car. Rather, we were dropped off at the port of New Orleans, and my dad, annoyed at the entire situation, was forced to rent a car due to ours being stuck all the way in Galveston. From there, we were attempting to drive from New Orleans to Lubbock, Texas. We started early that day due to it being a 15-hour drive. My younger brother, who was 12 at the time, was in the back seat listening to one of his favorite YouTube channels through his headphones, and my little sister at 9 years old was asleep. As time progressed, my dad got tired and asked me to drive while he slept. I didn't mind though. I was wide awake and honestly bored out of my mind. We pulled over on the side of the road at one point and we switched. I had a strange feeling, but I put it to me just being nervous. If I was about to drive, I was afraid I'd take a wrong road and get lost, and I didn't want to disappoint my family. I'm not good with directions either, not to mention it had been raining really hard most of the drive here. I started back on the road, surrounded by swampy forests, and everything seemed fine. Soon my dad was snoring away in the passenger seat, and I decided to listen to some music to calm my nerves. As the rain began to pick back up, I had this feeling I could only describe as like a knowledge of something terrible about to happen, but I didn't know when or what it would be. I felt uneasy. I couldn't explain it. I tried to block it out of my head. It was dark, and I thought to myself I shouldn't focus on that kind of feeling. Maybe it'll just pass and everything will be okay. But then, I heard it. The sound that shattered my world. It was like a mixture of what sounded like a coyote and a small child screaming for their life. I had never been to Louisiana before, and I had no idea if they had coyotes out there or not. I grew up in a small town in Texas, and I've grown accustomed to that noise. I was startled, and I heard from behind me, "Alexi, did you hear that?" It was my brother, and he sounded more worried than I felt. I didn't want to alarm or wake up my sister or dad. I was actually kind of shocked that the scream itself didn't wake them. "Yeah, I did," I replied in a low voice. "Don't think about it. Just put back your headphones and try to relax." He nodded, then reclined back in his seat. I could tell he was scared, and he wasn't going to listen to my reassurance. But there was nothing else we could do. I kept my eyes on the road and kept driving, but only a few seconds later, I saw something coming up right in the middle of the road. At first, I thought it was a deer. I was worried. This wasn't our car to be screwing up, and I didn't want to hurt my family. Everyone was in this car, and we had to be careful. So I kept a close eye on the thing that was coming up, and as we got closer to it, I realized it wasn't a deer. Its limbs were distorted and changing and breaking in place, as if something inside of it was erupting outward. I started freaking out, realizing I had no idea what this thing could have been, and that maybe this was what made that scream. Its eyes glowed yellow, illuminated brightly by our headlights. Plans rushed in and out of my head of what I could do. I couldn't just stop, and I couldn't just turn around. I didn't know where I was or how to get home. I was relying on my GPS to show me the way, and quite frankly, I didn't want to do anything to make it follow us. I decided, as I was about 20 yards away, that I would go around it and pray to God that it wouldn't try anything crazy. I honked my horn at the thing, trying to see if it would startle it. It looked up at me. I could see its face clearly now. Its face was not entirely deer-like. It was almost human-like. I heard it mimic the noise of the car's horn back at me, and that dreadful, imperfect sound sent chills down my spine. I didn't realize I had been screaming until my dad woke up. "What in the world? What is that?" he asked me, and I could see the fear rise on his face as he looked outside the car and into the eyes of the deer thing. I turned quickly towards the other side of the road, and I sped up. I knew if I didn't hurry and pass this thing, I could end up hitting another car. Then we'd all be screwed. As I passed it, the creature stood up on hind legs. It didn't even look physically possible to hold its weight up like that, but it did with ease. In fact, it looked ready to charge. But it didn't. Instead, it let out another cry, like the one before, then slowly walked back into the wooded mess next to it. Relieved that it was gone, but still scared out of my mind, I moved back to my side of the road, and I went twice the speed limit. I drove for what felt like hours, but was probably just 30 minutes. My brother and dad didn't say a word the entire time, and I didn't either. We just wanted to get home. After a while, I pulled over so that my dad and I could switch places again, and I was nearly too scared to take one step out of that vehicle. But once that part was over, I was just happy to almost be home. Even though New Orleans was beautiful and different than my small Texas town, I don't think I'll be going back anytime soon. Louisiana can have its monsters. I saw a werewolf. Submitted by Island Breeze 1. A long time ago, when I was just a little girl, this happened. I was 9 years old, living in Washington State, and unfortunately, I was homeless, living with my father in the middle of the forest. But I didn't care if I had a home or not. I loved living in the forest, and I loved my dad. And as long as I was with him, I never felt poor. But I know my father didn't see it that way. He struggled to make money, and I knew that he felt depressed about our situation. One day, to pass the time, I went on a little hike. I never went too far when I went on my walks. I didn't want to get chewed out by my dad, if you know what I mean. I started walking. I wanted to go somewhere I never really explored by myself before. Little did I know that this was a bad idea. I was walking, enjoying the scenery, getting further and further away from mine and my dad's camp. Eventually, I came upon a part of the forest where everything went quiet, and as the noises lowered, the hairs on the back of my neck raised up, and the next thing I heard was the bushes next to me making some sort of noise as if someone was shaking them. I hoped maybe it was just a squirrel or rabbit making the noises, but when I took one step back, I heard it growl at me, a low, raspy growl. I stopped in my tracks, all my hair standing up on my body. I've never heard growling like that before. I was scared to breathe or make any noise at all, and I tried to stand as still as possible. But I didn't want to stick around to see what the noises were coming from. So still, I continued to back up slowly. Of course, I had to step on a stick, and as soon as it cracked, the thing began to move forward, growling even more. That was a mistake. I should have been paying attention to where I was going. Soon, emerging from those bushes, I saw yellow eyes reflecting the sunlight. I remember staring into them and feeling more fear than I've ever felt in my 9 years. I was thinking about turning around, just running for it, gunning it back to my dad. The creature jumped out of the bushes, and when I saw it, I thought it was a dog, some sort of rabbit or wild dog. But as I saw it stand in front of me, yes, stand on 2 legs before me, I knew this was a monster from my nightmares, not something natural to this world. It looked like a weightlifter. It was huge and had black and brown pointy ears and long yellowed teeth. Its tail was bushy, and the thing stunk like decay. It got on all fours, its head now just above the ground, and it was snarling at me. And for a moment, I swear I saw it smile. I thought for sure that this was it. I remember crying there uncontrollably, ready for my time. I was so terrified, petrified. I couldn't walk or talk or even breathe. As we stared at each other, it felt like an eternity. The dog thing lifted its head from the ground and began to stand up again. I could hear its joints snapping into place, as if it hadn't just been standing before. At full height, the thing was 7 feet tall. I thought right then that this was when I was going to get torn to pieces. But thank God, I began to hear a beautiful sound, my worried father calling out my name. He seemed panicked, calling out at the top of his lungs. The dog-like creature looked quickly to where my dad was calling from. It began to growl again, lower this time. And then it looked back at me, showed its teeth one last time, then began to crawl up one of the trees. And all the while he crawled, it was still staring at me and growling, before it finally disappeared into the leaves above. I was still crying, and I ran to my dad's voice faster than ever, almost collapsing when I got over to him. I was pale white, as if I'd seen a ghost. My dad asked me what was wrong. Usually he'd be mad that I ran off, but usually when he found me, I was in a happy mood, just exploring the woods. But this time, he couldn't be mad at me, seeing as how terrified I was. I didn't know what to say or explain, so I just said that I didn't feel very good. After that experience, I stuck by my dad all the time, and it would take me hours to fall asleep. Often, every noise that I heard would send a cold chill down my spine. I was so scared to be underneath or even around trees that I'd find myself avoiding them. So, being in the forest, you can imagine how awkward my daily life became. I've always been scared that nobody would believe me. 12 years later, I still have nightmares, and I'm still scared of being around trees. I've never went into the woods alone again, and if I ever have to, I'm bringing something with me to protect myself. Be careful when you go in the woods. There are some undescribably horrifying things out there. Werewolf Stalking, submitted by Colby S. I was just starting high school. I had just got my license, which means me and my friend Darren were ready for some stupid stuff. One night, when I was driving with my friend, he suddenly yelled in my ear to stop the car. I asked, a little frustrated, why he had just yelled at me like that. He was just staring at the field next to us, and then suddenly, without turning to me, he said, "Look over there." When I looked over to where he was looking, I saw something black stand up. That was nothing strange. What was strange was how tall it was. It towered over our vehicle at about 8 or 9 feet tall. When it noticed us, I floored it. We were looking at each other with the same question in our minds. What was that? A few days go by. We told a lot of people our story, but they didn't believe us. Of course they didn't. This wasn't something you saw every day. This wasn't something that made sense, unless it was some weird dude out in the middle of nowhere who happened to be extremely tall. I'm Native American, so when I went to a tribal meeting, I told my elders about this, and they said that it was a bad medicine man, or a skinwalker. Basically a medicine man with the worst intentions, who can transform into different creatures, but not always perfectly. They were very serious about what they told to me. The elders said to be careful and to not speak of it, because that could lure him towards me. Once the meeting was over, I was very shaken up. I climbed into my car and was about to leave when I looked over to see something looking at me with bright yellow eyes in the nearby forest. Already a bit creeped out, all I could do was stare back at it. Eventually, it turned and walked into the woods. I don't know what it was, but I was in no mood for it. I started my car and sped home. When I told my dad about the experiences, he said he wasn't sure if it was a skinwalker per se, but if I had been seeing something out there, then it may be a good idea to stop taking that same road to my school. He was probably right, so I stopped driving down that way. One day after school, I went to my friend Darren's house. His parents were going out, and we had a plan to play games and drink a little. He called his girlfriend to come over, and I felt a bit lonely and left out, so I called mine as well. When they arrived, we were all playing the PS3 and just hanging out, having the occasional beer or two. But we all stopped and got chills when we heard the sound. It was a skin-crawling howl, coming just from the edge of the woods outside. His house sits next to those woods, and to this day I hate thinking about how close the forest was at that point. Me and Darren looked over at each other. My dad kept a gun in the car. I wanted to grab it, but I was not going to go outside anytime soon. Not with that thing out there. We locked the doors and windows. Scared, we decided to try to get some sleep, until we heard the blood-curdling howl again. It was right outside the window. We were so scared for our lives, we ended up calling the police to come and check. When they showed up, they didn't find anything but some large paw prints right outside the front door. That's how close it had been, whatever it was. To this day, I haven't driven down that road at night again, and Darren says he still has nightmares about that thing we saw that day and the creature we heard that night. Encounter with a Skinwalker. Submitted by Stephen E. This all happened one day when I went to spend the day with one of my friends. We'll call him David. David is one of my closest friends and has been for the past 7 or 8 years. We grew up in church together and would always beg our parents to let us go to each other's houses after our Sunday services. But that all changed about a couple of years ago. It was July 1st of 2010. David was having a sleepover for his 9th birthday, and I was invited. Now, before I begin this story, I would like to explain the layout of his property, which will be important further into this story. His house is set on a flat level field, and it's about a quarter mile from the nearest house. The backyard is very wide and stretches all the way to the tree line behind the house. They had a swing set for his younger brother set up just a few meters away from the tree line. I arrived at his house at about 4 o'clock. The party did not start until about 4:30, so I was a bit early. He and I decided to go outside to shoot his BB gun to wait for the others to arrive. He dragged an old barrel out from his father's tool shed. Then we put 4 empty cans on top of the barrel and had at it. We were outside for about half an hour, and we soon saw that other people were arriving, so we thought we would head inside. It was a great time, and before we knew it, we were all passed out. That night though, I woke up around 12, and I did not know what woke me up. I was confused as it was still dark out. I just assumed it was my instinct to get up and use the bathroom, but I didn't really have to go that bad. I decided to go downstairs and grab a drink of water, since I was really thirsty. Besides, maybe that's what woke me up. I got a glass of water and began to head back upstairs when I noticed the slightest movement outside of the kitchen window. I brushed it off though. I assumed it was a cat or something, maybe an animal of the night, and I continued to head back upstairs. When I got back upstairs, I opened the bedroom door, and immediately I noticed that David was standing right in front of his bedroom window. I asked him, "Is everything alright?" But there was no response. I was a bit weirded out by this, so I slowly walked backwards and shut the door. I turned my head to the right and down the hallway, and I noticed the bathroom light was on. I walked down the hallway and knocked on the door. From the other side, I heard someone say, "Yes?" And it was David's voice. This instantly freaked me out, because there was no possible way he could have gotten from the bedroom to the bathroom in that amount of time without me seeing him. So I asked him, I thought you were in your room." He replied, "No, I've been in here the whole time you were downstairs." I waited for him to get out. After that, I was not about to go anywhere alone. I began to explain to him everything that had happened, and I think he was as freaked out as I was. So he and I decided to go downstairs and watch TV, since his other friends were asleep and we did not want to wake them. We watched some late-night episodes of Fresh Prince and just chilled downstairs for the time being. I was just about to fall asleep again when I heard a thud coming from the window directly behind me facing the backyard. At that moment, I was hesitant to turn around and see what was there. I did though, but I saw nothing. Just the dark tree line and the moon shining on all the tall pines and bright green grass outside. Honestly, I just knew something was off. I woke up David and I asked him if he would go outside with me to investigate the noise I heard. He agreed, though hesitantly, and we both walked quietly to the patio in the back where the noise had been coming from. We didn't go all the way out due to the fact that it was so dark and we had no flashlights with us. We didn't see anything out of the ordinary, but I soon noticed a figure standing at the edge of the tree line, just standing there staring at us. I could very well make out their silhouette due to the moon shining behind it. I was more than scared by this, so I pushed David to go back inside. We both stood at the glass door watching this thing standing there. He and I both could feel the air become very dreadful, and we smelled the worst smell you could possibly imagine. It suddenly surrounded us and smelled of rotten eggs and burnt flesh, but much stronger. I could see this figure start moving towards us, but in the most bizarre way. It almost looked like a drunk person walking, but at a steady pace, almost in rhythmic form. Right, right, left, left. As they got closer, we could slowly start making out facial features. Honestly, I wish I had never seen it. because it was the most horrific and disgusting thing I've ever seen. And it was beyond human. Well, at least the face looked human, but beyond that, the head looked like a goat. It had hooves and antlers like you would see on a buck, and it gave off such an evil vibe that I could barely look at it. It didn't take long for David and I to book it back upstairs, screaming like little girls and waking everyone up. We told everyone what we saw when they began to ask, but our parents were not as impressed. Everyone else, though, believed us. To this day, I still believe it was a skinwalker, but every time I tell the story to someone, they convince me it was just my imagination. But I know for a fact that it wasn't, and I know what me and David saw that night was real. To this day, when I ask David about it, he gets this cold sweat and becomes extremely nervous, exactly like I do every time I think back on that moment. My experience with skinwalkers. Submitted by Anonymous. This happened around 2 years ago during the summer. I had stayed with my uncle due to family reasons. He was very into our heritage, as he was a Native American and all. We had stayed near a reservation. I think it was about 3 miles away from his house. He lived in North Carolina, where he owned a bit of land. The natives had been hosting a sort of festival. It was to spread their beliefs about the conservation of the forest used as farmlands. One day I asked him about it, thinking it would be a fun way to bond with each other. And we went. Though the whole time I was there, I felt like I was being watched. Even up to a week after the festival, I could not shake the feeling of being watched, no matter what I did. Late one night, we were out driving in my uncle's old Ford truck. We were on a back road next to the reservation, and of course there were no streetlights. We were on the edge of a big forest. Soon we saw what looked like a deer in the road. It jumped out of the way quickly, so we never saw exactly what it was. Oddly enough, though, my uncle, with a very worried look on his face, stopped the truck. He stared off into the woods, trying to get a good look at whatever it was. A minute or so later, something heavy landed in the bed of our truck, and it weighed the car down and shook it. My first reaction, as anyone would do, was to turn my head and see what was back there. But my uncle wouldn't let me. He pushed my head down so that I would not be able to look up, and then he sped off. My head faced the floor of the vehicle, but I could hear the noises in the bed of the truck move to the roof, and I could hear scratching and screeching noises. It was easily the most chilling sound I've ever heard. Eventually, after about 10 minutes, whatever it was jumped out of the bed. I could tell, because when the weight was lifted, the truck bounced back up, and the truck drove a bit easier. Whatever was back there must have been really heavy. Eventually, back at the house, I asked my uncle what had happened, and he explained to me, in a very solemn voice, that it was indeed a skinwalker. He had forced my head down because looking into their eyes meant certain death. And let's just say it was a secret we kept between us, and I now share this secret with you. Skinwalker. Submitted by Tyler M. My first sighting was as a child, when I was about 5 years old. My mother talked about her ancestors who were of Sioux blood, and she used to tell me stories. I was a child, and they were just stories to me, so never once did I assume they were real. One day, my mom and dad took me and my half-brother to a graveyard. In the center was a statue of an Indian chief. It was very large and old. My mom sat there and took pictures, while me and my brother climbed on it. Suddenly, my father turned pale. He grabbed my mother's arm and pointed to the woods. My curious brother and I followed the direction he pointed. Now, it's not common to see wolves where I grew up, especially a pack of them so close to human contact. But I remember counting 9 wolves. Each one gave me a sense of what I was doing offended them. I remember my dad quickly picking me and my brother up and carrying us over to the car. Then, faster than we came, we left. As we drove away, I stared back at those wolves, and they were looking back at me, until we were out of sight. Several years later, I was 12, and I was always drawn to this portion of the woods about a half mile from our home. I grew up in a small town, and I was beginning to read stories of old myths and legends of demons and shapeshifters and skinwalkers. I went on a hike through the woods one day, just doing what kids do, and I was enjoying myself. I didn't think much of it until I found a small clearing. It was in this swampy area. I had always heard rumors of a hermit living in these woods. Supposedly, people had seen him here and there, but I was told no one ever got close. Not sure that I believed it, I began to walk this marshy area until I got a weird feeling in my gut. It was that feeling that something was looking at you. I stopped and I looked towards the sun. It was maybe noon and clouds were light, and before my walk, it had been a hot day out. So when this cold chill came upon me, it was alarming to say the least. I turned to see a figure looming in a dark portion of the woods, and my body turned to stone. I remember sheer panic rising up in my throat, but my body refused to comply with the natural instinct to run for dear life. Their eyes were the creepiest part. They reminded me of Topaz. They were very demonic. Soon my petrification was over, so I turned and ran back the way I came. But mere seconds later, I could hear something behind me. Something was stalking me. I wasn't sure if it was hunting me, but I felt it watching me as I ran. I had never known such horror until that moment. I never returned to those woods ever again. I was so scared I slept with the lights on for days. My dad and I used to cruise around and talk away from my mother's ears because she didn't condone dark paranormal talk. I guess she didn't believe in such things. He told me of a time when he was 17. He and his friends went out to a nature reserve in their hometown. They were drinking beer and having fun. My dad said that he had told them that he could not drink much because he had to be the driver home. He told me that the moon was high and so it was bright, so the woods and the road were lit up. He said he was just cruising like we are now, and he didn't really want to be home right away. He was taking his time, when all of a sudden he saw this animal on the side of the road. It was very large and was hunched over eating some roadkill. He said when he stopped the vehicle, the creature stopped moving and then suddenly snapped to meet his eyes. He said whatever it was stood to about 7 feet tall. He said it looked like a mix between a man and a wolf. He said he was so scared that he ripped it into reverse and tried his best not to panic. Then he floored it. But this creature proceeded to run after him, and somehow, even though my dad was doing about 60 on the road, the thing was still out of his passenger window, keeping up with the vehicle. He thought to himself that he was going to die, but eventually he made it back to the main road. He said he felt like he never lost it, that he could feel it there in the woods somewhere following them, and all in all, he was afraid to go home. This story really shook me, and I began to believe in the stories that I read. Later on, when I was about 18, I came into contact with something from what he told me about as a child. I was out with a friend hunting squirrels in the woods. We had about 5 squirrels and we were carrying them back to our vehicle, when suddenly we saw this blood trail. So obviously, being morbid young adults, we followed the trail. As soon as we came up to the end of the trail, sheer terror struck my face. I looked up to this large oak tree with the torso of a large deer hanging from it. At first, I assumed that some hunter couldn't wait until he got home, so they were prepping the deer in the woods in an unorthodox fashion. Besides, there weren't any animals around that could do that, and the body was far from clean. It was messy and looked like it had almost exploded all over the place, and there were obvious claw marks in the side of its torso. I looked over at my friend, and at that point he was panicking. He was reloading his .22. Every time he spoke, he stuttered, and his face was pale white. Seeing him act like that, it began to scare me, so I started to reload my weapon as well, because the only other weapon we had besides guns was an old hatchet, and that wasn't going to do much. We were miles from town, and we had not seen anyone in the large wooded area all day. So we ran the opposite way of the bloody trail, when we heard sticks snapping behind us in a quick pace. Soon we came upon this small cave out in the woods, but in front of it lay the other half of that deer. All either of us could feel at that moment was pure fear. I tried telling my friend not to panic, but we pointed our guns at the direction we were hearing the sounds, aware that something was watching us. Like fearful idiots, we began firing in random directions, trying to kill whatever it was, not even thinking about other people's lives or our own. When there was no ammunition left, we both turned and ran. And since that day, we have vowed never to tell anyone about it, and this is the first time I've ever told another soul. A real Skinwalker sighting. Submitted by Anonymous. I live in Utah, and it's one of the most overlooked states, but that doesn't mean it hasn't had its fair share of monster sightings and paranormal experiences. Anyway, my family goes camping every summer for 5 days in Ashley National Forest up in the high Uintas. So my family arrived at the campsite at around 10:30 p.m. It would have been darker out if it had not been for the huge bonfire my family made. So I was setting up my tent when I saw 2 red eyes in the trees nearby. It startled me, but I didn't panic. I really didn't have any reason to be concerned. It was just some animal in the woods. Therefore, I didn't pay it much mind. Later the next morning, I was curious, so I walked over to the spot where the eyes were, and I saw deep hoof prints of a deer in the ground. There was a massive population of deer around here, so there was nothing wrong with this. I ignored it and went to breakfast. A few nights later, on the last night, I asked my cousin if she would go to the bathroom with me, and she said yes. As she and I were walking to the outhouse, we saw what looked like a goat on the side of the mountain. We thought this was odd because we had never seen goats up here before, and this didn't look like a mountain goat at all. So we went on to the bathroom, but when we came back from it, we saw the goat again, but this time it was facing us, and that's when we saw the brightest red eyes we'd ever seen. They were so similar to the ones I'd seen on the first night. Creeped out, we walked slowly away from this weird animal, but all the way back to camp I could feel those eyes on me. The next morning we decided to go fishing before we left, so we packed up everything and picked a spot to fish on the river. Keep in mind that this is Indian territory, which is already a dumb idea because we could have gotten fined, but we headed out anyway and caught a lot of fish. So after we were done fishing, my cousin and I spotted something in the brush along the edge of the forest nearby. And sure enough, there were those same red eyes. But this time it wasn't from a goat or a deer. All we could make out was a pale, skinny figure that was both human and inhuman at the same time. But I'll never forget those eyes. They were the same eyes as before. My cousin and I just stared at the thing when it finally broke the silence. It bellowed this ear-piercing scream. And that's when we began to book it back to the campground as fast as we could. But the thing was chasing us through the undergrowth. Whatever it was gaining on us fast, but we could see the campground, so we booked it even harder. Soon, we got to the camp, and the thing was nowhere to be seen. It was gone, but not before giving one final ear-piercing screech. My friend and I don't talk about what we saw often, but we know it to be real. And we both believe it was a skinwalker. The Twin Skinwalkers. Submitted by John. I had the great honor of meeting not one but 2 skinwalkers at the same time. Let me go over the landscape first. From where I was, to the right of me was an open grass field, and next to the grass field was the community college I would be later attending. To the other side of me on the left was a golf course that intertwines with a small forest and path going around. I have been on that path several times before, always getting this weird feeling that something wasn't right about it. It was off, just not right. I was out doing what I usually do during summer nights, walking around listening to music. Because it was summer, the nights were nice and cool. All I needed was a t-shirt and a pair of cargo shorts, plus my favorite hat and shoes. It was about 12:30 at night when I was passing the golf course near my house. I got the feeling that something was watching me. Of course, I've gotten this feeling before, but it felt stronger this night. So I stopped, and I looked around several times to see if there was someone other than myself outside. Spotting no one, I took out my headphones to listen, hoping I could find out that way. It was then that I realized it was way too quiet. The sounds of nature were gone. No sounds of cars in the distance like there usually was. Certainly there should have been some sort of noise, but I heard absolutely nothing. It was very chilling. I stayed still for a moment, thinking. Then I remembered that I had brought my flashlight with me. Being delighted that I had brought it, I reached down to my pocket and pulled it out. If something was there, I was hoping to catch its glowing eyes in the flashlight beam. When I clicked on the flashlight beam, almost instantly, I saw these glowing eyes. I stood stock still as I stared at what was before me. I did not expect 2 pairs of glowing orange eyes staring right at me. I've never seen eyes like that. They were almost literally glowing orange. Not sure what to do other than stay still as possible. I just stared right back at them. It was then that I noticed how high the pair of eyes were off of the ground. They were maybe 7 feet from the ground. Holy crap, I thought. What kind of animal stands that tall around here? I noticed that they never blinked even once. It was extremely creepy, and I kept hoping that it was some sort of trick of the eyes. I stood there for what felt like 10 minutes, staring back at these creepy eyes. I was trying to think of what I could do. I did not want to get any closer than what I was, and I didn't want to risk getting attacked by whatever this thing was. If I kept going along the path, I'd be going right past it. Running might have been my only option. With that on my mind, I slowly started to turn my back so it was facing the field, my flashlight still on the glowing eyes. I was very cautious, very slow. I took baby steps, one at a time. When I thought I got far enough away from that thing, I decided to walk a bit faster. I wanted to get a good head start ahead of this thing before it ever decided to give chase. Before I turned off my flashlight and put it back in my pocket, I remembered that my music was still going. I looked down for a second, and I saw that my earbuds were hanging out of my shirt, and I've always hated them like that while running. So I decided to put them back in to listen to music, whatever would take my mind off of things. As soon as they were back in my ears and my flashlight was back in my pocket, I made a mad dash for home. I was going so fast that my hat almost flew off, so I quickly turned the hat around so it didn't fall, and I continued to sprint. I just kept telling myself to ignore it, to run faster and faster, and then I did the one thing you don't want to do. I looked behind me. I'm curious by default, so of course I looked behind me to see if whatever it was had given chase. And what do you know? It did, but it confused me. From the short glimpse I got of it, it looked to be a really large coyote, borderline wolf size. The sight of it made my adrenaline rush, and I pumped my legs to go even faster. When I glanced back again, there were 2 of them, both keeping up and following me. As I approached my house with these things still tailing me, I was thinking of the fastest way to enter the house. I did not want to be outside too long trying to get in, so I decided going through the garage would be my best bet. Again, I looked behind me, and I didn't see anything, but I was not about to relax. As soon as I got up to the garage, I pushed in the code and opened it just enough to get under the door. I rushed over to the other side to close it. I finally felt a bit safe, and my adrenaline was wearing down. At that point, my lungs were burning as if they were on fire. I was gasping for air, slumping to the ground, just sitting there for a moment. For a long time after this, I wondered what I saw, even if they were the biggest coyotes in existence, or actual wolves where there shouldn't be. That doesn't explain those orange eyes. No animal has eyes like that. It was far from natural. Australian Skinwalker. Submitted by Carly. I'm a young woman from a remote part of Western Australia. I'm surrounded by thousands of kilometers of farmland and bushland, forest if you're not familiar with the term bush, and we have a large variety of native wildlife on our farm and in surrounding bushlands. Anyway, on to the story. Every day after work, I walk my 2 border collies through a selected bush track, which is roughly 10 kilometers long as a way to unwind from my crappy job. I've seen some very creepy things in there before, such as dead kittens and livestock, which have been dumped by farmers and thrown across logs in a creepy fashion, but that's nothing compared to what I saw on this day. It is important to note that since we are so rural here, there's a severe lack of people. But sometimes I still pass a camper or two, and sometimes even someone growing drugs out in the remote bush. So as I was walking my dogs late last year in the middle of summer, I was surprised when my 2 dogs stopped and began to growl. I could see the hair on the back of their necks began to stand up. I thought that it may have just been a kangaroo or a feral pig, as my younger dog gets quite worked up when they're around. This thought quickly faded when I felt cold, and I broke out in goosebumps, even though it was a hot 37 degrees Celsius outside. A couple of seconds after the temperature dropped, I rounded the corner, and there was a little girl standing in the middle of the bush trail, and suddenly seeing someone there scared me. The little girl was looking in the opposite direction with her back to me and looked around 7 years old by her height. She had dirty blonde medium-length hair, a plain red shirt, and black shorts. As I was about to laugh to myself about letting this little girl scare me, who was probably just camping with her parents, the girl turned and she looked at me. This was no girl. Her eyes were solid black. Not black as in contact black, but a hollow, lifeless black. This thing opened its mouth and let out an ear-splitting howl. It turned and ran back on all 4s into the bush. Needless to say, I hightailed it out of there, dragging my poor, cowering, frightened farm dogs, and ran for about 6 kilometers. I was completely filled with fear and covered in goosebumps, and I felt adrenaline rush inside me. My lungs were burning and my legs ached and my head spun. After about another 2 kilometers, I finally got home. I ran inside and locked the dogs and myself in my bedroom. I was too scared to come out to even eat dinner. After that, I did not walk through that bush for a month. But since walking again, I have not experienced anything out of the ordinary. I've been walking this bush since I was 10 years old, and I've never experienced anything like this before. I'm sharing this with you, trying to figure out what I saw. Judging by the feral look in her eyes and the way she scurried away, perhaps it was an Australian skinwalker, a native aboriginal spirit disguised as a little girl. Or maybe, if I'm lucky, it was just some really effed up prank played by some campers. Either way, I'll never walk through the bush the same way again. Something from the desert followed me. Submitted by Xiaoxi or Sui. Many of you may not believe this story, and honestly, I'm having a bit of a hard time believing it myself. I live in a small community in the middle of an empty desert. My biological father is a bit of a menace. He has thrown several of my cats and some strays I used to feed into the desert. Several of them have not been seen or heard from again. Now, to the story. I recently began to hear one of my cat's meows from the desert, and have taken my dog walking out there searching for her. After 3 days of going out, calling, searching, and getting no actual replies when I was out there, I finally realized something. Those mews I had been hearing did not sound right. There was something completely off about them, and I had been able to ignore that until I began to hear frantic cries from the cat in the desert. Sneaking out once again, I just stood near the entrance, calling and looking around, while my dog sniffed at an old abandoned mattress. It was around sunset, and honestly, I did not like being out there when all I could see were shadows and just a few feet in front of me. I stayed there for 10 minutes until I started hearing what I thought were troublemakers trying to scare me, or at least trying to sneak up on me for whatever reason. So I quickly scooped up my dog and dashed back inside the community walls, making my way back home, literally across the entrance from the desert, a hole in a brick wall. That night was filled with the mews outside my window, and they kept sounding wrong, like distorted. I was very grateful that I remembered to shut my curtains, because I did not want to see what was making those noises, because it was not my cat. 2 hours later, the meowing finally stopped, but when I looked at the window, I could see the shadow of a face pressed against it. As I looked at the face, I heard strange, distorted cries again. Suddenly, without warning, the face turned, and then the figure disappeared. Soon after that, I heard the footsteps and talking from kids outside the window. Something was mimicking voices. The next day, I decided to spend the week at my grandmother's to get away. It felt like I was losing my mind. The first few nights were pretty normal and quiet, until one early morning I was standing near my older cousin's window, and I heard those same meows again. So I woke up my cousin, and she said she could hear them too. I don't like when people can see or hear things I'm dealing with, because that makes it more real, and that was something I couldn't deny anymore. While at my grandma's, I would usually sit outside late and visit with my cousin's 2 cats until she got home from work. However, for the last few nights I was there, I did not feel safe continuing my routine of waiting outside. One night I was foolish, and I waited outside, and I could hear chirping and meowing from the golf course across from my grandma's house. The sounds did not stop until I hid behind one of the pillars on her porch and stood motionless. I'd been home for 2 days now, and whatever that is stays outside my window, torturing me. I refuse to walk my dog at night unless someone is with me, and I have never returned to the desert. Every now and then I'll hear a whisper and book it back into the house. I'm praying and hoping that this is just someone's sick joke, but my grandma believes it's a skinwalker. We've even found a few footprints outside my window after it had rained, and the strangest part is, they start out animal and slowly become human. I feel like I'm slowly going insane.
Thank you for tuning in to Unexplained Encounters. If you're not already, follow and listen to Unexplained Encounters on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. Leave us a rating while you're at it. Get some cool creepy merch at eeriecast.store. Check out my other show where I narrate scary work stories. It's called Tales from the Break Room. For more terrifyingly entertaining shows from EerieCast, go to eeriecast.com. And if you want to listen to Unexplained Encounters and all the other EerieCast shows without pesky ads, sign up for EerieCast Plus at eeriecast.com/plus. You'll also get exclusive access to horror audiobooks only available to EerieCast Plus members. And you'll get 20% off our EerieCast.store merch through our members-only monthly discount code. Finally, if you have a scary story of the unexplained, send it to me at darkstories.org. I think that's about it. Thank you so much for joining us. Stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.